Volume 7. Chapter 601, Seal. Chapter 601, Seal. Translator, YH Editor, X, TYZ. Amid the pitch-black sky, a weird, rugged stone looked just like a peaceful monster crouching on the ground. The soldiers from the Judgment Division were randomly distributed in a circle. In the center, laid an unconscious Yi-Bai. Shimen Saijue floated in the skies above Yi-Bai and fixated her attention on him. In another hour, the Heart of God would release waves of energy. The Heart of God. What horrifying thing had the Beast Venom Temple actually created? Shimen Saijue was bewildered. It seemed like a horrifying monster was hibernating inside Yi-Bai. No, Yi-Bai was now actually a monster, an unconscious monster. Shimen Saijue even suspected that as long as there was a threat to its life, the pulsating heart, which was comparable to a great dragon's heart, might possibly lose control. Without restraint, the terrifying and violent force would result in a catastrophic backlash. Alright, since the current stage had been reached, the end result would not be any different compared to the catastrophic backlash. The only exception was that it foiled their plan to delay for time. Shimen Saijue was somewhat lucky since Nangong Wulian was already dead. To be able to refine something as irregular as the Heart of God, it was not excessive to overestimate Nangong Wulian's danger level. Suddenly, she thought of how horrifying the situation would be if the Beast Venom Temple were to constantly refine Hearts of God. The Judgment soldiers on the ground were absolutely silent, awaiting her command. Every single one of them tried their best to stand perfectly straight, but it was difficult to cover up their scar-riddled bodies. They fixated their bloodshot eyes on Yi-Bai. Only half of the Judgment Division remained, and they appeared very meager. They seemed like a bunch of defeated soldiers. Yet, it would be this bunch of people who established their efforts and created an unfathomable miracle. Shimen Saijue swept her gaze across everybody. After tonight, she did not know how many familiar faces would disappear from her sight. In her heart, she was both emotional and full of pride. She suddenly asked, "Has everything been noted?" Yes. Everyone's voices were as hoarse as withered leaves and peeled-off bones. Their voices penetrated the wind of the boundless desert. Shimen Saijue's delicate and tender face radiated her determination, and she was just like a sharp, unsheathed sword. With her delicate small bow in hand, she flicked it gently. Almost simultaneously, the Judgment soldiers uniformly pulled the bows in their hands. The bows emitted a dazzling white ray of light. In this steep and pitch-black valley, each cycle of the full moon seemed to float on the surface of the night sky. Each drawn bowstring had white rays of light that gathered on a glowing arrow. An abstruse black pattern appeared on the body of these arrows that were aimed at Shimen Saijue in the sky. Circular light rings appeared under their feet, and these rings had various patterns which revolved endlessly. All of the glowing arrows were pointed toward Shimen Saijue. There was another clear and melodious strum of a bowstring. Just like a command, the soldiers intuitively released their bowstrings. It seemed like it was raining glowing arrows. All the glowing arrows were aimed accurately at Shimen Saijue. Shimen Saijue sparkled from head to toe, like a substantial light ray. Her appearance made it piercingly painful for people to look straight at her. Her petite figure was enveloped within the glaring and blazing light ray, as if she was one of the gods. It was unknown when her bowstring had been drawn. A chilly sound that was clear and ice-cold as well as solemn and sacred rang out. Judgment as follows, seal. As if it could rip the sky apart, a solid and glaring light pillar unexpectedly blasted Yi-Bai's body. His body seemed to sustain a serious injury as his back was smashed to the ground. The light rays which revolved under the soldier's feet acted like a large net which swiftly engulfed Yi-Bai. The Heart of God within Yi-Bai seemed to sense danger and pulsated violently. Thud, thud, thud. Each pulsation was just like a firm hit on a heavy drum. The soldiers who were located in the proximity bled heavily from their 7 apertures. All of a sudden, a white blaze rose from the bottom of their feet. They were engulfed by the blaze before they could even let out a tragic scream. Though the energy released by the Heart of God was powerful, as it collided with the net composed of light rings, it was ultimately incapable of breaking through the glowing, seemingly weak net. The glowing net paused slightly before pulling back rapidly and trapping Yi-Bai securely. The rings surrounded Yi-Bai's body just like a shiny fishing net. Thud, thud, thud. The Heart of God pulsated slower and slower, softer and softer. Eventually, it was completely silent. Yi-Bai's body lost its support and dropped from the sky. Shimen Saijue, who was in the sky, shone with radiance all over. Upon seeing Shimen Saijue, Wan Shunwei felt a huge shock. At this moment, a few wrinkles unexpectedly appeared on Shimen Saijue's girlish face. Shimen Saijue's figure flashed past, and she fell from the sky. Wan Shunwei swiftly appeared by her side and caught her. Shiman Saijue muttered with difficulty, "Go quickly." Wan Xinhui's eyes turned red as gave out commands, "Bring the wounded soldiers and Yi Bai. Transport them immediately." The soldiers of the Dread Division urgently dashed forward and carried the surviving soldiers on their backs. At the same time, they grabbed the still comatose Yi Bai and followed Wan Xinhui out of the valley. Just as they disappeared, He Nanshan, who was worn out from marching, arrived at the valley with his elites. A moment ago, He Nanshan had seen the exceptionally bright beams of light from afar. He did not question his ominous premonition and hurriedly led the soldiers over. There was absolutely no one when they arrived in the valley. He Nanshan squatted on the ground. There was still a remnant fluctuation of elemental energy on the surface, and his expression grew darker. He did not know what kind of methods the Dread and Judgment divisions employed, but he could sense a thread of sealing aura from the remnant energy fluctuations. To be able to force the Dread and Judgment divisions to expose themselves without hesitation and also force them to utilize a sealing technique. He Nanshan did not even need to think because he knew there was only one possibility. This was a result that he had never thought of. Damn it, Dot. His face turned ghastly pale, and he smashed his fist into the ground. The terrifying force did not travel underground. Instead, the entire valley underwent waves of turmoil. Chase them. The enemy had not escaped very far, and he hoped that luck was on his side. He Nanshan's anger disappeared shortly without a trace. He forced a bitter smile. Luck? His own luck was extremely rotten right from the beginning. Out of the three god-subduing peaks, the peak located closest to the ground was the infantry division's position. The infantry division specialized in land battles, so they needed to be sufficiently close to the ground. Master Wang Shashan had meticulously reconstructed the ground below the god-subduing peak. He had created layers of traps as well as distinct terrain which could bring out the best qualities of the infantry division. Silver Soldier's deep and low voice could be heard from this god-subduing peak. Not a bad job. Let's try it again, Dot. He stood right in front of the troops with approximately 50 soldiers behind him. Every single one of them was drenched in sweat and panting heavily, but they still did their utmost to perform an offensive stance. Silver Soldier unexpectedly took a heavy step outward and threw his fist in the air. Behind the mask came a thunderous voice, "Kill!" 50 soldiers simultaneously threw their fists in the air and violently shouted, "Kill!" The huge fist-shaped ray was like an overbearing siege machine that would shatter any obstruction into bits and pieces. The fist ray remained in the sky for no less than 15 seconds before it slowly disappeared. Silver Soldier exhaled a long breath. The air he exhaled was as solid as a sword. Slowly, he retracted his fist. The soldiers behind him had fallen into disarray and collapsed to the ground, rendered motionless. Elemental soup, which had long since been prepared, was delivered right in front of the soldiers. After finishing the soup, their spirits soared. One by one they carried out circulatory cycle revolutions to digest the elemental energy in the soup. A gratified look appeared on Silver Soldier's face. The strength of his troops had improved rapidly and greatly exceeded his expectations. The arduous training sessions and abundant resources allowed these rookies to improve at lightning speed. The base level of his soldiers had increased by large margin. He thought of how he had worried about AI Hui plundering other combat divisions. Never had he expected to personally benefit from it. The ingredients of the elemental soup were delivered from Shi Shuemon's side, and the recipe was from Lu Lan. It really proved the saying, "You'll eat the meat, and I'll drink the soup." For the first time ever, Silver Soldier was leading such an extravagant life. He laughed absurdly. Truly incredible. If this fist appeared on the battlefield, no enemy would be able to defend against it, but... A cold, yet slightly happy, tone could be heard behind him. Silver Soldier turned around and saw his junior come into his field of view. He somewhat lost his concentration for a moment, but immediately reacted, shook his head, and replied, "I could only gather 50 people. Compared to more than 200 people in AI Huey's Sword of Lightning, I'm still lacking." Karakoram Polaris shook her head. There is no need for Senior to be unduly humble. After all, the pagoda-style military strategies were created by AI Hui, so it was not surprising for him to mobilize 200 people. In the times to come, Senior will also be able to achieve the same numbers. Silver Soldier asked, "How's your progress?" Karakoram Polaris's tone sounded distressed as she replied, "Not very smoothly, but it is my own problem. AI Huey's Sword of Lightning has totally abandoned the beauty and mystery of swordsmanship. It is difficult to convince myself, Dot." Silver Soldier consoled her, "Don't worry, let nature take its course." The Sword of Lightning's battle style brought extreme shock to the both of them and also allowed them to follow their hearts. On this, AI Hui was not selfish and instructed others without any reservations. The Sword of Lightning, however, was specifically established by AI Hui according to the needs of the sword pagodas. How the Infantry Division and Sky Edge Division actually utilized the pagoda-style military strategies was actually up to Silver Soldier and Karakoram Polaris to decide. Silver Soldier's progress was slightly smoother as he had managed to command 50 soldiers. On the contrary, Karakoram Polaris had practically no progress. She was not the core member of her combat division. She was a very conventional swordsman, and her swordsmanship had formed long ago. In addition, she felt that the Sword of Lightning swordsmen were not even qualified to have that title. Unfortunately, the Sword of Lightning's combat power was extremely astonishing. Karakoram Polaris was extremely troubled. She really wasn't an ignorant and stubborn person and even felt that the Sword of Lightning swordsmanship would actually replace traditional swordsmanship entirely. Traditional swordsmanship had yet to be reinstated, but would it decline again? She was at a loss. Soon, both of them would no longer be in the mood to train. Jiang Wei arrived. Silver Soldier cried out in surprise, "AI Hui is unconscious? What happened?" Karakoram Polaris couldn't help but glance at her senior since she rarely saw him lose his self-control. Her senior really regarded AI Hui as someone important and cared a lot for him. Jiang Wei did not look well. "We are still unsure. It happened too suddenly. Lu Lan is currently diagnosing the problem." Silver Soldier was prepared to check on AI Hui's condition with Jiang Wei when a mournful alarm unexpectedly sounded. The three of them were distracted and subconsciously looked toward the God Wolf Division's camp. Their expressions changed drastically as they gasped in unison. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602, The Arrival of the Beast Battalions. Chapter 602, The Arrival of the Beast Battalions. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. In the distant horizon, the boundless flood of blood fiends was like a sea of reddish-black clouds that swept across the sky. A smile appeared on Helian Tianxiao's face. Behind him, all his generals looked excited as they could not resist pumping their fists in the air. Even though their strength was superior to the elementalists, they still suffered a series of defeats in a row. All of them were stewing because of this. Furthermore, His Majesty had yet to react to the kidnapping of Yi Bai and Nangong Wulian. This caused everyone in the God Wolf Division to feel nervous and frightened. They felt as if the angled blade of a guillotine would drop down on their necks at any moment and claim their lives. Every soldier in the God Wolf Division was tormented daily by a mixture of sullenness and fear. Now that their reinforcements had arrived, their suppressed emotions erupted at once. Beast battalions were reserves that supported God divisions and blood divisions. Each beast battalion had 10,000 men. The blood fiends that were assigned to them were broadback batfish. The broadback batfish was a new species formed by combining a black blood bat and a devil fish. It looked more like a devil fish with a pitch-black body that could fly in the air at each of its eyes. There was a red line that extended all the way to its tail. Its wingspan was 40 meters, making it an extremely huge creature. The back muscles of a broadback batfish were highly developed. They were thick and wide, making its back very comfortable to sit on. A broadback batfish was docile and had a low intelligence level. It flew very slowly, but it could fly steadily while carrying an extremely heavy load. If it weren't for the fact that the broadback batfish had an insatiable appetite, they would serve as an outstanding type of transportation blood fiend. Every day, they needed to consume a massive amount of jade fruits, making them extremely costly to rear. As a result, they were only assigned to beast battalions. When the battalion leaders of the beast battalion saw Heli and Tianxiao standing at the camp entrance, they quickly controlled their broadback batfishes to descend from the sky. The sky-covering sea of clouds poured down from the sky, resembling floodwater that had been released from a floodgate. When all the broadback batfish had descended from the sky, the area surrounding the encampment looked as if it had been laid with black carpet, appearing unusually spectacular. The 4 battalion leaders of the beast battalions walked to Heli and Tianxiao and greeted him respectfully. "Sir, we are here. Sorry for arriving late. As long as you're here, it's all right. We will rest and prepare for 2 more days before attacking their defensive line," Heli and Tianxiao replied with satisfaction. Yes, the 4 battalion leaders bowed and replied in unison. 2 of them had solemn looks on their faces while the other 2 were rubbing their hands in excitement. Still, none of them showed any fear. Before they departed, they already knew what the situation was like. As such, they had already made mental preparations for what they were going to face. As reserves, it was extremely difficult for them to have a chance to meet Heli and Tianxiao. Furthermore, when they saw Heli and Tianxiao waiting for their arrival at the entrance, they felt extremely honored. The status of the beast battalions was extremely low. Usually, the most important mission for them was to provide new recruits to the blood divisions. For the past few years, the blood divisions had not suffered heavy losses. Therefore, the number of Beast Battalion soldiers who could enter the blood divisions was pathetically low. Most of these troops were sent home after serving in a Beast Battalion for several years. The blood of God valued military merits. By accumulating military merits, one could achieve his or her goals, earn promotions, and obtain preferential treatments for his or her family. In the blood of God, the social status of military personnel was very high. Their status far surpassed other professions. The family members of military personnel could receive many preferential treatments too. Even though Beast Battalions were just reserves, the treatment that their soldiers received was good enough to make the blood elementalists from other professions jealous. Accordingly, if a soldier from a Beast Battalion couldn't enter a blood division and was discharged, all the preferential treatment that he received would be taken away. On the contrary, if one died on the battlefield, his or her family members could enjoy this preferential treatment forever. This was why the blood of God's soldiers were usually not scared of death on the battlefield. It was not that there was no one in the blood of God who opposed these preferential treatments. Rather, this decree was enacted by the Holy Emperor himself. As such, no one dared to openly oppose it. Therefore, when the Beast Battalions received the order to reinforce the combat divisions at the front line, not only did they not feel fear, they felt excitement instead. They packed their belongings as fast as possible and traveled day and night to rush to the front line. Along the way, the 4 battalion leaders discussed the possible scenarios they would face. Eventually, they came to the unanimous conclusion that they most likely would be taking part in a siege battle. Since ancient times, it had not been easy to win a siege battle. Just by having a complete defense system, the besieged side could render the offensive side helpless even if the latter outnumbered the former by several times. Consequently, the offensive side often suffered heavy losses. The 4 battalion leaders ordered their subordinates to pitch camp and rest. They, themselves, did not dare to rest. Ignoring their fatigue, they observed the defensive line at the Windy Pearl Bridge. When they saw the defensive line clearly, they gasped in unison. Even these battalion leaders who were previously eager to get into action changed their facial expressions drastically. The situation was much worse than they had expected. Keeping them company was the vice division leader of Silver Frost Blood Division, Pan Fengling. Pan Fengling was female, but she looked masculine. She was taller and sturdier than an average man, and her voice was deep and hoarse. Her weapon was terrifying as well. It was an azure-colored mace that was about as tall as her. It gave off faint traces of white mist, exuding a chill to its surroundings. The blood of God's combat divisions placed great emphasis on rank. The rules of etiquette between a high-ranking officer and a low-ranking officer were very stringent. Beast battalions were merely reserves. The rank of the Beast Battalion leaders was equivalent to a middle-ranking officer of a blood division. Having a vice division leader accompany the 4 battalion leaders already defied the blood of God's regulations. Pan Fengling was emotionless, but her voice contained a tinge of arrogance. However, she still described the situation clearly to the 4 battalion leaders. "We can't attack on the ground. Look over there. There is a quicksand zone there." The Ardent Flower Blood Division received a fatal blow when they were slowed down by such a quicksand zone. Furthermore, the enemy has a battlefield construction master. He can raise tall walls from the quicksand zone at any time, allowing the infantry division to utilize their strength on the ground. The quicksand zone also hides many traps that can't be avoided. The pagoda cannons in the sky would be firing at the ground too. She continued, "The middle section is not suitable for us to attack either. Previously, we had tested to see if we could attack through the middle section. We realized that the middle section is the most unsuitable area for us to attack. The God-subduing peak at the middle section is guarded by the Sky Edge Division. That section might look the weakest, but in reality, it is most heavily guarded. The infantry division can use Master Wang Xiaoshan's rising sand platforms to provide reinforcement to the middle section. At the highest position, the Spear of Heavy Cloud's Hellfire pagoda cannons can easily reinforce the middle as well. According to the probing we have carried out over the past few days, the only way for us to attack their defensive line is through the highest position. We have to take out the topmost God-subduing peak, which is guarded by the Spear of Heavy Cloud. If we attack that section, we only need to face the Hellfire pagoda cannons. The Hellfire pagoda cannons might be powerful, but their attacking frequency is very low. If it weren't for the fact that they have a pagoda cannon master, we would have taken this God-subduing peak down a long time ago." Pan Fengling snorted. Apparently, she wasn't satisfied with the reinforcements from the Beast battalions. She did not try to hide her unhappiness at all. However, when she thought about the merits she would obtain after breaking through the Pearl defensive line, her tone softened. Her voice even contained a tinge of encouragement as she continued, "However, this is your only chance as well. As long as we have enough manpower, our assault will be strong enough to break through the defensive line of pagoda cannons. Once we take down the god-subduing peak that is manned by the spear of heavy cloud, taking down the other two god-subduing peaks will be a walk in the park. We can definitely conquer the Pearl defensive line." The 4 battalion leaders carefully observed every single detail of the Pearl defensive line. They had no choice but to admit that what Pan Fengling said was true. The only way to attack the defensive line was through the god-subduing peak at the topmost position. "Madam, you're right. The 4 of us will discuss it again later," one of the more prudent-looking battalion leaders said respectfully to Pan Fengling. "Don't delay the assault," Pan Fengling snorted. After finishing her sentence, she turned and left. Shiyu had been staring at the drop of God's blood in the crystal for a very long time. She had not expected His Majesty to bestow her a drop of God's blood. His Majesty had never bestowed God's blood to anyone before. Even Red Devil, himself, had never received such treatment from His Majesty before. She was merely a seed, yet His Majesty favored her so much by bestowing her with such a supreme artifact. Shiyu felt as if she was dreaming. This drop of God's blood was the blood of God Himself. It was the God Nation's supreme sacred artifact. There were many rumors regarding God's blood. Some said the first Holy Emperor was a descendant of God Himself. God knew the cultivation era was going to end and that he was destined to fall. Therefore, He bestowed 10 drops of His blood to bless His descendants. Some also said God's blood was actually the purest essence blood of a devil that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, how could the blood be preserved until now? Blood spiritual force seemed to have verified this rumor. However, it no longer mattered whether the God's blood came from God Himself or a devil. Shiyu knew every drop of God's blood possessed a boundless amount of power. The reason why His Majesty could become a grandmaster and dominate the world was because he unraveled the secret of God's blood and absorbed the supreme power from it. She still could not believe that His Majesty actually bestowed her with God's blood. Was it possible that His Majesty had already broken through the limits of God's blood? This thought flashed across Shiyu's mind. Following which, she threw all these distracting thoughts to the back of her head. Since when had she become worthy of guessing what the Holy Emperor was doing? She placed her attention on the God's blood once again. Deep down, she was filled with gratitude toward Bei Shuisheng. God's blood might not be the only answer to restraining the life and death flower sacrificial art, but it was definitely the best answer. Previously, she had placed all of her hopes on the heart of God since she had not even dared to dream about receiving God's blood. God's blood was a sacred artifact after all. In the blood spiritual force system, God's blood was considered a supreme entity. No matter how profound and mysterious the life and death flower sacrificial art was, it still could not be compared to God's blood. She was only worried about whether or not could she handle the power of the God's blood. The power possessed by God's blood was boundless and dominating. If an ordinary individual consumed it, his or her body would explode on the spot. Among the generations of holy emperors, only the current holy emperor had unraveled the secret of God's blood. Shiyu did not expect herself to unravel the secrets of the God's blood. All she wanted was to use its power to save herself from life and death flower sacrificial art. His Majesty also bestowed her with some tips on consuming the God's blood. She could tell the notebook had been personally written by His Majesty. Shiyu had memorized every single word in it. She had read it several times and knew its contents like the back of her hand. She knew she only had one chance. Given such an excellent chance, if she still could not succeed, she might as well die. She took a deep breath of air. A determined look flashed across her eyes. She was extremely certain that her fate had come to a turning point. She threw the crystal into her mouth. Crack! The crystal wasn't as hard as she thought. It broke easily like an ice cube in her mouth. A wisp of aura flowed down her throat and entered her body. A look of agony suddenly appeared on Shiyu's pale white face. The mysterious aura in her body diffused to her surroundings. The ground beneath her feet was reduced to fine powder silently. Instead of flying up into the air, the fine powder stayed on the ground and undulated like rippling water. An invisible energy wave engulfed the room, slowly distorting the dimensions of space. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, Golden Thread and Blood Plum Blossom. Chapter 603, Golden Thread and Blood Plum Blossom. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. At this moment, Shiyu felt like she was in a furnace. Burning agony rendered her mind blank. Her surroundings had become a blur, drifting past her eyes like undulating water plants. She remembered what His Majesty's notebook said and tried her best to protect her mind. Despite her efforts, she was still too weak and fragile in the face of the domineering and terrifying God's blood. Boiling hot, her entire body was boiling hot. She wanted to howl in anguish, but she could not make any noise. Every bone in her body felt as if it was being scorched. In a daze, she felt as though she was a sacrificial offering from ancient times that was tied to stone pillar and burned in a raging inferno. She seemed to see stars falling from the sky like rain, a distant sea churning non-stop, scorching earth fires shooting toward the clouds, and surging black smoke accompanied by sparks that swallowed the sky and covered the earth. Sorrow, fear, disappointment, nostalgia. Mysterious emotions devoured her like a surging tidal wave again and again. Every time, she felt as if she was going to go insane. She felt fear, then despair. The first section of her spinal column lit up. Following which, the second section lit up, the third, the fourth. The rate of the spinal sections lighting up only slowed after reaching the 25th one. If she saw this, she would be shocked. She was a god shaman, not a god guard. Unlocking the spinal column was a feature that could only be found in god guards. It was a pity she couldn't see this. At this point in time, she was immersed in a boundless amount of power. She was like a block of wood drifting in the sea. One moment she would be tossed up by the raging waves, the next she would be slammed heavily into the depths of the sea. Cold palace. Two people sat across from each other at a doorway. One was inside the palace, the other outside. In front of Bei Shuisheng, there was an imposing, middle-aged man slowly sipping his tea. Bei Shuisheng poured himself some more tea and asked casually, "Your Majesty, has it begun? My sensory perception is too weak." The middle-aged man in front of him was the current ruler of the God Nation, the supreme being who was most likely to dominate the world, the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor finished his tea and closed his eyes, looking as if he was tasting the tea. "Your Majesty, all I have are low-quality tea leaves," Bei Shuisheng said helplessly. The Holy Emperor opened his eyes and replied sternly, "Eh? Low-quality tea leaves? Who is in charge of buying your groceries? Is it possible that someone embezzled the funds? It seems like I have to investigate." Bei Shuisheng's voice became even more helpless. "Has Your Majesty forgotten about my habit? I like to drink low-quality tea. Ah, it has been a while since I last came here." "Shuisheng, don't blame me," said the Holy Emperor while chuckling. If someone saw this scene, he or she would be so surprised that his or her eyes would pop out. The domineering and imposing Holy Emperor actually had such an amiable side. Bei Shuisheng shook his head as he sipped his tea. "It seems like it is beginning." "Yes, it's beginning," the Holy Emperor replied. He placed the teacup on the threshold, signaling Bei Shuisheng to give him more tea. Bei Shuisheng picked up the teapot and filled up the Holy Emperor's teacup. Then, he said plainly, "I don't really understand why Your Majesty bestowed the god's blood to Shiyu." "You don't understand? Didn't you keep praising Shiyu? I thought you were still interested in her." "Is it possible that I misunderstood you?" the Holy Emperor replied with a straight face. Bei Shuisheng could not be bothered with the Holy Emperor's nonsensical words and continued, "The heart of God is just an imitation, while the god's blood is a sacred artifact." "How are they the same? Furthermore, when you bestowed the god's blood to Shiyu, it took a toll on your strength. I really don't understand why you did so." The Holy Emperor chuckled, looking slightly pleased with himself. It's extremely rare that Shuisheng doesn't understand something. In my eyes, Shuisheng is the cleverest person in the world. He slanted his eyes as a quickly ask me look appeared on his face. Bei Shuisheng acted as if he never saw the look on the Holy Emperor's face and continued sipping his tea. After a while, the Holy Emperor could not take it any longer and asked, "I thought you didn't understand? Why are you not asking me?" Bei Shuisheng looked shocked as he replied, "I thought Your Majesty didn't want to tell me about it. It's better that I don't know too much about such confidential matters." The Holy Emperor became fed up, but he couldn't do anything. Outside, whenever he flew into a rage, the world would shiver in fear. However, in the cold palace, he restrained his overwhelming might and dignity. He looked like a mellow elder. The young man in front of him possessed the highest level of intelligence in the world, but his body suffered from an odd illness. He could only stay in this icy and dull palace in order to survive. His intelligence was brilliant and magnificent, illuminating the skies of this era. Heaven gave him a peerless brain, but put him in a cage he could never leave for his entire life. The Holy Emperor loved him dearly and couldn't bear to scold him. The Holy Emperor took a sip of tea and said, "I am willing to fork over one drop of God's blood." As an elder of the God Nation, she was qualified to possess God's blood. It's just that I had not expected the flower slave to be Ai Hui, or that the positions of the flower slave and flower master had swapped. AI Hui is actually quite capable and can be regarded as a young tiger. The Holy Emperor's tone was calm. His tone sounded as if he did not even care about the renowned lightning blade. Bei Shuweixing did not retort him. His Majesty deserved to have such confidence. AI Hui might be on the rise recently, but he was still way below His Majesty's level. Currently, the only person who could contend against His Majesty was Dai Gang. Bei Shuweixing was worrying about another issue. Lu Buling has yet to challenge Dai Gang. The threat to His Majesty would continue to exist until Lu Buling challenged Dai Gang. After the battle with Enmuta, His Majesty's injuries had yet to fully heal. Therefore, if Dai Gang attacked the God Nation now, the situation for them would become perilous. If Dai Gang really has the courage to take me on, he would have laid an ambush behind Enmuta that day. Otherwise, why hasn't he come yet? He just wants to protect that small plot of land. He is no longer as dauntless as he was in the past, the Holy Emperor sneered. Bei Shuweixing agreed fully with what the Holy Emperor said. Everyone at the front line is worthless. How could they lose Nangong Wulian and Yi Bai? Even pigs are smarter than them. The Holy Emperor's face turned somber. Bei Shuweixing knew if it weren't for the dire situation at the front line, His Majesty wouldn't have taken such a risk. Your Majesty, calm down. Yi Bai has the protection of the heart of God, so he should be safe and sound. In contrast, we have to make some arrangements for the Beast Venom Temple as soon as possible, Bei Shuweixing appeased the Holy Emperor. Yi Bai had the protection of the heart of God, but Nangong Wulian did not. The latter's chances of survival were very low. Even though Bei Shuweixing did not like Nangong Wulian, he still recognized the Beast Venom Temple's importance to the God Nation, which was comparable to Yi Bai's. Yi Bai single-handedly built the 6 God divisions, but the Beast Venom Temple was involved in numerous aspects of the God Nation. These aspects included blood refinement research, the cultivation of blood fiends, the internal affairs of the blood of God, the strengthening process of the blood plants and jade fruits, cost reduction project for blood fiends, etc. If anything was to happen to the Beast Venom Temple, the negative impacts on the God Nation might not be obvious at the beginning, but they would definitely bleed out the country in the long run. The Holy Emperor shook his head and replied, "We will wait a while longer." Even though Wulian's talent level is ordinary, he has worked diligently for many years. It was not easy for him to make it this far. What if he is still alive after we find a new palace master? Aren't we letting him down then? Bei Shuweixing nodded his head and replied, "Your Majesty, you're right. I did not think this through." Suddenly, the Holy Emperor let out a soft gasp of surprise. Then, he spoke with a slight tone of astonishment, "Shi Yu's talent is much higher than I thought." Upon hearing these words, Bei Shuweixing looked through the door toward the direction of Shi Yu's residence. Inside a dark room, Shi Yu's body floated in midair, appearing as though she was being carried by a pair of invisible hands. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she couldn't feel anything at this moment. Her red dress drifted elegantly and slowly, appearing as though she was submerged in water. The 32 vertebrae of her spinal column gave off a dazzling radiance through her back. The topmost vertebra was like a stubborn fortress that refused to light up. There was a strand of hair like golden thread that ran through her dazzling spinal column. It could be seen clearly. For every vertebra that lit up, Shi Yu's body would be tempered once. With 32 vertebrae lit up, her flesh and blood had been tempered to a nearly perfect state. Her body looked as if it was made up of sparkling and translucent white jade, giving off a gentle luster. Her internal organs could be clearly seen as well. Only a powerful body could withstand the might of God's blood. If she was awake now, she would know that she had passed the first stage. If one's level of talent wasn't outstanding enough, he or she wouldn't last through the process of body tempering and wouldn't withstood the might of the God's blood. As a result, he or she would explode and die. This was why the Holy Emperor felt surprised. Shi Yu was a God shaman. Her talents lay in her mind, not her body. It was truly surprising to see her withstand the God's blood. The last vertebra could not be activated through. Suddenly, the golden thread that ran through her spinal column split into 2 and came out from her tailbone. One golden thread flowed through her internal organs, entered her skull, and finally stopped, staying at her glabella. The other golden thread, however, pounced on the glistening blood plum blossom on her left chest. The blood plum blossom looked as though it had detected danger as it trembled violently. However, it couldn't break free of the golden thread. The golden thread wrapped around the blood plum blossom rapidly. A trace of dazzling golden glow appeared on the edge of the glistening blood plum blossom, making it look luxurious. Suddenly, the blood plum blossom erupted with a bloody glow. The bright and terrifying bloody glow dyed the room crimson. The trace of golden brilliance around the edge of the blood plum blossom did not change at all, but the bloody glow released by the blood plum blossom was folding up gradually. Like a golden shackle, the trace of golden brilliance bound the torrential bloody glow tightly, causing it to fold up repeatedly. The bloody glow that filled the room looked as if it was being pulled by an invisible hand. Eventually, it became a plum blossom-shaped beam of red light. The beam of red light was like a sparkling and translucent crimson chalcedony. Plum blossoms spiraled around the beam of red light. The auras of death and life were intertwining. A demonic and mysterious aura pressed against the golden radiance. The blood plum blossom on Shiyu's chest began to implode, but it was still trying to emerge through the beam of red light. The golden radiance and the bloody glow were evenly matched. The color of the blood plum blossom on Shiyu's chest kept on darkening, becoming as black as ink. Following which, it began to collapse and exuded an aura of absence filled the air. The blood plum blossom became so dark that it looked like an abyss. The golden thread that entered her glabella released a golden radiance as well. This golden radiance reinforced the one surrounding the blood plum blossom. The bloody glow continued to fold up. The number of spiraling blood plum blossoms around the beam of red light decreased. The golden spiraling was winning. Hair-like streaks of golden spiraling silently entered the abyss-like blood plum blossom on her chest, resembling ink seeping through a piece of paper. The dark and empty mark of the blood plum blossom became smaller and smaller, becoming a pin-sized black dot. Shiyu's petite body trembled, and the black dot disappeared. The golden radiance closed up and returned to her glabella. A look of agony appeared on Shiyu's face once again. The golden radiance from her glabella released countless fine threads. They spread and extended throughout Shiyu's brain like a spider web. Shiyu's body started to shiver. Crisscrossing golden streaks appeared on her face and brain. The golden radiance looked as if it wanted to break out of her head. Suddenly, the golden radiance froze. Like a receding tidal wave, it gushed out from Shiyu's brain. Following which, it pounced toward Shiyu's heart like a hungry shark that had smelled its prey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604, The Blood Eye on the Bandage. Chapter 604, The Blood Eye on the Bandage. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. The atmosphere on the fishbone was tense. Enemy forces were at their doorstep, and we suddenly fainted at this critical moment. This only exacerbated the already difficult situation. Previously, after the Pinwheel Sword's raid on the enemy encampment, we unwittingly became the pillar of support for everyone, especially the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. In the past, they were insecure and doubtful of themselves. Nowadays, they had become tenacious warriors. Some of them were even proud and arrogant. All of them had no choice but to admit that Hui was qualified to lead the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Tom Gui and Eugene, who were generals that came from New Light City, were won over by Hui as well. Needless to say, Kaning was the #1 supporter of Hui currently. A group of people surrounded Hui's tent. All of them had worried and anxious looks on their faces. Right now, Lu Lan was treating Hui. Everyone hoped that Hui could regain consciousness as soon as possible. Suddenly, a faint golden radiance erupted from the tent. Such domineering energy! Xiao Shan's indifferent face stirred. The masters at the scene looked at each other and saw the uncertainty in each other's eyes. The golden radiance was muted, but its domineering aura was able to set off fear and trepidation in them. They were very sensitive toward auras and could feel the ferocity of the golden radiance. In the tent, Lu Lan's eyes flickered with a red glow. A trace of golden radiance appeared in Hui's body. This trace of golden radiance was extremely domineering, rampaging through Hui's body and causing chaos everywhere. Before this happened, Hui's body was already very weak, depending on the vitality branches and the sword cloud to survive. This balance was toppled after the trace of golden radiance went on a rampage in his body, causing Hui to fall into a coma. No one knew what the aura of the golden radiance was, except for Lu Lan. A drop of golden blood appeared in his palm as a look of doubt flashed across his eyes. The aura from the drop of golden blood was exactly same as the golden radiance. Hui had said before that this was the blood of a demonic god. Hui had a total of 2 drops of the demonic god's blood. One was used on the stone statue, which became the demonic god armor. The other one was given to Lu Lan. Where had Hui gotten these 2 drops of demonic god's blood from? Lu Lan did not understand what was going on. However, he did not want to fuss over this problem for too long. Right now, time was running out. The most important thing to do now was to save Hui's life. Lu Lan was unusually sensitive to this aura. When he first saw the demonic god's blood, he knew this item was extremely beneficial for him. However, he did not try to consume it because Hui had told him that the demonic god's blood was something out of the ordinary. Lulan felt that Ai Hui was right. He had seen the demonic god armor before and felt that it was very odd. Furthermore, there were still a lot of things that he did not understand about the midnight sand core in his body. He was filled with uncertainty regarding it. Out of prudence, Lulan did not absorb the demonic god's blood. However, he did not stop researching it. After studying the demonic god's blood for a very long time, Lulan finally understood why he would feel that it would be useful to him. Because of blood's spiritual force. Back in the day, when he was analyzing a blood crystal, the seal on his midnight sand core was lifted, allowing his strength to increase sharply. This was one of the many areas that puzzled Lulan. His sand core, midnight, was extremely different from other sand cores. He had recorded various types of sand cores, but none of them were like midnight. The sand core of an ordinary sand puppet used elemental energy to operate, but midnight did not work this way. The outer layer of midnight used elemental energy to operate, but its internal sections used blood spiritual force to function. This was why the seal on his midnight had been lifted when he analyzed the blood crystal. The structure of midnight was very complicated. The complexity of its structure surpassed every sand core that Lulan knew of. Its structure was similar to an onion's, consisting of many layers. The structure of midnight had a total of 9 layers. Ever since the seal had been lifted, Lulan could only fully comprehend its 3 outer layers. More and more evidence was showing that Master Shao might be from the blood of God. Given the complexity and intricacy of Midnight's structure, Master Shao was definitely not an ordinary individual. Lulan wondered if Master Shao currently was alright. His sudden yearning for Master Shao sent him in a daze. No matter where Master Shao was from or who he was, his position in Lulan's heart would never change. Lulan returned to his senses, and his gaze landed on the unconscious Ai Hui. There were 2 individuals in the world who were very important to Lulan. They were Ai Hui and Master Shao. Master Shao had gone missing, and Lulan did not want anything to happen to Ai Hui. He was just a sand puppet, a very lucky one. Lulan prepared to absorb the demonic god's blood. Previously, Lulan was not in a rush to use the demonic god's blood. This was because he had yet to clarify what effects the demonic god's blood would have on him. He could sense that there was a connection between blood spiritual force and the demonic god's blood, but he wasn't sure how deep the connection was. According to his original plan, he wanted to be more prepared before absorbing the demonic god's blood. By being more prepared, the risks that he had to take would be lower. However, when compared to Ai Hui's life, this so-called risk meant nothing to Lulan. Lulan suddenly noticed something abnormal, and his hands froze. A faint bloody color mysteriously appeared on the bandage wrapped around Ai Hui's body. The red glow in Lulan's eyes flickered rapidly. There were no wounds on Ai Hui's body. Where had the blood on the bandage came from? Lulan did not dare to lower his guard as he stared at the bandage. The bloodstain on the bandage became more and more obvious. It was as if blood was seeping out from within the bandage bit by bit. The bloodstain gathered at Ai Hui's chest area. If Lulan did not know Ai Hui's body condition like the back of his hand, he would definitely have thought that Ai Hui's chest had a huge open wound. The bloodstain became brighter and brighter, gradually forming a demonic image. An eye. The blood eye occupied almost all of Ai Hui's chest. It was a simple and unadorned image, looking like a totem from an ancient tribe. Lulan's sand core contained a huge amount of information, but he still could not find any information regarding this blood eye. The blood eye seemed to have a life of its own. It was dripping with blood and giving off a gentle luster, striking fear into one's heart. Lulan was a sand puppet, so he wasn't affected by it. He focused on observing every change that was taking place in Ai Hui's body. When the blood eye appeared, the rampaging golden light suddenly stopped in its tracks. In the next moment, it rushed toward the blood eye without any hesitation and penetrated it. The golden radiance entered the pupil of the blood eye. Following which, the cold and domineering pupil looked as if it was cast out of gold. It stared coldly at Lulan. The golden radiance that engulfed the tent dimmed, but Lulan sensed danger immediately. He discovered that he was immobilized by something, unable to move even a single part of his body. Glup! The golden pupil in the blood eye suddenly swiveled. An invisible energy wave swept across the inside of the tent. Everything in the tent was undulating, resembling plants under the sea. The sand that made up Lulan's body lost control. Specks of sand began to drift out from the external layer of his body and dispersed in the air around him. Lulan's midnight operated rapidly, while the red glow in his eyes flickered non-stop. He let go of his control over the sand that made up his body and transformed into a sandstorm that hovered in the air. The external layer of the sandstorm circled around the interior of the tent. In the middle of the sandstorm, there was a fist-sized transparent crystal that flickered with a red glow. This was Lu Lan's sand core, Midnight. Midnight was shaped like a human heart, and its flickering red glow resembled a pulsating heart. If one took a closer look at the flickering red glow, he or she would discover that every flicker was actually the red glow revolving around the crystal's surface before disappearing like a shooting star that streaked across the sky. In the center of the crystal, there was a deep and unfathomable void. It was a sand core, yet it seemed to be surrounded by an invisible barrier that separated it from the sandstorm. The sandstorm tightly wrapped up Midnight and the invisible barrier, forming an oversized sandheart. The surface of the sandheart was packed with roots that connected to every part of Lu Lan's body. Right now, these roots were swaying loosely like the roots of aquatic plants. The closer the sandstorm was to Midnight, the more stable it was. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the gold color of the pupil gradually faded, and the trace of golden radiance within it returned to Ai Hui's body. Lu Lan felt his entire body relax. That invisible energy wave had disappeared, and Lu Lan's body returned to its original form. His first reaction was to examine Ai Hui. When he saw that Ai Hui's breathing had returned to normal, he heaved a sigh of relief. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre invisible energy wave. The energy wave wasn't powerful, but he could not put up any resistance against it. Nevertheless, he had already recorded all its characteristics and would analyze them later on. After a while, the golden sheen had completely faded from the pupil in the blood eye, returning the pupil to its original crimson color. The color of the blood eye began to fade as well. Lu Lan recorded the changes taking place in the bandage and examined Ai Hui's condition at the same time. He immediately discovered something abnormal. The previously domineering and violent golden radiance had become gentle and restrained after it returned to Ai Hui's body. It even began to heal Ai Hui's body automatically. The sudden change in the nature of the golden radiance made Lu Lan very happy. Even though he still did not understand what was going on, he knew this was a good thing for Ai Hui. Still, the danger had yet to pass. Right now, there were 3 powers in Ai Hui's body. The first one was the destructive power of lightning that came from the sword cloud in his Earth Palace. The second one was the 3 streaks of green glints that flowed around Ai Hui's body. They were the primordial life force that had been formed by the vitality branches. The third one was the trace of golden radiance from the demonic god's blood. Everywhere the trace of golden radiance passed through, Ai Hui's flesh would be tempered. Following which, the 3 streaks of primordial life force would heal the wounds caused by the golden radiance as it tempered Ai Hui's flesh. The sword cloud seemed to have detected a threat and roared with thunderclaps. Its surging lightning bolts would then rip apart the flesh that had just been healed. The 3 powers formed a cycle. Every now and then, Ai Hui's body would be engulfed sequentially by a golden radiance, a faint green glint, and dazzling, silvery lightning streaks. During each cycle, Ai Hui's body would crack and heal repeatedly. The scene was horrifying. Lu Lan could not do anything about it either. The 3 powers in Ai Hui's body were powerful and mysterious. The golden radiance was from the mysterious blood of a demonic god, the green glints were from the white-robed divine physician Lu Chen's masterpiece, and the sword cloud was formed by lightning that had melded with a sword embryo from the cultivation era. One needed a lifetime to fully comprehend the profundity of any one of these powers. Who would have thought that Ai Hui possessed 3 such powers in his body? Yet, if Ai Hui couldn't form a stable balance with these 3 powers, his body would become a battlefield for them. Ultimately, his body would completely collapse. No outsiders could help him with this process. The previous problem with Ai Hui was that the primordial life force in the sword cloud could not form a complete and harmonious balance. Now that there was the addition of the golden radiance, the problem worsened. At this moment, Ai Hui's consciousness was slowly waking up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, Life and Death. Chapter 605, Life and Death. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Ai Hui's body could not move at all. When his consciousness awoke and he learned about the condition of his body, he was flabbergasted. What was the golden radiance? Its aura was somewhat familiar. At the instant that Lu Lan discovered Ai Hui had awoken, he quickly told him everything that had happened previously. The situation in Ai Hui's body was complicated, and outsiders could not interfere with it at all. However, Lu Lan could help Ai Hui by obtaining more information. Lu Lan did not talk very fast as he described every single detail with clarity to Ai Hui. He also told Ai Hui his own conjectures as a reference. After telling Ai Hui everything, Lu Lan calmed down and kept watch over Ai Hui on one side. The red glow in his eyes flickered non-stop as he continued to observe Ai Hui's condition. When AI Hui finished listening to Lu Lan's recount, he realized what was going on and immediately thought of someone. 1,000 yuan. Life and Death Flower Sacrificial Art. That was because the blood plum blossom had disappeared. AI Hui was very scared of this alluring girl who dressed in red. Like a viper that was hiding in the dark, she would bite him by surprise. After calming down, AI Hui put the issue of 1,000 yuan aside for the time being. The disappearance of the blood plum blossom signified that the life and death flower sacrificial art had been removed. He heaved a sigh of relief. All this time, the life and death flower sacrificial art had been his biggest worry. Right now, he needed to think about the terrible situation going on in his body. Blood of the demonic god. After listening to Lu Lan's conjectures, AI Hui realized what was going on. No wonder he found the golden radiance's aura somewhat familiar. He had used the other drop of the demonic god's blood on the stone statue, which eventually turned into the demonic god armor. He had not expected 1,000 yuan to possess the blood of demonic god too. Lu Lan had told AI Hui before that demonic god's blood and god's blood differed by only one word, demonic. It was likely that both of them were related to each other. Looking at what was happening now, it seemed that Lu Lan was right. When AI Hui learned about the appearance of the blood eye on the bandage and heard that the previously domineering golden radiance became gentle in nature, he understood that the bandage had saved his life once again. Now that AI Hui thought about it, he felt that the dreamland that he entered previously might be real. The demonic god armor, the demonic god's blood, and the bandage were closely linked to each other. Unconsciously, AI Hui's mind wandered. He did not know for sure whether the mysterious ancient demonic god truly existed or not. All three items, the demonic god armor, the demonic god's blood, and the bandage, were extremely mysterious and powerful. Just the bandage alone had saved his life several times. Plus, every time he thought of how the bandage saved his life, he would think of his master and mistress. A faint tinge of nostalgia lingered in his heart. His master and mistress's smiling faces appeared in his mind. The anxiety that he felt was relieved gradually. No matter how difficult the situation was, he would not lose his courage to fight on. After all, he was very lucky to be able to survive for so long. Lu Lan did not know how AI Hui would handle the news, but he discovered that the terrible situation in AI Hui's body had alleviated significantly. AI Hui was indeed AI Hui. Lu Lan was very happy. He always had a mysterious confidence in AI Hui. Lu Lan's eye slightly squinted into two crescent moons. However, he quickly clenched his fists and widened his eyes. Following which, his eyes flickered rhythmically with a red glow. He had to record every single change taking place in AI Hui's body and let AI Hui refer to them. When AI Hui calmed down and looked at the condition in his body, he felt that it wasn't as bad as he had thought. A problem would always remain as a problem. Sometimes, one had to look at the problem from a different perspective. By doing so, he or she would have a new outlook on it. AI Hui began to ponder over the problem. His first target was the demonic god's blood. Having a serious attitude when solving a problem was exceptionally important. After pondering over the demonic god's blood, AI Hui sensed something was different. After all, he had personally used a drop of the demonic god's blood before. The golden radiance in his body seemed to have weakened significantly. It did not simply become more gentle, but rather, its amount was reduced. AI Hui conjectured that the golden radiance in his body contained only 20% to 25% of a drop of the demonic god's blood. AI Hui rejoiced in his heart. If it had been a full drop of the demonic god's blood, his body would have exploded, and he would not be alive now. After AI Hui determined the amount of the demonic god's blood in his body, he placed his attention on the nature of the golden radiance. The bandage caused the previously domineering and violent golden radiance to become gentler and more restrained. However, its ability to temper his flesh had not changed. Apparently, the golden radiance did not belong to any power that AI Hui knew of. It wasn't elemental energy or blood spiritual force. Luckily, he was considered very experienced in the field of the unknown. The sword embryo and lightning were both brand new types of power. When AI Hui faced an unknown, he would think daringly, carry out trials prudently, and sort it out meticulously. This methodology was derived from his experience in dealing with unknowns. He tried to channel the golden radiance, but it wouldn't move a single bit. AI Hui wasn't surprised. Even though the bandage had reduced the destructive power of the golden radiance was from the demonic god's blood after all, so its base level was extremely high. Perhaps he could channel the golden radiance if he wore the demonic god armor? It was a pity that he could not move his body or talk at all. This conjecture could only be tested in the future. Since he could not channel the golden radiance, he tried to channel the other two powers. He could channel the sword cloud very smoothly. He was able to carry out the imbuement of Sword Cloud with a mere thought. Usually, when he was executing the imbuement of Sword Cloud, he could move any part of his body as he pleased, but at this moment, he couldn't do so. He could channel the primordial life force from the vitality branches as well, but similarly, he could feel an invisible hindrance. By now, AI Hui had confirmed that the base level of the Golden Radiance was comparable to that of the Sword Cloud and primordial life force. The Golden Radiance roamed around AI Hui's body freely. It was the main culprit of the situation his body was in. The Sword Cloud and the primordial life force had roughly reached a balance. Now that the Golden Radiance was roaming around his body freely and creating chaos everywhere, the Sword Cloud felt threatened and released lightning bolts repeatedly. The destructive aura from the lightning bolts set off fear and trepidation in AI Hui. Meanwhile, the primordial life force was picking up after the Sword Cloud and the Golden Radiance. It followed behind the Golden Radiance and the Sword Cloud, continuously repairing the damage that the other powers had inflicted on AI Hui's body. The three completely different types of power could not coexist with each other. They were like three equally powerful elementalists who disliked each other and were fighting in a deathmatch. The exuberant primordial life force, the destructive lightning, and the unknown demonic god's blood. Suddenly, AI Hui's mind jolted. The primordial life force represented life and the lightning represented death. 6 words appeared in his mind: life and death flower sacrificial art. AI Hui suddenly became excited. Having been threatened by the life and death flower sacrificial art for a long time, AI Hui had spent a lot of time and effort dealing with it. He had experienced both the positions of flower slave and flower master. As a result, he had developed his own understanding of the life and death flower sacrificial art. Life and death represented two opposite extremes, like the South Pole and the North Pole. Yet, AI Hui knew that relationship between life and death was extremely profound. If he had to compare this relationship to something, he would think of Han Li's yin and yang. However, life and death was much more profound than yin and yang. Even though it was very difficult to find areas in this world where yin and yang coexisted, they could still be found. On the other hand, no one knew any places where life and death coexisted. Life and death were two completely different states. If he wanted to bring them together, he had to find a medium. Only an extraordinary medium could bring these two completely different states together. Without any hesitation, AI Hui targeted the demonic god's blood. This bold and unusual idea excited AI Hui. Theoretically speaking, this idea was flawless and ingenious. However, how could he bring these three entirely different powers together? AI Hui suddenly thought of the image of the blood plum blossom. Essence blood. His mind jolted. Did he have anything that contained his essence blood? Yes. The bandage. Just as this idea appeared in AI Hui's mind, the bandage that wrapped around his body began to move. Like a nimble white snake, it entered AI Hui's body through one of his fingers. AI Hui's coma had caused dark clouds to loom over the defensive line. Nevertheless, the three combat divisions could not care about it anymore at this point in time. Everyone felt extremely tense. The arrival of the horde of enemy reinforcements implied that a final battle was about to begin. The Hellfire Pagoda cannons on the God-subduing peaks had been changed to beehive heavy cannons. Thick, bright red cannon barrels were pointing majestically toward the sky. Barrels of snow lava were poured into the fire reservoirs, causing the air to turn scorching hot. Fatty was walking to and fro, inspecting every pagoda cannon to make sure nothing would go wrong during the battle. Beehive heavy cannons were built using 6 Z-fire reservoirs and 1 Mu fire reservoir. This number ensured that the beehive heavy cannons could fire for a very long time. It also reduced the time needed to set up synchronized attacks. Other than replenishing the Mu fire reservoir with snow lava, the Z-fire reservoirs also increased the firepower of the beehive heavy cannons. Every Z-fire reservoir was guarded by 3 soldiers. With the addition of a main pagoda cannon gunner and a vice pagoda cannon gunner, every beehive heavy cannon would need a 20-person crew. On the God-subduing peak that was manned by the Spear of Heavy Cloud, there were 100 beehive heavy cannons. These cannons were deployed on the surface of the God-subduing peak and looked extremely spectacular. This was the first ever pagoda cannon formation. However, no one was sure whether or not it could ward off the enemy forces. The earth-shaking number of blood fiends also brought with them an immense pressure that the defenders had never felt before. When fighting a siege battle, what the attacking army needed the most was quantity, not quality. Without enough manpower, it was very hard for the offensive side to break through a heavily guarded defensive line. The number of reinforcements that the enemy had received was terrifying. They were capable of fighting a battle of attrition. The gigantic blood fiends struck an intense fear into every elementalist. Any experienced veterans could tell that these enormous blood fiends would cause huge trouble in the upcoming battle. Even Fatty felt jittery. He did not know whether or not the beehive heavy cannons could ward off these blood fiends. On the surface, he was still mocking and ridiculing the blood elementalists. Fatty's timid nature had changed a lot, but his mouth had become much more vicious at the same time. It just so happened that the pagoda cannon crews subscribed to his style of leadership. Fatty's curses were utterly savage. Every now and then, the members of the Spear of Heavy Cloud would roar with laughter, loosening up the anxious atmosphere significantly. Fatty was not the only one who felt nervous. Everyone was on high alert. Sure, Shuemon was no longer keeping watch outside Ai Hui's tent. The situation was critical, and she had to oversee her god-subduing peak personally. The Pagoda Cannon Alliance could not yet be deployed in battle, but the former Surveillance Division elites led by Xiao Shan were already on standby and prepared to provide reinforcement at any moment. Time passed bit by bit in the frozen air. The troublesome enemy scouts that bugged them previously had disappeared. The encampment opposite them was silent, looking like a fearsome beast that was gathering its strength before it pounced on them later. In the morning 2 days later, before the sun rose, the Blood Elementalist encampment was already buzzing with activity. One could even hear the roars and hisses of the blood fiends. The battle was about to begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, Beast Battalions. Chapter 606, Beast Battalions. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Helian Tianxiao looked in front of him at the 4 leaders of the Beast Battalions. The first battalion leader was named Yang Xianyong. His face was broad with thick eyebrows. His forelimbs were muscular and bulky, giving him a mountainous build. Yang Xianyong wasn't a gifted individual, but he was very hard-working. He had nurtured many outstanding soldiers who were recruited by blood divisions and god divisions. Thus, he was rather reputable in the Beast Battalions. The second battalion leader was named Xianchong. He was short and stout, resembling a young calf. He had a fierce-looking face, making him appear unusually ferocious all the time. He was brave and good at fighting, but he had an irascible temperament. There was one time when he committed a grave mistake and was almost beheaded. Eventually, he was punished by being sent to a beast battalion as a battalion leader. The third division leader was named Mo Xiaojun. His skin was uniquely dark green in color. He was tall and skinny, resembling a person who suffered from tuberculosis due to living a life of extreme debauchery. One would commit a grave mistake if he or she judged him by his appearance and underestimated him. He was a ruthless and vicious individual. The fourth division leader was named Wei Fumin. He was very short, resembling an old sun-baked farmer. His face always contained an unscrupulous smile. He had a slippery character and very few people were able to take advantage of him. This was the first time Helian Tianxiao came into contact with people from the Beast Battalions. Usually, if the God Wolf Division lacked manpower, Helian Tianxiao would directly transfer people from the Silver Frost Blood Division or the Ardent Flower Blood Division. These two blood divisions had more interactions with the Beast Battalions. How about it? Do you have any strategies? Helian Tianxiao asked amicably. The 4 battalion leaders looked at each other. After a while, Yang Xianyong stepped out and replied, "We have some ideas." Just as Yang Xianyong was about to report their ideas, Helian Tianxiao waved his hand and interrupted, "There's no need for you to report to me. All of you are veterans and should know how to fight this battle. I believe in all of you." Helian Tianxiao had led an army for many years and possessed rich military experience. He knew that he, himself, was unfamiliar with the Beast Battalions. If he commanded them, he might get in their way. Yang Xianyong and the rest weren't rookies. This was not the first time they had set foot upon the battlefield, and they were more familiar with their own subordinates. A look of relief appeared on the 4 battalion leaders' faces. They felt very motivated. After all, gaining the trust of Sir Helian was a huge encouragement that did not come by easily to them. Helian Tianxiao's facial expression turned solemn, and he said, "I don't want to emphasize the importance of this battle to all of you. I just want to tell you that everyone here is in the same boat, be it you from the Beast Battalions, the God Wolf Division, or the Silver Frost Blood Division. Everyone, including me, is in the same boat. Either we obtain a victory or we die here." Yes. A cold shiver snaked down the spines of the 4 battalion leaders. Helian Tianxiao stood up and waved his hand, "Go and capture the God-subduing peaks." Yes, the 4 battalion leaders replied in unison. Following which, they walked out of Helian Tianxiao's tent. Outside the tent, the soldiers from the Beast Battalions were ready to set off. From a distance, they resembled a dense and enormous dark mass, looking extremely spectacular. The countless broadback batfish looked like a black sea. Whenever the broadback batfish flapped their wings, black froth appeared to spray across this black sea. Set off! The Black Sea rose into the air. The sky darkened as countless broadback batfish covered the entire sky. Looking at the sky, Song Xiaoqian could not help but exclaim in admiration, "It's spectacular." All along, she had not thought highly of the Beast Battalion's fighting capabilities. However, when she saw the scene, she was overwhelmed with shock. Usually, Beast Battalions rarely had the opportunity to fight on the battlefield. Back in the day, when Yi Bai finished raising the combat divisions for the God Nation, he created a roster to increase the combat level of every combat division. There were a total of 18 combat divisions, 6 God divisions and 12 blood divisions. The roster was very packed, so the Beast Battalions did not have a chance at all. The others nodded their heads as they were shocked by the scene as well. From afar, the 3 God-subduing peaks lit up one by one. The enemy was prepared to face them. A gentle brilliance engulfed the 3 God-subduing peaks. Even the dazzling sunshine from the morning sun could not eclipse the gentle brilliance they emitted. As the number of skirmishes between the Blood Elementalists and Elementalists increased, no one in the God Wolf division dared to underestimate their enemy any longer. If it was another combat division that deployed this kind of tortoise defense, they might think that that combat division lacked courage. However, the Spear of Heavy Cloud had already proven their worth. Whether it was Hellion Tianxiao or the soldiers, all of them clearly knew that an unprecedentedly arduous battle was waiting for them. The Beast Battalion leaders sitting on their broadback batfish understood this too. The area that the enemy forces were defending was very small. The 3 God-subduing peaks had sealed up the air tunnel above the bridge very tightly. The body size of the broadback batfish was enormous, and their troops could not spread out. This implied that it would be very difficult for them to rush the defensive line with a huge number of troops. For the past 2 days, the 4 battalion leaders had been discussing how they planned to deal with the enemy's defensive line. Even though the enemy was like a thick tortoise shell, they were still able to come up with a few tactics. "We will proceed according to the original plan," Yang Xianyong said. "Okay. I will take the lead. Let's see how they react." The other 3 battalion leaders replied and returned to their respective beast battalions. The one taking the lead was Mo Xiaojun. The other 3 beast battalions separated and pulled away from each other. The enemy position was too small and could not fit so many broadback batfish. By pulling away from each other, they could prevent the sky from being too congested. Mo Xiaojun's face turned sinister. He licked his lips as a look of madness flashed across his eyes. "Ask the first unit if are they ready." The vice battalion leader beside him turned around and passed down the question. Rapidly, he received a reply and reported to Mo Xiaojun, "Sir, the first unit is ready. They can strike at any time." "Let's begin then," Mo Xiaojun replied with a cold voice. "Yes." The captain of the first unit was named Shun. He was a burly, 40-year-old man. Honestly speaking, he had not expected to be able to set foot upon the battlefield. He had spent a long time in this beast battalion. Given his current age, it wasn't possible for him to receive a promotion anymore. He had already decided to stay a few more years in this beast battalion before he retired and went home. When he heard that the beast battalions were going to provide reinforcement at the front line, he couldn't believe it. He wasn't afraid to die. From the day the blood catastrophe broke out, there were people dying daily. When one was born in times of chaos, it was normal for him or her to feel numb toward death. There were special reasons why he felt this way. When one was used to seeing death, he or she would understand how insignificant and fragile life was. There was nothing special about dying on the battlefield either. His death would only bring about some benefits for his wife and daughter. He married his current wife quite late in life. He had been very lucky, becoming a blood elementalist after surviving blood refinement. Unlike him, all his family members had already died during the blood catastrophe. His current wife was luckier than him. She had survived the blood catastrophe with her daughter. Whether he felt sorrow or grief, life still moved on. Both he and his wife were honest and dutiful individuals. After their mutual friend acted as a matchmaker for them, they got married. His wife's daughter was obedient as well as sensible, and he treated her like his own daughter. The benefits of dying on the battlefield were much better than the benefits that he would receive if he retired. Therefore, he was fine with going to the battlefield. However, he was slightly surprised that his unit was in charge of launching the first wave of attacks. Many thoughts flashed across his mind. His swiftly vision became spacious and empty. They were all alone now because their unit had already separated from the main force. There were 1,000 men and 50 broadback batfish in the first unit. This attack only needed 50 men, but Shun felt that he should lead by example since he was the captain of the unit. and Shun maintained his composure. He knew the plan of attack like the back of his hand. Right now, he was gauging their distance from the enemy line. He heard that many scouts had lost their lives in order to clarify the attack range of the enemy forces. And Shun thought to himself that that was a pity. The scouts from the God Wolf and Silver Frost divisions were elite among elites. It wasn't easy at all to train such a high-level scout. And Shun knew this very clearly. They shortly entered the attack range of the enemy forces. And Shun yelled, "Madness blood pills!" The other 49 men took out the madness blood pills that they had prepared beforehand and fed them to the respective broadback batfish they were sitting on. If God divisions were first-line forces and blood divisions were second-line forces, then beast battalions would be third-line forces. Beast battalions were mainly in charge of nurturing new soldiers for blood divisions. The strength level of beast battalions was also lower. This could be seen by the low number of blood elementalists who possessed an ability of God. The only blood elementalist with an ability of God in Shun's beast battalion was Mo Xiaojun. The promising prospects that they nurtured were usually sent to blood divisions too. Regardless, Yi Bai still formulated some simple battle tactics for beast battalions. These battle tactics made ensured that the beast battalions were useful in certain special occasions. Madness blood pills were one such tactic. Madness blood pills were created by the Beast Venom Temple. They allowed blood fiends to enter a special state of frenzy. In this state, the blood fiends would become unusually ferocious and violent, while their strength would increase tremendously as well. They would become creatures that had no concept of fear. The enormous size of broadback batfish and their terrifying strength allowed this tactic to be filled with destructive power. Feeling slightly sad, Shun patted the head of the broadback batfish beneath him. With a calm tone, he said, "Big Blackie, come." When a madness blood pill was fed to a blood fiend, the blood fiend's brain would be irreversibly damaged. There was very little chance that it would survive after its blood was completely burned out. Even if it survived, it would be disabled and could not return to its beast battalion. For a blood fiend, this was a fate worse than death. And Shun's broadback batfish was very docile and obedient. It had followed him for many years, and they had an extremely close relationship. Big Blackie swallowed the madness blood pill obediently. And Shun smiled and patted the back of Big Blackie. "Don't complain that I'm taking advantage of you. If you can't survive, I will die here too. We head to the underworld together." Big Blackie did not understand Shun's words as the madness blood pill began to take effect. Its facial expression was filled with agony, and its body was trembling non-stop. Countless blood patterns began to appear on the two thick bloodlines on its body. Like fast-growing vines, the blood patterns speedily spread all over its body. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The sound of skin and flesh erupting could be heard. Thick, durable white spurs of bone grew out of the front of Big Blackie's huge wings. The bone spurs radiated with a demonic red glow. Densely packed red metal spikes grew out of its long tail. They were so sharp that they struck fear in people's hearts. Big Blackie let out a roar of agony as its eyes turned blood red. Its wings began to flap violently. Suddenly, Big Blackie erupted with a terrifying strength and shot higher into the sky. And Shun had never felt such violent strength from Big Blackie's body before. Big Blackie almost dismounted him from its back. Fortunately, his reactions were fast as he grabbed on to Big Blackie's scales. Right now, his body was hanging in the air. Big Blackie continued to frantically fly higher. Only by doing so could he feel better. The surging slipstream made it difficult for Shun to stabilize his body. Even though Shun had trained this tactic many times, this was the first time he had personally executed it. Big Blackie's body stopped trembling, and Shun knew that the drug had taken effect completely. And Shun continued to hold on to Big Blackie's scales tightly. His palms dripped with blood after being cut by Big Blackie's scales. He looked as if he felt nothing and roared at the top of his lungs in the face of the violent wind, "Big Blackie, charge." As though it heard Shun's command, Big Blackie drew an arc in the sky and flew toward the God-subduing peaks. A faint bloody glow engulfed Big Blackie and Shun's bodies. Like a meteor falling from the sky, Shun and Big Blackie dived down from the heavens with raging flames and a deafening whistle. Huge silhouettes appeared behind Shun and Big Blackie, following their lead closely. The bloody glow that rose from their bodies lit up the sky and illuminated the three God-subduing peaks. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, Test the Defenses. Chapter 607, Test the Defenses. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Due to their relaxed movements and enormous bodies, the broadback batfish looked like black clouds when they flew in the sky. They made one felt as if they were flying very slowly, but it was merely an illusion. Whenever a broadback batfish flapped its broad wings, it would fly for a rather far distance. They were excellent for flying long distances. The facial expressions were tense. They had never seen the broadback batfish before. Just their enormous bodies alone looked intimidating. Fatty was very calm. He had traveled extensively and even ran a business for a few years. Hence, he had very sharp eyesight. Even though this was the first time he had seen the broadback batfish, he could tell they were docile creatures that specialized in carrying heavy loads from their appearance and flying characteristics. When he saw a unit separate from the main force and lunged toward them, he could not help but furrow his eyebrows. That enemy unit only used 50 broadback batfish, strongly implying that they were trying to test the defenses. When the broadback batfish became frenzied, many people cried out in alarm. Fatty was also shocked, but when he heard the alarmed cries of his subordinates, he felt he was losing face. The chubby meat on his cheeks trembled as he yelled angrily, "What are all of you shouting for, dut?" At this point in time, Fatty already understood the enemy unit's intention. He shifted his gaze and yelled at the top of his voice, "Pagoda cannoneers, to the Hellfire Pagoda cannons!" Before he even finished his sentence, he jumped away from his beehive heavy cannon and ran toward a Hellfire Pagoda cannon. The other Pagoda cannoneers were stunned. Soon, they returned to their senses, jumped out of their beehive pagoda cannons, and ran toward the Hellfire Pagoda cannons. The God-subduing peak had been equipped with approximately 100 beehive heavy cannons and tens of Hellfire Pagoda cannons. These Hellfire Pagoda cannons were initially used to repel the enemy scouts as well as for the Pagoda cannoneers to practice with. Fatty had not redeployed them. After all, the God-subduing peak had a lot of space. Furthermore, Fatty felt that the Hellfire Pagoda cannons had a few strengths that the beehive heavy cannons did not. At certain times, they might be surprisingly useful. The area of effect for Hellfire Pagoda cannon shots were inferior to beehive heavy cannon shots, but their penetrating power was stronger and their attack range was further. They were more suitable for sniping enemy experts. Fatty had not expected them to require these strengths so soon. Like a nimble ball of lightning, Fatty swiftly arrived at a Hellfire Pagoda cannon. The light screen that engulfed the God-subduing peak began to undulate, making it very difficult for those on the outside to see what was going on inside. With agility that did not match his figure, Fatty jumped behind the Hellfire Pagoda cannon and yelled, "Get ready!" At every Hellfire Pagoda cannon, aside from the Pagoda cannoneer, the rest of its crew were also ready. When they saw Fatty running to a Hellfire Pagoda cannon, they had already begun to prepare. By the time Fatty gave his order, all of them had finished preparing. The barrel of Fatty's Hellfire Pagoda cannon swiftly turned bright red. Fatty stood with his legs apart and used his shoulder to support the barrel. His round and plump face was extremely focused at the moment. His slightly squinting eyes flickered with a cold glint. Boom! A thunderous boom resounded through the air as white flame shot out from the barrel. Fatty felt a powerful recoil from the Hellfire Pagoda cannon. All his muscles were taut, distinctively displaying their fibers and sinew. Boiling traces of steam rose from his body, resembling a bronze statue that had just been cast. The head of the leading broadback batfish suddenly exploded. Its cranial matter, along with fresh blood, flew in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Fatty's Hellfire Pagoda cannon kept on shooting out white flames. Steam rose from his entire body. Without his knowledge, his body had been drenched with sweat. The sweat gathered and formed streams that meandered down the clearly defined muscles on his burly body. In Fatty's hands, the Hellfire Pagoda cannon felt as light as a bamboo stick. The other Pagoda cannoneers could not help but exclaim in admiration. They looked at Fatty with eyes filled with reverence. The overall recoil from a Hellfire Pagoda cannon was lower than from a beehive heavy cannon, but the number of people needed to man a Hellfire Pagoda cannon was much lower than for a beehive heavy cannon, therefore, the Pagoda cannoneers needed to withstand a stronger impact. Furthermore, when the firing rate increased, the impact that Pagoda cannoneers received also increased. The impact from such a rapid rate of fire was extremely terrifying. Yet, Fatty looked as if he felt nothing at all. Even though the firing rate was extremely fast, Fatty's accuracy had not faltered. Every time the Pagoda cannon was fired, a broadback batfish's head would definitely explode. He had not missed a single target. Fatty's facial expression was cold. He methodically reaped the lives of the broadback batfish. He had never seen a madness blood pill before, but he was able to determine the enemy force's intention. He could tell that broadback batfish weren't combat blood fiends. The enemy detachment merely wanted to use the enormous bodies of the broadback batfish as cannon fodder to attack the defensive line. Having such huge bodies, the broadback batfish had to have astonishing vitality. Ordinary injuries were unable to threaten their lives. From the beginning, Fatty aimed at their heads. No matter what drugs were fed to them, the broadback batfish were still blood fiends and couldn't survive if they received severe head trauma. The difficult part was accurately striking the heads of the fast-moving broadback batfish. Compared to their broad and huge wings, their heads were very small. They didn't have necks, and their heads were connected directly to their bodies. When they were in a frenzied state, their flying speed increased sharply, making it difficult for one to target their heads. Still, this wasn't much of a problem for Fatty. Even if the heads of the broadback batfish were smaller, he was still confident that he could hit their heads. Furthermore, the increase in the flying speed of the broadback batfish did not affect Fatty much either. Due to their physical attributes, even if they were in the state of frenzy, they still could not maneuver as nimbly as rust plumes. Fatty only found small, nimble, and vigilant blood fiends to be troublesome. The outstanding attack range of the Hellfire Pagoda Cannon was fully utilized by Fatty. By the time the other Pagoda Cannoneers took up their positions, Fatty had already slain 4 broadback batfish. A sharp, dazzling arrow gleam flew out from the top of the God-subduing peak and blew up the head of a broadback batfish. Jiang Wei was standing at another peak with a bow in hand. "Shoot their heads," Fatty reminded the Pagoda Cannoneers. The booms from the Hellfire Pagoda cannons resounded through the air like firecrackers. Every now and then, the heads of the broadback batfish in the sky would explode and they would fall from the sky. However, the accuracy of the other Pagoda Cannoneers was not as good as Fatty's. Other than hitting the heads of the broadback batfish, the Pagoda Cannoneers also hit other parts of their target, creating bull-sized bloody holes. To the broadback batfish, which possessed astonishing vitality, these types of wounds were equivalent to mosquito bites. One broadback batfish had its body riddled with tens of bloody holes, but it looked as if it felt nothing, and its momentum did not decrease at all. Helian Tianxiao, who was observing the battle from afar, had a look of satisfaction on his face. Making the best use of everything. Even though the beast battalions lack offensive capabilities, they are very useful in attacking a city or a defensive line. Back in the day, Yi Bai had spent a lot of time and effort developing these battle tactics for the beast battalions. Helian Tianxiao fell silent when he thought of Yi Bai. He respected Yi Bai greatly and was very worried for his safety. Nevertheless, saving Yi Bai was beyond his reach, and he only hoped that he could break through this defensive line as soon as possible. Song Xiaoqian had not blinked for even a split second. Her attention was entirely captured by the battle, and she did not sense the worry in Helian Tianxiao's words. Then, she spoke rapidly. "Other than Shandai, the proficiency of the other pagoda cannons isn't very high. Their previous scouting and harassment had obtained very little information. Now that the intensity of the battle had increased, the weaknesses of the Spear of Heavy Cloud were revealed." The other generals agreed with Song Xiaoqian's observation. Other than Shandai, who was 100% accurate with his shots, the rest of the pagoda cannoneers were inefficient. Dead broadback batfish kept on falling from the sky, but there were still 26 remaining. More than half of the deceased broadback batfish were killed by Shandai. Everyone felt motivated at this instant. How much could a pagoda cannon master accomplish? How many broadback batfish could he kill? 50? 100? At this point in time, the broadback batfish were less than 2 kilometers away from the God-subduing peak. To the broadback batfish, 2 kilometers could be covered in the blink of an eye. Once they could attack the God-subduing peak. Whether it was the 4 beast battalion leaders at the head of the army or Song Xiaoqian and her counterparts at the rear, all of them were rejoicing. The situation was proceeding much smoother than they expected. As the broadback batfish neared the God-subduing peak, the accuracy of the pagoda cannoneers increased greatly. The pressure that these broadback batfish faced intensified sharply as well. The speed at which the broadback batfish dived increased significantly. The pressure on the pagoda cannoneers suddenly rose sharply as well. As the broadback batfish drew closer, the pressure from their huge and creepy bodies became stronger. Many pagoda cannoneers became nervous and missed their targets. Luckily, more than half of the pagoda cannoneers were still firing at their usual level, especially Wu Feng. He had displayed an excellent control over his mental state. His battle results were second only to Fatty's. He had already killed 4 broadback batfish. One by one, the broadback batfish fell from the sky like dumplings. The last broadback batfish was less than 500 meters away from the God-subduing peak. It looked as if it had foreseen its death. Its sawtooth tail lashed out and a glowing red streak shot toward the God-subduing peak with a sharp screech. The broadback batfish's white bone spurs, moss-like blood patterns, and bright red sawtooth tail could distinctly be seen. Wu Feng could see it clearly and fired his pagoda cannon without any hesitation. Pfffff. The head of the broadback batfish exploded like a watermelon. The glowing red streak hit the God-subduing peak, causing ripples to form and drift across its light screen. Everyone's faces were astonished. The enemy's first offensive could already reach them? Fatty's facial expression remained the same as usual. He jumped away the Hellfire Pagoda cannon and roared, "Beehive heavy cannons!" This time around, the Pagoda cannoneers reacted much faster. No one hesitated, and their movements were extremely fast. Mo Xiaojun was very satisfied by the first attack wave. Even though everyone who participated in the first attack wave had died, the fact that they were able to reach the enemy's defensive position proved that the enemy was much weaker than he had expected. The second, third, fourth, and fifth units prepared to strike. Mo Xiaojun said emotionlessly. Mo Xiaojun deployed 200 broadback batfish in one go. If it weren't for the fact that the enemy's defensive line was very small and that the broadback batfish couldn't spread out in the sky, he would have committed all the broadback batfish he had. However, 200 broadback batfish were enough to overwhelm the enemy forces. His lips curled into a sinister smile, as though looking forward to something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, 12 Salvos of Heavy Cannon Fire. Chapter 608, 12 Salvos of Heavy Cannon Fire. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. On the God-subduing peak that was guarded by the Skyedge Division, everyone nervously looked at the incoming army of broadback batfish in the sky. The sight of 200 broadback batfish suffocated them. Can Master Fatty hold them back? Should be able to. Such discussions broke out everywhere in the God-subduing peak. Everyone felt deeply worried. In the crowd, there was a man was wide-eyed. Like everyone else, he was afraid of missing out on any detail. His name was He Huan. He was one of the earliest members who joined the Karakoram Sword League. He wasn't really gifted, but he was extremely hardworking. Hence, his strength was rather not bad. When Karakoram Polaris was rebuilding the Skyedge Division, she made him a unit captain. He Huan was an ardent individual with a good temperament. He was on good terms with everyone in the Skyedge Division. However, no one knew that one of He Huan's ancestors was a subordinate of the Yi family's ancestors. Being a competent individual who was very interested in military affairs, He Huan was selected by Madame Yi to join the Karakoram Sword League. Back then, Madame Yi wanted him to protect Karakoram Polaris from the dark and therefore put him in the Karakoram Sword League. After the Pearl defensive line was set up, he received a new mission, which was to observe and record down every aspect of the Central Pine faction from the dark. He Huan heaved a sigh of relief after receiving this mission. The higher-ups knew the current situation was critical, and they would not sabotage themselves. He Huan would not feel any stress if it wasn't an assassination mission. He faithfully recorded down everything he observed. Sometimes, he would even record down his own analysis of what he observed. "Captain He, do you think Master Fatty can hold them back?" a unit member beside He Huan asked him. "He definitely can," He Huan replied casually without turning around. The other members had huge confidence in He Huan and his insight. Upon hearing these words, all of them heaved a sigh of relief. If Captain He said Master Fatty can hold them back, that means he definitely can hold them back. We must believe in Captain He. He Huan's attention was placed entirely on the sky. There was a composed look in his eyes. The Spear of Heavy Cloud's daily training sessions were his main observation target. The scene of Beehive heavy cannons firing was extremely spectacular. Whenever the soldiers of the Skyedge Division were having a rest, they would choose a good spot and spectate the Beehive heavy cannons in action. That scene was much more magnificent than fireworks. Everyone would also discuss the Pagoda cannon's might. Sometimes, He Huan would give his opinions too. He Huan did not only observe the might of the Beehive heavy cannons. He thoroughly observed every single aspect of the Central Pine faction. For example, the characteristics of the Central Pine faction's core members. Fatty was an underestimated target. Before Fatty became a master, he was widely labeled as coward. It was only after he became the first ever Pagoda Cannon Master that everyone's impression of him changed. However, He Huan's recording and analysis of Fatty was completely different from the consensus from the start. Ever since Ai Hui became famous, his past was slowly revealed to the world. Many elementalists who were from his hunting group in the wilderness back in those days were still alive. Their memories detailed Ai Hui's past experience in the wilderness. Among these memories and descriptions, He Huan discovered something that was overlooked by many people. Most of the elementalists in the hunting group remembered Fatty. Some of them could not even remember Ai Hui very well, yet they had a deep impression of Fatty. It was a pity that He Huan could not personally ask other people for their opinions on Fatty. However, this also showed that Fatty wasn't as incompetent as other people thought he was. Other than Ai Hui, Fatty was the other survivor. Most people felt that Fatty survived only because Ai Hui protected and took care of him. He Huan did not think so. He could see that Fatty possessed an extraordinary sense of vigilance. Any signs of trouble would cause him to be on high alert. Fatty's arsenal was filled with vileness and treachery. Sneak attacks and traps were this fellow's favorite weapons. It was very hard for one to imagine that someone like him could become a master. When He Huan saw the first round of attacks from the Hellfire Pagoda cannons, he knew Fatty had already set up his trap. He Huan had seen the might of a beehive heavy cannon before. He knew how scary it would be if the spear of Heavy Cloud's beehive heavy cannons fired all at once. The number of broadback batfish in the sky was a few times greater than before. They formed a dense, dark mass in the sky, striking fear and shock into He Huan. In the sky, the fearless, gigantic blood fiends were like a darkish red tsunami that was filled with anger and insane power. However, for some unknown reasons, He Huan was slightly looking forward to seeing the scene of the blaze from the beehive heavy cannons colliding against the darkish red tsunami. How magnificent would that be? He could not help but hold his breath. The spear of Heavy Cloud Pagoda cannon sight on the god-subduing peak. The Pagoda cannoneers scrambled frantically from the Hellfire Pagoda cannons to the beehive heavy cannons. They were panting heavily, and their foreheads were beaded with perspiration. Eventually, their breathing calmed down. Everyone held their breaths and had their eyes wide open. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. The enormous sight for beehive heavy cannons was so quiet that one could even hear a pin drop. The sound of the broadback batfish flapping with bone spur-filled wings could be heard clearer and clearer. The air currents produced by their wings had gathered, making the sky look as if it was trembling. Let them get closer. Listen to my commands. Fatty's voice was low and deep, but it sounded unusually loud in the silent pagoda cannon sight. 1.5 kilometers. Voom, voom, voom. The sound of the broadback batfish flapping their wings resembled a gigantic air pump being pumped. Waves of air current from their wings struck the light screen of the god-subduing peak, causing it to undulate non-stop. The pagoda cannoneers could even feel the god-subduing peak trembling slightly. 1 kilometer, dot. The pagoda cannoneers could clearly see the fury in the eyes of the broadback batfish, their thick and solid white bone spurs, the vine-like and intertwining blood traces on their bodies, and the looks of insanity and malevolence on the faces of the blood elementalists sitting on their backs. 500 meters. The overly close distance between the broadback batfish and the pagoda cannon crews caused the latter's line of sight to be covered with broadback batfish, and they could not even see the sky. It was as though they were placed beneath the darkish red tsunami and were about to be crushed to smithereens in the next instant. Their foreheads were covered with beads of perspiration, and their bodies were drenched in sweat. Even though they tried their best to maintain their composure, their faces were still pale white. Some people were even licking their dried lips every now and then. Opposite from them, when Mo Xiaojun saw his subordinates get so close to the god-subduing peak, a strong sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. The god-subduing peak was too quiet. Something's wrong. The broadback batfish did not face any resistance. Is the other party really that confident? Aren't they scared of getting their fingers burned for playing with fire? Given such a close distance, even the Hellfire Pagoda cannons would not be able to hold off the broadback batfish. But why was he feeling so uneasy? The smile on Mo Xiaojun's face disappeared as beads of perspiration appeared on his forehead. He could not help but clench his fist tightly, causing his fingers to turn white. His wide eyes could not blink at all, fearing that he might miss out on some details. 300 meters. Attack! Fatty's voice was unusually low and deep, containing a tinge of chilliness. However, when it rang across the ears of the pagoda cannoneers, whose minds were on the verge of collapse, it sounded like a deafening thunderclap. Almost immediately, all the heavy cannons boomed in unison. Suddenly, illuminated red lights like streaks of red glowing swords pierced through the darkish red tsunami that was formed by the broadback batfish. Red glows? Mo Xiaojun's facial expression changed as his heart palpitated with fear. They were not Hellfire Pagoda cannons. They were too close. The spear of Heavy Cloud's pagoda cannoneers had never hit targets that were so close to them before. They did not even need to aim as the huge bodies of the broadback batfish covered their line of sight. It was insane. They had never put themselves in such an insane situation before. The enemies were getting closer and closer. The fear and anxiety they had been feeling all this time had reached their limits and erupted at once when Master Fatty gave his command. Everyone's minds were in a daze. They were frantically firing at the darkish red tsunami that covered their line of sight. Their firing rates had reached an unprecedented level. The bright red barrels of the heavy cannons gave off an eerie glow, resembling iron plates had been heated until they turned red. The buzz from the high-speed spinning inner chamber of the beehive heavy cannons was mixed with the continuous deafening booms. The streaks of red blaze that shot out from the beehive heavy cannons were like red, glowing silk. During the daily training sessions, the streaks of blaze from the beehive heavy cannons would fly for a brief moment before opening up into glowing nets that covered a wide area. However, at this point in time, the broadback batfish were too close to the pagoda cannoneers. It was too late for the blazing streaks from the beehive heavy cannons to open up. In a flash, they pierced through the broadback batfish like red glowing swords. More than 10 broadback batfish in front of them were flooded by hundreds of streaks of heavy cannon fire in the blink of an eye. The strong vitality of the broadback batfish was useless against the beehive heavy cannons. Before those broadback batfish could wail in agony, their bodies were already ripped apart by the terrifying blazes from the heavy cannons. The attacks from the beehive heavy cannons had perfectly displayed the power of heavy. If one compared the attack of a Hellfire Pagoda cannon to an awl that had a powerful penetrating power, the attack of a beehive heavy cannon would be a hammer when it had yet to open up. When the attack of a beehive heavy cannon hit a broadback batfish, the latter would freeze momentarily. This showed how terrifying the attack of the beehive heavy cannon was. The momentum of the charging broadback batfish was impeded before they were ripped to smithereens in the next moment. The heavy cannon fire continued their trajectories and hit the broadback batfish at the rear. Almost immediately, an ensuing second salvo of heavy cannon fire hit the broadback batfish that were now at the vanguard. They froze, were ripped to smithereens, and the heavy cannon fire shots continued on their paths to the broadback batfish at the rear. The third salvo. The fourth salvo. They had fired 12 salvos in one go. This was an unprecedented result, a result that they had never achieved before in training. A momentary silence descended upon the beehive heavy cannon site. The pagoda cannoneers were panting heavily, their bodies were drenched in sweat, traces of boiling steam engulfed their surroundings, and their eyes were in a daze. Clearly, they had yet to recover from the shock. They had just made a trip to the gates of hell and were still frightened. A wail resounded through the air, returning everyone to their senses. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. The darkish red tsunami that covered the sky had disappeared. There was one half-crippled broadback batfish remaining. It was wailing and on the verge of collapse. Half of its body had disappeared. Blood was flowing down its maimed body, dripping from the sky. In the quicksand zone in front of the defensive line, fragmented flesh and limbs could be found everywhere, resembling an azuric hell. A gust of wind blew across the area, and a strong bloody smell that was mixed with an unusually sweet scent assaulted everyone's noses. The pagoda cannoneers, who had just relieved themselves from the fear and insanity of death, could not help but squat down in unison and puke. Behind them, the other members of the Spear of Heavy Cloud, the Infantry Division, and the Sky Edge Division could not believe their eyes. On the opposite side, Mo Xiaojun and everyone in the God Wolf Division and the Silver Frost Division had the same incredulous looks on their faces. For a moment, both sides became unsually silent. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609, The Gamble Paid Off. Chapter 609, The Gamble Paid Off. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. Fatty stared at the scene in front of him. When he saw the enemy forces retreating like a receding tide, he could not believe his eyes. Did they win? He wiped off the beads of sweat on his forehead with a blank look on his face. His energy was completely sapped. His legs went soft, and he fell to the ground on his butt. During their daily training sessions, they had never attacked targets that were so close to them before. He was confident in the might of the beehive heavy cannons, but if the enemy forces got too close to them, they might be in severe danger. The enemy forces might rely on their thick hides and solid flesh to crash through the defensive line. Fatty did not know what was he thinking at that moment. Why would he take such a huge risk? He could have fought a safer battle. At that point in time, he felt that he had to make the enemy forces eat a humble pie. That thought had flashed across his mind like lightning. Without careful deliberations, he decided to take a gamble. Why did he want to make the enemy forces eat a humble pie? He did not think about it or know why he felt that way at that time. All he knew was that the arrogance of the enemy forces annoyed him. It was an intuition that was hard to describe. Now, he was feeling scared. A strong sense of acute mental shock caused Fatty's legs to tremble nonstop. His sweat was flowing down his face like meandering rivers. The heavy breaths that he heaved were like scorching volcanic plumes. Oh my God! Fatty's shivering lips muttered unwittingly. He wanted to find a grass stalk to chew, but his trembling hands couldn't grab a hold of it. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat sounded like a fast drumbeat in his ears. Why was his heart beating so fast? Why were his limbs so soft? He had made up his mind not to act so recklessly in the future. Acting recklessly would only shorten his life. The clamorous outburst frightened Fatty so much that his body shook involuntarily. He almost ran and hid somewhere. After a while, when he returned to his senses, he realized the noisy clamor was actually his comrades cheering. He heaved a sigh of relief because he was glad that he did not hide and cover his head with his hands in fear. That would have been embarrassing. He felt that he should stand up. Shouldn't a hero stand up with pride at this point in time? He should put his hands on his hips and look disdainfully out of the corner of his eye. Or should he put on the emotionless killer look that AI Hui had? That would look impressive too. These distracting thoughts caused his lingering post-traumatic fear to disappear unwittingly. Why couldn't he stand up? He realized that his limbs were soft like noodles, and he couldn't even exert any strength. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. He had obtained the fruit of victory with great difficulty, yet he couldn't even pick himself up now. Fatty was someone who liked to take advantage of other people. How was it possible for him to control that urge now? Is everyone dead? Don't you know you have to help me up? Fatty's angry roar was drowned by an outburst of cheers. The pagoda cannoneers were cheering jubilantly. After experiencing a near-death experience just now, all of the pressure had been released at this moment. The impressive battle results tasted much sweeter as well. Only Zhu Yan heard Fatty cursing loudly. He chuckled, but did not have any intention of helping him up. Shi Shuemun looked at the pagoda cannon site that was rejoicing and cheering wildly. The people beside her were filled with shock and amazement. Jiang Wei shook his head and exclaimed with amazement, insane. Bold. He did not expect for the usually timid Fatty to do such a reckless thing. This was amazing. He wasn't the only one who felt this way. Everyone else was amazed by Fatty. All of them usually trained with Fatty. Therefore, they were extremely familiar with Fatty's character. However, the entire process did happen and they had witnessed it with their own eyes. It was too amazing. Shi Shuemun's lips curled into a smile. Fatty can take up responsibility now. We have made a huge profit this time around. Everyone smiled in unison as an excited look appeared upon their faces. Shi Shuemun's words spoke their minds. If someone said that Fatty would become a master and take up a responsibility role a few years ago, all of them would burst out laughing. After all, he and AI Hui are the only ones who survived the wilderness, someone yelled. These words immediately gained everyone's approval. After all, he and AI Hui are the only ones who survived the wilderness. He Huan could not help but say these words in his mind. All along, he had thought highly of Fatty. His progress so far had verified He Huan's judgment. The battle just now was very short, but the battle result was magnificent. The magnificence of the battle couldn't be overemphasized. However, the extra things that He Huan saw were the minor details displayed by the entire process. The enemy forces arrived with overwhelming momentum. If they could not constrain this momentum, the subsequent battles would be tougher. The enemy had numerous blood fiends, and ordinary wounds would not strike any fear into them. Instead, they would only evoke the enemy force's insanity and bloodlust, causing the battle to be more devastating. Everyone understood this logic. However, how many people dared to allow their enemies to come so close to them before retaliating? Ordinary peoples would not dare to do this. That was because a slight moment of carelessness would allow the enemy forces to break through the defensive line. That was the worst-case scenario. However, the usually timid Fatty actually made such an insane and bold decision. The unknown potential and unique characteristics hiding beneath Fatty's timid facade were beginning to radiate brilliantly. Not only was he brave and decisive, the gamble he took also paid off. That was the most important thing. Winners made the rules and losers lived by them. This was the eternal truth of the battlefield. If a defeat could bring someone experience and prevent him or her from making the same mistakes again, then a victory could make someone more calm and composed, increasing the confidence that other people had in him or her. He Huan was feeling extremely happy. However, he was soon overwhelmed with complex feelings. Even though their side had a new general, their defensive line was much more stable, and their chance of victory was higher. Fatty still belonged to the Central Pine faction. The conflict between the Central Pine faction and Skyheart City was irreconcilable. From what He Huan saw, the Central Pine faction was strengthening every day. They were becoming more and more powerful. Right now, Skyheart City needed AI Hui to defend the front line, but could Skyheart City restrain a Central Pine faction that had matured? He was slightly worried. This tinge of worry flashed across his mind and disappeared. Swiftly, a sincere smile appeared on his face. Who could say what would happen in the future? No matter what, the most important mission now was to defend the defensive line. Everyone in the God Wolf division was feeling tense. Everyone had an ugly look on their faces. No one expected the beast battalions to suffer such heavy losses in their first battle. What kind of pagoda cannon is that? Have you heard or seen it before? Inside the tent, Helian Tianxiao was looking around. No one could tell what he was feeling right now. The shock that he felt previously had disappeared. Even after he had regained his composure, he still exuded an imposing aura. He became the omnipotent division leader in everyone's hearts once again. The low morale was slightly boosted while the tense atmosphere in the tent loosened up significantly. Song Xiaoqian shook her head and replied, I have never seen it before. It should a new type of pagoda cannon that the enemy has developed. It is completely different from Hellfire pagoda cannons. Now that we have analyzed it, we know that its attack is unstoppable and powerful at close range. When its attack has traveled far enough, it will open up and cover a wide area. The situation just now was too chaotic. Our soldiers were too close to them, and it was hard to determine the new pagoda cannon's exact area of effect. Despicable. How dare they use the Hellfire pagoda cannons to trick us earlier on? I still thought Shi Shuemon was an upright and honest individual. I never expected her to use such a despicable trick. It might not be Shi Shuemon, it might be that pagoda cannon master named Shendai. I heard this person is extremely despicable. Everyone broke into a lively discussion filled with resentment. Shut up! Helian Tianxiao roared. All the generals turned silent out of fear. Helian Tianxiao's eyes pierced through everyone on the spot like a knife, causing them to lower their heads. Don't throw away my face. There's only win or lose on the battlefield. There's nothing despicable about it. Helian Tianxiao's words were sharp like a sword. The generals who behaved noisily just now had their faces flush red with shame. The most important thing that we have to do now is to clarify the capabilities of this brand new type of pagoda cannon, Helian Tianxiao said with a calm voice. There's no such thing as a perfect weapon in this world. As long as we can find its weaknesses, we will find the key to victory. Mo Xiaojun, report. Mo Xiaojun was standing in a corner of the tent with a gloomy look on his face. He had suffered heavy losses in the battle. Not many blood elementalists had died, but more than half of the broadback batfish had been slain. He felt as though his heart was being stabbed by a sword. The chance to set foot upon the battlefield was hard to come by. Therefore, Mo Xiaojun valued this chance very much. He certainly did not expect himself to suffer such devastating losses when the battle had just merely begun. God Nation valued outstanding military service the most. Therefore, all the combat divisions were vying for the chance to enter the battlefield and obtain military merits. The 6 God divisions and 12 Blood divisions had been dominating the war, so the Beast battalions did not even have the chance to set foot upon the battlefield. If they couldn't fight on the battlefield, they couldn't obtain military merits or promotion. This chance was extremely hard to come by, and he had screwed it up. As such, he was feeling discouraged. At this point in time, if it was blood elementalists who died, it would still be alright. However, it was the broadback batfish that died just now. This meant that his current situation was far from good. When he heard Helian Tianxiao's words, he returned to his senses and said, Sir, you're right. Right now, the most important thing for us to do is to understand the enemy's new pagoda cannons. According to my estimation, the enemy has around 100 pagoda cannons. They fired 12 salvos of attacks in total. I misjudged the situation and tried to use a compressed formation to break through the enemy's defensive line. As a result, I suffered such heavy losses. Continue, Helian Tianxiao said emotionlessly. We have to clarify the power of this new pagoda cannon, its shooting range, its area of effect, etc. We also need to know how many of these new pagoda cannons they have. Since pagoda cannons need snow lava, we have to find out how much snow lava the new type of pagoda cannon consumes. We also need to know how long the enemy pagoda cannoneers can continuously fire, Mo Xiaojun continued. If I wanted you to find out more about this new type of pagoda cannon, how would you go about doing it? Helian Tianxiao asked plainly. Previously, we suffered heavy losses because our battle formation was too packed. If I am allowed to fight again, I would split my offense into 3 prongs and attack the 3 god subduing peaks from different directions. By doing so, I can prevent the enemy's pagoda cannons from concentrating their attacks on our forces. Other than that, I would increase the number of soldiers taking part in the battle and have them throw blood mist bombs to obstruct the enemy's line of sight, Mo Xiaojun replied solemnly. A look of satisfaction finally appeared on Helian Tianxiao's face. Then, he encouraged Mo Xiaojun, tomorrow, you will continue to lead the assault. Tonight, think about how you are going to fight the battle. Use your brain more and don't let me down. Don't stress over the casualties because I will replenish all of your losses. As long as you can see through the enemy's tricks, no one can take away your merits. Mo Xiaojun was overjoyed. He replied emotionally, Sir, thank you for supporting me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610, Stone Forest, Sanxi. Chapter 610, Stone Forest, Sanxi. Translator, YH Editor, TYZ, K. Kermit. After the day's thrilling battles, everyone's tense nerves could finally relax and tiredness was like the tide, coming in waves. Everyone gradually became sleepy after drinking the elemental soup. Soon enough, the pagoda cannoneers tottered around and waves of snores could be heard. Fatty did not rest. He leaned over the muzzle of the beehive heavy cannon and inspected the inner tube. He couldn't help but frown and muttered to himself, there is a crack? It really hurt the cannon so much? Fatty bared his teeth and felt the pinch. The beehive heavy cannon was costly. Without paying for it by plundering the people previously, they could not have produced it. Fatty liked to take advantage of others and was stingy. He was a famous penny pincher. He saw that after using the beehive heavy cannon for only 12 rounds, cracks had already appeared. He immediately felt the pinch and even the joy of the day's victory was diminished. Zhu Yan heard and said, Do you want to change to a new batch? He was Fatty's assistant now. Previously, the arrogant Zhu Yan would have felt insulted. His teacher was Lu Buling and he had reached the master level much earlier than Fatty. Whichever angle you looked from, neither party was on the same level. Even if they were to swap positions and make Fatty his assistant, he would still be disgusted with this damned lazy and cowardly Fatty. But now, Zhu Yan was convinced. He was indebted to Fatty as he hadn't abandoned him when they were in danger. So now, how could Zhu Yan disregard their friendship? Because of this, the arrogant Zhu Yan became an assistant to Fatty. In addition, the more time they spent together, the more Zhu Yan would notice Fatty's capabilities. Fatty was usually timid and tended to be at a loss and unable to react correctly when in danger, however, he would always show a fierce and decisive side when pushed to the wall. Fatty was sharp, alert, and would hide whenever he sensed something wrong. This was his way of protecting himself, but once he understood that he could no longer hide, he would fight with determination and resort to all kinds of unsavory tricks which would surprise others. In order to survive, Fatty couldn't care less and would be even more unscrupulous. In contrast, Zhu Yan found himself just like the flowers in the greenhouse. They looked gorgeous, but were in fact vulnerable and fragile. The dedicated Zhu Yan was undoubtedly an excellent assistant as he was born in an aristocratic family, making him well-informed and knowledgeable. In terms of innate skill and wisdom, Zhu Yan was like a weakened version of Duanmu Huanghan. Seeking revenge for the extermination of his entire family, suffering the pain of being sealed in the freezing ice for years, and learning what Lu Buling taught both in words and by example all made Zhu Yan even more resolute and decisive. Since he had attained the right state of mind, he rapidly became more mature. Fatty shook his head repeatedly. Don't have to, we can still stick with it for a while. We gave them such a huge surprise today, without figuring out the situation, they would not dare to attack us again so soon. Zhu Yan agreed with Fatty's judgment. Shortly after, Sang Jijun shouted at Fatty and Zhu Yan to attend the meeting discussing how to deal with the enemy the next day. Upon arrival, Fatty and Zhu Yan found that Silver Soldier and Karakoram Polaris were already there. One after another, everyone congratulated Fatty and teased him a little. The cheerful atmosphere soon vanished and everyone became serious. Today's war had been just an appetizer. Despite the big surprise they had prepared for the God Wolf division, it was far from enough to force them to retreat. For tomorrow's battle, the other party will certainly come up with all kinds of countermeasures. As expected, the next day's battle was unusually fierce. At the front of the defensive line, fresh red smoke filled the field, completely blocking everyone's vision. This red smoke not only contained the blood poison, but was also very concentrated. The pagoda cannoneers' vision was affected and their power output was greatly reduced. From time to time, the broadback batfish would rush out without warning from the rich blood mist and send a flurry of attacks at the pagoda cannon. The enemy's attack was not only limited to the God-subduing peak defended by the spear of heavy cloud, the other three God-subduing peaks were also under attack. In contrast, the infantry division's situation was the best. They were originally the division that specialized in close-quarter combat and what more, with Wang Xiaoshan's guidance, were as steady as a rock. Wang Xiaoshan's standard of battlefield construction was improving each day. The earth was like soft mud in his hands and could be manipulated at his will. The jagged, crisscrossed corridors and the uneven terrain were at the right height for soldiers to jump up and down. In addition, there were grotesquely shaped arches covered with sharp ridges. They were just like giant sturdy rock thistles. Soldiers were very dexterous in such terrain, but it was difficult for the huge bodies of the broadback batfish to pass through. What was more amazing was that these peculiar arches, when damaged, would repair themselves spontaneously. Once a broadback batfish fell to the ground, the quicksand would make it sink down under. This was what Wang Xiaoshan had completed overnight specifically to counter the enemy based on yesterday's attack. He named it Stone Forest, Sansi. Stone Forest, Sansi, was not impregnable, but it could bring big trouble to the broadback batfish. This brought great help to the infantry division. It could even be said that they complemented one another. The Sky Edge division was in a much worse situation, but Karakoram Polaris was no ordinary person. Although it was difficult for her to accept Ai Hui's so-called pagoda style, she was unique in her swordsmanship. The large number of sword formations she laid out around Sky Edge division contained her enlightenment of swordsmanship accumulated throughout the years. Karakoram Polaris was determined to compile the swordsmanship encyclopedia. She did not forget her wishes, regardless of how uncertain the situation was, and her diligence toward swordsmanship never stopped. She might not be an excellent division leader, but was definitely an outstanding swordsman. Sky Edge division's God Subduing Peak was gorgeous. The countless sharp swords looked like groups of dazzling silver knife fish swimming around the God Subduing Peak. If you looked closely, the sharp swords would change irregularly within the light flow, mysterious and complex. Despite this, the broadback batfish had thick skin and flesh. Excepting their heads, their bodies were not really affected by the injuries. The broadback batfish were often covered with bloody holes, yet they could still roar and continue to rush towards the God Subduing Peak. Fortunately, the pagoda cannon formations above them noticed this situation and quickly supported with artillery fire. Only then did they manage to withstand that wave of attack. The second day's battle was absolutely challenging and everyone was exhausted. The number of broadback batfish invested by the enemy was much lower than the previous day, but the attacks were more random and harder to pin down. After a day of violent battle, the enemy finally retreated. Regardless of how tired everyone was, they reassembled to discuss how to deal with the next day's battle. Fatty looked awful and did not have the previous day's victorious spirit. He said softly, "We must find a way to counter the blood mist, or else the advantage of our pagoda cannons will be significantly weakened." Today, a lower number of broadback batfish were sent out compared to yesterday, but the threat is greater and everyone is under more pressure. Not solving the blood mist problem will make us very vulnerable. Everyone nodded. They could all tell where the problem was from today's situation. However, how could they solve the blood mist problem? No one knew where to start. Before today, nobody had experienced the blood mist. Xiao Shan suddenly said, "I know a little about the blood mist." All turned toward Xiao Shan with expectation. They remembered that he was from the surveillance division, which was also the intelligence division. Sure, Shueman said seriously, "Please advise us." The reason why Xiao Shan had rushed over was because he'd seen that they were beset by the blood mist. He was a guy who did not spout nonsense and told them right away, the blood mist refined by Beast Venom Temple totals up to over 50 different types, but at present, there are 3 types which were granted to the combat divisions. Upon hearing that there were over 50 types of blood mist, everybody's expression turned somewhat sour, but as they continued to listen they were able to heave a sigh of relief. Everyone got excited. As expected, he was worthy of having been a big shot in the surveillance division, considering his detailed explanations. Understanding yourself and your enemy is the basis of victory on a battlefield. Everyone strained their ears to listen for fear of missing out on any important information. The 3 types are called Scarlet Mist, Intoxicated Beauty, and Heavenly Concubine. These 3 concoctions are difficult to scout out, but we do somewhat understand their effects. The Scarlet Mist is the most commonly seen and most dense. It's concentrated, but the toxicity is the least out of the 3 types. Also, its biggest strength is its ability to withstand wind. No matter how strong the wind, it will be incapable of dispersing the scarlet mist. I suspect that what the enemy used today was scarlet mist. For Intoxicated Beauty, its mist is indistinct and has a strong hallucinogenic effect. As long as a minute strand of mist is inhaled, you will be poisoned. Lastly, the Heavenly Concubine's color is the most faint, almost colorless. Its toxicity is, however, the strongest, and the victims poisoned by it look very terrifying. Xiao Shan paused for a short while before continuing, "Speaking of which, I am ashamed. Although we were aware of the 3 types of blood mist, we did not really research them, but..." The thought of the surveillance division focusing on Sky Heart City's internal strife while neglecting their research on the enemy caused Xiao Shan to feel ashamed of himself. A simple piece of information might decide the fate of countless people on the battlefield. Just when everyone was feeling rather disappointed, Xiao Shan inhaled deeply. However, I can still remember seeing an item which had been provided by Beast Venom Temple. It was pertaining to the important points regarding the application and storage of Scarlet Mist. Among those points there was an exceptionally important one, which was to not use water. Everyone's eyes lit up. Jiang Wei replied, could it be possible that it cannot come into contact with water? Shi Xuemon gave a clear-cut reply, let's test it out tomorrow. The most worrying factor was that they were completely clueless about the enemy's strategy. Knowing a little more would also grant them a slight advantage. Shi Xuemon was originally a water elementalist and she immediately thought of a few methods which they could try out. Fatty abruptly said, I have an opinion. Everyone turned their attention towards Fatty. Fatty continued, today's enemy scouting was undoubtedly successful. It is certain that their confidence has increased and that tomorrow's attack will be even more intense. I was thinking, maybe we could reverse the strategy of the blood mist and only mobilizing it at the crucial point. This will give the enemy another surprise. As he completed his last sentence, Fatty's speech subconsciously had a tinge of ruthlessness in it. It seemed that everyone needed to be reacquainted with Fatty. The Fatty in front of them was just like a compulsive gambler on the gambling table. Was this the same cowardly and cautious Fatty they knew? Fatty, who had been boiling with rage, was sized up by everyone. He became embarrassed all of a sudden. Ha, I was just speaking my mind. Please don't mind me. All of a sudden, Shi Xuemon spoke, I support this opinion. Everyone's gazes were involuntarily attracted to her. Shi Xuemon smiled. It's a little risky, but think about it from another perspective. Are our opponents ready? To throw in all the stakes on the third day of battle? Fatty's eyes brightened, shining. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611, The Fantasyland Within AI Huey's Body. Chapter 611, The Fantasyland Within AI Huey's Body. Translator, YH Editor, TYZ, K. Kermit. AI Huey's mind was engrossed in figuring out the changes to his body. He thought of the life and death flower sacrificial art, but did not know how to utilize it. Time was slipping away and he lapsed into a stupor. When he woke up, he astonishingly found himself under a light pillar. A faint, but unusually warm red light embraced him like a mother's arms. The dazed AI Hui clearly saw what looked like ruins outside the light pillar. Where was this? What was going on? AI Hui became alarmed. Firstly, he noticed the pillar of light on his whole body. Light pillar? He looked up subconsciously and then jerked in fright and terror. The entire sky was covered by the rolled-out, big picture of a giant blood eye. AI Hui had never seen such a strange and horrifying scene. He even had the illusion that the sky's blood eye was like a rotating living creature, watching him. The red light pillar projected from the blood eye enveloped him with a circumference of tens of feet. AI Hui forced himself to calm down. He was very familiar with the blood eye pattern as it was exactly the same as the one on the bandage. The faint red light was not harmful, but gave him a warm feeling and appeared to protect him. Bandage. The bandage had saved AI Hui many times and he felt an inexplicable warmth. The horror in his heart gradually disappeared and AI Hui calmed down, but shortly after, doubts immediately arose. Where was this? He gazed out through the light pillar. He saw a dilapidated, barren place in which not even a blade of grass grew. A few dilapidated palaces could be seen far away, but AI Hui could still clearly tell that they were already in ruins. Not far from him was the only intact palace. It was shrouded in dark clouds that drooped low, seemingly within a hand's reach. Amidst the dark clouds, lightning flashed from time to time and electrifying silvery snakes danced. The dark clouds were surging like thousands of swords gathering and moving around. The sword symphony sometimes sounded like whispering waves, sometimes like angry, roaring waves, while the dense sword consciousness stretched endlessly. The lightning and sword consciousness dispersed out of the palace from time to time and swept along the ground, leaving the affected areas all blackened, cracked, and scarred. In another location, a small tree which was half a man tall, stood still. It was an unknown type of tree with 3 branches and had a sparkling and translucent jade-green trunk. The tree had only 9 leaves. Their colors were as fresh as early spring blossoms and the tree was surrounded by a green light. Suddenly, a leaf fell out of the branch and floated to the sky. Immediately, multiple strands of fine, drizzling rain fell. The black hair like fine drizzle moistened the dry blackened ground and miraculously, the cracks on the ground gradually closed. Far from the unreachable depth of the sky, under the giant blood eye, a golden scorching sun hung solitarily in the sky. The golden glow dazzled and was piercingly cold, like a needle without any warmth. A spiritual thought flashed through his mind, Were all these events happening in his own body? Were the ruins under his feet the flesh and blood of his own body? Those ruined palaces were his destroyed 5 residences and 8 palaces. The only undamaged part was the Earth Palace. The tree was the vitality branches and the dark clouds were the sword cloud. The high-hanging golden scorching sun was the blood of God? Was this the fantasy land that the bandage created? On recalling that bizarre dream, he remembered that the bandage was the canvas that had carried the devil's painting. Previously, he'd thought that the dream was absurd, but now he thought that the probability of it being true was 70 to 80%. Nobody knew the origin of the demonic god who had managed to escape unscathed. These thoughts flashed through his mind and he tried to focus his attention on the present. Although he knew that it was a mirage, it still seemed too real. Whether it was the black and barren ground, the ruins of the palaces, the raw wood branches, or even the sword clouds. Everything seemed too realistic. Aihui tried to walk away from the red light pillar, but it unexpectedly moved along with him. Was the bandage protecting him? While Aihui was ruminating, he suddenly raised his head and looked out of the light pillar. He was acutely aware that the light outside was brighter now. Brighter. He looked up at the scorching sun hanging under the blood eye. The scorching sun was brighter than it had been earlier. The ice-cold golden glow, coupled with the blazing white light, was just like the ruthless ruler of the world and supervised the earth indifferently. The black and barren ground became even more dilapidated, but when the golden glow shone on the vitality branches and Earth Palace, it immediately provoked a counterattack. The green light from the vitality branches became even brighter and exuded vitality. In the surrounding area, green shoots constantly sprouted, budded, and bloomed. In just a short period, flowers were blooming like a piece of brocade. It was really beautiful. The dark clouds that enveloped the Earth Palace surged and raged. The silvery lightning was like a stout silver python shuttling amongst the clouds. The thunder was rolling and rumbling voices were heard, sounding terrifying. Layers upon layers of sword consciousness found their target and, accompanied by the silver lightning, moved forward wave after wave, surging towards the golden glow in the sky. Even in the red light pillar, Aihui could feel the thrill in the tripartite battle. He confirmed that the red light pillar was the bandage protecting him. It caused the golden glow shining on the red light pillar to vanish without a trace. The golden glow gradually became brighter. Apparently, it was angered by the counterattack of the vitality branches and Earth Palace's lightning sword cloud. The glaring golden glow almost turned the outside world completely white. The dazzling golden light shone on the flowers and plants that had freshly grown around the vitality branches. The vibrant flowers were wiped out with a speed visible to the naked eyes. However, the vitality branch's green light was still very tenacious and firmly met head-on with the golden glow. The battle between the sword cloud and the golden glow was much more intense. The dense sword consciousness was like the tide, pouncing onto the golden glow and heading towards the sky. Every time the silvery lightning's fragmented glow and the golden fragmented glow collided, there would be a large booming noise generated. The golden glow still continued to strengthen. It was like a cold and heartless ruler, overbearing, mighty, and awesome. Even though the blood of demonic god had been around for a long time and Aihui had experienced the power of the demonic god armor before, it was still the first time he was directly facing the power of the god's blood. It was really powerful. Looking through the light pillar, Aihui could feel the power, but somehow, Aihui did not like the scent diffused from the god's blood as its power was beyond his expectations. In addition, the aura that communicated the mighty power revealed indifference. Indifference to life. That was why Aihui did not like the demonic god armor. The powerful demonic god armor also revealed the same kind of aura, one without any sign of life and only absolute calm. It also had a sheer indifference to life and ordinary calmness. Aihui was very uncomfortable and not fond of it. Deep in his heart, he had always felt that the demonic god in his dream was an evil god. In fact, Aihui did not have much of a concept of good and evil. He felt that people viewed life from different standpoints. It did not matter whether it was the cultivator or elementalist, it was just the ups and downs, changes and replacement of the human interior. Whether it was Sky Heart City or Jadeite Forest, it was only a matter of personal interest. The aura of the god's blood always made him associate it with a non-human feeling. After all, Aihui was just a human being. Fortunately, the warm red light of the bandage isolated him from the overbearing and piercingly cold golden glow. It also enabled Aihui to witness the amazing scene. The golden sun in the sky suddenly started to rotate and began to search for targets. Aihui was startled. He saw the ubiquitous golden light shrink and move towards the sword cloud and the vitality branches. 2 golden light pillars which looked like real gold covered the resplendent green vitality branches and the roaring, thundering sword cloud. The entire vitality sapling became increasingly green and crystal clear. The rich and concentrated green glow firmly resisted the golden light pillar. At the common boundary of the golden beam and green glow, a sizzling sound abounded and the green glow continuously turned into ashes. The counterattack of the sword cloud was even more violent. The raging tide gathered by the dense sword consciousness crashed towards the golden light pillar. The minute golden glow and the fragmented sword consciousness flew all over the place and a rumbling sound could be heard continuously. The thick and solid lightning scurried out like a giant silver steel fork and swiftly submerged itself into the golden light pillar. We could even see the minute golden glow scattered near the lightning. The three parties seemed to be in a deadlock. The green light of the vitality branches stood firm and the thunder-roaring sword consciousness seemed endless. Time was slipping away. We dared not slacken even a bit. He knew the sight in front of him, though seemingly peaceful, was actually extremely dangerous. This was the conflict that was happening inside his body and any changes would have a great impact on him. He carefully and cautiously looked at every change. The golden light pillar became more and more luminous and then condensed. We felt they were like two golden transparent crystal pillars and the rays in the pillars flowed slowly. Unable to withstand the assault, the vitality branch's green light shrank and declined. The lightning within the sword cloud also lost some of its ferocity and revealed signs of weakness. Was a little nervous. If the vitality branches and sword cloud were no match for God's blood, what will become of him? Blood elementalist. No matter the result, was unwilling to accept it. After determining the existence of the relationship between the God's blood and blood of God, this was what was most worried and fearful of. But, he found himself unable to do anything. He tried to walk towards the sword cloud, but found that once he got close to the Earth Palace, he could not make any more progress. The blood eye in the sky seemed to limit the boundary of his activities. Was a little disappointed as he'd actually intended to take advantage of the red light beam to help the vitality branches and sword cloud. It seemed that this method was ineffective. At this moment, the vitality branch's green glow became unable to hold on. The last ray of green light was annihilated and the vitality branches were completely exposed to the transparent golden pillar. Was shocked. The overbearing and piercing cold golden light shone directly on the vitality branches. The resplendent green vitality branches suddenly stiffened and the tender green foliage edges became yellow and blackened. Following which, they turned into wisps of smoke. The rising green smoke in the golden light pillar appeared as long shadows. The golden glow engulfed the vitality branches at a speed visible to the naked eye. The shadows in the golden glow got increasingly clearer. They were not scattered about, as though engraved in the golden light pillar. That was was attracted by the images of the shadow. All of a sudden, his head shook as if controlled by a magical force. He stared intensely and carefully at the shadows of the green smoke and the golden glow for fear of missing out on any details. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612, Vitality Branches and the Fire Elemental Ring. Chapter 612, Vitality Branches and the Fire Elemental Ring. Translator, YH Editor, TYZ, KLKL. All along, was under the impression that vitality branches were the purest form of wood elemental energy. But, he saw the 5 different types of elemental energy: metal, wood, water, fire and earth in the freeze frame right before his eyes. All 5 elements were present. His understanding towards the vitality branches was completely and fundamentally subverted. The vitality branches had already been in Huey's body for a long period of time. In the past, he had also studied vitality branches on more than one occasion, so much so that he gained something from it. However, the sight before him made him realize that his prior understanding of the vitality branches deviated fundamentally. How was it possible? At this moment, Huey was both shocked and in disbelief. For so long he had been yet to realize the intricacies of it. But at this moment, he could not be bothered about all these things. Under the golden glow, the vitality branches were gradually being destroyed. Once he missed this opportunity, he would be incapable of prying into the marvel of the vitality branches. The overbearing and ice-cold golden glow thoroughly destroyed the disguise and the outer shell of the vitality branches. It allowed all of the changes to appear as well. Indeed, all 5 elements were present. Upon seeing the 5 types of elemental energy intertwine in an ingenious manner, we could not help but to exclaim in admiration once again. He thought of fusion energy, but the composition of the vitality branches with the 5 types of elemental energy was even more outstanding by many folds. The 5 types of elemental energy were constantly revolving in the elemental energy cycle. It was an exceptional and elaborate ring of life. The whole 5 elemental cycle's ultimate aim was to generate wood elemental energy. At this moment, we only now just realized where the astonishing healing ability of the vitality branches came from. In reality, the vitality branches were actually situated in the constantly revolving ring of life. This signified that regardless of what elemental energy was around, it would drag the vitality branches into the 5-elemental cycle, producing an unending stream of wood elemental energy. Yet peculiarly, the vitality branches' constantly revolving ring of life had an invisible dividing line. It was as if the entire ring was submerged in water and only the wood elemental energy was revealed on the surface. Have we suddenly thought of Han Li's path of master, yin yang? Metal, water, fire and earth belonged under yin while only wood belonged under yang. Ai Hui exclaimed repeatedly to himself. When the golden glow destroyed the yin-yang divide, the other 4 types of elemental energy would then be revealed. It was no wonder why the vitality branches were rumored to be the original source of wood elemental energy. It turned out that not only would the vitality branches transform, yin would transform to yang as well. It indeed was a magical yet imaginative process, which allowed the wood elemental energy to become totally different and possess a miraculous healing ability. Impressive! The vitality branches were created by Lu Chen, who was the most powerful white-robed divine physician in this generation. He definitely lived up to his name. This was the most unique and creative 5-elemental ring of life he had ever seen. Under the golden glow, it was difficult for the vitality branches to sustain themselves. The last inches of the roots began to disintegrate into smoke. On the contrary, the shadow of the golden glow was exceptionally clear. Ai Hui was aware that when the last bit of the vitality branches was destroyed, the shadow within the golden glow would disappear without a trace. Such a pity. Ai Hui's heart ineffably felt a hint of regret. At this point, he wasn't thinking about the terrible consequences that would befall his body once the vitality branches were destroyed. Rather, he felt it was such a pity that a perfect and magical 5-elemental ring was going to be destroyed. Could he stop it from happening? This intention flashed through his mind. All of a sudden, a red pillar of light was cast down from the sky, engulfing the shadows within the golden glow. Ai Hui was expressionless. He lifted his head and sure enough, the red light pillar was being projected by the giant blood eye above his head. The golden glow seemed to be afraid of the beam of red light released by the blood eye and retreated as quickly as a receding tide. The shadow of the vitality branches within the beam of red light transformed into a green glow. It did not enter the blood eye and the beam of red light subsequently disappeared. It could turn out like that? Ai Hui was overjoyed by the good news and thought of saving the sword clouds. He then looked towards the giant blood eye above him full of expectations. The time passed by slowly. Ai Hui's neck had already started aching and no light beam was cast yet. He was a little flabbergasted. Why was it not effective anymore? Inexplicably, Ai Hui felt that the blood eye in the sky seemed to be mocking him. Must have been an illusion. Ai Hui consoled himself. The god's blood, which lost its target on the vitality branches, channeled all its attacking power toward the sword cloud. Ai Hui noticed that the golden glow shining on the sword cloud became slightly more powerful all of a sudden. The sword cloud, which were barely sustained, immediately became in danger. The ferocious lightning seemed like it had lost its power and was unable to electrify the golden light pillar at all. The glow from the lightning became weak as well. Ai Hui's expression turned solemn as the lightning in the sword cloud wasn't cultivated by him. Rather, it was absorbed from the layer of clouds. It would be difficult to replenish once overconsumed. The current situation of the sword cloud was evidence that overconsumption of the lightning caused it to be powerless. Despite the lightning's attack, the golden light pillar's constant approach was unstoppable. The moment the golden light pillar shone on the sword cloud, the surging and roaring sword cloud briefly paused. But the next change was different from what Ai Hui had expected. A fine, silvery glow suddenly appeared from the sword cloud. It seemed as if it was going to escape without a trace. But the golden light pillar descended from the sky and firmly subdued it. Ai Hui then saw clearly that this silvery glow was astonishingly a streak of silver lightning. The lightning was like the thickness of a chopstick and had many fine bifurcations. It was fixed within the golden light pillar, as if it were cast from silver. Ai Hui's acute vision allowed him to see the thin, silvery lightning in the golden light pillar. It seemed as if it was subdued, but it was still struggling like before. He could tell from its continuous swallowing and spitting of lightning and the occasional shattering of the golden glow. The lightning sank into the same situation as the vitality branches. It had been confined by the light pillar released by the god's blood. However, Ai Hui's gaze could not help but fall on the remaining sword cloud. The sword cloud, which lost all their lightning, were not as weak as what he imagined. On the contrary, their resistance was now even more intense. The former sword cloud were formed by lightning and had shattered the sword embryo. Now, without the lightning, only the sword embryo's remains were left. What was a sword embryo? It was difficult for AI Hui to provide a clear and distinct answer, but he knew that the sword embryo cultivated the mind. The opening of the remnant chapter had already explained that humans' blood had a limit after all, but the cultivation of the mind did not have an upper limit. AI Hui fixated his attention on the surging sword cloud while deep in thought. Purification and refinement were the crucial points for the mind, not quantity and strength. It was obvious that the power of the sword cloud decreased significantly as they lost their lightning, but the sharp and ferocious aura was somewhat stronger than before. The golden glow was just like an overwhelming siege machine, while the surging and spiraling sword cloud was like a capstan densely packed with blades. It unexpectedly obstructed the advancement of the golden glow. AI Hui's mind jolted and he was astonished. He was suddenly aware that despite it being damaged, the sword embryo was an even more amazing existence than the vitality branches and lightning. The vitality branch's imaginative and creative composition immensely shocked AI Hui. In terms of complexity and value, the circle of life and yin yang's integration highly exceeded the god-subduing peak and hellfire pagoda cannon. The vitality branches had the most outstanding elemental energy system that AI Hui had ever seen. Even though Lu Chen wasn't a grandmaster, AI Hui believed that Lu Chen already had one foot in the door based on the vitality branches. Once Lu Chen opened that door, awaiting him would be a wide and boundless world. But the stunning vitality branches completely lacked resistance against the god's blood. The gradually weakening and further subdued lightning had once again confirmed the high level of power of God's blood. And from AI Hui's point of view, the weakest sword cloud, now it was sword embryo cloud, had displayed a much stronger potential. AI Hui felt that his understanding of many things had been constantly subverted and overturned today. He'd once inevitably believed that the reason why the sword cloud was so powerful was largely due to the lightning's strength. A sword embryo which was cultivated using the remnant of swordplay manual, versus lightning which had never been conquered by any elementalist. The question of which was stronger seemed obvious at a glance. However, the facts proved that he was wrong. The confrontation between the sword embryo cloud and the golden light pillar made them appear as if they were on par. It was evident that a short period of time wasn't sufficient to determine the winner. AI Hui tried to restrain the shock in his heart. He turned his gaze towards the lightning which was confined by the golden glow. He anticipated a little. What exactly was the lightning? AI Hui had yet to obtain any answers to this question as of now. Even though he was the first ever lightning master, he was still incapable of explaining this fundamental question. The method he'd used to cultivate his lightning proved that he was just a conductor of the lightning. He transferred the lightning between heaven and earth to his own body. This could neither enable the lightning to be purer and more condensed, nor could it change the characteristics of the lightning. Despite AI Hui's power, he knew that his understanding of elemental energy was greatly inferior to that of the creator of vitality branches, Lu Chen. The vitality branches had revealed their original state under the golden glow just a moment ago. It was in its purest composition, all of its disguise already destroyed. He then clearly saw what had happened to the vitality branches. In the event that the golden glow shone on the lightning, would the lightning, which was ultimately incapable of resisting the golden glow, expose its intrinsic quality too? AI Hui was full of expectation and opened his eyes widely. He stared at the continuously struggling lightning within the golden glow. Although it had been proven that the lightning was no match for the god's blood, the situation had benefited AI Hui greatly in being able to solve the questions which had been bugging him for so long. The lightning within the golden glow struggled continuously. However, AI Hui noticed that every time it struggled, the size of the lightning would actually decrease a little. Time always passed by quickly in the midst of concentration. The lightning in the golden light pillar shrank from its beginning thickness of a chopstick to the mere thickness of a toothpick. Just when AI Hui thought that the lightning was about to reveal its true form, he found unexpectedly that the nearly dissipated lightning persevered longer than anticipated. Within the golden light pillar, the fine but illustrious lightning was exceptionally eye-catching. It did not move a single bit. AI Hui had a lot of patience, his gaze did not waver the slightest bit. He was just like a patient hunter, camouflaged amongst the dense underbrush waiting for the appearance of his prey. Pop! A gentle popping sound rang from the golden light pillar. AI Hui's mind jolted. It's coming! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, Beat Them at Their Own Game. Chapter 613, Beat Them at Their Own Game. Translator, YH Editor, TYZ, KLKL. Just as the sun rose the next morning, the opposite encampment started to become restless. The pagoda cannoneers under Fatty were calmer and more confident after yesterday's victory. However, there was still a long way to go in becoming an experienced soldier. The atmosphere was completely tense and solemn as before. Some of them were examining the snow lava in the fire reservoirs, while a few others were cleaning the solid pagoda cannons even though they were already spotlessly clean. The unit leaders were continuously emphasizing the important points to take note of during the day's battle. Fatty gazed into the opposite encampment and was absolutely silent. His plump face was brimming with happiness just like before. His bean-sized eyes flashed with dangerous glints from time to time. The pagoda cannoneers would glance at Fatty now and then. Even though it hadn't been a long time, everyone's confidence in Fatty increased very rapidly. Zhu Yan, who was at the side, felt that this genuine and chubby fella seemed to have an indistinct and unexplainable charisma. One couldn't deny that wars indeed had an astonishing ability to push humans to their limit. Even Zhu Yan himself had a misconception. Although the war had only just begun, he felt that it was almost as long as a lifetime. Zhu Yan's mind was rather calm as the tactics had already been discussed yesterday. Fatty's exceptionally brazen thinking had unexpectedly gained the support of Shi Shueman. Soon after, everyone discussed about the possible methods which the enemy might employ. With everyone pooling their ideas and the plan gradually developing, their confidence was even stronger. However, a battle was something that could never be simply discussed behind closed doors. Ample preparation would not imply a guaranteed victory. There was always the possibility of unforeseen circumstances on the battlefield. Fatty suddenly said, "The enemy is preparing to attack." Sure enough, as Fatty ended his sentence, the blood elementalists and blood fiends soared into the sky and flew over. The glowing screen of the three god-subduing peaks became bright all of a sudden and entered combat mode. The atmosphere around the pagoda cannon site abruptly became intense as well. Everyone went into their combat positions, shut their mouths and tenaciously stared ahead. The black mass of broadback batfish was like a bunch of cumulonimbus clouds, flying towards them. The soldiers of the Beast Battalion were carefully operating the broadback batfish. Behind them, a capable and valiant expert stood upright without any fear. The surrounding few broadback batfish were each supported by an expert. One of them said faintly, "Let's begin." A few of them glanced at one another and began to channel their blood spiritual force. Rough and thick hair emerged all over the bodies of some of them, while others even grew coarse skin, sharp spurs and sparkling, densely packed fish scales. Following the changes in their bodies, they gave off a frightening and powerful aura. Blood elementalists with ability of God. Astonishingly, these few people were blood elementalists with ability of God. Right by their feet, each person had bamboo baskets filled with fist-sized black balls. One of the blood elementalists with ability of God grabbed a black ball from the bamboo basket and laughed nastily. He exhaled loudly and tossed it towards the sky. The deep and low whistling sound it made was just like the cutting sound made by a sturdy crossbow. His strength was extremely extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, the black ball unexpectedly appeared near the defensive line of the god-subduing peak. Pop! The black ball ruptured and a mass of red blood mist immediately pervaded the air, encompassing a radius of over 30 meters. The wind was strong, yet that mass of red blood mist was not in the least affected. The other blood elementalists with ability of God made their moves and the howling lingered on. The blood elementalists feared the consequences of the beehive heavy cannon's power and threw the black balls from a fair distance away. Masses of red blood mist exploded in front of the god-subduing peak. No matter how the wind blew, it did not dissipate. Rather, the blood mist quickly fused into a big mass. The pagoda cannon site was slightly stirred. Even though they had been repeatedly warned about what might happen today, the blood mist at the front of the site was so thick that it completely obstructed their vision. To a pagoda cannoneer, focusing on their enemy was a prerequisite before opening fire. If their vision was obstructed, it would disrupt their instincts. Black balls were continuously shot to within the blood mist and exploded afterwards. The blood mist was just like a squirmy red monster, advancing continuously. Zhu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, it's scarlet mist. Fatty's plan was indeed excessively risky. Zhu Yan was trembling in fear and he could not understand why Lady Shi would support his idea. A little inattentiveness would lead to a disastrous outcome. If Senior Xiao Shan's information was wrong and the enemy did not employ the use of scarlet mist, they would immediately land in a predicament. When the first mass of blood mist exploded, he observed the blood mist right away. It conformed entirely with the characteristics of scarlet mist. Fatty licked his lips and said, "It seems like yesterday's battle really pained them. They are being very cautious today." Zhu Yan had the same sentiments as he looked at the gradually advancing blood mist. With the blood mist advancing steadily, it started to enter the firing range of the pagoda cannon. Fatty also began to squint his bean-sized eyes. He suddenly replied, "Let them feign open fire." Zhu Yan got distracted. "Are we not waiting for the commands to open fire?" Fatty smiled sinisterly. If we are going to put on a show, we should wait till the end to do it. They won't feel relieved if we do not blast a few cannons. Zhu Yan reacted, that's right. Despite the quick advancement of the blood mist, we have yet to open fire. This is clearly suspicious. Once the enemy starts to suspect something, they will not take the bait. He hurriedly instructed the rest. Following the booming noise of the pagoda cannon, Fatty was clearly able to sense that the advancement of the blood mist was speeding up. Sure Shueman and the others who were nearby returned to their senses as they'd had a narrow escape. They were used to upright and straightforward battles. With regard to these kinds of crafty tactics, they were not accustomed at all and therefore completely overlooked this issue. Sure Shueman's position was very close to the front line and there were roughly over 300 water elementalists by her side. Spear of Heavy Cloud mainly relied on fire elementalists and the number of water elementalists left were few. Moreover, the majority were from the assistance unit and not the combat unit. Back then, Central Pine Valley's reputation was limited and was not attractive for the water and metal elementalists. As a result, the water elementalists recruited had very ordinary abilities. Moreover, because of Spear of Heavy Cloud's strict and high-intensity daily trainings, people got injured easily. Sure Shueman then permitted these water elementalists to assist in the soldiers' recovery process. Although they were not legitimate doctors, they were considerably effective in restoring the health of these soldiers. The water elementalists were a little nervous, but seeing Lady Shueman's calmness, they gradually calmed down as well. Madame Shueman was Spear of Heavy Cloud's core. Regardless of how dangerous the situation was, as long as she was present everyone would be relieved. Sure Shueman was listening attentively. The blood mist obstructed her vision and she could only rely on her hearing to determine the enemy's position. The sound of the wind was getting louder and clearer, which meant that the enemy was approaching. Sure Shueman was about to give an order when she suddenly stopped and felt that something was not right. At this moment, a light bulb went off in her head. There wasn't any yelling or roaring coming from the broadback batfish. She vividly remembered yesterday's scenario. The broadback batfish which had consumed medicine became exceptionally impetuous, yelling and roaring uncontrollably. The wind from within the blood mist unexpectedly did not carry any sounds of yelling or roaring. Sure Shueman remained as calm as ice and forcibly restrained herself. Trailing the blood mist, the thin blood wings of a blood elementalist with ability of God stopped trembling. He smiled, like what I said, doing more than required, but the blood elementalist's ability of God was derived from an ancient blood cicada. Another blood elementalist with ability of God shook his head and replied, being careful is not a bad thing. He agilely dodged a blaze which squirted out from the pagoda cannon. Following which, he turned around immediately and made an attack gesture with his hands. The dense blood mist did not affect the vision of the blood elementalists at all. They were like fish in water. The Beast Battalion soldiers successively fed the broadback batfish drugs and the broadback batfish started to expand in size. They became exceptionally violent, yelling and roaring continuously. However, the booming pagoda cannon noise from ahead was even more deafening. Streaks of fiery blazes clashed against the blood mist. The frantic broadback batfish were like tremendous, surging waves, charging towards the enemy from all directions. Just as Sure Shueman heard the thunderous roars of the broadback fish, a cold glint flashed across her sparkling and translucent gem-like pupils. She shouted loudly all of a sudden, prepare. The water elementalists got ready one by one. They had all sorts of equipment in their hands. Some had water elemental beads, some had bows and water elemental arrows, while some had small masses of clouds and other things. Many of this equipment was found in the mountain of materials through the night. Sure Shueman held her breath for 2 counts and then resolutely gave orders, attack. The water elementalists concurrently tossed their weapons towards the blood mist. The water elemental beads burst in mid-air and the dense water elemental energy infused the air. The water elemental arrows transformed into running water as they left the bowstrings and were launched at the blood mist. The small masses of clouds flew to the sky and immediately expanded in size. Unexpectedly, it started to drizzle. Sure Shueman inhaled deeply and gently spun Cirrus in her hand. The sky, which was clear a moment ago, suddenly turned dark with countless black clouds. Cirrus thrust it out brazenly from her hand. Dark clouds filled the sky, followed by rampant lightning and heavy rain. The raindrops pitter-pattered amidst the blood mist. The dense and unscattered blood mist from a moment ago disappeared in a flash, just like pouring hot water onto ice. The broadback batfish pouncing from all directions were revealed. The blood mist disappeared very abruptly while the broadback batfish and Beast Battalion soldiers were involuntarily distracted for a moment. At this moment, tongues of fire were squirted out from the top of the God-subduing peak. The sudden booming sound shocked them till their ears buzzed. 7 or 8 broadback batfish were immediately hit and collapsed one after another. Another head-on attack and they would sustain serious injuries. The enemy was well prepared. But the Beast Battalion soldiers responded quickly. Besides advancing, there was no other option, as retreating only meant death. Booming sounds from the Hellfire Pagoda cannon resonated in the sky. The Pagoda cannoneers, who were led by Fatty, opened fire at full force and blazing white water vapor diffused the air at the Pagoda cannon site. The broadback batfish continuously moaned and then fell. All the Pagoda cannoneers gave their best and the result was remarkable. However, there were still many broadback batfish rushing to the front of the site. But this time, the enemy had learnt their lesson and attacked from different directions. A few broadback batfish formed a team and their loose formation reduced the power of the Pagoda cannons. However, Sir Shueman and the rest were already prepared for this. The glowing screens of the three god-subduing peaks were at their brightest, all ready to resist any attack. There were not many broadback batfish remaining and they were able to resist them. At this moment, Sir Shueman's pupils shrunk. Each and every soldier on the broadback batfish was carrying a basket on their back. She remembered clearly that the soldiers of the Beast Battalion had not carried any baskets yesterday. All of a sudden, one of the soldiers grinned evilly and shattered the basket. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614, Frost Locust Grass. Chapter 614, Frost Locust Grass. Translator, YH Editor, Lucas, TYZ. A wisp of red cloud rose from the shattered basket, rolling and squirming about in the air like a bunch of locusts. The blood locusts were each about the size of a finger. Their wings were black as ink, but their bodies were fresh red and plump like drops of blood. The locusts dispersed swiftly in the air, nimbly flying toward the god-subduing peak's light screen. The blood locusts were uncountable and closely packed. Fatty's face changed slightly as he felt somewhat disturbed. Blood locusts? What were they for? An unexpected situation had occurred on the battlefield. The enemy had regarded them as their trump card, evidence that this had been plotted long ago. This sudden change took the cannoneers off guard and threw them into disorder as they weren't sure where they should aim to shoot. Fatty decided his course of action on the spot and shouted in a higher pitch, "Ignore everything else, go for the broadback batfish." Beehive heavy cannons were most suited to taking these small blood locusts down. However, at this point, the broadback batfish were too close to the god-subduing peak. Such close distance rendered beehive heavy cannons ineffective since their flames couldn't disperse in time to eliminate the blood locusts. Rather than aiming for the blood locusts, it would be wiser to focus all fire on the broadback batfish. The panicking cannoneers steadied themselves and started taking aim at the broadback batfish. The usually calm Xiaoshan couldn't help but cry out, "They're frost locust grass. Don't let them near the defensive light screen." Frost locust grass? It was everybody's first time hearing this name. While no one could tell how powerful they were, Xiaoshan's rare behavior worried them. Without hesitation, they wanted to engage whatever means they could. Sang Jijun led the archers to shoot down the blood locusts, their arrows falling like rain. The blood locusts did not move fast and weren't considered agile. Those that were shot instantly exploded into balls of blood rays. Sky Edge's sword formation operated like spiraling capstans, instantly ripping the blood locusts into pieces. Balls of blood rays blossomed in the sky like beautiful flowers. A pity no one had the time to appreciate this stunning scenery. However, there were simply so many blood locusts that it was hard to imagine. How could the baskets behind the soldiers' backs possibly contain this many locusts? Boom! A broadback batfish slammed heavily onto the spear of heavy cloud's god-subduing peak, causing its light screen to shake violently. Everyone on board jerked a little and some lost their balance. The intense quake also affected the cannoneers. Their beehive heavy cannon tilted and their cannons shot off target. A few broadback batfish looked as though they were going to slam onto the light screen. The thick vines hanging off the god-subduing peak like metal chains hoisted up swiftly like a raised anchor, hitting one of them. The broadback batfish's huge body was flung off instantly. The suspending coarse vines rose up with an alarming might and threw themselves toward the incoming broadback batfish. The god-subduing peak was like an ancient octopus rising out from the deep ocean, its durable and thick tentacles extraordinarily strong. Upon getting hit, the broadback batfish would fly over tens of meters away. The broadback batfish's astounding vitality was now clearly displayed, as no matter how far they were thrown off, they would come right back up shortly. Not only weren't they afraid, they became agitated and attacked with more power and wildness. More than 5 batfish had already dodged the cannons. Without hesitation, Sir Shueman rose into the sky. Yang Xiaodong, Xiaoshan, and others followed closely after. When faced with such colossal blood fiends, ordinary elementalists could only deal little damage. Only masters could block off their attacks. With his bow in a full moon, Jiang Wei released the bowstring, his arrows breaking the sky like light flowing and piercing the brain of a broadback batfish. Its brain exploded into a ball of blood mist. With the remaining momentum, the headless corpse slammed onto the God-subduing peak's light screen, producing layers of ripples. Everyone's attention was on the broadback batfish, so the blood locusts took this chance to invade. A blood locust landed on the light screen. Sang Jijun was preparing a shot when the blood locust on the light screen exploded with a clap. What is this? Sang Jijun was slightly taken aback. There was no remnant blood ray. Instead, there was a ball of gray mist above the light screen, which left a fist-sized ash spot. In the center, a small, grayish-white blade of grass could clearly be seen. Frost locust grass, it's really grass. The elementalist controlling the God-subduing peak cried out in alarm, it's absorbing the elemental energy from the defensive light screen. Sang Jijun turned pale. The light screen around the frost locust grass was thinning at a visible speed while the grayish-white grass was growing wildly. Sang Jijun released her bow and a golden light struck the frost locust grass. The next scene changed Sang Jijun's face completely. Clap. The frost locust grass exploded, and like an exploded die, it splattered everywhere. The next moment, many fine, grayish-white buds sprouted up. Pop pop pop. Another 3 blood locusts landed on the light screen and exploded instantly. In the blink of an eye, the light screen appeared to be covered in a layer of ugly, grayish-white moss. The frost locust grass was growing at an astonishing rate while frantically absorbing the light screen's elemental energy. The light screen around the grass was clearly thinner than other regions. Don't let it bear fruit. It's like a dandelion. Xiao Shan, who had just killed a broadback batfish, turned around to warn his teammates. He was filled with hatred at this point. While he knew about its special characteristics, he had limited knowledge when it came to dealing with this type of strange organism. Surveillance's infiltration into God Nation hadn't been smooth, so they had limited information. God Nation had come up with all kinds of new species over these few years, and Surveillance knew only names and general characteristics. Surveillance's main focus and strength were still in Skyheart City. Xiao Shan bit his lips tightly. He wanted very badly to report everything to the division leader when this was over. To let him see the number of lives involved in each report. He turned his head and saw a wild broadback fish, whizzing like a small mountain peak while emitting an intimidating roar, diving toward him. It bore its white teeth and unpleasant-smelling saliva. It was exceptionally malevolent. The soldier from Beast Battalion had a crazy expression on his face, his eyes bloodshot while shouting frantically. Xiao Shan's gaze turned cold, his finger moving slightly. The space froze suddenly, as if ice had grown all over, rapidly swallowing the diving broadback batfish and the soldier from the Beast Battalion. The broadback batfish and Beast Battalion soldier were sealed in a layer of ice. The frozen space instantly cracked. Crash! It shattered into countless pieces and fell down the sky like a basin of blood rain. Sang Jijun heard Xiao Shan's reminder. An image of dandelions drifting seedlings floated into her mind, instanting turning her body cold. The frost locust grass on the light screen grew in numbers. It was a horrifying sight. Emergency! Sang Jijun could clearly see that the number of spots on the light screen was increasing and that the screen was thinning rapidly. She knew that they had to stop the frost locust grass, or the screen would weaken and the broadback batfish would cause them heavy damage. She also noticed that blood elementalists with the ability of God had appeared on the battlefield. The battle was intensifying. The enemy saw a chance to cut in and had dispatched a huge number of elites in hopes of breaking through their defense. Without its light screen, the God-subduing peak would lose all its protection and they would be completely exposed and vulnerable to the enemy's attacks. But, how would they get rid of the frost locust grass? Frost locust grass? Sang Jijun's mind clicked. This was a kind of grass that could swallow elemental energy. Recalling the explosion of the blood locust, she became more confident in her theory that the blood locusts were merely vehicles. If it's grass. Sang Jijun immediately thought of something that could be useful. She turned around and searched. She quickly made a pile of stone eggs containing snow lava by the fire reservoir. That's right, snow lava. She spread her wings and like a quick and skillful bird, she flew out of the light screen with some snow lava in hand. She stopped by the grayish-white spot, getting ready to break the stone shell. A dazzling arrow ray brushed across her cheek. Behind her, an elite blood elementalist opened his eyes wide. A bull-sized wound could be seen on his chest. The enemy had already gotten so close? Sang Jijun was shocked. She turned and saw Jiang Wei carrying his bow on the God-subduing peak. His bowstring was still shaking and looking at her. She felt a tinge of warmth and calmness in her heart. She smiled toward him before retracting her gaze. She broke the stone shell cleanly and poured the clear, water-like snow lava onto the grayish-white spot. SSS. The grayish-white smoke rose and formed a ball that surged endlessly. An indistinct face could faintly be seen howling in grief and unwilling to leave. Somehow, the surging grayish-white mist scared Sangjijun. She thought about the human face-like elemental traces on the blood tree trunks in the blood forest. After a short while, the grayish-white mist vanished with a clap. Sangjijun suppressed her fear and looked toward the spot from earlier. The grayish-white spot had disappeared and the thin light screen was gradually returning to its usual condition. She was overjoyed. Snow lava was effective. Many people, including Jiang Wei, had been observing Sangjijun's actions and were now wild in joy, hurriedly searching for snow lava. Suddenly, an energetic voice sounded, "Let me." It was Venerable Volcano. He had been preparing snow lava at the back, and upon hearing about the intense battle, he hurried over to provide assistance, coincidentally catching sight of Sangjijun using snow lava to get rid of the grayish spots of the frost locust grass. Venerable Volcano flew out of the light screen. Without concealing his master's base level, his overflowing might was like an erupting volcano. His body was covered in a layer of scarlet light rays, as if formed from snow lava, which swept across the whole place with visible heat waves. He retrieved the calabash on his belt, raising his head and drinking its contents in a gulp. He gave a pained expression. The snow lava contained within had been meticulously made by him. The originally clear-as-water snow lava carried a golden tinge now. A wisp of transparent flame rose from over his head. Venerable Volcano took a deep breath, raising his head abruptly and opening his mouth. Boom! The dazzling, whitish-red light flame shot out from his mouth and into the sky like an erupting volcano. The blazing flame was like an enormous fire dragon, spiraling along the light screen of the god-subduing peak. Wherever it passed, the grayish spots vanished. Venerable Volcano followed this pattern, and in the blink of an eye, the frost locust grass on the light screens of all three god-subduing peaks were effectively destroyed. The elementalists started cheering. Upon losing the chance to attack, the blood elementalists abandoned the corpse-filled field and retreated like the tide. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615, The Invincibility of the Sword Embryo. Chapter 615, The Invincibility of the Sword Embryo. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. When the secret of the lightning was finally presented before AI Hui felt that his breathing had stopped for a split second. That was an illusion. In his current state, he did not need to breathe at all. The silvery lightning within the golden light pillar emitted a silvery light band. The silvery light band resembled the mysterious aurora that appeared in the night sky above freezing mountains. Following which, the silvery light band began to lengthen bit by bit like a shadow. AI Hui widened his eyes and focused all his attention on the scene for the fear of missing out on any details. Inside the silvery light band, a mysterious ring slowly appeared before AI Hui, looking as though it was flying out from the thick fog deep in a mountain. 5 Elemental Ring. AI Hui tried to suppress the ecstasy in him. He was right. Previously, he already had a hunch that the lightning might be a 5 Elemental Ring. However, when the structure of a 5 Elemental Ring really appeared in front of him, he could not help but feel excited. What would the structure of the lightning's 5 Elemental Ring be like? The glow of the 5 Elemental Ring became brighter and clearer. It was undulating endlessly with brilliant, vibrant colors. It was as if the 5 Elemental Ring was previously covered by a light muslin and now the light muslin was removed, revealing a resplendent glow. AI Hui was enthralled by it. He exclaimed in admiration numerous times in his heart. Such a magical structure. His previous comprehension of vitality branches' profundity had benefited him in many ways. Vitality branches were rings of life formed by the engenderment among the 5 elements, while lightning was a ring of destruction formed by the restrainment among the 5 elements. However, AI Hui absolutely never expected that the core of lightning was actually made up of the water elemental energy on the ring of destruction. After thinking about it again, he realized that this was the most logical answer. Clouds gave rise to lightning. This was a common knowledge that even a child would know. How come he had never thought of it? He wasn't the only one. Avalon of 5 elements had a history of over 1,000 years, but no one had unraveled the secret of lightning. Was it possible that no one had thought of this? As AI Hui thought deeper about it, he came to a realization. Vitality branches were 5 elemental rings of life. Metal, water, fire, and earth elements were yin and wood element alone was yang. Its structure was extremely exquisite. As compared to the vitality branches, the structure of lightning was rather similar, but it was more complicated and marvelous. That was because it was made up of 2 5 elemental rings. For the first 5 elemental ring, metal, wood, fire, and earth elements were yin, while water element was yang. For the second 5 elemental ring, metal, wood, fire, and earth elements were yang, while water element was yin. The two 5 elemental rings got tangled up in the air, resembling a pair of twins. Ai Hui was deeply fascinated by them. He had never seen such a profound and magical elemental energy structure before. It was at this moment that he understood why no one could decode the structure of lightning all these years. Most elementalists trained with just a single type of elemental energy. Only those who had reached a high level of cultivation could come within the reach of the 5 elemental ring. If it wasn't for the fact that Ai Hui had a unique master who used elemental traces to utilize elemental energy and break the barrier between every type of elemental energy, Ai Hui would not have come into contact with various mixtures of elemental energies and comprehended the logic behind the 5 elemental ring. The fact that Lu Chen was able to create the vitality branches as a wood elementalist showed how intelligent and talented he was. The profundity of lightning, whose structure was much more complicated and mystical than vitality branches, was far beyond mankind's imagination. If it weren't for the golden light from the god's blood, Ai Hui would not have pried into the profundity of lightning. His gaze was fixated on the two yin-yang 5 elemental rings which were spiraling and got tangled with each other. He had completely lost track of the time. Suddenly, a beam of red light descended from the sky and engulfed the two spiraling 5 elemental rings. The two yin-yang 5 elemental rings fused and transformed into a streak of silvery light that shot into the blood eye in the sky. Ai Hui returned to his senses. He looked slightly in daze. All he was thinking of was the two intertwined 5 elemental rings that spiraled untiringly. Honestly speaking, the elemental energy structure of lightning far exceeded what Ai Hui could imagine, dealing an extremely huge blow to him. He did not know how much understanding of elemental energy a grandmaster had, but he did know that the fact that no one had unraveled the secret of lightning was an out-and-out truth. After having his vision engulfed by scorching golden white light, he returned to his senses. He was in a daze for a while before his excited mind calmed down gradually. Following which, an indescribable sense of fear gushed into his mind. The elemental energy structure of lightning was complicated and elaborate, yet it was naturally mysterious. It had surpassed the limits of the current elementalists' understanding of elemental energy. However, even so, the lightning still could not withstand the golden light front the god's blood. Was the god's blood really undefeatable? An intense fear flooded Ai Hui's mind, causing his body to shiver in fear. Had someone created a 5 elemental ring that was far more complicated, elaborate, and powerful than the lightning's? Ai Hui could only laugh bitterly to himself. After the golden glow devoured the lightning, it was only left with one enemy, the cloud of sword embryo that resided in Ai Hui's earth palace. If the cloud of sword embryo was devoured by the golden glow, his body would be filled with the latter entirely. Would he become a blood elementalist then? The bitter smile on Ai Hui's face widened. He treated the blood elementalists like an archenemy, and yet he was becoming one of them. What was more ironic than this? A sword chime erupted in his ears. The clear and crisp sword chime surged towards the golden light like a tidal wave. Alright, before he died, he wanted to see what the sword embryo looked like. Was this considered dying without regrets? He could not help but laugh to himself again. Ai Hui became slightly excited. When he thought of the sword embryo, his interest was suddenly piqued. As compared to elemental energy and 5 elemental ring, the sword embryo had existed for a longer time in Ai Hui's body. The sword embryo was largely responsible for the fact that he came out of wilderness alive in the past. The sword embryo was powerful and mysterious. From the beginning, Ai Hui had been muddle-headed when it came to the sword embryo. Now, he was still muddle-headed over it. Ai Hui was filled with curiosity towards getting a sneak peek into the profundity of the sword embryo. He threw all his distracting thoughts to the back of his head and focused on observing the battle between the cloud of sword embryo and the golden light. Just like before, the golden light gathered on the cloud of sword embryo at the Earth Palace. The golden light pillar that shone on the cloud of sword embryo became stronger and more concentrated. Like a tidal wave that was formed by countless swords, the cloud of sword embryo's power sword consciousness erupted every now and then. Fine, fragmented golden rays fell through the air like rustling, golden leaves, while the sword consciousness flew in all directions like spindrift. The battle was much more intense than the previous one. The two completely different auras of tyranny and chilliness clashed into each other. Ai Hui did not dare to lose his focus. The battle between the vitality branches and the golden light pillar did not last very long. Once the golden light completely engulfed its prey would not last very long. Therefore, a slight moment of distraction might cause him to miss the scene. Ai Hui widened his eyes and placed all his attention on the battle. Time passed by slowly. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Ai Hui began to feel that something wasn't quite right. What had gone wrong? AI Hui did not know how to describe it. However, he felt that he was getting tired. Why was he getting tired? It was hard for him not to feel tired after focusing his attention for such a long period of time. He was stunned. A long period of time. He suddenly understood what had gone wrong and he shifted his gaze to his Earth Palace. Then, he froze as he couldn't believe what he had just seen. The battle between the Cloud of Sword and the Golden Light did not change at all. It was still as intense as before. How much time had passed? It was very difficult for AI Hui to accurately keep track of the time in the Blood Ice Fantasyland. However, there was one thing he was sure of. The time that had passed so far had already surpassed the total duration for the two battles between the Golden Light and the Vitality Branches, and the Lightning. Why was this so? AI Hui felt incredulous. The Cloud of Sword embryo, which he thought was the weakest out of the three powers, could actually hold back the Golden Light. Until now, it had yet to show any signs of weakening. What was going on? AI Hui was slightly puzzled. Wasn't this implying that the Sword embryo and the God's Blood were of the same level? Wait, the same level? AI Hui could not help but look at his Earth Palace again. The battle between the two sides was still ongoing. It was as intense as before. AI Hui widened his eyes once again and carefully observed the area surrounding the battle. That's right, the Cloud of Sword embryo did not show any signs of weakening. AI Hui felt really confused. The Sword embryo was so powerful that it could actually contend against the God's Blood? How could his body possess something that could contend against the God's Blood? Wrong, the question should be how was it possible that he had developed something so formidable? AI Hui almost covered his head with his hands and groaned. What was going on? After a long period of time, AI Hui finally accepted this fact. And after another long period of time, AI Hui was finally convinced that the Cloud of Sword embryo wasn't conceding to the Golden Light. Explosions continued to erupt from the intense collisions between the surging Cloud of Sword embryo and the Golden Light pillar. Time passed by slowly and neither side showed any signs of fatigue. From the start, AI Hui had been focusing all his attention on the battle. Eventually, he became numb. He even began to think about other questions. For example, how could he get out of the Blood Ice Fantasyland? From the look of it, it would take a very long time for the battle between the Cloud of Sword embryo and the God's Blood to have an outcome. Was it possible that he would be trapped here forever? However, AI Hui realized that he couldn't do anything while he was standing in this red light pillar. Who would be keeping watch over him at this point in time? It definitely had to be Lu Lan. AI Hui thought to himself. When AI Hui thought of Lu Lan, his heart was warmed. Suddenly, his mind jolted. Was it possible that Lu Lan had discovered his condition? Just like what AI Hui had expected, Lu Lan had been watching over AI Hui beside his bed all this time. At this moment, the red glow in Lu Lan's eyes kept on flickering. He had finished recording every change that took place in AI Hui's body. AI Hui's body had emitted a resplendent, green glow, flickering lightning streaks, surging sword consciousness, and the domineering yet familiar golden light. Lu Lan's conjecture was right. The Vitality Branches, Sword Cloud, Lightning, and God's Blood were having epic battles in AI Hui's body. Very soon, the green glow and the wood elemental aura disappeared. That was when Lu Lan knew that the Vitality Branches had been devoured. As the golden light intensified, the flickering lightning streaks began to dim as well. Eventually, the lightning streaks disappeared. At this moment, the golden light intensified even more. It was so intense that it looked as though it was going to shoot out from AI Hui's body. Now the golden light of the God's Blood had already occupied an extremely huge portion of AI Hui's body. AI Hui's Earth Palace, where the Cloud of Sword embryo resided in, was the only portion that wasn't occupied by the golden light. With his own eyes, Lu Lan witnessed how the surging sword embryo at AI Hui's Earth Palace withstood the golden light. At this point in time, the tent was filled with the magnificent sword consciousness and a domineering aura. That was the fallout released from the intense battle between the Cloud of Sword embryo and the golden light in AI Hui's body. Sword embryo. Lu Lan suddenly dashed out of the tent. He had come up with a solution. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616, 10,000 Swords. Chapter 616, 10,000 Swords. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. After the post-battle meeting ended, Shu Shuemon crossed the windy bridge and walked towards Fishbone. The battle today was unusually thrilling. The pride and arrogance brought by the previous victory had been crushed. The first thing Fatty did in the meeting was to apologize to everyone. Now that Fatty had thought about his risky action, he felt frightened. If it weren't for Sang Jijun's solution to frost locust grass and the timely arrival of Venerable Volcano, the battle would have become a lot harder. Today, the Blood Elementalists had taught all of them a good lesson. Just when they thought the Blood Elementalists only relied on broadback batfishes, the Blood Elementalists used reality to show them that they were not the only ones with a trump card. The Blood Elementalists utilized a multi-pronged strategy. They used the broadback batfishes as a cover and prepared the frost locust grass behind it. They had to admit that the frost locust grass was extremely effective in the battle today. It had put the Elementalists' defensive line to a gruesome test. If Sang Jijun's solution had not come as fast, or Venerable Volcano had arrived slightly later, the enemy forces would have been able to attack the God-subduing peak directly. The battle today reminded them that even though the God-subduing peak was powerful, it wasn't invincible. Fortunately, the enemy forces seemingly did not expect the frost locust grass to have such an outstanding result. Therefore, they were slow in providing reinforcements to their forces. If their experts and elite troops arrived earlier to provide reinforcements, the pressure on the Elementalists would have increased sharply and the battle would have become more arduous. Everyone was discussing the enemy's potential strategies and their own counter-strategies for tomorrow. The atmosphere of the meeting was very solemn. The situation that happened today had stricken fear into everyone. The Beehive heavy cannons also revealed their weaknesses today. Once the enemy forces got too close to them, their effectiveness would decrease. The scenario on the first day where the enemy forces charged towards them in a packed formation would never happen again. Today, the enemy's offensive routes were obviously planned with careful deliberation. They attacked from several directions to spread out the heavy cannon fire and greatly reduce the might of the Beehive heavy cannons. Fortunately, they were still able to ward off the enemy forces despite the risky situation. The atmosphere of the entire encampment was tense, but everyone's morale wasn't really affected. On the contrary, Shi Shueman was very composed. There was a huge number of rookies in the combat division. Even those veterans did not participate in many major battles before. No one, including herself, had much experience, and there were many things that they needed to figure out on their own. Since ancient times, those renowned generals built up their reputations by winning battle after battle. Shi Shueman could clearly sense that everyone, including herself, was improving. This made her very happy, and she felt hopeful. She strongly believed that the hardships of the war were temporary and that the ultimate victory would belong to them. Her only worry was Ai Hui. After the meeting ended, she went and looked for him straight away. Before she reached Ai Hui's tent, she saw Lulan instructing the Sword of Lightning's members to plunge numerous swords into the ground. It looked like some kind of sword formation. When she walked nearer, she could not help but ask curiously, "Lulan, what are you doing? How's Ai Hui?" "Shueman, we are setting up a sword formation," Lulan replied swiftly. "Lulan wants to see if this sword formation can help Ai Hui or not." "Sword formation? Help Ai Hui?" Shi Shueman was stunned momentarily. She was feeling slightly puzzled, but she did not disturb Lulan. She merely stood on one side and silently watched them work. Lulan had superb medical skills, and he must have had his reasons for doing this. Like Shi Shueman, the members of Sword of Lightning were feeling curious as well. Lulan carefully carried Ai Hui out of the tent. When Shi Shueman saw Ai Hui, she could not help but feel shocked. An intense, golden light was emitting from Ai Hui's body. He looked as though he had a sun inside his body. Such a domineering aura. Deep down, Shi Shueman was feeling astonished. The golden glow gave off an extremely domineering aura that she had never seen before. Shi Shueman could sense another completely different aura. In Ai Hui's Earth Palace, there seemed to be many razor-sharp swords swimming around. They exuded a freezing aura that resembled the cold vapor from a 10,000-year-old ice. A shocking look appeared on faces of Sword of Lightning's members. All of them were swordsmen, so they clearly knew that this was sword aura. However, they had never seen such a concentrated sword aura. They felt as if they were in the middle of a sea of swords. The tidal waves on the sea surface did not seem scary, but deep within the sea, there were actually countless surging swords. Hu Xian stared blankly at Ai Hui. He definitely knew how formidable Boss was. He was won over by Boss's attainments of Lightning Master and Master Swordsman. However, he did not expect Boss's understanding towards swordsmanship to have reached such a terrifying level. Was this the so-called sword consciousness mentioned in those ancient books from the cultivation era? There were many debates over the topic of sword consciousness. Some exaggerated its existence, some described it as godlike, and some merely felt it was a misinformation and that it did not exist all. Gu Xian did not know for sure whether or not was this the so-called sword consciousness. However, at this moment, he was completely enthralled by this aura. The cold and pure aura made him felt as though the tip of a sword was being pressed against his glabella. Every strand on his body could not help but stand on end, yet he was indulging in this feeling. For someone who was passionate about swordsmanship, such a pure and cold sword aura was like a superbly excellent wind that caused them to have difficulty extricating themselves from it. Lulan carefully placed Ai Hui in the sword formation and his eyes began to flicker with a red glow. The sword formation was a very simple, Big Dipper sword formation. Unity swords were used to set up this sword formation. Back in the day, Blind he forged a batch of Unity swords, and these were the reserves. Even though Unity swords were very costly to forge, they could use them to set up the formation as time was running out and it was too late for them to forge new swords. The sword formation did not have any reactions. Within the sword formation, Ai Hui did not have any reactions either. The golden light within his body was very stable and the spiraling sword aura was the same as before. There did not seem to be any changes. 1 hour passed. Lulan had not moved, but the red glow in his eyes continued to flicker rhythmically. Shueman sat down and looked blankly at Ai Hui with her chin resting on her hand. Her mind wandered off and one could not tell what she was thinking. Among the members of Sword of Lightning, only Gu Xian remained composed. The other members had worried looks on their faces. Until now, there were no reactions. Was it possible that this method did not work? Suddenly, an extremely soft vibrato rang across the air. Those who had sharp hearing jumped up. Shueman stood up and stared at the sword formation. Similarly, the others were holding their breaths while staring at the sword formation. The red glow in Lulan's eyes continued to flicker rhythmically. The Unity sword nearest to Ai Hui was trembling slightly. The extremely soft vibrato was produced by it. It trembled so softly that one could not even see the motion. One might even mistaken it as a result of wind blowing it. The vibrato it produced was extremely soft as well. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was concentrating their attention very hard, they would not have heard it. There wasn't a single trace of wind. The Unity swords began to tremble more and more violently, so much so that one could even see them trembling with naked eyes. The second sword began to tremble as well. Following which, the third, the fourth. The buzz from the Unity swords could be clearly heard now. Gu Xian widened his eyes in incredulity. He seemingly saw traces of fog-shaped aura seeping into Ai Hui's body. Those were. No one could tell him what those traces of fog-shaped aura were. At this point in time, everyone, including Shueman, was entirely enthralled by the sword formation. The buzz resembled the sound of a bee flapping its wings rapidly. Every Unity sword released a gentle glow. With the addition of the trembling motion, the Unity swords formed streaks of blurry light. Gradually, the Big Dipper sword formation exuded a faint luster that engulfed Ai Hui. From total silence, the area was gradually filled with sword chimes. All this time, the sword chimes produced a chilliness that struck fear into everyone's hearts. The soaring sword chimes gathered into a deafening and resounding screech, resembling the cry of a crane. Shi-i Thrying. A cold and sharp sword gleam flashed across everyone's eyes and disappeared. The glow in the sword chime disappeared. It was as if everything were back to normal and nothing had changed. Pfff. A soft, shattering sound echoed through the air. An Unity sword suddenly shattered into a clump of fine powder and disappeared into the air like a wisp of smoke. Pfff, pfff, pfff. The rest of the Unity swords shattered into fine powder and disappeared into the air as well. Even the sword hilts were reduced to fine powder too. Shueman's gaze examined Ai Hui's body carefully. Following which, a tinge of joy appeared in her beautiful eyes. The golden light within his body remained the same, however, the surging sword aura around his body seemed to have intensified slightly. The increase in its intensity was extremely small. Ordinary elementalists would not have detected it, but it couldn't escape Shueman's sharp eyes. The red glow in Lulan's eyes stopped flickering as he yelled cheerfully, "Lulan has found a solution." Lulan carefully carried Ai Hui back to his tent and then ran off like a gust of wind. As Shueman looked at Lulan's back view, her lips curled in a smile and a tinge of hope appeared in her eyes. The heavy rock on her heart had been lifted off. She clenched the cirrus in her hand tightly and left. She had to prepare for the battle tomorrow. All the blacksmiths were told to stop what they were doing and gather. Due to Ai Hui's plunder along his way to the front line, the number of blacksmiths they had now was terrifyingly huge. If one looked at them from afar, they looked like a dense and packed dark mass. Even though most of their levels were considered ordinary, their numbers still exceeded an alarming 5,000. Only Skyheart City had such an enormous number of blacksmiths, and this number was even inclusive of the Elder Guild's blacksmiths. No one was willing to give master-level blacksmiths to Ai Hui, and there was nothing he could do about it. However, Ai Hui wasn't picky at all. He did not care about the base level of the blacksmiths and swooped them all into his ranks. Because of the huge number of blacksmiths that the Central Pine faction possessed, they were able to speed up the forging process of the beehive heavy cannons for the battle. And because of this robust level of forging process, they were able to churn out beehive heavy cannons endlessly for the Pagoda Cannon Alliance to use for their daily training sessions. The blacksmiths felt slightly puzzled. Everyone whispered to each other as they tried to find out what was going on. Their everyday schedules were fully packed, and this was the first time they were being gathered like this. If it weren't for the fact that the blacksmiths here received excellent treatment and benefits, they would have suspected that they were going to be sent to the battlefield. After a while, Master He and Master Li arrived together. With both master weaponsmiths here, every blacksmith immediately quieted down. Master He's facial expression remained as usual. All along, his face was cold and indifferent. However, the usually magnanimous Master Li looked very serious at this moment. He looked around and started talking with a stern voice. "Everyone, stop what you are doing now, we have received an emergency task." A slight commotion broke out, then someone yelled, "Do we have to stop making beehive heavy cannons too?" "That's right." Li Hotang had a solemn look on his face and his tone was resolute and decisive. "All the current tasks will be pushed back and we will complete this emergency task first." A cold shiver went down everyone's spines. From Master Li's tone, they knew that the task this time around was extremely important. A glint flashed across Li Hotang's eyes as he instructed solemnly, "This time around, our task is to forge swords. From now onwards, everyone will begin to forge swords. The materials have already been prepared." Forge swords? Everyone was stunned as they scratched their heads puzzledly. Why did he need so many people to forge swords? Why did he need so many swords? Li Hotang did not explain further and dropped a bomb on them. The target for the first batch of swords will be 10,000. After a moment of silence, the blacksmiths broke out into a commotion. The target for the first batch of swords was 10,000? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617, Experimenting with Sword Formations. Chapter 617, Experimenting with Sword Formations. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Even though Mo Xiaojun and his counterparts had not captured the defensive line, Helian Tianxiao still praised them and guaranteed them huge merits for this battle. Mo Xiaojun's beast battalion suffered heavy losses and was crippled. He had a lot of blood elementalists left, but his broadback batfishes were completely expended. However, Mo Xiaojun was already prepared for this. Not only him, the other 3 division leaders were the same as well. Beast battalions were created to be sacrificed. The important thing was that they had to be sacrificed for a meaningful purpose. His strategy today had enlightened the others greatly. Solely depending on broadback batfishes wasn't enough to take down the defensive line. Instead, using a variety of methods would produce a better result. The usefulness of frost locust grass greatly exceeded their expectations. If they were adequately prepared, their battle result would have been even better. On the other hand, they were also very surprised that the enemy forces were able to find a solution to the frost locust grass so fast. This proved that the enemy forces were well trained and a force to be reckoned with. After the post-battle meeting, the 4 division leaders gathered and discussed about whether or not there were other methods other than frost locust grass. Mo Xiaojun's facial expression had already returned to normal. He was an unfeeling individual. He wasn't feeling sad because of his injured and dead subordinates, but rather because he had made little headway against the enemy forces. At this point in time, he had returned to his senses and was actively giving ideas. He did not react negatively just because the next attack would be led by someone else. He clearly knew that only a victory would salvage everything. A defeat would render all sacrifices meaningless. Only Helian Tianxiao and Song Xiaoqian were left in the encampment of the God Wolf Division. Song Xiaoqian was reporting to Helian Tianxiao with a solemn look on her face. "We have scouted the vicinity 50 kilometers from here and picked 6 potential positions. However, we still need more time before we can decide on the final position." Helian Tianxiao nodded his head and smiled. "There's no hurry. Today our offense was rather effective. I'm sure the enemy was startled. I also didn't expect Mo Xiaojun to achieve this level of success. The effect of Sir transferring over the beast battalions is instant." Song Xiaoqian's lips curled into a smile as well. Helian Tianxiao broke into a laughter. "Honestly speaking, I also didn't expect they would achieve this level of success. I'm looking forward to seeing what methods they will use tomorrow." I don't care whether their methods are effective or not, as long as they can maintain the pressure on the enemy forces and keep them distracted, I'm fine with anything they do.
Sir is right, Song Xiaoqian agreed with Helian Tianxiao's words wholeheartedly.
You don't need to be so anxious, we still have time now. However, you have to ensure that you will only succeed and not fail once the plan is set in motion, Helian Tianxiao said with a deep and low voice. I will definitely make an all-out effort for this battle. I will only live if I succeed and I will seek death if I fail. Song Xiaoqian bowed and replied solemnly.
Helian Tianxiao's facial expression returned to normal as he continued, Don't think that I'm pressuring you. Right now, we are on the same boat. Victory is our only hope now. Subordinate understands.
Song Xiaoqian replied resolutely.
Go.
Yes. On a valley not far away from the forge. All the weeds and bushes in the valley had been cleared off, leaving nothing at all. He Huan had followed Gu Xian to the valley. He looked around, feeling nervous. Was it possible that they had discovered his real identity? Were they going to kill him by bringing him to such a desolate place? He was racking his brain to find what he had done wrong to reveal his identity. Today, he suddenly received the division leader's order that he was sent to the rear to coordinate with Gu Xian. The division leader's order to him was vague. Ever since he received this order, he had been feeling jittery. From the unusually intense battle today, one could imagine how intense the battle would be tomorrow. Therefore, he could not help but feel overly suspicious when he was suddenly transferred from the front line to the rear. Furthermore, the order was so vague. However, he had great restraint over his emotions. Even though he was feeling nervous deep down, he maintained his composure on the surface. He noticed there were piles of swords on the empty valley. He feigned curiosity and asked, Sir Gu, what are we here for? Gu Xian was the vice division leader of the Sword of Lightning, and his rank was higher than He Huan's. Therefore, He Huan had to address him as Sir. Even though the Sword of Lightning had only a few hundred people, no one dared to underestimate them. Actually, we need to experiment with various sword formations. However, Captain, he should also know that even though we are swordsmen, we are not really familiar with sword formations. Therefore, I requested Lady Karakoram to send us a swordsman who was proficient in sword formations to help us set up sword formations.
Lady Karakoram recommended Captain He to us.
She praised Captain He for being a master in setting up sword formations. As such, we shamelessly requested Lady He to send Captain He to guide us, Gu Xian said politely. He Huan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. It turned out he hadn't exposed his identity. Karakoram Polaris's praise for his proficiency in sword formations wasn't excessive. He Huan was one of the senior figures in the Karakoram Sword League. He was also one of the earliest swordsmen to join it. He had followed Karakoram Polaris for a very long time and he did have an exceptional proficiency in sword formations. After having loosened up, He Huan's thought process came alive. However, he still had many doubts. Why would they transfer him over to set up sword formations when the war was in its climax now?
Sword formations? May I know what will the sword formations be used for?
He Huan asked puzzledly. We are trying to find a suitable sword formation, Gu Xian replied.
What is considered suitable?
He Huan was even more puzzled now. Gu Xian shook his head and replied, we still don't know yet, and that's why we need Captain He to set up every type of sword formation before we can find out which one is suitable.
Every type of sword formation? Hu Huan was stunned.
Even though Karakoram Polaris had to manage the Sky Edge division, she never stopped developing and studying sword formations, as she was determined to compile a swordsmanship encyclopedia. Not only her, but many people in Karakoram Sword League were doing the same thing. All of their sword formations had been recorded into the incomplete swordsmanship encyclopedia. The number of types of sword formations in the swordsmanship encyclopedia kept on increasing every year. Up till now, there was an alarming 1,600 types of sword formations recorded in the swordsmanship encyclopedia. Therefore, when He Huan heard Gu Xian say every type of sword formation, he was stunned.
Gu Xian had a serious look on his face. He emphasized again, that's right. Every type.
When He Huan saw the piles of swords that were piled up like hills at the valley, he suddenly realized that Gu Xian wasn't joking. These swords were obviously just forged not too long ago. Some were still giving off steam and some were not even polished. The sense of doubt in Gu Xian became even stronger.
He racked his brain and still couldn't figure out what these people were doing. Gu Xian's words baffled him.
When he saw the resolute look on Gu Xian's face, he reminded him beforehand, the newest version of Swordsmanship Encyclopedia has recorded more than 1,600 types of sword formations, but I can only remember over 900 of them.
Gu Xian nodded his head and replied, set up over 900 of them then. Thank you for your trouble, Captain He. Gu Xian felt slightly ashamed of himself. Taking a look at He Huan, he was also a swordsman, but he remembered over 900 types of sword formations. Gu Xian himself could only remember over 10 types of sword formations. In the Sword of Lightning, his swordsmanship was second only to Ai Hui's. Upon hearing Gu Xian's reply, He Huan replied bluntly, "I will need some help, but including me, everyone in the Sword of Lightning will listen to Captain He's commands. If it's not enough, I will go and call for some more people," Gu Xian said. It's enough, He Huan said hurriedly. When He Huan had to carry out a task, he would be very meticulous and devote his heart and soul to it. Setting up 900 over types of sword formations was an extremely huge test even for him. He felt like he was taking a very difficult test. He had to go over every single detail from his memory, and this wasn't easy. Even though Gu Xian and his counterparts were not familiar with sword formations, they could still identify sword formations that were set up wrongly. With the help from everyone in the Sword of Lightning, the process became faster than Hu Huan expected. Even so, it took them an entire night to finish setting up over 900 types of sword formations. The sun rose up from the horizon. The previously empty valley was now filled with densely packed sword formations. Everyone was standing on the highland beside the valley and looked down at the valley. Their hearts were filled with a sense of achievement. The weariness from working through the night seemed to have decreased significantly. Suddenly, someone yelled, "Look, there is a trace of mist." Everyone stared hard at the valley. Indeed, a trace of faint, white-colored mist had appeared in the valley mysteriously. That trace of mist was extremely faint. However, its razor-sharp and cold aura could be clearly felt even from such a huge distance. The mist gradually became more concentrated. The bizarre thing was that its color kept on changing. It would be snow-white like an iceberg, red like the sunrise, light blue like the sky, and silvery like a sword. Why does it look like the Silver Mist Sea? Now that you mention it, it does look a bit like the Silver Mist Sea, but what's Silver Mist Sea? It's Sword Mist Sea. When He Huan heard the excited conversations of the members from the Sword of Lightning, his brain began to work silently. Were they trying to recreate the Silver Mist Sea? But what was the point of doing that? Sword Mist Sea? He could not come up with a reasonable explanation. The magical sight in the valley in front of him did startle him. He also realized that the densely packed sword formations in the entire valley were set up using approximately 10,000 swords. 10,000 swords implied that an enormous amount of manpower and resources were utilized. When they were setting up the sword formations, bundles of swords were being delivered to the valley endlessly. It was obvious that these swords were just recently taken out of the furnace. Some of them were still giving off a red glow. These many sword formations could only be completed with an abundance of manpower and resources. Perhaps only this group of people could squander their resources like this. He Huan felt that they were squandering their resources. He could not think of a reason for them to do so. Even though He Huan did not know what they are trying to do, he still asked casually, "If you want to increase the power of the sword formations, why don't we carry out blood imbuement?" Upon hearing He Huan's words, Gu Xian quickly asked, "What is blood imbuement?" "This is a discovery that we made while we are studying the ancient sword formations. It's actually not very hard to understand. I think everyone has seen it in various ancient records before. A sword that has not tasted blood before usually does not have any aura of death. A flying sword from the cultivation era has to depend on its owner's nourishment and the enemy's blood to enhance day by day," He Huan explained. "That's right, there are indeed such records. We can give it a try." Gu Xian nodded his head. However, when he cast a glance at the valley, he became vexed. There are so many swords, where can we find so much blood for them? When He Huan thought about the number of swords in the valley, he also felt that his idea was indeed absurd. He quickly said, "Without blood channeling, even though the sword formations will be weaker, they still can be used." And this moment, the morning sun had risen. A streak of sunlight shone through a gap on the mountain peak into the valley. The streak of sunlight bounced to and from the swords in the valley continuously. All of a sudden, the valley became brighter. The swords in the valley looked like a forest and the mist was moving even though there wasn't a single trace of wind. An extremely sharp aura soared to the sky, causing everyone to take a step back involuntarily. A deafening sword chime resounded through the air as the countless swords broke free from the ground and flew around the inside of the valley. Under the illumination from the sunlight, the flying swords resembled sparkling shoals of fishes. They were extremely nimble and turbulent, looking as if they wanted to shred even the sunlight. Upon witnessing such a magnificent sight, everyone quieted down in unison. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, Sword Mist.
Chapter 618, Sword Mist. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ.
Hu Huan returned to the Sky Edge division with his mind filled with doubt. Lu Lan carried Ai Hui to the valley. Gu Xian carried something unknown in his hands and hurriedly arrived at the valley as well. He explained, "Didn't Captain He say that the sword formations would perform better with blood imbuement? Just now I went to the front line and saw many corpses of broad-backed batfishes. I brought some back so that we try using them for the blood imbuement. There shouldn't be any problem if we try it on just one sword formation, right?" Gu Xian looked at Lu Lan with an uncertain look on his face. "We can give it a try," Lu Lan is also not sure. "Try it at the last sword formation." Lu Lan nodded his head. Gu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was scared that his well-intentioned action might cause trouble. This time around, they wanted to find out which type of sword formation would help Ai Hui the most. Right now, Ai Hui's body was only left with two powers, the God's Blood and the Sword Embryo. They had to help Ai Hui defeat the God's Blood. Previously, the Big Dipper sword formation had proven that Lu Lan's idea was useful. Now they were trying to find which one would help Ai Hui the most. Gu Xian and his counterparts found out that the difference between the amount of help that every sword formation provided to Ai Hui was very small. However, the amount of help provided by every sword formation was already very small. Therefore, the difference was actually quite significant. They wanted to find a sword formation that produced the best effect and consumed the least number of swords. After all, every sword formation needed a huge amount of resources and manpower to build. They wanted to help Ai Hui as much as possible while optimizing the manpower and resources. The clever Lu Lan was able to convince everyone. Lu Lan carried Ai Hui and carefully placed him in the center of the valley. Following which, he quickly returned to the mountain ridge beside the valley. His eyes flickered with a red glow as he carefully observed and recorded every change taking place in the valley. In his body, the operating speed of his midnight sand core kept on increasing. Everyone else was holding their breaths. They did not even dare to breathe too loud as they stared at Ai Hui. Ai Hui was lying silently on the valley floor. Above him, there was mist drifting and countless swords flying. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Everything looked unusually silent, so much so that it made one flustered. Did it not work? An anxious look appeared on some members' faces. They had worked throughout the night and had high expectations for these sword formations. Those timid members could not help but close their eyes, not daring to see what will happen. Inside the Blood Eyes Fantasyland, Ai Hui was startled. The battle between the Sword Embryo and the God's Blood remained the same as before. The battle was still as intense as before and it did not show a single sign of abating. However, as time passed, Ai Hui began to feel numb. He couldn't do anything. Previously, there were a few traces of sword consciousness that entered the Fantasyland to supplement the Sword Embryo. Ai Hui knew it was definitely Lu Lan thinking of a solution for him. However, it was obvious that the effect was very small. Both the God's Blood and the Sword Embryo were colossi that were terrifyingly powerful. Their powers far surpassed Ai Hui's knowledge. Even the lightning wasn't their match. Hence, one could tell how powerful they were. The more powerful, pure, and high level a power was, the more difficult it was for it to be supplemented and strengthened. The few traces of sword consciousness that supplemented the Sword Embryo were really too weak. It was similar to adding a bowl of water to a lake, completely pointless. Ai Hui himself also could not think of any solutions to help the Sword Embryo. Just the thought of needing to find a power that was of the same level as the God's Blood was enough to make him feel despair. However, at this moment, Ai Hui felt something enter his body and he was startled. Very soon, he noticed that it was an extremely weak trace of sword aura. He shook his head as it wasn't helpful to the situation at all. Another trace of sword aura entered his body. 2 traces, 3 traces. Ai Hui was stunned. An endless amount of sword aura was entering the Earth Palace where the Sword Embryo resided in. This amount doesn't seem right. Meanwhile, on the mountain ridge, the Sword of Lightning's members were looking at another scene. After experiencing a moment of silence, a deafening sword chime rang through the air and awakened everyone. A smile appeared on Gu Xian's face. The first sword that produced the sword chime belonged to the sword formation which he added the broadback batfish's flesh to. However, the next moment, he did not have the time to think about it anymore. It sounded as if a rainstorm had suddenly arrived. Concentrated sword chimes gathered and exploded in the valley like a powerful current. One could not describe how intimidating the sound produced by combining sword chimes from 10,000 swords together was. The Sword of Lightning's members on the mountain ridge felt their ears buzz while their bodies turned numb. A wave of chilliness rose from their tailbones, causing them to tremble involuntarily. The elemental energy in their bodies ran amok, resembling a headless fly that was flying all over the place. One by one, the members of Sword of Lightning had their faces turned white as they fell to the ground. Guxian's face turned slightly pale as well. He felt as though there was a paper-thin blade cut across his brain. Every strand of hair on his body was standing on end, looking as if a streak of static electricity had flitted across his skin. Unlike the other members that fell to the ground, he forcibly held his ground and stared at the valley. He felt slightly worried. Could Boss endure such powerful and scary sword aura? Every sword that was inserted into the ground of the valley began to rise into the air, and traces of mist were emitting from them. Everything happening in the valley now defied Guxian's rationality. Every trace of mist was pure sword aura. The swords that had lost their sword auras began to crumble like rotten wooden blocks. Eventually, all of them were reduced to ashes. Under everyone's attentive gazes, the 10,000 swords crumbled at the same time. The scene of them crumbling to ashes had an extraordinary power that grasped Guxian's mind tightly. He was feeling fearful and hopeful at the same time.
Such an epic scene.
When the last sword turned into ashes, the spiraling traces of mist almost covered the entire valley. They did not produce any sound and they were spiraling silently. However, Guxian felt as if a formidable dire beast was staring at him, causing his body to tighten. There was nowhere he could run to. Following which, a strong sense of danger engulfed his mind. He did not doubt the fact that those spiraling, gentle-looking traces of mist in the valley could easily shred him to pieces. When he was young, he went to the Silver Mist Sea. The thick mist that engulfed the Silver Mist Sea was silvery and sparkling, looking extremely spectacular. However, the mist of Silver Mist Sea had never caused him to feel so fearful like now. The spiraling traces of mist in the valley were like a cold, razor-sharp, and ruthless beast.
Thump, thump, thump. Guxian felt his mouth go dry. He could not help but say, "There seems to be a sound."
"It is Ai Hui's sword embryo, it is beating," Lulan said. The red glow in Lulan's eyes was flickering at a terrifying speed.
Guxian did not notice that Lulan's current tone was completely different from his usual tone.
At this point in time, his tone was mechanical and cold without any emotions. Guxian's attention was placed entirely on Lulan's words.
The sword embryo was beating? He could not help but ask with a pleasant surprise, "So it's working?"
"Yes, it's working." Just as Lulan finished his sentence, the mist in the valley began to change. The previously spiraling mist suddenly began to surge violently. The color and shape of the mist started to change continuously. Eventually, traces of mist that were of various colors and shapes were formed. The traces of mist surged more and more violently, resembling a wild beast that was frantically struggling for its life after getting caught in a trap. No matter how hard they struggled, they still could not break free.
The traces of mist looked as if they were firmly trapped by an invisible net. Thump, thump, thump.
The sound of the sword embryo palpitating became louder and clearer. It sounded like someone was beating a drum in the mist. At the same time, it also sounded like a dire beast that was waking up from its 10,000-year slumber.
Guxian's mouth became more and more dry.
As time passed, the traces of mist that engulfed the valley began to thin.
Ai Hui's body appeared in everyone's vision once again. Thump, thump, thump.
The thumping of the sword embryo sounded as if it was right beside everyone's ears, unusually clear and powerful. This time around, everyone could see what was going on clearly. Every time the sword embryo palpitated, a trace of mist would be absorbed by Ai Hui's Earth Palace and the mist that engulfed Ai Hui would thin by a bit.
Guxian felt that it wasn't an illusion.
The remaining traces of mist seemed to know their fate.
They kept on struggling, but they still couldn't break free from the invisible force that was confining them.
The sword embryo seemed to have an extraordinary power of dominion over the sword aura.
Guxian was fascinated and envious at the same time.
Boss had taught them the method of forming a sword embryo before, but none of them had succeeded in doing it. They already felt that the remnant chapter on cultivating a sword embryo was like a profound heavenly book which could not be understood, let alone cultivating one. They knew every single word in the remnant chapter, but they could not understand them when they strung them together.
Boss also did not know how to explain its profundity to them.
Even a foolish person could sense how powerful the sword embryo was. When the sword embryo finished absorbing the last trace of the mist, it gradually quieted down.
Everything seemed to be back to normal.
Ai Hui lied silently in the center of the valley. Intense, golden light continued to emit from his body. The aura spiraling around his sword embryo was sharp like a sword. The valley was filled with densely packed, small holes. They were left behind by the sword formations that had reduced to ashes.
Did it not work? Guxian looked slightly disappointed.
After witnessing the epic scene just now, he thought that we would definitely wake up this time around. He did not expect they would fail again. The flickering red glow in Lu Lan's eyes calmed down gradually. Lu Lan's cheerful voice broke the silence. Lu Lan found it. The forge was bustling with activity and brightly lit, illuminating the night sky. Newly forged swords were being taken out from the furnace in a seemingly endless stream. All the blacksmiths were filled with fatigue. Insane. I thought we had just completed 10,000 swords. Now they want 1 million swords. Damn it. Is he eating the swords? Eating the swords? Who the hell can finish eating 10,000 swords in a night? What the hell is going on? Even if he wants to squander his wealth, he shouldn't do it in this way. Damn it. Whoever asks me to forge a sword in the future, he or she better get out of my sight. That's right. I think I will puke if I see another sword, but... someone come and save me. No one can save you. A cold voice suddenly broke out behind everyone's backs. To everyone's surprise, it was Master He. They did not know when Master He had appeared behind them, and they immediately kept quiet. Blind, he snorted and left. After he was 30 meters away from the other blacksmiths, he could not help but produce a mutter. Who can come and save me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619, Ripened. Chapter 619, Ripened. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Skyheart City, Lake of Masters. The Lake of Masters, which usually had tight security, looked as if it was preparing for a formidable enemy today. The layers of guards that surrounded the lake were like steel walls, rendering the lake impregnable. All the important figures of Skyheart City were gathered here today. Madame Yi was standing on the lakeside. She had a calm and tranquil look on her face, looking no different from her usual self. Only a right-hand man like Nian Tingfeng would know she was suppressing her emotions. Master's glory, which they had spent so many years to carry out, consumed countless amount of resources and manpower, and triggered numerous debates, had finally ripened. Nian Tingfeng knew how much Madame Yi had sacrificed for Master's glory. From the beginning until now, Master's glory had faced countless objections and criticisms. If it weren't for the fact that Madame Yi actively promoted it with an unparalleled persistence, it wouldn't have made it today. With regards to this point, Nian Tingfeng had nothing but respect for Madame Yi. How successful would the Master's glory be? Could it really produce masters? Even if it did produce masters, what would the strength of the masters be like? No one knew the answers to these questions. Madame Yi was willing to place all her chips on an unknown future. All this time, she did not hesitate and her persistence did not waver. How many men actually possessed such determination and decisiveness? Madame Yi might have done some scandalous things, but she also did some things that won people over. Those who were invited today were the higher-ups of Skyheart City. Some were elders from the Elders Guild and some were the family heads of aristocratic families. Every single reputable individual from Skyheart City was invited. Different people had different reactions to this event. Some were feeling excited, some were feeling doubtful, some remained silent, and some were whispering to each other. Madame Yi had a panoramic view of everyone's facial expressions. A tinge of indifference and disdain appeared in her eyes. How would these mediocre individuals understand that today was the beginning of a new era? She noticed that Ma Shurji's body had frozen. She smiled and consoled him, "Shurji, don't be anxious. I invited them here to join in the fun. Even if today isn't the day, so what? They have to come if I ask them to." Ma Shurji forced a smile as beads of perspiration appeared on his forehead unwittingly. He was indeed feeling nervous. According to his estimation, today was the day that the 5 elemental lotus seed heads ripened. However, he did not expect Madame Yi to invite so many people to attend this event. Therefore, he was feeling extremely nervous. He did not dare to think of the consequences if he miscalculated the date and embarrassed Madame Yi. Madame Yi smiled and shifted her gaze to the enormous 5 elemental lotus seed heads on the lake. The glow of the 5 elemental lotus seed heads was flickering, dousing the lake in a myriad of brilliant colors. It was extremely beautiful. Suddenly, Nian Tingfeng gasped in surprise and looked at the center of the lake. A bright glow appeared in his eyes all of a sudden. "Official Nian, have you discovered anything?" Madame Yi asked. The bright glow in Nian Tingfeng's eyes disappeared and he withdrew his aura. With a respectful tone, he replied, "Madam, congratulations." Just as he finished his sentence, the garish glow over the lake disappeared all of a sudden, becoming pitch black. It resembled a bottomless abyss that trapped light. The 25 enormous 5 elemental lotus seed heads looked as if they were on a plane of darkness. All the conversations came to an end spontaneously. All of them looked fearful as they realized that the surrounding elemental energy was mysteriously frozen. Those slightly weak elementalists discovered that they couldn't channel the elemental energy in their bodies. It was as if their bodies had been frozen. They could neither move nor produce any sound at all. This phenomenon came suddenly and left suddenly. In the blink of an eye, everyone was back to normal. At this moment, no one was talking and everyone had a bewildered look on their face. What had just happened? Were the masters produced by Master's glory really that powerful? The momentary display of might just now had unsettled the critics of Master's glory. A flush appeared on Ma Shurji's haggard face, looking as though he was drunk. He restrained his excitement and bowed politely. "Madam, please move to the lakeshore." Madame Yi nodded her head reservedly and walked to the lakeshore with an elegant pace. Ma Shurji continued, "Madam, please use your essence blood to wake the masters up." Without saying anything, she reached out her snow-white arm and a sharp, exquisitely made dagger appeared in her other hand. Following which, she pressed the dazzling blade of the dagger on her tender arm and a drop of bright red blood seeped along the blade. Soon, a glistening trail of blood flowed down her white and flawless arm. The scene contained an indescribable yet enchanting sense of beauty. There was an abnormal calmness on Madame Yi's face, exuding an awe-inspiring aura of might. Her blood dripped into the lake. Madame Yi seemed to have heard a murmur that sounded familiar and strange at the same time. She looked slightly startled. When she listened carefully, she couldn't hear anything. Her beautiful, limpid eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist at that instant, becoming blurred and distant. After a while, she moved her cherry lips gently and said softly, "Xiaobao, wake up." Burble. One of the 5 elemental lotus seed heads gave off a soft, bubbling sound. Suddenly, the outer layer of the lotus seed head exploded into smithereens, resembling the process of a flower blossoming. The top half body of a familiar-looking young man was revealed. When Madame Yi saw the familiar face, her petite body trembled as she lost control of her emotions. "Xiaobao, dot." The top half naked young man slowly opened his eyes. The dull look that used to reside in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced by a crystal-clear, sparkling one. In his eyes, one could not see the slightest tinge of warmth except for chilliness and indifference. Xiaobao looked as if he had become a completely different person. Other than the shape of his face, he hadn't really changed much. His body had become perfect and without blemish, resembling the masterpiece of an outstanding sculptor. A bright, colorful light band was spiraling around his body. Metal, fire, wood, water, and earth. It was a 5 elemental ring. Burble, burble, burble. Soft bubbling sounds echoed through the air. One by one, the outer layers of the lotus seed heads exploded like flowers blossoming. Human figures appeared before everyone's eyes. The lakeside was dead silent and the air seemed to have frozen. Not even a trace of breeze was present. The naked figures standing on the lotus seed heads were giving off an indescribable aura of might. All of their bodies were different but perfect. Every detail of their bodies looked as if they were meticulously carved out by a master sculptor. Their eyes were limpid and sparkling, exuding indifference and chilliness as well. Some people began to lick their lips nervously, but most people had their bodies turned frozen with fear. Including Nian Tingfeng. He had never seen such a bizarre scene where there were a few hundred people that looked somewhat similar to each other. He strongly felt that they were clones, even though they weren't. They looked too similar to each other. They were definitely different in terms of height. However, their mannerisms, auras, ice-cold gazes, flawless bodies, and spiraling 5 elemental rings made them look like they were clones. He had met many people that had similar mannerisms to each other. For example, every soldier that was from the surveillance division usually had similar mannerisms. This applied to the other 2 central divisions as well. However, this group of people had exactly the same mannerisms. A cold shiver went down Nian Tingfeng's spine and a sense of fear arose in his heart. He did not dare to think too much. All of the masters standing on the lotus seed heads opened their palms and shook their hands gently. The 5 elemental rings that spiraled around their bodies entered the backs of their palms and transformed into thumb-sized fire elemental ring imprints. Their movements were neat and uniform, looking as if they were the same person. Madame Yi stared blankly at Xiaobao. Xiaobao's gaze was cold without any emotions. She could sense a faint trace of telepathic connection between her and Xiaobao. "Congratulations, madam." "Congratulations." Madame Yi returned to her senses. Ma Shurji's facial expression was extremely agitated. Ma Shurji quickly continued, "I have counted just now. We have nurtured a total of 316 masters. It's so much better than we expected. The last time Madame came here, there were 44 out of 360 people that failed. At that time, we made a conservative estimation and concluded that it will be a great success if we could nurture 200 masters. But now we have actually nurtured 316 masters.
Congratulations, Madam.
Congratulations. Madame Yi's facial expression returned to normal and she smiled. All the credit goes to Shurji. For the sake of Master's glory, you have racked your brain and worked your heart out. I can see for myself how hard you have worked.
Shurji, I will reward you accordingly.
Ma Shurji quickly shook his head and replied with gratitude, if it weren't for Madame's recognition of my worth, I don't know where I would have ended up in this world. Subordinate can only repay Madame's kindness of recognizing my worth by sacrificing my life to complete the heavy responsibility that Madame gave me. Madame Yi smiled with satisfaction. We will talk about the rewards later. It's definitely not right for me to not reward you handsomely for your incomparable meritorious service. Right now, I want you to introduce our masters to everyone.
Words mean nothing without actions. Why not, Madam, let one of the masters put up a demonstration?
Ma Shurji replied politely.
Ma Shurji is right. Madame Yi nodded her head. She turned around and raised her voice and asked, is there anyone who wants to spar with one of the masters? If you win, I will reward you with 3 elemental elixirs. A commotion broke out among the onlookers. Elemental elixirs were extremely rare nowadays.
One could not buy them even if he or she had the wealth to do so. Therefore, when Madame Yi forked out 3 elemental elixirs as the reward, many people were tempted by it.
Madam, may I know what type of elemental elixirs you are offering? Someone yelled. Madame Yi was in a good mood and she did not get angry. She smiled and replied, any type you want.
Immediately, all the onlookers became excited. Madam, I am willing to give it a try, a middle-aged man stood out and said respectfully. When everyone saw clearly who this man was, all of them quieted down immediately.
This man exuded a mighty aura and his face was awe-inspiring. One could tell that he was a powerful individual. Zhong Hojun was currently the most powerful expert in the Zhong residence.
Even though the aristocratic families no longer possessed the prestige and power they used to have and the Zhong residence had been in a decline for quite some time, they were still very powerful. Zhong Hojun used to be the vice division leader of the infantry division, and he was supposed to be the next division leader. However, after the appearance of the Silver Soldier, not only did he lose the position of vice division leader, his Zhong residence also went into a decline. Many people knew that Zhong Hojun was filled with resentment and anger. When everyone saw Zhong Hojun volunteer himself, they knew that there was going to be a good show, so all of them shut their mouths. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 620, Flash Kill. Chapter 620, Flash Kill. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Madame Yi wasn't surprised to see Zhong Hojun's appearance.
With a slight smile she said, you're brave indeed, able to take on huge responsibilities. Just this courage alone is rare in this world, but... She turned around and looked toward the lake. General Zhong's abilities surpass many.
Who's going to go against him?
The audience remained quiet, as if they hadn't heard her question. Xiaobao's face was like a block of perpetually frozen ice, his crystal-clear eyes motionless.
Gue Hu, go.
Yes.
A light flow rose from the lake and landed before the audience.
Zhong Hojun's pupils shrank a little. Gue Hu was robust and valorous. Every part of his steel-like flesh tangled together like pythons. As he casually extended his body, his muscles wiggled like a group of snakes, erasing all doubts about the explosive power contained within. It was even stranger that while there was definitely a slight light flow revolving around his body, there was no overflowing elemental energy waves at all. Zhong Hojun was bewildered. He knew that Gue Hu was born into a small family and was very average in terms of giftedness. Now, however, his every movement was perfected, as if he was an entirely different person. His eyes, especially, were devoid of warmth, and Zhong Hojun felt his heart turn cold. Not only him, but every other witness kept quiet out of fear. They hadn't felt anything observing from afar, but when Gue Hu came closer, a shockingly suffocating pressure followed, as if thousands of clouds were pressing down on their heads and clogging up their chests. Masters with a keener perception felt an extreme sense of danger radiating out of Gue Hu.
Was Master's glory really that great?
Zhou Hojun was very experienced. He quickly steadied his heart and calmed himself down. His request to enter war wasn't an impulsive decision.
Madame Yi showed no relent toward aristocratic families.
Many illustrious aristocratic families from the past were now dispirited and listless.
The Zhong family only escaped because they kept a low profile and exercised restraint.
With regard to his dismissal as the infantry division's assistant leader, Jong Ho-jun had no complaints. Nevertheless, he was very clear that if he did not prove his worth for a prolonged period of time, he would quickly be forgotten. He had to display his value, be it to Madame Yi or to blood of God. The flag could stay still, but it must be utilized. Jo Ho-jun called out politely, "Please." Even those lacking intelligence understood that these victors of Master's glory would become Madame Yi's true henchmen. These young masters would quickly enter the stage and have an incomparably bright future ahead of them. Toward Jong Ho-jun's politeness, Gue Hui remained unmoved. "Kill him." The cold voice traveled from the heart of the lake. It was Xiao Bao. Jong Ho-jun's face changed. The surrounding faces turned ugly quickly and a wisp of anger surfaced. It was merely a competition, and yet he'd called for Gue Hui to kill Jong Ho-jun. Many were determined to teach these ignorant little fellows a lesson. As Xiaobao's voice fell, Gue Hui moved. The calm before the storm. Jong Ho-jun only felt himself being blinded as Gue Hui instantly appeared before him. So fast. Jo Ho-jun's eyes twitched. He dared not slow down at all, and with a push of his palm, an elemental energy wave exploded like a windstorm, flowing all over the whole place. The elemental energy transformed into bells that enveloped his whole body and circulated unceasingly. They were shaped simply, being narrow on top and wide at the bottom, and they were filled with seals of birds and flowers. Loud chime bell. Even if the Zhong residence was still far from being as powerful as the Ling residence, it had profound inherited traditions. Loud chime bell was the Zhong residence's most well-known absolute art, named after its admirably resonating chime. It was said that the Zhong residence's ancestors had a different surname and only changed it to Zhong after inventing loud chime bell. Chinese surname Zhong means bell in English. The infantry division was known for its powerful defense. Among its many absolute arts, soldier, which only the division leader was allowed to practice, was the only art comparable to loud chime bell. Even in the Avalon of 5 elements, loud chime bell remained as one of the most powerful absolute arts. Its only weakness was its attacking power. Everyone felt relieved upon seeing Jong Ho-jun execute loud chime bell. He had good control and was a master. His elemental energy was so profound and consistent that no one present had confidence in breaking through its defense. Xiao Bao's ruthlessness and coldness infuriated respective aristocratic families. They had already been put in order by Madame Yi and were feeling resentful. Now that this newborn master was publicly demanding a life, the aristocratic families were convinced that they had to teach him a lesson and kill off their arrogance, or they would have a hard time living from now on. It was rare for everyone to have a mutual enemy. Amid the shadow, Gue Hui remained expressionless. He seemed lifeless, like a puppet that only knew how to kill. He made a fist with his right hand and a stream of elemental energy and light flow appeared around his wrist. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 elemental ring. Following immediately were many 5 elemental rings that circled around his arm. 9 5 elemental rings overflowing with light wrapped around Gue Hui's right arm. Without a sign, the elemental energy surged violently upward. Like a fierce tiger that had just been released, it roared and growled, brimming with ferocity. Jo Ho-jun's face changed. Before he could react, Gue Hui waved his fist. His fist carried a stream of light flow that resembled the brightly colored eyes of a ferocious tiger that was ready to kill. It landed solidly on the big chime bell. Clang! A deep, reverberating sound boomed in everyone's ears, causing a temporary hearing loss. Inside of the bell, Jong Ho-jun appeared distracted, but he quickly regained focus. He steadied the surging qi and blood within his body. When he saw the bell's body clearly before him, his pupils shrank once again. Above the bell was a crack. How could it be? He couldn't believe his eyes. He had never ever seen a crack appearing on the bell. Clang! Yet another punch landed on that crack. Gue Hui's fist did not seem very fast. It wasn't as fast as lightning, since each punch could clearly be seen. Similarly, the cracks on the bell's body could clearly be seen. Clang clang clang. Without getting tired, Gue Hui landed each punch on the same spot, effectively enlarging the crack at a visible speed. The wild elemental energy waves circled around Gue Hui's body, never dissipating. They hovered around him and undulated along with his every punch. The blood in Jong Ho-jun surged violently, finally causing him to expel a fresh pool of blood from his mouth. The fresh blood landed on the bell, causing its light ray to become even more dazzling. Just then, Gue Hui's still eyes lit up. He loosened his fist and printed his palm onto the crack on the bell. The elemental energy waves around him disappeared swiftly as elemental energy within a few hundred meters was being emptied out. The 9 5 elemental rings around his arm merged into one that circled around his palm that had landed on the bell. Snap! It seemed that Gue Hui's palm hadn't met any resistance as it effortlessly broke through the bell and smashed onto Zhong Hojuan's chest. As if he had done something insignificant, Gue Hui rose into the air, transforming into a stream of light and landing onto a lotus chair on the lake once again. Dead silence. Zhong Hojun lowered his head while still in a daze. He looked at the clearly visible 5-elemental ring on his chest. It spun unceasingly as the 5 types of elemental energies replaced one another, appearing and disappearing endlessly. Cracks started appearing on his body as if he was a clay statue. The crisscrossed cracks soon covered his whole body like a spiderweb. Bright, devilish light rays shot out from the cracks. The rays grew increasingly intense and Zhong Hojun started to melt like a block of ice. He moved his lips as if he was trying to speak, but nothing came out. Who? Amid the light, his blurry figure had completely melted and transformed into nothingness. The brightly colored light rays dimmed rapidly and eventually vanished. Still a dead silence. No one dared to believe what they had just witnessed. Did Gue Hu really kill Zhong Hojun so effortlessly? Did Gue Hu really dare to kill Zhong Hojun? Was Master's glory really so powerful? The enormous impact had crushed all the guard they held up in the blink of an eye. Nian Tingfeng was stunned too. Clap clap clap. A gentle applause broke the silence. The audience looked toward where the sound came from. It was Madame Yi. Madame Yi's face was full of praise. Gue Hu's improved significantly. He was still a toddler when he first came to the Yi residence and now he's already a key player. You did not let me down. She did not look at the aristocratic families and masters, who looked as if they had lost a son. They were like air to her. Facing the lake of masters, she fixed her gaze onto the solemn figures. These years of hardship and grief overtook their hearts as sighs and sobs turned into an empowering heroic spirit. She had succeeded. All the scheming and price paid had finally yielded the best results. She had finally gotten hold of a power that belonged only to her. A formidable power. An unprecedented sense of security encased her and an unprecedented confidence flooded her whole body. Words simply were superfluous at this point. Even bold, visionary words were unnecessary to her right now. From today onward she was truly going to be in charge of her own fate. Also, she would finally have the rights to contend on the stage of this world. This was merely the first step, the first cycle of Master's glory. There would be an endless stream of masters to fight for her, along with her subordinates. To her, her life had just entered a new chapter. To the world, this was the case as well. She said faintly, "You may all leave." No one dared to speak. They lowered their heads and left in silence and in fear. Madame Yi felt an increased spurt of happiness. She had tried all methods to restrain the aristocratic families, and while they did not speak up, they resented her and continued their undercurrent dealings privately. The dispersing crowd today, however, was a reassurance that all undercurrent dealings had been wiped out cleanly. These fellows' last bit of ambition had been destroyed. What a pity. She shook her head, not wanting to think about it any longer. She then called out softly, "Come here, Xiaobao." Without hesitation, Xiaobao flew up and landed before her. Noting that the piercing look had vanished from his now indifferent eyes, Madame Yi felt very safe and couldn't help but smile. With a perplexed gaze, she extended her palm and caressed Xiaobao's face. She whispered, "Mom's going to be relying on you for protection from now on." Xiaobao looked apathetic. He was a lifeless statue. Madame Yi's gaze regained its brightness. She retracted her palm and spoke calmly, "I need you all to do 2 things for me now, if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 621, A Strengthening Sword Embryo. Chapter 621, A Strengthening Sword Embryo. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Within the fantasyland of the Blood Eye, the confrontation between God's blood and sword embryo showed no signs of stopping. After the nourishment of hundreds of thousands of sword formations, the sword embryo had obviously changed. The initial emergence of fog that enveloped his earth palace was like a spiraling, gray cloud. Now, countless sword blades could faintly be seen surging within this cloud. The blades were of different sizes and shapes, but each one flickered with a sharp and dazzling light ray, making them seem substantial. However, only the tip of the blades were solid. While moving along the sword bodies, they became increasingly blurry and eventually faded into fog spirals. They dragged long stretches of fog that looked like many strips of palm-sized and flat satin. The sword embryo's movement and might was much more shocking now, and its combat power had clearly increased as well. Ai Hui had been observing it very closely. Even though both were in equilibrium, the fragmented rays shattered by the golden light pillar had clearly increased. The surging and spiraling sword blades were like a shoal of terrifying piranhas, advancing dauntlessly with their sharp teeth. As if they were immune to exhaustion, they kept biting at the golden light pillar non-stop. Such a change surprised him greatly. To him, the sword embryo was covered with a layer of mysterious muslin and hence was difficult to see through. It reacted to all objects related to swords. It was very mystical and did not lose to the aggressive and powerful god's blood. Thinking about it, Aihui felt he was really quite lucky. He didn't have much god's blood within his body, perhaps a third or a quarter of a drop. He was convinced that if he had a complete drop of god's blood, he would have been dead by now, even with his sword embryo. He felt somewhat curious. Where did 1,000 yuan get god's blood? He thought it was most likely that it was a reward from the Holy Emperor, but why did the Holy Emperor do that? God's blood was extremely precious, and he definitely wouldn't bestow it to anyone easily. Plus, did he not need it anymore? Aihui found this idea ridiculous. God's blood was thus far a force of the highest level and even his sword embryo was merely tied. What would a force stronger than God's blood be like? Aihui's knowledge of forces had unknowingly undergone a change. Supposing that a master signified an elementalist who had found a path of his own, his next target would be to construct an elemental ring of his own. For example, vitality branches and lightning were all elemental energy rings, 5 elemental energy rings to be specific. This was undoubtedly the most difficult and deceiving in nature. Ordinary elementalists started from training for one elemental energy, and their journey to becoming masters was arduous and filled with obstacles. Perhaps many were convinced that the single elemental energy was their guiding principle, but little did they know that in order to progress further, their single elemental energy had to move toward all 5 elemental energies. Assembly of the Patriarchs' fusion elemental energy had more advantage in this aspect. What was more mystical was that the 5 elemental energy rings created by masters, more often than not, did not display all 5 elemental energies. For example, people viewed vitality branches as wood elemental energy, whereas lightning was associated with water elemental energy. No one would have thought that they were all part of an elaborate and structured 5 elemental energy ring. If not for God's blood, Aihui wouldn't have comprehended this concept. 5 elemental rings was a master's second base level. What about a grandmaster? Would it still be a 5 elemental energy ring? Aihui had no idea since he hadn't seen a grandmaster and was unable to judge. However, Lu Chen's vitality branch's 5 elemental energy ring was already exquisitely structured and abstruse, but he wasn't a grandmaster. He himself had fumbled his way into refining lightning without becoming a grandmaster. A grandmaster was someone comparable to the Holy Emperor, so their strength must be on par as well. In the elemental energy system, it was really commendable for a construct to be able to contend against God's blood. Even Aihui's lightning would be annihilated by it. His sword embryo was a strange fetus whose origin Aihui was still unclear about. While straightening out his thoughts, Aihui formed his own judgment. The first phase was to become a master. The second phase was to understand the 5 elemental energy rings and differences emerged in this stage. For example, lightning would surpass vitality branches. Was there a 5 elemental energy ring simpler than vitality branches? Aihui believed so. Was there a more complex 5 elemental energy ring than lightning? Aihui was positive as well. The third phase was to become as strong as a grandmaster, God's blood, and the sword embryo. If the Holy Emperor bestowed God's blood to Shiyu, could it be that he had already found something more potent? Was there something even more powerful than that? Aihui was at a loss. The 5 elemental energy rings of vitality branches surprised him, and he also found lightning's composition unimaginable. God's blood was absolutely powerful and admirable, while the sword embryo was a muddled mess, albeit originating from a mysterious and powerful swordsman, so Aihui looked forward to that. A power of a higher level than that of God's blood? Aihui was unable to imagine. All right. Aihui felt his thoughts getting increasingly ridiculous. Such far-fetched ideas weren't things he needed to consider. He shook his head and diverted his focus back onto the confrontation between the sword embryo and God's blood. When his gaze fell onto the aggressive collision, he noticed that specks of fragmented golden rays were being peeled off the golden light pillar. Toward the solid and seemingly substantial golden light pillar, these specks of fragmented rays were simply negligible. If they kept up this speed, how long would this deadlock last? Suddenly, Aihui realized that he had overlooked a problem. The sharp swords within the sword embryo had shattered from the collision and transformed into fog to re-enter the sword embryo. Where had the rays that were shattered by the light pillar of God's blood gone to? Returned to God's blood? Not right. Aihui opened his eyes wide in search. That's about all for today. Jiang Wei's expression carried a tinge of exhaustion. The battle in the day had been extremely intense. The enemy had innumerable tricks, so they had to stay alert at all times. The enemies were getting increasingly sly and their strategies were constantly changing, but somehow their battle outcomes weren't as good as before. There was a total of 13 broadback batfish corpses. When they realized that flesh was needed for the sword formations, Jiang Wei and gang started transporting these corpses from the front line every day. Members of the Sword of Lightning quickly went forward to receive and chop them into pieces before sprinkling them into the sword formations. Currently, the sword formations were starting to build up. Atop the mountain ridge overlooking the valley, the atmosphere was completely different. The densely packed sword formations were like a steel jungle, permeated by a dangerous and biting cold aura. The fog bred and diffused nonstop, causing many corners to be hidden from the eyes. The fog spiraled within the valley's sword formations. It was like a giant whirlpool that enveloped the valley, and in the heart of the whirlpool stood Ai Hui. The constant supply of fog poured into Ai Hui's body. Gentle piu sounds traveled from within the sword formations. They were sounds made by the transformation of swords into flying ashes. How many swords in the valley now? 326,649 so far. How shocking. Were you a sword eater in your previous life? Lu Lan thinks so too. Jiang Wei looked eager. Does it really work? Lu Lan answered seriously, yes, it works, Jiang Wei. The effects of using flesh is notable as it can increase the power of the sword formations by 5 times and it can develop an amazing change in the sword aura and a trace of spirituality. While weak, it is extremely precious. Among all the sword formations we found, the Yin and Yang sword formation works the best. Jiang Wei asked immediately, when will Ai Hui wake up? Lu Lan shook his head. No idea. Jiang Wei fixed his gaze onto the center of the densely packed sword formations where Ai Hui was in deep sleep. I really hope he wakes up soon. Looking longingly, Lu Lan nodded. Yeah. Within the blood eye. Ai Hui finally understood where those fragmented rays had gone. A portion of them had been absorbed by the sword embryo, and another portion had entered his body. The remaining had transformed into a faint, golden fog that pervaded the air. Ai Hui could clearly feel the sword embryo and his flesh undergoing astonishing changes. He found it difficult to describe these changes, but he knew that they were very beneficial for himself. The most obvious benefit was evident from the recovering process of his withered flesh. This gave him a pleasant surprise. Ever since he had used his lightning to fight off night moth fruit, his body was completely wrecked and he was as weak as paper. Afterward, all sorts of forces clashed within his body, turning it into a bitter battlefield. There seemingly wasn't any hope for recovery. Who knew that the fragmented golden rays would have such an effect? The sword embryo's change was even more complicated, and Ai Hui couldn't determine whether it was a good or bad change. However, after absorbing the rays, the sword embryo seemed to have become more calm toward God's blood. After halting for 2 days, the sword aura started to flow incessantly again. Ai Hui knew that it must have been the work of Lu Lan and gang. They were trying to help him. Ai Hui was moved. No matter when and no matter how hard the situation, they weren't going to abandon him. The constant flow of sword aura rapidly strengthened the sword embryo. Ai Hui found something different. Not only was the sword aura much stronger now, there were also many changes. It had a weak spiritual nature and a division between Yin and Yang now. Could it be a sword formation? In just a while, Ai Hui almost guessed it. Few had greater knowledge than him when it came to an understanding of sword formations and swords. The amount of incoming sword aura was alarming, so it was obvious that the sword formation designed by Lu Lan and gang was of a significant scale. Ai Hui was still unaware that in order to save him, Lu Lan was going to create hundreds and thousands of sword formations. He only reckoned there were tens of thousands of swords. He would be struck dumb if he knew. The new influx of sword aura produced a major impact on the sword embryo. Not only did the closely packed and swimming sword points become more spiritual, they gradually split into 2 groups, one Yin and one Yang. The groups were connected at both ends, entangling and spiraling. Ai Hui got a shock when he saw it. Wasn't this yin-yang fish? The changed sword embryo started to become stronger and the amount of fragmented rays coming off the golden light pillar increased. The fragmented golden rays were unceasingly being absorbed by the sword embryo and his flesh. The unabsorbable portion transformed into drifting, golden fog that became increasingly visible. The suspending and scorching sun seemed not to have changed in the slightest. The golden light pillar remained as overbearing as before, but Ai Hui saw a chance of victory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622, The Arrival of Shiyu. Chapter 622, The Arrival of Shiyu.
Translator, Cynthia Editor, Lucas, TYZ. High above the sky. A dazzling golden light flashed across the whistling metal wind like a golden arrow shot by a god. Shiyu was in red clothing and surrounded by faint, golden light. She was flying in a surprising speed like a shell fired from a cannon, leaving a long trace of airwave behind her. The trace was like a ship wake on the sea, and it existed for just an instant before it was torn up by the astonishingly destructive metal wind. Her pretty and coquettish face was seductive, even her frown could melt a man's heart. She was not very used to the vast potent power within her body. Every heartbeat led to the tremble of her heart and spirit as if an electrical current was passing through her body. Days ago, when she opened her eyes, everything had changed. The world in front of her was totally different. And all the changes were due to God's blood, the holy object of the God nation. The unabsorbed God's blood stayed dormant in her heart like a huge beast waiting to wake up. But the absorbed God's blood had already pushed her to a level that was beyond her imagination before. The power within her body was as vast as a sea. Sometimes even a small action would lead to the roar of this violent sea. The life and death flower sacrificial art, which she had been worrying about for a long time, had disappeared without any trace as if it never existed. Thus, her greatest concern was solved. How miraculous the world was. Almost all troubles tended to stem from weakness. This applied to worry as well as anger. Now Shiyu was fully focused on this task, which was critical to the God nation. To help her finish the task, His Majesty even gave her the God's blood because both Yi Bai and Nangong Wulian were irreplaceable to the God nation. So whatever it would take, she must complete the task and bring Yi Bai and Nangong Wulian back. She would never forget the great kindness of His Majesty. Suddenly, she felt something and turned abruptly to fly to another direction. Now she had become extremely sensitive, especially to the blood spiritual force. And the heart of God had a special link with the God's blood. After all, the heart of God was created for the God's blood. As a result, she could locate the heart of God even though it was sealed, which was why His Majesty assigned the task to her. Her figure suddenly disappeared from the high altitude. At the next instant, she appeared out of nowhere at a lower altitude and looked down at the combat division below her. The God Spirit division was having a rest. Everyone was exhausted, including Hinanshan, whose weary face revealed his fatigue and anxiety. Several days ago, the heart of God suddenly stopped jumping, followed by the disappearance of the Judgment and Dread divisions into the mountains. They didn't know if it was because they had killed the heart of God or because something had happened to it. The worst situation was that they had killed both General Yi and Palace Master Nangong. The fear in their eyes grew stronger and stronger. The sudden change screwed up all their plans. They had to change their formation and send out spies to find any traces their enemies might have left. This gave a good opportunity to their enemies, who were no longer on the disadvantageous side. The Judgment and Dread divisions immediately switched from a runaway to a lone wolf in the forests. It was ferocious and cunning, and it took every opportunity to attack. Hinanshan's division was attacked by them several times and had suffered great losses. The enemy was more experienced and cunning than they thought. Suddenly, Hinanshan felt something unusual. He looked up at once and his heart contracted. He didn't know when someone had appeared above his head. Only until he saw the face of the person above did he relax and sighed with relief. Phew, so it's your highness. Shiyu's status in the God nation was not low, but not high either. Plus, she had no real power. As the head of God's Spirit Division, Hinanshan's status was actually higher than hers. But upon seeing Shiyu at this time, an idea occurred to Hinanshan. His face turned pale, then he saluted and asked, "Any message from His Majesty?" This was the most likely issue he could think of. And he was prepared to welcome the anger from His Majesty. Anyway, their performance was so terrible that even he could not accept it. He only hoped to make some more contributions to offset his guilt instead of being arrested and sent back now. Seeing Hinanshan's expression, Shiyu could guess what he was thinking. She smiled gently. The world in front of the soldiers of the God Spirit Division changed drastically. The smile kept being enlarged in their eyes, and the sky behind the girl in red collapsed and rotated, making them unable to stand steadily. The blood spiritual force within their bodies totally lost control. They fell on the ground powerlessly, and they even couldn't move their fingers at all. Strong fear devoured everyone. They had never been met with anything so weird. Suddenly, they heard a beast's roar from behind. It was one of the blood elementalists with ability of God who summoned his ability of God to resist Shiyu. Then, one after another, other blood elementalists with ability of God kept summoning their ability of God before they collapsed. Hinanshan's face was pale and his body was shivering. But he managed to withstand the pressure and asked, with a quiver in his voice, "What does His Majesty want to do?" Shiyu didn't reply, she smiled again.
Suddenly, they felt like all the flowers bloomed and the sun shined again brightly after the rain. The pressure was all gone.
The warm air made them cozy.
The generals and soldiers couldn't help smiling too. But Hinanshan became more scared. How could Shiyu be so horribly strong? Then he heard her gentle voice whispering in his ears. I shall be the most grateful to receive the holy object of the god nation granted by His Majesty. I shall die the cruelest death to pay my debt of gratitude. His Majesty urged me in person to bring back General Yi and Palace Master Nangong. Division Leader He, please inform the other two divisions to support the god wolf. The great deeds of our god nation cannot be stopped by a line of defense.
Hinanshan looked at the smiling Shiyu with incredibility.
Of course he knew what the Halidom was, but he couldn't believe that His Majesty would grant it to the others. But the horrifying strength of Shiyu could only be explained in this way. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. Bowing his head, he said reverently, "Congratulations to your highness." Get it? In the god nation, strength decided everything. Now maybe only the Red Devil could be compared with Shiyu in terms of strength. Therefore, it was natural for Hinanshan to show respect in front of her. Moreover, granting the Halidom in person to Shiyu showed His Majesty's special favor to her. After hesitating for a while, Hinanshan said, "Your Highness, I have something to report." Hinanshan knew how to behave in a delicate situation, with which Shiyu pleased. She said softly, "Go ahead, Division Leader Hinidot." Hinanshan said reverently, "We don't know why, but since several days ago, the fluctuation of the heart of God has never appeared again.
As a result, we now fail to trace our enemies.
It's a shame to say so, but due to my incompetency, many generals and soldiers are dead."
Shiyu looked as peaceful as usual, as if she had already known.
With a smile on her face, she said, "You don't need to blame yourself. I think the heart of God must have been obstructed by the enemies. With a history of over 1,000 years, the Judgment and Dread divisions are definitely not mediocre. Both Wan Xinwei and Shiman Saijuat are outstanding elites.
The small obstacles we encountered won't affect the overall situation."
Hinanshan felt relieved. He knew that Shiyu had come on behalf of His Majesty, which indicated his dissatisfaction with them. He was worried that Shiyu would punish him here.
And if so, he could only accept it.
But her words had made it clear that His Majesty didn't want to sanction them, but had given them the opportunity to right their wrongs. The generals and soldiers around Hinanshan were also relaxed. In this way, Shiyu had left a good impression in their heart. Hinanshan was ashamed.
"It's all my fault. I'm not qualified to be a division leader. I'm willing to take any punishment."
Shiyu shook her head.
"Victory and defeat are both common in a battle. You don't need to be too concerned about it. I have my own way of finding the heart of God.
But as for the other two combat divisions, I hope you can send someone to deliver the message and remind them not to be influenced by this." After hearing what she said, Hinanshan knew that Shiyu must have had other methods, so he cut it short, "No problem.
We will set out now." Shiyu nodded and left. Only now did the Spirit God division really feel relieved. The strength of Her Highness Shiyu is so horrifying. I cannot control my body at all, not even a finger. She used to be strong too.
It said that what she practiced was star divine hallucination.
Do you know who succeeded in practicing it last time?
Who?
His Majesty. Really? This is amazing.
No wonder His Majesty granted the Halidom to her.
Yes. We will have one more big shot in the God Nation in the future. They discussed heatedly with admiration.
Hinanshan was also marveling in his heart. Back then, the Red Devil had already shocked the whole nation. Now Her Highness Shiyu was not inferior in any respect to Lord Red Devil. If she could save General Yi and Palace Master Nangong, then this great achievement would be more striking than Lord Red Devil's. Moreover, in His Majesty's heart, Her Highness was the person who deserved his trust.
He scolded them loudly, "Shut up! How dare you gossip about Her Highness?
Give out my order to march towards the defense line of Windy Pearl Bridges. Send someone to inform the other two divisions of Her Highness's order. Also, send someone to the God Wolf division as fast as possible to inform them that we are coming soon and to tell them not to act rashly before we arrive. When we all meet, we will swoop down on the defense line together.
Get it?"
Shiyu didn't stop for a second after she left the God Spirit division. She wasn't telling lies. She had already sensed the aura of the heart of God.
Apparently, the enemies had sealed it so that no fluctuations could be felt, but they couldn't seal its aura.
As a peerless object of blood refinement, the heart of God had a strong vitality and powerful aura.
And the aura had nothing to do with elemental energy at all, so elementalists couldn't feel it.
But having absorbed the god's blood, Shiyu could easily detect it. That was why His Majesty granted her the god's blood and sent her to finish the task. She flew silently like a red ghost according to what she could sense. Gradually, the aura became stronger and stronger. It directed her way like a finger post. She knew that her enemies were not far away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 623, The Change in the Sword Embryo. Chapter 623, The Change in the Sword Embryo. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, X, TYZ. Hui was following the change of the sword embryo closely. Within just a few days' time, the original sword embryo had first changed from a vapor to a foggy sword point, then to yin-yang fish. Now that there was no more fog around it, the silky sword gradually became denser. Small swords of different shapes compiled like a vast school of fish. More interestingly, no matter what shapes the small swords were, they were all in pairs, one yin and one yang. The yin and yang swords were distinctly separate, but twined and rotated around each other constantly. Small pieces of golden rays splashed and floated in the air like mayflies in the water. The rotating yin and yang sword embryo was like a vortex, and the attraction created a long, thin golden fog belt that tied to the sword embryo like a transparent golden silk. Hui was shocked by the growth rate of the embryo. He realized how amazing the ancient demonic god had been. Even though it was only an unknown demonic god whose name couldn't be found in any records, the blood it left contained a spiritual imprint that was so strong that it was still indestructible after so many years. If it were not for the support from Lu Lan and others, his sword embryo would not have gained such a surprising advantage. The sword aura kept flocking in, dividing the yin and yang, and making the sword fog denser. Cold lights flickered on the small swords. When they were circling, the impetus was far more colossal than before. The sword embryo broke the golden light as well as the spiritual imprint of the god's blood into bits. The will of the demonic god was removed from the broken spiritual imprint and became the food for the sword embryo. This was the golden silky fog. After being absorbed into the sword embryo, the small swords kept absorbing the nutritious golden fog like greedy fish. When the golden fog permeated into the small swords, the gray sword began to adopt a metallic luster. A piercing aura spread out like ripples. Even among the bloody light pillar, Hui could still feel the apprehension, as if someone was holding a sword against between his eyebrows. More and more golden light was broken by the sword embryo as its aura grew at an amazing speed. Indulging in the pure and piercingly cold sword consciousness, Hui's mind and spirit were very clear. The sword embryo seemed to be integrated with his heart, spirit, blood, and flesh. He could feel the pleasant growth of each small sword and the different auras they sent forth. The aura of each sword was totally different from the others. Some were arbitrary, some pure, some gentle, and some tyrannical. Hui had never thought that there were so many kinds of sword aura in this world. Each kind was so unique, but they were harmonious and blended into an integral whole without any conflicts. Hui was intoxicated with the various kinds of sword auras. The root of the sword embryo was his essence, breath, and spirit. Now the growth of the embryo facilitated his accumulation of spirit. The remnant chapter on the sword embryo cultivation now flew in his mind smoothly. Hui felt that he was enlightened, and mysterious contents suddenly became understandable. He didn't know how much time had passed when he woke up from the intoxication and was astonished. All he could see was the golden fog. It had pervaded the whole place. In the thick fog, Hui could not clearly see the golden light pillar. He tried to calm himself down. After a while, he began to realize what had happened. The sword embryo could only absorb the demonic god's spiritual imprint from the god's blood. The other ingredients were useless. However, in the god's blood, the spiritual imprint was only a small part. The ingredients of the god's blood that were related to blood and flesh permeated into Hui's body, nourishing him. Except for these two parts, the god's blood contained other mysterious powers, which were left behind. Hui couldn't absorb them, so they compiled and flew freely in his body. The power of the demonic god was beyond Hui's knowledge. Therefore, he held it in awe and veneration. His blood, flesh, and sword embryo only absorbed a small fraction of its power. Hui became alert when he saw the scope of the golden fog clearly. It was not easy for him to straighten out all the strong, weird powers within his body. Judging from the current situation, he just needed to wait until the god's blood was totally destroyed by the sword embryo. Yet, the mysterious golden fog might become his new concern. The more the fog there was, the more dangerous it would be. The lessons learned were profound. He would never allow unfamiliar powers into his body easily. Having calmed down, Hui didn't want to covet the power that might be contained in the golden fog. Instead, he began to consider how to get the fog out of his body. To him, the god's blood absorbed by the sword embryo as well as his flesh and blood was enough to enhance his strength. At this moment, he had no time to explore these unknown components. Just then, streaks of sword aura flocked into AI Huey's body from outside. As AI Huey's essence, breath, and spirit became stronger, he could clearly feel the continuous series of sword formations from the outside world. Suddenly an idea occurred to him. Why not lead the unknown golden fog into the sword formation? At the thought of this, the thousands of small swords in the sword embryo began to roar simultaneously. On the ridge above the valley, the members of the Sword of Lightning division lay down on the ground on all sides. Everyone was exhausted, and some members had fallen into sleep, snoring like thunder. They were too tired these past few days. All they had done those days was set up sword formations day and night. They even couldn't remember how many sword formations they had set up. Besides, they needed to offer the blood and flesh of blood fiends collected by frontline soldiers as sacrifices to the sword formations. The latest batch of long swords were not ready yet, and the battle at the front line wasn't over today. The rest time was very precious to them. Everyone was lying on the ground. Gu Xian was better off than the others. Although also exhausted, he managed to stand up and watch the thickly dotted sword formations in the valley in fascination. Shi Ziguang beside him murmured, "When will our boss wake up? Without him I'm feeling anxious." Gu Xian came back to his senses and said, "Soon." Shi Ziguang's eyes lit up. "Really?" Gu Xian said firmly, "Yes. Take a closer look. He is devouring the sword formations now much faster than before and is still accelerating." Shi Ziguang was not a fool. He just hadn't paid attention before. Hearing Gu Xian's words, his eyes lit up. "Yes, yes. Boss's eating speed has increased so quickly. We can hardly keep up with him now in setting sword formations." With one hand clenched, he hit his other hand palm with excitement. "When our boss wakes up, let's put up a thorough fight with them. I'll show them how powerful the Sword of Lightning is." He missed the thrill of the fight with the God Wolf division from last time. That feeling was excellent. Gu Xian nodded as he had the same feeling. Since he was older in age and more mature, he always thought more. He knew that the battle was fierce these days, and their enemies were changing tactics all the time. Everyone was highly focused. So far, their defense was relatively stable, but somehow Gu Xian always felt uneasy. Probably because their boss was absent. AI Hui was their backbone. When AI Hui wasn't with them, they felt anxious no matter what they did. On second thought, however, Gu Xian felt this was natural because he noticed that not only the Sword of Lightning, but also Division Leader Shi had the same feeling. Division Leader Shi was strong enough, but she was still willing to follow boss's lead from the bottom of her heart. So, as a small fry, he took his dependence on AI Hui for granted. At this moment, he totally forgot he was the vice division leader of the Sword of Lightning. What he said to Shi Ziguang was no lie. It was the conclusion he reached after careful observation. Boss was going to wake up soon. Just at this moment, they heard a thundering roar in the valley. Gu Xian and Shi Ziguang jumped up with a start. The valley was quivering as tens of thousands of swords were chiming. The sword chime converged into a torrent. The sound could shake one's heart as well as the ground. At first, Gu Xian and others were scared, but then on second thought, they were excited. This might be a sign that their boss was going to wake up? Soon, they realized something was wrong. Look at the blood sacrifice sword formation. Hearing his words, the others all turned to look toward that sword formation. A blood sacrifice sword formation was a sword formation that was offered the blood and flesh of blood fiends as sacrifice. Lulan found that a blood sacrifice sword formation was more helpful for AI Hui. Actually, none of them knew how to offer the sacrifice, so they just scattered the blood fiend's blood and flesh into the sword formation. Then, they found that AI Hui seemed to prefer blood sacrifice sword formations indeed because they would be devoured immediately after they were ready. That blood sacrifice sword formation was just set with the blood fiend's blood and flesh delivered to them about 2 hours ago. The blood sacrifice sword formation suddenly began to shine with a golden light, and the blood and flesh in the formation were soon absorbed like water in the desert. Meanwhile, each long sword in the sword formation had absorbed the blood on its blade. In an instant, all the blood in the sword formation had completely disappeared. Clank! With a clear sword chime, a long sword in the sword formation projected a beam of golden light. Clank, 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 dot. Sword chimes could be heard without end. Each long sword in the sword formation projected a beam of golden light which was almost solid. Those beams of golden light were glittering, translucent, and as straight as swords. They crisscrossed in the sky above the sword formation. Then, with a light cracking sound, a nail-sized piece peeled off the blade of a long sword and turned to ashes and dust before it fell on the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Large pieces began to peel off the blade of the sword like an eroded fresco. All the pieces turned to ashes and disappeared in the air. After the last cracking sound, all the pieces disappeared, and the scene in front of everyone was very weird. The sword formation was shrouded by thick golden light. Many swords of light were inserted into the ground. They were bright and dazzling, as if had just been taken out from the smelter. A sword aura shot up into the sky and crisscrossed above the sword formation. The swords formed a ray of light, one by one pierced through the ground. Translator's thoughts. Cynthia. Hey guys. AFE is scheduled to go premium on April 4, 2018. Since we don't have Patreon, not many changes will be made. Thank you for supporting our work. We will continue to provide all of you with top quality translation. Thank you so much. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624, God's Blood and Swords. Chapter 624, God's Blood and Swords. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, X, TYZ. Yang Xianyong had a square face and thick eyebrows. He was reporting the latest situation on the battlefield. The 1st Beast Battalion was greatly damaged. Casualties accounted for more than 70% of the whole battalion, which meant it was put out of action. Yang Xianyong was unwilling to accept this, but there was nothing he could do as their enemies were too strong. The attack power from the pagoda cannons increases every day. I suspect that the Pagoda Cannon Alliance will very likely join the battle. Currently, it's much more difficult for us to break through their defense because the flames shot from the pagoda cannons are very dense and can even create a wall of pagoda cannon fire. As long as there's weakness in the broadback batfish assault formation, the whole force will be destroyed. It seems that they have sufficient snow lava, so their attacks are more reckless than before, and they don't care at all about how much they have used. Hearing his words, Helian Tianxiao marveled. Those from the Central Pine Valley are clever indeed. Snow lava is an A-grade fire liquid, and its price is expensive. They are so extravagant in their use of snow lava now because they must have found a way to make it on a large scale. I'm afraid that no one knows that secret of the Central Pine Valley yet. Yang Xianyong hesitated for a while and continued to report, I found something weird these past few days. Something weird? Yes. After each battle, they will take away all the corpses of the broadback batfish. Previously, they usually burned the corpses with snow lava in case of plague outbreaks, so I think what they are doing now seems weird. Helian Tianxiao looked surprised. He thought for a while and said, only corpses of broadback batfish? Yes. As for the corpses of soldiers, they just deal with them the same as before. Song Shaoqian asked, maybe they want to learn more about the broadback batfish? Helian Tianxiao nodded and said, yes, maybe they want to find a solution to deal with the poisonous smoke from the broadback batfish. Anyway, they are not doing this to become blood elementalists. The others burst into laughter when hearing the last sentence. Someone chimed in, if they really want to become blood elementalists, then they'd better surrender. We have better and safer ways. Helian Tianxiao smiled and said softly to members of the Beast Battalion, I know you have suffered heavy casualties and great difficulties, but this time we are attacking the heavily fortified positions, which is a life-or-death battle. As a result, there's no retreat. It's not time to weep for the dead. Instead, we must try to find ways to defeat our enemies. Last time, the frost locust grass was very effective, and we almost made it. I believe in your strength and wits. Now go and prepare for the battle tomorrow. The 4 heads of the Beast Battalions looked at each other and replied simultaneously, yes. Everyone else had left. Only Song Shaoqian and Helian Tianxiao were in the tent. Helian Tianxiao's face became gloomy. He snorted coldly, they are collecting the corpses of broadback batfish now. I'm afraid they are planning something big. We cannot delay anymore. How's your progress now? Song Shaoqian said reverently, I found a way, and the test result was pretty good. I think it can be deployed in real battle after a few improvements. Helian Tianxiao asked in a deep voice, how long will it take? Song Shaoqian was determined. 3 days at the most. I'm willing to make a written pledge. Helian Tianxiao nodded hard. Okay, I'll give you 3 days. Then his expression became much more relaxed. Gently, he said, don't blame me for pushing you so hard. Every day comes at the cost of the lives of our soldiers. If we cannot find a way out before the Beast Battalions are all killed, I can only go to the battlefield myself. Song Shaoqian said firmly, we will complete it within 3 days. Helian Tianxiao waved his hand. Go. He was the only one left in the tent now. He felt tired because their enemies were more and more difficult to deal with. They became stronger as the battle progressed. He was scared at their rate of improvement. He had never seen a combat division that grew at such an amazing speed. In fact, Yang Xianyong didn't need to report at all. Helian Tianxiao knew the current situation very well. Their casualties were increasing, and so was the difficulty in moving forward. Although they had come up with many ideas, none caused severe harm to their enemies, as they could always respond quickly and effectively. Just at this moment, he heard chaos from outside, and a guard walked in and said with excitement, "Sir, here's a letter delivered by a scout sent by division leader He Nanshan?" Helian Tianxiao cheered up. Had they rescued General Yi and Palace Master Nangong? He sat up, took the letter, and tore it open. Having read each word on the letter, he was shocked. Shi Yu. The Holy Relic. He was pleased when he learned that troops from different combat divisions would arrive in a few days' time, but soon, the joy was replaced by conflict. In the valley. Crack. A light sword broke into golden pieces, which didn't disappear, but merged into another sword nearby. Another sword has broken. Gu Xian felt pain for the broken sword. Although he didn't know how powerful the light swords were, he knew they were extraordinary almost by instinct. He suddenly turned to the other members and shouted, "Blood sacrifice! Hurry up!" The other members hurriedly scattered the blood and flesh they had prepared into the sword formation. The sword that had just absorbed the golden pieces suddenly brightened with dazzling, flaming radiance when it touched the blood and flesh. Shi Shueman, Jiang Wei, and the others were also dumbstruck to see this scene. They're really broken? It's true. They heard about the weird changes AI Hui had gone through and came over to see what happened during the downtime. Lu Lan was closely following AI Hui's changes and was very familiar with every detail. He explained, the golden fog is the god's blood that he cannot absorb, so he has to get it out of his body. Otherwise, he may become a blood elementalist. Sang Jijun was curious, is this god's blood really a drop of a god's blood? Shi Shueman suddenly said, we cannot trace the origin of the god's blood, so it's hard to confirm if it's really a god's blood, but we are sure now that each drop of God's blood contains amazing power. God's blood was discovered by the blood of God at the very beginning and became their holy relic that was passed down from generation to generation until today. She was born in an aristocratic family, so she knew many things that were rarely known by others. Sang Jijun grew more curious. Then why does AI Hui have God's blood? If it was the holy relic of the blood of God, it must be precious. Why AI Hui did have it? Lu Lan explained what had happened with the life and death flower sacrificial art. Everyone was emotionally shaken. They had never heard of such a capricious sacrificial art before. Besides, they became more reverent toward AI Hui when they learned that he had been trying to act like a healthy person all this time although severely injured. Only Fatty's eyes lit up. He said with admiration, Hui is so lucky. What can you do with him? He can get a relic by getting injured. This holy object must be expensive, right? In his eyes, it was like AI Hui was accidentally picking up a gift bag along the way. No one bothered to reply to him. Lu Lan continued to explain, the god's blood that AI Hui cannot absorb was channeled into the sword formations, but ordinary swords cannot bear the power and usually would explode. However, the god's blood is very sensitive to blood and flesh. The blood sacrifice sword formations can absorb part of the god's blood. Sang Jijun's eyes widened. Then will the swords be tempered into god swords? Blind He suddenly said, in a sense, yes. Everyone's eyes turned to Blind He. Blind He said lightly, the god's blood is influencing the swords in a way that is very unique and is different from all methods that we know. Unfortunately, they are not yet god-grade swords because the quality of the swords are just average. Only heaven-grade weapons, having absorbed enough god's blood, can become god-grade weapons. Jiang Wei asked in confusion, then why don't we use some higher-grade swords? Blind He said, there's no time. It takes too long to make a heaven-grade weapon, and numerous precious materials are needed too. Although we have enough materials, not many kinds can be used to make heaven-grade weapons. Fatty chimed in, at least we can make 1 or 2? That will be useless. Blind He said dryly, we need at least 100. 100 heaven-grade weapons. Hearing his words, everyone gave up on this plan at once. Shi Shueman asked, how many swords do we need to absorb the god's blood? She hoped AI Hui could wake up sooner. Only by eliminating the non-absorbable god's blood from his body could he wake up. The aura of the light swords was overwhelming, ferocious, and would inflict enormous damage to AI Hui if it lingered in his body. Blind He said lightly, about 100,000. The others were scared by this number. Only Fatty was heartless, it's fine.
We can make it. Jiang Wei asked again, what if the 100,000 swords all become god-grade swords? How powerful would that be? As I just said, they are not counted as god-grade swords. Blind, he said, although each sword can only absorb a very tiny amount of God's blood due to its quality, the God's blood still can remold the swords and greatly increase their power. Thinking for a while, he continued, a single remolded sword would be inferior to a heaven-grade weapon, but there should be other merits. At this moment, the flickering golden light began to spread from AI Huey's location at the center to the outside. Swords that were unable to withstand the God's blood incessantly exploded now and then, but the remaining swords still lit up the whole valley. When night fell, the thickly dotted light swords were like lanterns spread all over the valley. The scene was a feast for the eyes. Yet, no one had the time to enjoy the beautiful scene. Blind, he continued to make swords because AI Hui would need more swords to absorb the God's blood. Sure, Shueman, Fatty, and their team members were going back to the front line to prepare for the battle tomorrow. Gu Xian and his division members were busy setting sword formations in the valley. No one noticed that in the central pine valley on the fishbone, a young man stood among the drifting bamboo leaves in a bamboo grove. The traces of the viridescent flower were gradually fading away. The air in the bamboo grove seemed to have stopped flowing, and time seemed to have stopped. All the drifting jade sword bamboo leaves stayed still in the air. A small, but delicate, diamond-shaped viridescent flower trace quietly appeared between the young man's eyebrows. Translator's thoughts. Cynthia. Hey guys. AFE is scheduled to go premium on April 4, 2018. Since we don't have Patreon, not many changes will be made. Thank you for supporting our work. We will continue to provide all of you with top-quality translation. Thank you so much. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625, Breaking Through the Wind Curtain. Chapter 625, Breaking Through the Wind Curtain. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, XTYZ. After a whole day of battle, both the elementalists and blood elementalists were exhausted. So they came to a ceasefire to recover strength and prepare for the battle tomorrow. The beast battalions tried to attack during the night, but hadn't succeeded and came back with severe casualties. In the night, the whistling of the metal wind curtain almost drowned out all the other sound. About 120 miles away from the campsite, two combat divisions stood silently like statues in straight lines in front of the wind curtain. Only the howls of wolves could be heard now and then. The weather was good tonight, there was no moon, and the sky was dark. Standing in front of the wind curtain, Helian Tianchao said solemnly, "Here?" Song Shaoqian saluted. "Yes. We detected 6 weak areas in the wind curtain, and here is the weakest point." Helian Tianchao nodded, "Then get ready." Song Shaoqian hesitated, "Don't we wait for reinforcements?" Although in her heart, she didn't want to wait for reinforcements either, she felt it inappropriate to ignore the letter sent by division leader He. Helian Tianchao shook his head, "No need." The others felt relieved too, followed by excitement. As long as they could break through the wind curtain, the weakest abdomen of their enemies would be laid bare in front of them. If it were not for the special terrain of the windy pearl bridges that created a pass where only one guard could prevent a whole army from getting through, the 3 god-subduing peaks would not be able to stop their attack at all. The only combat division they feared was the Spear of Heavy Cloud, but it would hardly be a match for the God Wolf division. The Windy Pearl Bridge's defensive line was now the last defense of their enemies. As long as they could take down the Windy Pearl Bridges, they could march forward with irresistible force and were bound to win. Therefore, none of them wanted to share the merits and honor with others. After hearing the division leader's decision, they were all excited. Helian Tianchao looked around and said loudly, "Everybody listen to me. I don't want to stress anything further for the battle tonight. If we win, it will be a peerless merit, but if we lose, this is where we die." The words encouraged everyone present. They were shivering with excitement, and their blood was boiling. They were strong commanders and soldiers with illustrious military exploits, and they were more eager to earn achievements than ordinary people. Moreover, the battle tonight would definitely leave an indelible mark in history. Matchless merit was the pursuit of every aggressive general. Motivated by their aggression and ferocity, they had become bloodthirsty monsters. Riding on their wolves, they were breathing heavily and licking their lips now and then, revealing the impulses in their hearts that they were trying to restrain. Helian Tianchao cut it short and said, "Let's begin." Song Shaoqian no longer hesitated. She relapsed into her usual apathy and drove the Silverfrost wolf toward the wind curtain. In front of the wind curtain, 12 Silverfrost soldiers were ready. Song Shaoqian took a deep breath and shouted, "Begin." Sadness appeared on these Silverfrost soldiers' faces.
They dismounted, some with tears in their eyes, and caressed the heads of the wolves.
Go!
Their voices shivered.
The Silverfrost wolves howled mournfully and licked their masters.
Then, they crashed into the wind curtain like silvery shooting stars.
12 Silverfrost wolves transformed to 12 beams of silvery light that bumped into the wind curtain and instantly exploded. The Silverfrost stabbed deep into the wind curtain like hard icicles.
A modicum of Silverfrost scattered, and the piercing coldness swept the whole area.
Generals and soldiers of both the God Wolf and the Silverfrost divisions became silent.
Since their bonds with their mounts ran really deep, they didn't have the heart to watch the scene. The 12 silver icicles sticking in the wind curtain formed a circle with a diameter of 15 to 20 meters. The metal wind kept whistling, but the ice circle was stable and still.
Song Xiaoqian said coldly, "Frost locust grass."
The soldiers let out the frost locust grass they had prepared. Black and red blood locusts flew at the ice circle like a black and red cloud.
Tinkle, tinkle, tinkle.
The blood locusts bumped into the wind curtain in the center of the ice circle.
Gray dots began to spread.
In an instant, the center of the ice circle turned to gray. The metal elemental energy was quickly eroded, and a round channel appeared in front of them.
Everyone was excited and eager.
Although they had already known that the higher-ups must have found a solution, when they saw that the wind curtain had really been broken through, their intent to fight suddenly broke out. As long as they passed through the wind curtain, victory would be at their fingertips.
Song Xiaoqian was kind of relieved. She calmed down and ordered, God Wolf and Silverfrost divisions will now mix together and pass through the channel. Silverfrost division, reinforce the channel with cold air when passing through.
The soldiers immediately understood Song Xiaoqian's intention, and everyone marveled at her perfect method in their hearts. The two divisions had been cooperating for years and knew each other very well. They soon mixed together without any delay.
A general from the Silverfrost division walked in front, and his Silverfrost wolf jumped up and stepped into the entrance of the channel.
Each time the Silverfrost wolf's claws stepped on the channel, they would produce cold fog that could reinforce the channel.
A general from the God Wolf division closely followed the wolf. Then, the rest of the generals and soldiers flocked into the channel.
When the last soldier walked through, Song Xiaoqian's face finally lit up with pleasure. To break through the wind curtain, she had done a lot of work. Finding the weak points of the wind curtain alone took her a long time. Next, she racked her brains to think of a method to cut through the wind curtain. Later, inspired by the frost locust grass used by the beast battalions, she came up with this solution.
Helian Tianxiao always looked frosty, but now he didn't try to conceal the happiness on his face.
You will be credited with the first achievement in this battle.
Song Xiaoqian, riding on her wolf's back, bowed slightly in response without saying anything.
Without continuous cold air, the ice channel and the metal wind curtain began to melt. After a while, the channel totally disappeared, and the wind curtain returned to its previous state.
Helian Tianxiao looked back at the God Wolf and the Silverfrost divisions lining up in front of him.
He said solemnly, "From now on, no hubbub, no communication.
Slow down and control your steps. Don't make any noise. Go!" The God Wolf and the Silverfrost divisions marched forward at a speed that was not fast. The large army, including the wolves, didn't make any sound.
Killing intent pervaded the whole troop.
In an inconspicuous valley, what elementalists planted disguise rattans for camouflage?
Their palms shined with green light. The green rattans grew at a fast speed. Soon, the ground around the campsite was covered with the rattans. Fog scattered along the leaves of the disguise rattans. Seen from the outside, the campsite had disappeared. The valley was small and clear at a glance. One could see every corner of the valley without entering. The Judgment and the Dread divisions made use of this trait. Blood elementalists usually only gave a glimpse of a valley before they left. They would not send anyone into the valley to search further because it was too small for combat divisions to hide in.
They began to rest.
Since He Bai's heart of God was sealed, the situation had greatly changed. They began to take the initiative, didn't need to be kept constantly on the run, and even gained victories in previous ambushes. This boosted the morale of the troops since seeing the dawn of victory was more exciting than anything else.
Noticing the fatigue on Shimen Saijue's face, Wan Shunwei walked to her and sat beside her. "Are you okay?" Shimen Saijue frowned unhappily. "Of course I am."
She was the kind of person who was eager to do well in everything and didn't like others to worry. Wan Shunwei and Shimen Saijue had known each other for years and were familiar with each other's temper and character, so Wan Shunwei didn't mind and said, "Something is wrong."
Shimen Saijue shot him a glance.
She always admired Wan Shunwei's capacity, so she asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong?"
Wan Shunwen said, "We didn't meet any blood elementalists both today and yesterday.
No troops nor scouts." Shiman Saijue paused for a while before her expression changed. She was not a fool and immediately realized the problem. Judging from the previous situation, they would encounter at least 2 to 3 batches of enemies every day. It was abnormal indeed that no blood elementalists appeared for 2 consecutive days. Yubai was still in their hands, so blood elementalists had no reason to give up. Unless. She blurted out, "The Holy Emperor is here?" Wan Shenwei's expression changed too when he heard her words. Just at this moment, they heard laughter above their heads. Wan Shenwei was shocked. He looked up at once and saw a girl in red sitting at the peak. His pupils contracted as his heart sank. He hadn't noticed when this girl appeared at all. This alone demonstrated her extraordinary capacity. Looking down at them, Shiyu smiled and said, "Don't overestimate yourselves. You are just remnants of a defeated army. The Holy Emperor won't bother to come in person." Her voice was unspeakably pleasant to hear, with a hint of enchantment that lingered in the valley. Some of the soldiers began to fall into a trance. Wan Shenwei was scared. The generals and soldiers of the Judgment and the Dread divisions had been through numerous battles, and their will was firm and determined, but even so, they couldn't escape falling into her trap. His elemental energy surged, and he shouted like thunder, "Hey!" As if a tornado had exploded in the valley, the others shivered and came back to their senses. Their stares toward the figure in red at the peak changed. A master could prove his ability with a single move. The Judgment and Dread members were all experienced and instinctively had a keen judgment of the current situation. The girl in red seemed weak, but in their eyes, she was the most formidable enemy. Noticing the girl's red clothing, Shiman Saijue suddenly remembered who she was and shouted, "You are Shiyu, the girl in red?" Song Yen stood right below Shiyu. The moment Shiman Saijue spoke, he launched an attack. A dim blade ray flew toward Shiyu silently. This move illustrated the rich experience of Song Yen. Under the cover of Shiman Saijue's voice, he chose a wily angle to throw out the flying knife. Shiyu suddenly looked down and smiled at Song Yen. This smile was like a flower blossoming. Even the sky above her head seemed to become clear and shiny. She flicked her thin and white finger softly. Bang! The blade exploded. Song Yen stifled a groan and staggered backward a few steps before he managed to stand still. Blood flew down the corner of his mouth. Everyone's expression changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, Breeze of Surveillance. Chapter 626, Breeze of Surveillance. Translator, Cynthia Editor, X, TYZ. Kuning was looking over the campsite. Wary of waking his comrades whose faces were covered in dirt, he walked cautiously and quietly. Those young faces displayed a maturity beyond their age. Experience on the battlefield could always wash away the sentimental and skittish parts of a person. The trial between life and death tested not only a person's will, but also their mind. The change in Kuning also happened to many of his comrades in the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. During consecutive fierce battles, there were several instances of extremely dangerous situations where the Pagoda Cannon Alliance had to support the front line. Today's situation was the same. Their enemies had once advanced to a distance of less than 100 meters away from the line of defense. After a day of fierce fighting, the warriors were all burned out. Everyone seized the opportunity to have a rest because they knew that tomorrow wouldn't be any easier. The 4 beast battalions were not yet defeated, and the even more powerful God Wolf and Silverfrost troops had been at ease and waiting for the defenders to grow exhausted. Any hint of fatigue would trigger their cunning enemies to launch a fatal attack. Tong Gui and Eugene were sitting on a hillside that was barren and full of scorch marks. They were both looking at Kuning, who was on patrol in the campsite on this dark night. The night was as dark as ink, and the wind was gusting around. In the quiet camp, the young man was as straight as a spear. Enormous beehive-heavy cannons were placed everywhere like ancient beasts squatting on the ground and casting shadows of death. Eugene suddenly said, "Kuning has made great progress." Tong Gui quite agreed with her and praised, "Yes, he has been reborn. At the beginning, I wondered why AI we asked us to assist him. I didn't expect that he would change so much after several battles." AI we had great foresight regarding Kuning. Eugene asked, "What's the next move for our enemy?" Tong Gui thought for a while and said, "I don't know. The situation now is good for us. The Pagoda Cannon Alliance is doing a good job now because they have become more proficient at using pagoda cannons. As long as we don't lose the defense line, we can keep our position." Eugene didn't answer. Discussions like this happened all the time. Usually, they were just nonsense. In their daily meetings on the battlefield situation, they had discussed the specifics in more detail. This idle talk was just a way for them to encourage themselves. Seeing Eugene close her eyes, Tongue stopped talking. The battle during the daytime was not easy for them either. Venerable Volcano, who had a contemplative look on his face, squatted on the mountain range and overlooked the valley. In the valley, the glowing swordses that looked like scorched iron swords were inserted everywhere, creating a splendid spectacle. Although he was experienced and knowledgeable, this was the first time that he had seen such a peculiar scene. In amazement, Venerable Volcano mused, "The first time I saw Ai Hui, I knew he was different and would always create amazing things. I wonder what he spends his time thinking about." Xiao Shan stood beside him silently and was absorbed in his own thoughts while looking at the valley. Suddenly, he asked, "When will Ai Hui recover?" Lu Lan answered, "According to his recuperation status during these 2 days, it will still take about 10 days before he totally recovers." The surging sword consciousness in the valley disappeared. If he had not seen this happen with his own eyes before, he would have believed there was nothing in the valley. It was shocking to them because they knew the swords that resembled red-hot iron had locked away all the sword consciousness. Restraining was much more difficult than recklessly showing off. All of a sudden, Lu Lan looked out into the distance. Xiao Shan was alert and asked at once, "What?" Lu Lan was confused. "I feel vibrations from earth elemental energy under the ground. It seems that some beasts are approaching." Venerable Volcano was curious. Beasts? What beasts would come to this damnable place? Earlier, they had searched this area several times. There was not a single big insect to be found, let alone beasts. The area around the wind curtain was almost completely barren. Xiao Shan put on a vigilant face. "What beasts? How many?" Lo Alan closed his eyes and answered after a moment, "Many. These beasts have 4 legs and are traveling briskly." He was a sand puppet who was sensitive to earth elemental energy. The volatility of earth elemental energy was much lower than other elemental energies. On the vast earth elemental energy was normally subdued and as tranquil as the surface of a lake. Now, however, Lu Lan sensed that the earth elemental energy in the distance was rippling slightly. Back when Shi Guan was hunting Ai Hui, he had used the trace of earth elemental energy left by elementalists to locate Ai Hui. Lu Lan was better than Shi Guan in this aspect. Not only because he was a sand puppet, but also because with his unparalleled sand core, Midnight, his power was matchless. As a result, he could sense the slightest changes in the earth elemental energy from more than 5,000 meters away. Xiao Shan became more nervous. "In which direction?" Lu Lan pointed to the rear of the camp and said predictively, "Over there." Xiao Shan flew up into the sky without any hesitation. Looking toward the direction in which Lu Lan pointed, Xiao Shan saw a cluster of tiny shadows that were moving, almost as if the horizon was jumping up and down. When he saw the size of the group, he finally understood why Lu Lan said there were many of them. A chilly blast traveled straight through his spine and into his forehead. His scalp tightened, and he felt like he had fallen into an icehouse that was mind-numbingly cold. Xiao Shan came back to his senses, and his face paled. He then yelled, "Enemy attack!" The sharp sound tore through the silent night. Enemy attack! The camps of their enemy were over there. Incessant lights brightened the dark night like stars in the sky. Helian Tianxiao murmured, "Beautiful." A yell wafting from the distance gradually grew clear, "Enemy attack." Helian Tianxiao grinned ferociously. He patted the belly of the wolf that he rode and ordered, "God Wolf, charge." Next, Song Xiaoqian, who was on the flank, gave her order at once, "Silverfrost, charge." The wolf pack accelerated. The rumble of the beast horde became louder and gradually converged into growling thunder. Strong and powerful wolf paws struck the ground like hammers. Stiff rocks couldn't stop them and turned into powder under their limbs in almost an instant. Boom, boom. Thousands of paws simultaneously struck the ground as if stomping thunder into the earth. The earth shook. The fur of the god wolves was as red as blood and illuminated the soldiers riding on them. The red halos gradually fused together. If one looked down from the sky, he or she would see all the red halos expand and gradually merge into one large halo as the God Wolf division charged faster and faster. The blood-red torrent galloped over the ground. They advanced as quickly as a giant red axe splitting the air. On both sides of God Wolf troops, snow-white Silverfrost soldiers brought along a freezing fog like 2 swords that were ready to attack the enemies at any time. The ground that they passed froze, leaving 2 icy pathways behind them. On the back of those wolves, the soldiers were excited and prepared to kill anything they encountered. Their eyes bloodshot, and their faces subconsciously broke out into brutal grins. They had never been so sure that success was around the corner. According to the experience accumulated during countless battles, they were quite certain that charging forward from such a close proximity to the enemy made them invincible. Even the 3 central divisions couldn't stop them. The enemy camp in front of them started to fly into turmoil. Lights were lit constantly, which illuminated their camp as if it was daytime. They were merely a mob. The enemy's panic triggered the fierce nature of the blood elementalists. The brutal aspiration to kill writhed in their bodies. They felt like they had already seen a picture of the future. After they intruded into the enemy camp, the frail camp was shredded into pieces when encountering the forceful paws of their wolves. They would cut into the bodies of their foes and churn the flesh up effortlessly like heavy and fierce axes. Several shadows shot up from the enemy camp and flew toward them. All of a sudden, a piece of ice appeared in the air in front of them and wildly grew bigger and bigger. Xiao Shan. He was an expert from the surveillance division. Helian Tianxiao had witnessed Xiao Shan fighting in battles several times and was impressed by Xiao Shan's mighty power. Many of their powerful experts who had an ability of God were defeated by Xiao Shan. However, this had just been during skirmishes. In skirmishes, masters played crucial roles. They were strong and flexible, which was a great advantage. When it came to a full-fledged battle against a charging combat division, however, the situation was totally different. Helian Tianxiao thought that Xiao Shan was overly confident, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A moment later, the ice that could freeze space grew into a transparent wall that blocked Helian Tianxiao, and he grinned scornfully. He didn't choose to slow down. Instead, he took the lead and charged into the transparent wall. Like an enormous axe shrouded in a red halo, the God Wolf division hacked at the transparent wall. Boom! The transparent wall collapsed, shattering like a crystal into countless pieces. The charging momentum of the God Wolf division didn't decline at all. In the sky, Xiao Shan spat a mouthful of blood and lost control of his body. Comrades beside him immediately grabbed him, allowing him to keep his balance and suppress the turbulent elemental energy in his body. He knew he couldn't stop the charging of the God Wolf division all by himself. It was no different from suicide. However, each second was precious for them right now. His clothes were soaked in blood, and his face was pale. He used to look apathetic, but now he was as animated as an inferno. Breeze of surveillance, he roared as loudly as he could. The other soldiers were shocked by his roar. They understood that Xiao Shan was about to risk his life in this battle. The next minute, they felt as if some emotions had exploded in their hearts. They were all followers of Xiao Shan and had prepared to sacrifice their lives before they arrived. No one flinched. They howled furiously, breeze of surveillance. Elemental energy rose ferociously from under their feet and swept every single inch of their skin. Their eyes were bright, and their bodies were steady. Standing there, they could feel the resonance of each other's elemental energy. Although they had practiced this move in their teenage years, they had never expected to use it in the future. They smiled at each other. Sweeping off the dust, they restored the shine to their swords. The whole army was like a sick monster who opened its eyes and demonstrated its great power once more. They were a bunch of deserters from a division that had a history that stretched more than a millennia. Now, they were singing a battle song that belonged to their ancestors. The sound lingered in the river of time and in the sky. The flags they lifted were rotten, but were radiant like the sun. They knew that this would be the last song. So, just let it be. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627, Eating Grass. Chapter 627, Eating Grass. Translator, Irene. Editor, X, TYZ. The hissing of breeze of surveillance in the night sky had yet to dissipate when a flame rose from within the faraway Alliance's camping ground into the sky with a loud boom. It sounded like an erupting volcano. Venerable volcano. 3 huge snow lava fireballs flew into the sky and drew a flaming locust in the night. Like meteorites descending from the sky, they dove for that angry, rolling, blood-colored wave with a whistle. Helian Tianxiao had no intention of reducing speed, as if he had not seen them. Beside him, Song Xiaoqian shouted at the top of her lungs, "Archers!" The archers from both sides of the Silverfrost division moved in unison, pulling their bowstrings without retrieving any arrows. The surrounding cold air converged, and sparkling and translucent ice arrows appeared on their bowstrings. The tails of these beautiful ice arrows were like a magnified snowflower. Song Xiaoqian ordered, "Release!" Twang! The sound of 1,000 bowstrings being released rang out. 1,000 ice-cold lights flew into the sky, leaving behind slender and bright scars like glowing silkworms. It was as if there was an invisible palm in the sky, twisting and turning these bright silk threads to create a beautiful and brilliant ice windstorm. One lava fireball slammed onto the ice windstorm forcefully. Boom! Countless lava flames exploded in the air like fireworks. The next moment, the ruptured silver frost froze, and all the beautiful light rays disappeared in an instant. The fiery flowers became flowers of silver frost, while the blazing lava became silver frosted rocks that smashed onto the ground like rain, shattering into pieces. Lights on the God-subduing peak guarded by the spear of heavy cloud were dim, and the tired soldiers took this time to rest.
However, the lights were bright in Shir Shuemon's tent as the officers gathered together to discuss the next day's battle.
Suddenly, Shir Shuemon jerked her head up as her heart jolted.
An intense elemental energy wave motion.
Not only did the non-stop whistling of the metal wind curtain cover up the majority of the ambient sound, it would also conceal the majority of the elemental energy wave motions. Yet, this burst of wave motion was so intense that even the metal wind curtain was unable to hide it. It was coming from behind. Her face changed. Not only her, but the others also felt this alarming presence. It was simply too intense. Like a sun in the night sky, it was effortlessly striking.
Enemy.
A sharp alarm went off, and the soldiers in charge of the night duty rushed over, reporting.
A big group of enemies detected.
Everyone dashed out of the tent.
From the faraway horizon, countless broadback batfish were speedily flying toward them like a powerful current. The number of broadback batfish made everybody take in a deep breath of cold air. They had no doubt that the enemy had placed everything on this battle. No, only all the beast battalions. What about the God Wolf and the Silverfrost divisions?
Where were they? Thinking about that astounding elemental energy wave motion from earlier, their faces quickly turned pale.
How had the enemy broken through the wind curtain?
The lights on the three God-subduing peaks brightened. The infantry and the Sky Edge divisions had also been alarmed.
Shir Shuemon bit her lips forcefully, almost splitting them open.
Never had there been a moment that terrified her this badly and made her feel this much despair. The incoming beast battalion was like an enormous tide that could easily swallow them up.
Calm down, calm down.
Her first reaction was to engage the God-subduing peak to rescue Ai Hui and the others, but she knew it was too late.
Plus, once they retreated, Sky Edge and infantry wouldn't be able to hold off the flock of enemies.
Their defense line had been smashed in the blink of an eye, making it impossible for everyone to flee. Being familiar with military affairs, she knew that retreating was harder than going all out. They would be utterly defeated if they were even slightly careless when withdrawing.
What would Ai Hui do if he were to be in her position? Shir Shuemon composed herself.
Ai Hui had been in even more dangerous situations, but he had not given up, so how could she?
Furthermore, how could Ai Hui, that evildoer, die so easily? Yeah, how could he die so easily?
Villains have long lives. Shir Shuemon threw her panic away and calmed herself down.
She was much more clear-headed now.
If Ai Hui were to die, the rear position would be destroyed, and the three vanguard combat divisions wouldn't survive either.
Once their vanguard defense line was broken through, those at the back would also perish. All for one, one for all.
This thought swept the last bit of fear out the window. Abandoning comrades and fleeing alone weren't things people from the North Sea Shir family could possibly do.
She quickly made a decision. Xian Dai, Zhu Yan, go assist the Pagoda Cannon Alliance.
Fatty had long been feeling restless. Thinking about Ai Hui being in danger affected his fighting spirit. He admired Shir Shuemon because she stuck to her principles, which was a respectable trait.
He wasn't like her.
He was just a fatty who was lucky to be alive and only slightly principled.
To him, no one was as important as Ai Hui. Fatty and Zhu Yan left immediately.
Having recovered her composure, Shir Shuemon displayed her decisiveness. She was certain that close-range combat power was what the rear needed to resist the God Wolf and the Silverfrost division. However, she was also clear that it was too late to assemble people and then return to provide assistance. She determined that the enemy had already started charging. Furthermore, that intense and terrifying gush of elemental energy wave motion made her recall some details about the three central divisions that she had read previously. Unable to make up for the disadvantages at the rear, she would have to further strengthen the advantages they already possessed. This was her judgment. If the battle had already ended and the alliance had already crumbled by the time Fatty and Zhu Yan got there, it would be pointless for anyone else to go over. If the battle was still ongoing, it meant that both sides were in a deadlock and their arrival would greatly boost the alliance's power. The pressure at the front line was extremely huge, but Shir Shuemon remained confident.
Amid this despairing chaos, Shir Shuemon gambled her last bit of hope. Ultimately, human affairs were determined by heavens.
Kaning frantically shouted for the soldiers to man the pagoda cannons. Intense fear shrouded his heart, causing him to feel suffocated and breathless. However, he knew that every second was being exchanged for his comrades' fresh blood. In the distant sky, a group of people were being enveloped by intense light rays. Watching them from afar, they were like sky lanterns drifting in the sky. Senior Xiao Shan and the rest. Unknowingly, tears rolled down Kunning's cheeks. A sharp whistle echoed across his head as a dazzling light ray ripped across the dark sky. The sword of lightning. Kunning leapt up and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Cannoneers, get to your pagoda cannon! Cannoneers, get to your pagoda cannon!" In the camp, people were dashing about with bloodshot eyes, as if in a frantic state of mind. Far away, a surging current filled the field. Also in the distance, a dazzling light ray illuminated the night sky. The sky lantern-like light balls emitted terrifying wave motions that made Helian Tianxiao's face change for the first time. He quickly recalled a legend that had circulated for a long time, but was rather secretive. In the legend, it was said that the 3 central divisions were tasked with an important mission, which was to ensure that the Elders Guild wouldn't fall under the control of Grandmasters. As such, across generations, the 3 central divisions had been working diligently to create a fatal move that could suppress Grandmasters. Helian Tianxiao's heart jumped. Could this legend be true? In the sky, many crisscross light beams appeared in the spaces between the former soldiers of the surveillance division, who had been enveloped in light rays. When they first emerged, they were as dim as shadows, but quickly brightened. They were becoming increasingly bright. Helian Tianxiao noticed that wind was being generated. No, the surrounding elemental energy was being drawn away by those damned fellows in the sky. Helian Tianxiao roared, "Shoot them down!" Hearing that, Song Shaoqian shouted, "Archers!" The archers in the Silverfrost division drew their bows at the same time. Release! The same ice windstorm rose once again and pounced toward those light beams and figures in the sky with a loud whistle. Just as the ice windstorm was about to swallow those floating figures, a viridescent flower branch appeared all of a sudden. This delicate viridescent flower branch remained motionless despite the whistling and wild ice rainstorm. The moment it appeared, it grew at an alarming rate. The branch was like a devilish vine that quickly grew into a wall of viridescent flower branches in the blink of an eye. The ice windstorm formed by countless ice arrows slammed heavily against the wall of viridescent flower branches. Rippling layers appeared on the wall as the bright light rays spread along the branches, filling the wall with specks of light and forming a beautiful flower scroll. It was so beautiful that it was hard to look away. A slightly thin figure appeared overhead unknowingly. He wore snow-white garments and had long hair that fluttered in the wind. The paleness in his face added contrast to his handsome features, effective accentuating them. The viridescent flower traces on his forehead added some mystery. He had a cool expression and appeared exceptionally arrogant. The dark night sky overhead was like a pair of black wings fixed on his back. Helian Tianxiao's pupils shrank once again. Duanmu Huanghun. He was back? It was old news that Duanmu Huanghun had been in seclusion for a long time. Who knew he would actually appear at this critical juncture? It wasn't a big deal since, according to the usual progression, Duanmu Huanghun would have only become a master. It wasn't anything to worry about. What could a master do when placed on this battlefield? Yet, that wall of viridescent flower branches made Helian Tianxiao aware that Duanmu Huanghuan's abilities exceeded those of ordinary masters. How did this fellow get this strong? Helian Tianxiao felt uncertain, but quickly composed himself. So what if that was the case? Without a grandmaster, the other enemies wouldn't be able to resist their attack. They were the God Wolf division. Helian Tianxiao refocused his gaze onto the enemy camp. That was their main target. The annoying flies would be dealt with after seizing control over the Pagoda Cannon Alliance's camp. So much noise the moment I return. How unpleasant. Duanmu Huanghuan's annoyed voice rang from above. It was cold and lofty, but not loud. Nevertheless, everyone on the battlefield could hear him, and the former surveillance member's frantic withdrawal of elemental energy seemed not to have any effect on him. He stood godlike and proud, as he overlooked the ground and extended his palm out. On his palm floated a segment of a viridescent flower branch. The branch was very short and did not look fancy. There wasn't any alarming wave motion either, but it carried a similar tenderness and plumpness. These wolves have traveled a long way. Their kindness should be repaid, but I heard that wolves eat flesh. Sorry, but there's only grass today. At that, he tossed the viridescent flower branch toward the blood-colored current that covered the field. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 628, Viridescent Flower, Viridescent Flower. Chapter 628, Viridescent Flower, Viridescent Flower. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. The viridescent twining branches fell onto the ground softly like a viridescent feather. Viridescent flower, carry me with magnificence. Viridescent flower, bestow me with poor melons.
Duanmu Huanghuan's melodious voice echoed.
The viridescent flowers extended rapidly like a green carpet spreading outward.
Helian Tianxiao found Duanmu Huanghuan's voice as annoying as the buzzing of a fly.
Nevertheless, he had to admit that his judgment had been accurate.
Duanmu Huanghuan's abilities were indeed beyond those of ordinary masters.
As one of the richest and most powerful aristocratic families in the former Avalon of Five Elements, not only was the Duanmu family the most influential family in Jadeite Forest, it was also a place the God Nation had always been gathering information from.
Duanmu family's viridescent flower had long history that could be traced back to cultivation era. Reportedly, it was inspired by the viridescent flower design on porcelain.
When put to use, viridescent flower indeed validated this claim. Viridescent flower, twining branches, was the most common and ordinary skill among the Duanmu family's absolute art, viridescent flower. However, Duanmu Huanghuan's viridescent flower, twining branches, was entirely different. It was no longer made of the frail and flat viridescent flower traces but lively and plump young sprouts. He could feel the resistance from the ground. The moment God Wolf launched an attack, the soldiers became one with blood spiritual force. Forget about grass, even if there was a mountain before him, Helian Tianxiao had confidence that he could smash it into pieces. But he could also clearly feel the resistance coming from the tender viridescent flowers. He felt as though he had fallen into a swamp as the resistance all around slowed the soldiers' momentum. This was an extremely dangerous sign. When charging, speed and momentum were key. If they were to lose speed, they would also lose power. No matter how heavy an axe was, it wouldn't chop wood if the handler was unable to raise it. They had to get out of this situation. Helian Tianxiao shouted, Silverfrost screen, dot. Without hesitation Song Xiaoqian repeated, Silverfrost screen. On the battlefield, Silverfrost Division's task was to protect the flanks of God Wolf and sacrifice themselves when needed. This was the Silverfrost Division's mission and job. Silverfrost wolves sprinted wildly on both sides and the mist around their hoofs thickened. Crash! Before them, a long block of ice rose from the ground and extended forward. God Wolf leapt onto the ice and continued charging forward. The all-round resistance disappeared and God Wolf regained their previous might and momentum. Duanmu Huanghan looked on as this happened. He slanted his mouth a little and started to sing. General and his cavalry, a beauty yet to be married. Viridescent flower remains the same, aging with magnificence. Covering the land, the viridescent twining branches blossomed simultaneously as bright viridescent flowers bloomed. The sea of grass from earlier instantly became a sea of flowers. When Duanmu reached the notes aging with magnificence, the viridescent flowers exploded and countless petals enveloped the whole battlefield, fluttering everywhere. The petals emitted a slight glimmer as they danced in the boundless sky like snowflakes, as if there were beautiful women singing a mournful but alluring song. Helian Tianxiao opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What path of master was this? Was this a wood elementalist's move? How could it be? God Wolf's movement became sluggish as the soldier's mental state had been affected. The river flow like blood spiritual force was no longer surging as smoothly as before. Such an unimaginable move, such terrifying viridescent flowers, how could they be executed by a freshly promoted master? Damn! Helian Tianxiao cursed. He had to break this skill first, otherwise, even if they had managed to charge into the enemy's camp, the soldiers' morale and might would be depleted. What would be the use then? Right now time was of the essence. The enemy was trying everything they could to obstruct God Wolf in order to stall for time and increase their odds of victory. Helian Tianxiao was well aware of this fact, but there was nothing he could do. He had thought that they could make it to the camp in one shot, but obstacles presented themselves one after another, thoroughly pissing him off. Duanmu Huanghuan's pretentious and arrogant behavior added flames to his already heated heart. When has there ever been a mere master who had dared to act all high and mighty before God Wolf? Go to hell! Unable to hold back any longer, Helian Tianxiao roared, kill! He raised the curved knife in his hand and dove toward Duanmu Huanghan. The God Wolf soldiers yelled in unison, kill! Dazzling, red-colored knives rose like a blood wave, carrying a sharp whistle. It was as if a malicious spirit had broken free from the blood sea and pounced onto Duanmu Huanghan. Knife rays flew up and the sharp whistle faded. All sounds on the battlefield disappeared and were overtaken by a dead silence. The viridescent flower petals fluttered as if being attracted, and gathered from all directions. PFF, PFF, PFF. The petals shattered into viridescent fragmented rays upon nearing the terrifying knife rays. The viridescent twining branches grew wildly on the ground, forming walls, but before the knife rays, they too became as frail as paper. The blood knife rays swept ferociously across the sky and struck Duanmu Huanghan.
In his fluttering white garments, Duan Muhonghun exploded into viridescent fragmented rays with a loud bang.
The remaining momentum threw the blood knife rays high up into the sky.
Helian Tianxiao's eye twitched. They had been played.
A big sheet of fluttering viridescent flower petals assembled behind Xiao Shan and Gang to form a viridescent twining branch embroidery ball.
Bang!
The embroidery ball exploded, causing the viridescent flower fragmented rays to dance in the breeze as a pale Duan Muhonghun reappeared.
How close?
If he hadn't been more careful, he definitely would have died horribly by that knife. He wouldn't have been able to block off the full strength of God Wolf. Not only would he have failed to do so, but he would also fail to escape once he was being locked down.
Nevertheless, he could sense that these soldiers' morale was becoming increasingly intimidating.
With a raise of his head and a puff of his chest, Duan Muhonghun courageously flew up. With his floating white garments and handsome face, he looked almost godlike.
Viridescent flower, viridescent flower. Duan Muhonghun shouted, but before he could do anything, he saw Helian Tianxiao raising his knife. Duan Muhonghun quivered and cursed inwardly.
Once again, with a clap, he transformed into fluttering viridescent flower petals that dispersed amid the sea of flowers.
Sword of lightning. Gu Xian and Gang were waiting patiently for an opportunity. God Wolf was moving with full force.
It wasn't something they could fight against without AI Huey's lead. That terrifying knife ray from earlier had shocked them bloodless.
However, upon seeing that Duan Muhonghun had managed to dodge it, they instantly heaved a sigh of relief. That's it, that's it. Duan Muhonghun's become a Yu Mingqiu. He's starting to recite poetry. Magnificent, I do know, but what about the poor melon? What kind of melon is that? Will one become poor after eating it? It's no wonder Bangwan's always so poor. Boss won't eat it for sure. Whoever dares to offer boss a piece of poor melon will be dead in one slap. Right, who's that general? Why do you care? The focus should be on the beauty. When did he find himself a belle? Could he be talking about himself? Seems possible.
Nonsensical discussion filled the air, but that aside, everyone was still impressed by Duan Muhonghun, who had become so powerful upon returning. They knew how difficult it was to resist God Wolf's blood current, even for a short period of time. Unknowingly, the fear and desperation in their hearts had disappeared.
What took over was a heroic spirit for having battled against the enemy. Windmill's power, volcano's combustion, viridescent twining branches' splendor. No one retreated. Everybody risked their lives forging forward in unity. As members, how could they not feel proud? How could they not? Wasn't life but a battle? To live without regrets.
Emotions surging, Gu Xian forced himself to regain composure.
Boss wasn't around, so he would be commanding the team. In a low voice, he cut in, "Shut it, you all."
Everyone quietened down immediately and turned serious, their emotions surging within and their eyes flickering with a strong desire to battle. They no longer felt exhausted and were filled with boundless energy, they had fire in them. However, they had to wait for the perfect opportunity to deal the enemy a fatal blow.
Gu Xian continued, "Zhiguang, move diagonally to the side. The moment Senior Xiao Shan and his team move, we will cut in."
Sure, Zhiguang nodded as he gently pressed on his sword hilt. His eyes were like stars in the night sky, but his face was as calm as water. The members of Sword of Lightning fixed their gaze on Xiao Shan and Gang. Not only Sword of Lightning, but the whole battlefield's attention was on them.
Because the elemental energy wave motion was so intense, it swallowed up elemental energy from miles away. What great power!
The sky lantern-like lights from earlier had become even more dazzling. They were like suns that emitted eye-piercing light rays, illuminating the night sky and making it seem like daytime. Amid the light, a figure could faintly be seen.
It was becoming blurry bit by bit. Helian Tianxiao felt the terrifying wave motion but did not raise his head.
Instead, he led his team in their wild charge. He was afraid that if he did look up, he would uncontrollably launch an attack. A sense of danger overtook his whole body, making him feel fear and trepidation.
The best choice now was to charge into the enemy's camp.
Once they did that, it would be difficult for them to separate, no matter how strong the enemy's moves were. Whatever the enemy had done so far was to slow them down. The more this was so, the more they shouldn't stop. By now the enemy had already shown all their cards.
Seeing the camp magnifying in his field of vision, Helian Tianxiao felt uncontrollably agitated. The annoying viridescent flowers swept over once again, but this time Helian Tianxiao remained unmoved.
The flowers were much weaker than before. Plus, they had already gained momentum and flow, so they were unobstructable.
Once the heavy axe was lifted, the enemy would be destroyed. Just then, the sky dimmed once again.
Eh? Helian Tianxiao raised his head automatically and noticed that the sun had vanished. The scenery around them had disappeared as well. A gentle wind sound surrounded them. The wind sound was very subtle, but it made Helian Tianxiao's hair stand on end. He raised his arm abruptly and shouted, "Halt!" The enormous inertia plowed deep scars on the ground, causing mud to fly everywhere. God Wolf and Silverfrost stopped in their tracks and everyone looked around, bewildered. They couldn't see anything. Instead, they could only hear the wind. It was so gentle and soft, but absolutely frightening. Breeze of Surveillance had arrived right on schedule. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629, A Desperate Effort. Chapter 629, A Desperate Effort. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps of people wearing metallic war boots broke the dead silence in New Light City. Every time their metallic war boots touched the ground, blood would splash in all directions, resembling the blossoming of a dark red flower. Occasionally, drops of blood would land on the war boots. Following which, the drops of blood would slide silently to the ground like dewdrops falling off lotus leaves. The war boots thus remained spotlessly clean and the footsteps remained synchronized. The brick pavement of the street was soaked with blood. If one looked down from the sky, he or she would see the bloody pavement extend to the end of the city. The blood color of the street was dazzling. The street was filled with puddles of blood, resembling puddles of water that were left behind by a downpour. However, instead of the pleasant after-rain aroma, the air was filled with a choking, bloody stench. Those people walked silently through the empty, bloody street, looking as if they could not see or smell anything. Some of them had a few decapitated heads that were dripping with blood in their hands. The eyes on these heads were wide open, containing fear and anger. If one took a closer look at these decapitated heads, he or she would be overwhelmed with shock. Two of the heads belonged to Yuchi-Ba, who tried to become a grandmaster, and Ugly Idol in Xiaochu, who was the mayor of New Light City. However, in reality, no one saw the scene. Those who saw this scene were already dead. Everyone on this street, no, the core district of New Light City, was already killed. Xiao Bao was walking at the front with an ice-cold look on his face. "Tell them that if they don't surrender before sunset, we will massacre everyone in the entire city," he said indifferently. "Yes." Gu Hu replied. Whoosh. Gu Hu suddenly appeared in the air. With elemental energy surging through his voice, he yelled, "If you don't surrender before sunset, we will massacre everyone in the city." After taking a glance at the setting sun, Xiao Bao withdrew his gaze. Gu Hu flew down beside Xiao Bao and asked, "Why don't we massacre everyone now?" "They are Madam's subjects after all, so we should take mercy on them," Xiao Bao answered plainly. "If it was me, I would have killed every one of these defiant new citizens. What's the point of allowing them to live? Humph, so what if Yuchi-Ba is high and mighty?" "He still ended up like this," Gu Hui said haughtily. "Yuchi-Ba has passed his prime, he is no longer as mighty as before. It's a pity Xiaochu has suffered this fate though." "He was extremely capable and talented," Xiao Bao replied. Gu Hu felt a tinge of admiration for Xiaochu as well. He snorted, "I didn't expect this fatty to so strong-willed." "He was a foolishly loyal individual," Xiao Bao continued plainly. When they reached a crossroads, they stopped in their tracks as a group of people appeared in front of them. Leading the group of people was a shivering old man. When he saw Xiao Bao and his counterparts, he kneeled down and spoke with a trembling voice, "New Light City is willing to surrender to you. We will surrender." The rest of the people behind him kneeled down as well and said, "All of us will surrender to you." Xiao Bao did not even take a glance at them and let them continue kneeling on the puddles of blood. Then he turned around and said to his counterparts, "New Light City has been pacified. Next stop, Palace Field City." A cool breeze blew as the aura of killing intent lingered in the air. Helian Tianxiao was feeling regretful at this point of time. He had underestimated the enemy. The battle he thought he would win easily was overflowing with variables. The outcomes that he anticipated did not happen. The toughness and tenacity of the enemy overwhelmed him with shock and fear. Duanmu Huanghuan's strength exceeded in ordinary masters. Helian Tianxiao wondered, was it possible that Duanmu Huanghuan's genius had already reached the gate of Grandmaster? He single-handedly withstood an army charge. Such bravery. Didn't they say this fellow was just a pretty boy? And these fellows from the surveillance division, they were actually brave. The current Helian Tianxiao did not dare to underestimate the three central divisions anymore. Dread and Judgment joined hands and single-handedly invaded the main encampment and kidnapped General Yi and Nangong Wulian. Meanwhile, these people from surveillance were willing to give up their lives to stop their charge without any hesitation. Previously, Heli and Tianxiao felt that the three central divisions were weak and decadent. Right now, he felt that he was really foolish and arrogant to think that way. The main reason for their repeated losses was their underestimation of the elementalists. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Now that their charge was impeded, their situation immediately became extremely dangerous. While the rest was in a daze, Song Xiaoqian took the lead to make a decision. The breeze surrounding them seemed very weak, but she could sense that it was extremely dangerous. She took off her bow from her back and shot an arrow into the air above her head all of a sudden. A streak of light flashed across the air and inserted itself into the deep, dark night. Suddenly, a look of joy appeared on her face. Following which, she pulled her bowstring back. Every time she pulled her bowstring back, she would release one arrow. Eventually, she shot out 12 arrows. The 12 streaks of light spread out like the tail of a peacock in the air. The three bottommost streaks of light disappeared. The three arrow gleams were devoured silently. A cold shiver went down Song Xiaoqian's spine. In a flash, she had lost her connection with the three arrows. Until now, she still did not know what was inside the breeze, but she knew that it must be something that was extremely dangerous. However, the arrow she released just now enabled her to find out how tall the surrounding breeze was. 360 meters. Eventually, the other generals began to imitate what Song Xiaoqian did. Rains of arrows flew towards the breeze that was surrounding them. Most of these arrows were mysteriously devoured, but the generals were still able to quickly grasp the shape of the surrounding wind. Everyone gasped in fear. They initially thought that it was an upright, cylindrical wind curtain. However, now they realized that it was actually a bell-shaped wind curtain. Mysteriously, there was a 60-meter wide hole at the top of the bell-shaped wind curtain. Heli and Tianxiao felt slightly glad. He conjectured that such a huge hole was created as the surveillance division did not activate enough men this time around. Heli and Tianxiao's conjecture was right. The real breeze of surveillance needed at least half of the surveillance division to execute fully. Breeze of surveillance was an ultimate move that was created to deal with grandmasters. The surveillance division named this dangerous yet quiet breeze trade wind. It was discovered during a bitter battle. Trade wind did not belong to any of the 5 elements. It was produced when elemental energy was burned. When an elementalist burned the elemental energy in his body, he was like an ignited candle, and the trade wind was the smoke from the candle flame. Trade wind could only be found in extremely small amounts. Until now, the surveillance division had yet to master the core of the trade wind. They had not found any solutions other than having their members burn their own elemental energies. The trade wind would become more powerful as more elementalists burned their elemental energies. This type of unique and mysterious wind had nothing to do with the 5 elements, but it could merge together with the nature as one. Once the surveillance cage was formed, it could last for tens of thousands of years. Even if the one that was trapped in the surveillance cage was a grandmaster, he or she could only listen to the sound of the breeze in absolute darkness as he slowly died with the passing of time. The surveillance cage would collapse only if the elemental energies in the world disintegrated completely, like the calamity at the end of cultivation era. It was a pity Xiaoshan did not have enough men and breeze of surveillance could not be executed fully. Xiaoshan did not know about this fact, but he had already achieved his goal of impeding the charge of the God Wolf Division and the Silverfrost Blood Division to buy more time for the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. From the look of it, everything proceeded smoothly. The soldiers of the God Wolf Division and the Silverfrost Blood Division looked distressed. They were specialized in charging enemy lines, not flying. They were almost entirely incapable of flying straight up. A 360-meter tall, bell-shaped wind curtain with an exit that was only 60 meters wide. How were they going to get out? Time was passing bit by bit and everyone was becoming more and more flustered. They could imagine the scene of the frantic encampment of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance stabilizing gradually and aiming their beehive heavy cannons one by one at them. Even if they managed to escape this bell-shaped wind curtain, they would have to regroup before they could charge the enemy line. Facing concentrated pagoda fire without speed would render them completely helpless like a fish on a chopping board. Build an ice staircase upwards. Song Xiaoqian instructed. Everyone's eyes lit up. It was a good solution. Building an ice wall was a commonly used tactic by the Silverfrost Blood Division. Not only could an ice wall act as a defensive structure, it could also create a path for them to charge their enemy lines. As long as they built an ice wall upwards, they would form an ice staircase which they could use to escape this bell-shaped wind curtain. The soldiers of Silverfrost acted rapidly. Their Silverfrost wolves raised their front paws and slammed them heavily on the ground, causing ice-cold air to flow in all directions. An ice wall began to rise from the ground. However, very soon, everyone's facial expressions turned ugly. The edges and corners of the ice wall were smoothening rapidly. The ice wall was melting and shrinking silently. It reminded one of a rock being eroded by wind. Within a short period of time, this thick and solid ice wall was completely eroded by a seemingly invisible wind. "How come it turned out like this?" someone asked with a trembling voice. No one could answer his question. The worst thing was that time was running out. A burly man jumped out of his rank with his Silverfrost wolf and said with a deep voice, "Division leader, if we win this battle, please take care of my family." Before Song Xiaoqian could say anything, the burly man roared and he and his Silverfrost wolf exploded into a cloud of extremely cold mist. Their corpses could not be found at all. An ice wall that was sturdier and more sparkling than before appeared once again. The unusual thing about it was that it was light blue in color, resembling an enormous, blue-colored gemstone that was exuding traces of cold air. Song Xiaoqian's mind shivered. This was the Silverfrost Blood Division's unique explosion technique, Frost Explosion. The blue ice wall extended in front of everyone's eyes. The corrosive wind still existed, but its speed had been greatly reduced. Another Silverfrost soldier and his Silverfrost wolf threw themselves at the ice wall and activated Frost Explosion. The rest turned silently. Following which, streaks of snow-white figures stepped out of their ranks and charged towards the ice wall and activated their Frost Explosion. The explosions of Frost Explosion weren't loud, and they resembled the sound of ice shattering. The blue-colored ice wall kept on rising as the sound of ice shattering resounded through the air continuously. 360 meters tall, 460 people. A light blue, sparkling, ice staircase with a precipitous slope was formed. It led to the sky above their heads. Song Xiaoqian's eyes turned slightly red as she bit her lower lip tightly. She was unable to say anything. Helian Tianxiao watched on silently as the ice staircase increased in height. With an ice-cold facial expression like usual, he bowed at the ice staircase. He then raised his head and looked at the sky. The aura of killing intent surrounding his body became stronger and more concentrated. He looked like the god of death that had just arrived from hell. His eyes contained nothing but chilliness. Without saying anything, he took the lead and ran up the ice staircase. Even though the ice staircase was steep, he effortlessly ascended it. The rest remained silent and followed closely behind him. Their solemn faces and reddened eyes were reflected in the light blue glow of the ice staircase. The powerful paws of the Silverfrost wolves landed gently and silently on the ice staircase, appearing as if they knew that the comrades' bodies were beneath their feet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 630, Confrontation. Chapter 630, Confrontation. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. The deep and vast night sky descended upon the battlefield. The battlefield was extremely quiet. One could only hear a light and gentle breeze blowing through the night air, resembling an inaudible, millennium-old whisper. The elementalists were staring at the enormous wind curtain that gave off a luster with shock. Its base was 5 kilometers wide and its body was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, resembling a glowing hill. The deep and tranquil night sky was like a pair of esoteric, black eyes that stared at the wind curtain silently. The glow of the wind curtain wasn't dazzling, it merely gave off a faint luster that looked like a visible flowing breeze. The wind curtain did not contain any terrorizing elemental energy undulations. It was completely merged with the nature, perfectly harmonious. It looked like a hill that had been there all along. Other than being huge in size, it looked exceptionally unremarkable. However, all the elemental masters present were utterly appalled by it, including Duanmu Huanghun. He was hovering in the air while staring at the huge, glowing wind curtain. His eyes were wide open and his mind was unsettled. After the simplification and consolidation of the multitudinous variations of viridescent flower, during his seclusion, he finally created the mighty, viridescent flower, twining branches. He was already standing at the apex of the Duanmu family's history. Viridescent flower, twining branches, no longer consisted only of wood elemental energy. It was a 5-elemental ring that used wood elemental energy as the starting point. Viridescent flower had stepped onto a new realm that was formed from emptiness. After exiting his seclusion, Duanmu Huanghun was extremely confident. The door to the next higher realm had been opened and he could see the magical world behind the door. However, the wind curtain before his eyes now made him realize that knowledge was infinite. The elemental energy undulations from it might have been weak, but they synchronized perfectly with the nature. The elemental energies of the nature were mixed and chaotic, while the glowing wind curtain was pure and clear. Even though they had completely different natures, Duanmu Huanghun had the misperception that they were from the same source. Very soon, Duanmu Huanghan realized that this wasn't an illusion. The nature's elemental energies entered the wind curtain endlessly, appearing as if there was something inside attracting them. The glow of the wind curtain did not intensify or dim, it remained silent and no changes occurred to it.
Duanmu Huanghan exclaimed in admiration in his heart. How did they do it? If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he definitely wouldn't believe it.
If the nature was a painting, then these members from the surveillance division would be the consummate painters of this painting. Even though the things they added to the painting should not belong there, they fitted flawlessly as though they were meant to be there eventually. Painters who were able to achieve this feat were exceptional. The nature was alive and constantly changing, hence one could imagine the difficulty of this feat.
The tinge of pride that formed in Duanmu Huanghan not too long ago vanished in an instant. No one could destroy this wind-made hill. Perhaps a grandmaster could? Duanmu Huanghan was unsure even though his master was a grandmaster. As long as the nature's elemental energies were not destroyed, the breeze-made hill would stand tall here forever.
The seniors from the surveillance division had sacrificed their lives to leave an imperishable masterpiece in this world. This place would definitely become a tourist attraction or a research site in the future after 1,000 years had passed.
Verdant grass would cover this wilderness and flowers would bloom everywhere. Endless streams of tourists would arrive here from all over the world and the whispering breeze would carry laughter as it blew.
This was the first time Duanmu Huanghan had witnessed something that was immortal. He suddenly noticed that the top of the glowing wind curtain wasn't completely sealed off. His facial expression changed drastically. Zhu Yan was flying with Fatty in his arms, and both of them were staring blankly at the breeze-made hill.
Fatty flew too slow, so Zhu Yan decided to just carry him and fly. They flew past the Windy Pearl Bridge and headed for the encampment of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance.
On the way, they happened to see Xiao Shan and his counterparts execute Breeze of Surveillance.
Compared to Duanmu Huanghu in shock and amazement, both of them were feeling complicated.
Even though Xiao Shan and his counterparts came from the unlikable surveillance division, Fatty and Zhu Yan had long treated them as their own people. Xiao Shan and his counterparts never cowered during battles, and they even provided necessary assistance during critical moments. Now that Fatty and Zhu Yan had watched them courageously sacrifice their lives to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy forces, both of them felt sad and emotional at the same time. At this moment, Zhu Yan's pupils suddenly dilated and he yelled, "Not good!"
A man and a wolf were standing at the peak of the glowing, breeze-made hill with a lofty air. The man was sitting on the back of the wolf. He looked around with an austere look on his face. His eyes revealed a bone-piercing, ice-cold killing intent. Helian Tianxiao. Fatty suddenly grinned, "It's good that not all of them died yet.
They have to save some for us to kill." His smile was very cheerful, but it was filled with a sinister aura of death.
Zhu Yan's facial expression returned to normal and he acknowledged Fatty.
All of a sudden, his flying speed increased slightly. Fatty was very familiar with the encampment of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance as he had been there several times before to teach Kuning and the rest.
He swept his gaze across the encampment and looked for Kuning. "He's there."
Zhu Yan cast a glance at the direction Fatty was pointing at and spread open the azure wings behind his back abruptly. With a long trail of flames behind his azure wings and Fatty in his arms, he descended from the sky like a meteor and landed in the middle of the encampment.
Kuning only noticed Fatty and Zhu Yan at this point of time.
A look of joy appeared in his eyes as he hurriedly went forward to receive them.
Before he could say anything, Fatty asked, "Are the Pagoda Cannoneers in their positions?"
"Yes, they have already taken up their respective positions," Kuning quickly replied. "I will take command of them, you go and find yourself a Pagoda Cannon position to take up," Fatty said rudely. Kuning quickly let Fatty have his Pagoda Cannon position.
An excited look appeared on his face as he asked, "Master Fatty, how should we fight this battle?" Fatty's arrival allowed Kuning to heave a sigh of relief.
The enemy main forces broke through the wind canopy and launched a surprise night attack upon them. It wasn't easy for Kuning to lead everyone and stop them from crumbling. Previously, after Breeze of Surveillance was executed, he thought that the enemy forces were done for. He did not expect the enemy forces to be able to escape from the breeze-made hill. When he saw Helian Tianxiao appear on the peak of the breeze-made hill, he felt despair.
The ones that arrived were the enemy main forces, the Silverfrost Blood Division and the God Wolf Division. How could a bunch of rookies like them withstand these elite forces?
He did not escape and held fast to his position as he knew there was nowhere to run to. He wanted to do his best, submit himself to fate, and take a bite off the enemy before he died.
However, the arrival of Fatty and Zhu Yan gave Kuning a glimpse of hope.
In the field of pagoda cannons, Chen Dai was no doubt peerless. Every victory that involved pagoda cannons basically came from Fatty's hands. Kuning had personally experienced how utterly different a pagoda cannon was when it was in his hands and when it was in Fatty's hands. Fatty cast a glance at the enemy soldiers that were coming out from breeze of surveillance endlessly. He could tell that even though the enemy forces had suffered losses, the losses were very limited.
Master Fatty, they are assembling. Kuning was slightly anxious.
It was a sign that the enemy forces were preparing to launch a charge. Previously, the terrifying might of God Wolf's and Silverfrost's charge had left a hard-to-erase imprint in Kuning's mind. He felt that God Wolf and Silverfrost could not be stopped once they started their charge again.
It's better that they assemble. Fatty seemed to be smiling.
Mysteriously, when Kuning saw Fatty's smile, a cold shiver went down his spine. Fatty did not care about Kuning's doubt.
He turned around and told Zhu Yan, "Let's give them a huge firecracker." "All right." Zhu Yan nodded his head.
Kuning looked at both of them and felt baffled.
Shouldn't they attack the enemy forces before they finished reassembling?
At this point in time, the two sides were very close to each other, and the enemy forces had already entered the firing range of the beehive heavy cannons.
Zhu Yan walked out of his pagoda cannon position and stopped 10 meters away from Fatty. Fatty took in a deep breath of air and roared, "All pagoda cannoneers, get ready."
On the opposite side, Heli and Tianxiao seemed to have heard Fatty's command and turned around to look at him.
Both of their eyes met. Heli Tianxiao's facial expression was ice-cold as usual, and his gaze towards Fatty was filled with disdain. Fatty grinned at Heli Tianxiao, appearing as if the latter was harmless.
Suddenly, a mass of flames appeared on the ground beneath Zhu Yan's feet. Following which, a few fiery lines shot out from the mass of flames.
With Zhu Yan in the center, they shot out in all directions like slithering, flaming snakes.
Heli Tianxiao was still waiting for his soldiers to finish assembling. He cast a glance in the distant sky and sensed that the deep night scene was hiding something deadly dangerous. The scene of the pinwheel sword piercing through his encampment that time appeared in his mind.
His opponent was hiding in the dark now.
As long as he revealed a single weakness, his opponent would deal him a fatal blow. Ever since they broke through the wind canopy, Heli Tianxiao had been worrying about the incisive and powerful pinwheel sword.
However,
Heli Tianxiao could also sense that the pinwheel sword that was hiding in the dark was not as dangerous as last time.
Was it possible AI Hui wasn't present?
This conjecture arose subconsciously in his mind. However, in the blink of an eye, he threw this idea to the back of his head. Now that they had lost their speed, they were in a very dangerous situation.
The enemy forces did not show any sign of collapsing.
Heli Tianxiao kept on reminding himself that it was not a bunch of rookies standing opposite him, but rather, a group of elite soldiers. The enemy forces' courage and willpower were as good as theirs. The elementalists from Surveillance Division had already proven this.
Heli Tianxiao did not dare to be careless.
Even though they had lost their speed and the might of their charge was greatly reduced, out of prudence, he still decided to regroup his forces. By gathering everyone's power, their defense would become stronger.
They were very close to the pagoda cannon formation opposite of them. Heli Tianxiao could even see the hasty arrival of pagoda cannon Master Qian Dai clearly.
The enemy did not take any actions, looking as if they were preparing for a killer move.
However, this was simply to Heli Tianxiao's liking. After all, he needed more time.
For this kind of offensive battle, it was best not to engage the enemy in short skirmishes. The right way to fight this battle was to gather all his forces and smash the enemy's defensive line to smithereens like a heavy hammer.
The opposing pagoda cannon formation seemed to be lit up with a blaze, but Heli Tianxiao did not really care about it. Every spot in the pagoda cannon formation was filled with blaze.
Every now and then, scorching flames would shoot out from the fire reservoirs that were filled with snow lava, illuminating the night sky.
The fiery lines zigzagged through the ground of the encampment. They were extremely fast and nimble. Whoosh! One of the fiery lines passed through a beehive heavy cannon. The pagoda cannoneer was stunned as a weird feeling arose in his heart. He quickly raised his head and looked in the direction of Fatty.
Fatty nodded his head at him and gave him a hand gesture that signaled him to get ready for the battle.
A look of ecstasy appeared on the pagoda cannoneer's face. The fiery lines kept on meandering through the beehive heavy cannons.
If one looked down from the sky, he or she would discover that the fiery lines were intertwining, forming an enormous flaming spider web.
Zhu Yan's renowned technique, Hellfire Spider Web.
The bright red beehive heavy cannons were positioned directly on the nodes of the Hellfire Spider Web. At the center of the Hellfire Spider Web, Zhu Yan was like a seasoned hellfire spider that was waiting patiently for its prey to arrive. 10 meters away, Fatty was carrying the heavy beehive heavy cannon on his shoulder. He chuckled and closed his eyes, looking as if he had fallen asleep.
The encampment of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance quieted down.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 631, The Resonance of Pagoda Cannons. Chapter 631, The Resonance of Pagoda Cannons. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Helian Tianxiao sensed an aura of danger. The experience from going through countless battles had given him an extraordinary instinct to sense danger. However, he did not panic or hesitate. Past experiences had told him that valor and decisiveness were exceptionally important to a life-or-death battle. In a chaotic and desperate situation, playing absolutely safe would only let a great opportunity slip. Going all out would put more pressure on the enemy forces than playing it safe. Currently, his forces were reassembling. The atmosphere was silent and austere. Soon after, they completed reassembling and the enemy forces had finished preparing. Both sides seemed to have returned to the starting point once more. However, Helian Tianxiao firmly believed that they held an advantage over their enemy. Compared to the defensive line formed by the three god-subduing peaks and guarded by Te Spear of Heavy Cloud, the defensive line formed hastily by the Pagoda Cannon Alliance was weak and delicate like paper, and loopholes could be found everywhere on it. The sharp claws of God Wolf were already pressing on the enemy's soft and tender belly. All it needed to do was to swipe its claws gently and its prey's entrails would burst out of his belly. Perhaps it would get bitten by the enemy before killing it, but the pain was nothing compared to the fruit of victory. Helian Tianxiao raised his right hand with a cold look on his face. Get ready. And at the same time, directly opposite Helian Tianxiao, Fatty opened his eyes. His pea-like eyes squinted as he stared at the enemy forces in front of him. He spat out a mouthful of saliva and readjusted the beehive-heavy cannon on his shoulder. With a deep and low voice, he yelled, "Get ready." 10 meters away from Fatty, Zhu Yan shut his eyes as his long hair drifted in the air even though there was no wind. Whoosh! Red flames suddenly extended along his long hair, making his hair look like long, fiery tongues. His breathing was slow and steady. Every time he breathed in and out, the hellfire spiderweb that covered the ground of the encampment would light up and dim accordingly. The Pagoda Cannoneers looked slightly nervous. They had practiced this move before. However, they had only practiced it twice. Fortunately, the contents of the training weren't complicated. All they needed to do was to keep up with the tempo. Zhu Yan's breathing rhythm was transmitted to every pagoda cannon through his hellfire spiderweb. His calm and steady breathing rhythm seemed to contain a type of infectious ability. Those panicky pagoda cannoneers were gradually calming down now. Boom! The earth shook. Everyone's minds shook. One could tell that some pagoda cannoneers were panicking from their breathing rhythms. Even though they had participated in defending the defensive line before, this was actually the first time they were facing a head-on charge from the enemy forces. The breathing rhythm of the hellfire spider did not change at all. It was still slow and steady like before. Boom, boom. The earth shook even more violently than just now. The earth was shaking and the mountains were trembling. The pagoda cannoneers were dry, feeling slightly nervous. The enemy soldiers in front of them were like a tidal wave that surged towards them. The might of the enemy soldiers was like a flying mountain that could crush everything in its path. Close your eyes and follow the rhythm, Fatty's deep and low voice rang across the air timely. Many pagoda cannoneers forcibly closed their eyes and began to adjust their breathing rhythms. Eventually, the booms in their ears seemed to become fuzzy. Their long and slow breaths were like an enormous monster that slowly emerged from the water's surface, grasping onto their minds tightly. Their minds were still in a blank, with fear, nervousness, and panic all mixed together. However, their bodies had already begun to enter a familiar state. They experienced this state every time during their daily training sessions. The devil-like training intensity always made them lose their thinking ability. The repetitive, mechanical training sessions had forged every movement into becoming their instincts. So what's an instinct? Instinct was an intuitive way of acting when one was fearful, desperate, or anxious. It was like they were drowning, and the slow and steady, rhythmic breathing that rang across their ears were like their life buoys. The formation of God Wolf and Silverfrost was tight and concentrated. An intense, bloody glow engulfed the entire army formation. Those blood elementalists that possessed the ability of God roared angrily and summoned their abilities. Some of their appearances even underwent terrifying transformations as auras of ancient dire beasts began to pervade the air. Some even had dazzling and complicated blood traces appearing on their bodies. These blood traces quickly blended into the bloody glow, resembling red-colored water plants that were drifting in a raging sea. At this moment, they did not hold back anymore. Other than black turtle blood traces and scarlet serpent blood scale traces, which increased defensive power, they also executed the useless God Eagle Eyes blood traces. Basically, they unleashed every type of blood traces that they had. A life or death battle.
Blood elementalists that possessed the ability of God were the core members of God divisions and blood divisions. All the battle tactics were designed according to them. Those who were individually powerful would make the best vanguards. They would be able to rip apart enemy defensive lines and break through. Meanwhile, those who weren't individually powerful usually possessed outstanding supporting blood traces that gave tremendous upgrades to the entire army. Even though a compressed formation would increase their susceptibility to damages, it would intensify the bloody glow that engulfed them. With the support from the various types of blood traces, their defensive capabilities would rise significantly.
Usually, Helian Tianxia would break up his army into several smaller units.
Even if some units had small amounts of people, they still possessed powerful offensive power like sharp knives.
However, after they had lost their speed and momentum, the offensive power of those smaller units would decrease sharply.
Therefore, Helian Tianxia wasn't sure whether or not could they still deal any damage to the enemy's defensive line.
Boom, boom.
In full strength, the God Wolf Division had 10,000 men and the Silverfrost Blood Division had 5,000 men. Even after the losses they had suffered, they still had around 12,000 men total. In the middle of the formation, the God Wolf Division was like a heavy, blood-colored broadsword. On the two sides of the formation, the Silverfrost Blood Division was like the edges of the blood-colored broadsword, glimmering with a cold gleam.
The members of the God Wolf Division were howling every now and then.
Veins were popping out of their necks and their muscles were twitching in excitement.
The blood spiritual force in their bodies were resonating with the bloody glow that engulfed the entire formation.
They could not hear their own howls as they were drowned out by the explosions and roars in their surroundings. The blood in their bodies was burning intensely. They were unstoppable. They got closer and closer to the enemy's defensive line, so much so that they could even see the pagoda cannoneers' closed eyes clearly. The blood elementalists looked as though they had been injected with steroids as they grinned sinisterly. A bunch of weaklings. They had never seen enemies that were so afraid that they closed their eyes. Did these weaklings really think that they could stop them? Wishful thinking. What was that? Fiery lines streaked across the ground beneath the enemy formation.
These fiery lines intertwined and formed an enormous flaming spiderweb.
A thin, frail, and pale-faced youngster was standing in the center of the flaming spiderweb. The flickering flames beneath his feet devoured the lower part of his body, resembling a gorgeous, dazzling robe.
That was Zhu Yan.
The total collapse of the Ardent Flower Blood Division had shocked everyone in God Wolf Division. It was also since then that they took notice of Zhu Yan, despite the fact that he was more renowned for his status as the disciple of Lu Buling. Zhu Yan suddenly opened his eyes and raised his right arm.
The hellfire spiderweb that covered the ground beneath the entire formation suddenly vibrated, appearing as though Zhu Yan had strummed the string of a zither. Mysteriously, even Helian Tianxia's mind vibrated involuntarily. At almost the same time, all of the beehive heavy cannons fired with a loud rumble. A glaring, blazing burst of light caused their eyes to turn white for a moment. The deafening booms drowned out all other sounds.
The soldiers that were standing at the frontmost positions felt their bodies tremble, appearing as though they had knocked into a huge wall. Before they could react, they had already lost their consciousness.
In the sky, Duanmu Huanghan witnessed this dazzling, magnificent scene. Densely packed light beams combed the night sky like a neat and even fence of light.
They also resembled a wall that collided head-on with a blood-colored tidal wave. Duanmu Huanghan could clearly see that the surging, blood-colored tidal wave froze momentarily, looking as though it had knocked into a solid reef. Instantly, the bloody glow that came into direct contact with the burst of light melted like ice and snow.
The nearby 10+ blood elementalists were vaporized before they could even howl in pain. Following which, the blazing burst of light exploded.
The night sky turned bright like daytime as though the sun had appeared.
Duanmu Huanghan could not help but squint his eyes.
He was overwhelmed with shock.
Were these pagoda cannons?
He almost couldn't believe what he had just seen.
The pagoda cannons had already been improved to such a formidable state? Duanmu Huanghan encountered the night attack from Godwolf and Silverfrost the moment he came out of his seclusion.
As such, he was focused on dealing with blood elementalists and he did not have the time to take a close look at the pagoda cannons.
The gorgeous yet terrifying pagoda cannon shots had overturned his understanding of pagoda cannons. He had merely gone into seclusion.
How come he felt like the entire world had changed?
The one that was controlling the pulsating rhythm of the hellfire spider web was Zhu Yan? Had he become a master? The familiar-looking fatty had also become a master? Duanmu Huanghan was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Wait. The pagoda cannon shots. The neat and orderly pagoda cannon fires.
Duanmu Huanghan widened his eyes abruptly.
The pagoda cannon shots were actually resonating. even though only half of the pagoda cannon shots resonated. But could pagoda cannons resonate too? To hell with it. Duanmu Huanghan almost cursed out loud. Why did everything in front of him look so unfamiliar? He was shocked by the might of the enemy combat division. Since when had they become so powerful? He was also baffled by the fact that the members of the surveillance division had sacrificed their lives to stop God Wolf and Silverfrost. Wasn't the surveillance division under Madame Yi? Pagoda cannons had become thicker and larger. Fatty had become a master. Duanmu Huanghan suddenly felt a mild panic. Was it possible that his seclusion had lasted for several years? When the burst of light dissipated, Duanmu Huanghan regained his vision. The time seemed to have frozen at this moment. The surging, flood-like bloody glow that engulfed God Wolf and Silverfrost dimmed significantly. Within the bloody glow, the blood elementalists were in a daze. Some of soldiers had blood seeping out of the corner of their mouths. The bloody glow that engulfed them could protect them, and it distributed the damage done by enemy attacks among every one of them as well. This used to be their huge advantage over the elementalists in the past, enabling them to disregard their enemies' attacks. However, this time around, the pagoda cannon barrage hit them and stopped their charge like a powerful heavy hammer. They did not expect the enemy forces to be able to unleash such a powerful attack. This did not make sense at all. The most terrifying thing was that the frontmost section of their formation had a uniform, cone-shaped gap now. A glint flashed across Duanmu Huanghuan's eyes. He understood what was going on. Resonance. The resonance of pagoda cannons. The Hellfire spider web was used to control the firing rhythm and cause the pagoda cannons to resonate. Such a brilliant idea. Zhu Yan could not be underestimated. Suddenly, Duanmu Huanghan raised his head and looked at the night sky. His pupils dilated abruptly. A faint glow flashed across the night sky. Following which, the sky looked as though it was being split in half by a gigantic sword as a streak of cold gleam descended from it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 632, Victory in Sight. Chapter 632, Victory in Sight. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. The sword of lightning was like a great white shark from the deep, moving stealthily in the vast darkness and waiting for its prey to make a mistake. Gu Xian and Shi Jiguan were wide awake. Boss wasn't around, so they needed to be even more careful. If the sword of lightning was like an unsurpassable lion when it was hosted by Boss, it would just be a cub without him. When God Wolf and Silverfrost started charging, the margins of the battlefield intensified, making it difficult to breathe. Senior Xiao Shan's breeze of surveillance was clearly strong like fire yet gentle like the whisperings of the wind. Duanmu Huanghuan's viridescent flower, twining branches, reached across the whole earth and blue dome of heaven, fluttering in the darkness like a beautiful dream. The sword of lightning kept exceptionally quiet, as if they were souls drifting outside of the battlefield. Gu Xian and Shi Jiguang's gaze remained on the flickering hellfire spider web in the campground. They had seen Zhu Yan and Master Fatty attempting a pagoda cannon volley. When hellfire spider web appeared, they immediately knew the intention of Zhu Yan and Master Fatty. The sword of lightning got into their attacking position noiselessly. While Zhu Yan was engaging hellfire spider web, the sword of lightning abruptly launched their attack. The Beehive heavy cannon's magnificent volley of gunfire was the best shield. When the light rays dispersed, the lightning sword flashed across the sky and a sharp sword chime swept across the whole battlefield. A huge, snow-white sword ray dove into the center of God Wolf and Silverfrost's army like a heavy sword that could split the sky and the earth. The blood rays enveloping the combat division had just suffered a blow from the Beehive heavy cannons, causing them to dim and weaken. At this point, when the enemy's defense was at its weakest, the lightning swords brilliantly displayed their astonishingly powerful breakthrough. The dimmed blood rays instantly shattered like glass. Gu Xian and Shi Jiguan knew their limits. They didn't dare to charge straight ahead, for the area was concentrated with powerful fighters. They instead dove for the enemy's center and most vulnerable section. The snowy, white sword rays lit up the sky momentarily. The incoming lightning swords rumbled loudly. They were sharp and powerful, effectively destroying everything in their path and blowing people up into pieces. A blood elementalist with the ability of God wasn't able to react in time, so he was quickly ripped apart by the extremely powerful force, creating a blood downpour that filled the sky. The enemy's army split into two. Not staying for a moment longer, the lightning swords that succeeded on the first blow vanished into the night. The sword of lightning sneak attack was very ingenious since it happened just as everybody had their focus on the Beehive heavy cannons and the light rays that had yet to disperse. After succeeding, they quickly fled far away. Duanmu Huanghan opened his eyes widely.
God Wolf's packed army was now separated by a 10-foot wide path, exactly the passage the lightning swords had plowed through. Within the path there were no survivors. Fresh blood and broken limbs were everywhere, and the sounds of anguished wailing rang incessantly.
What? What is this? Duangmo Huanghun was in shock.
Having just ended his spontaneous enlightenment, he felt unfamiliar with the world that seemed to have turned upside down. Both the enemies and allies were foreign to him. Nevertheless, he heaved a gentle sigh of relief. He had been worried that his side would crumble, but he realized that they actually still had fight in them.
Everyone had grown a lot. Helian Tianxiao seemed rather lost.
His mind was in a blank as he had yet to recover from the huge blow displayed by the beehive heavy cannons. He had underestimated the power of the volleys. His field of vision had been filled with only a sheet of whiteness, as if he had been knocked over by a group of sprinting wild beasts.
Despite his combat power, he had temporarily lost focus. Nevertheless, Helian Tianxiao was God Wolf's strongest warrior. After a brief pause, he regained his senses right away only to be mortified. He had thought that after so many days of battling, his team had already grasped the ins and outs of the pagoda cannons. Never had he imagined that his enemies still had a trump card. It was a killer move no one had ever seen before, a move that produced such a fantastic resonance. It was exactly such resonance that powered the pagoda cannon's might.
Helian Tianxiao suppressed his emotions. The land was filled with incessant cries and broken limbs. He narrowed his eyes, ignoring the sight before him as if he was unconcerned. To him, although the sword of lightning sneak attack had resulted in heavier damage than the beehive heavy cannons, the latter carried a much greater threat. The volley of gunfire from the new pagoda cannons was like a powerful heavy hammer, effectively restraining God Wolf's charge.
God Wolf's charge could merge the soldiers' blood spiritual force.
The dense blood rays that enveloped the whole army strengthened their defense significantly, and the enemy's attacks would be blocked off by the rays.
It was precisely this unique charge formation that usually gave them the upper hand when battling against the elementalists.
They carried thick and heavy shields on their shoulders. As they marched forward, these shields were able to block off the incoming raining arrows. The biggest threat of the volley of gunfire from the new pagoda cannons was not directly injuring or death, but obstructing their path and slowing them down from moving forward.
Countless thoughts and considerations spun in Helian Tianxiao's mind. He had fallen into a quandary. To separate the disposition? He was somewhat hesitant. While breaking into smaller groups seemed easy, there will be no advantage for them when fighting against the elementalists. Especially since there was still Duanmu Huanghun drifting overhead. Duanmu Huanghun was someone with alarming power.
He was stronger than ordinary blood elementalist with the ability of God.
Helian Tianxiao wasn't sure if the small division would be able to charge through the swarm like viridescent flowers. If Duangmu Huanghun got involved, the scattering shots from the pagoda cannons would become very fatal. On the other hand, while the sword of lightning was aggressive, how many could they take down if they were to disperse? Stick with the formation and charge? That way they could ignore Duangmu Huanghun.
Yet the combination of pagoda cannon volleys and the sword of lightning was a thorny problem. Not only had the enemy's abilities exceeded his prediction, their diverse strategies also made him feel helpless. From the corner of his eye, Helian Tianxiao saw the pagoda cannon formation's fire web brightening, a sign that he had to make a decision now. In a flash, Helian Tianxiao appeared beside Song Xiaoqian. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Both divisions split up. I will lead God Wolf and charge forward while you lead Silverfrost and attack from the sides." Even before Song Xiaoqian could reply, a deafening rumble was heard. The abruptly lit light rays illuminated the dark skies once again. Both Song Xiaoqian and Helian Tianxiao quivered. The enormous force stifled Song Xiaoqian. Hundreds of fighters at the forefront had vanished. This time, the resonance of the pagoda cannon volley was even more mighty and terrifying. Once hit, the blood elementalists instantly evaporated even before they could cry out. The sharp sword chime was like gangrene and the sword of lightning were like spirits in the dark night, destroying everything in their path. A familiar scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere reappeared. Song Xiaoqian could see the rare anxiety and heartbreak on Helian Tianxiao's face. She knew that the sword of lightning alone wouldn't be able to break through God Wolf's defense and cause such severe losses, but if they could strike God Wolf at its weakest moment, which was right after the pagoda cannon volley, they would cause disastrous deaths and injuries. The situation was critical, so without any delay, she shouted, "Yes." Next, she raised her spear and yelled, "Silverfrost, follow me." Split into two, the Silverfrost division gathered toward where Song Xiaoqian stood like flowing mercury. Helian Tianxiao also used this time to regroup God Wolf into 3 teams. Each had about 2,000 people, which was sufficient to block off Duanmu Huanghuan's viridescent flower. After the regrouping, they would also be able to exert much more pressure on the enemy's troop disposition. The reassembled Silverfrost was like a wheel of bright, full moonlight knives that drew an enormous and beautiful arc, making a roundabout and flying toward the right flank of the troop disposition. The three teams of God Wolf also took this time to launch a fierce attack on the pagoda cannon disposition. They pulled apart from one another like three sharp arrowheads, shooting for the Alliance's disposition from three different positions. The God Wolf soldiers held their breaths. They originally believed the battle to be one-sided, but now their roles had reversed. They were the ones getting suppressed, and this was the case even from the start of the battle. They had actually failed to make use of their powerful fighting strength and were choking with resentment over it. Helian Tianxiao's decision had turned the battle situation around again. The attack of the Hellfire Pagoda cannons remained fierce, the Sword of Lightning was still appearing unpredictably, and Duanmu Huanghuan's viridescent flowers were still as annoying. Despite all that, the speed in which God Wolf was charging forward had increased significantly. The Pagoda Cannon Alliance was now facing increased pressure as the enemies had become more cunning. Not only did they split into different groups and routes, they no longer moved in a straightforward manner but with a swifter and more cooperative approach. The Silverfrost Division's new strategy to attack from the flanks was the real fatal move since Fatty and Zhu Yan would be blindsided. However, the battle situation was very intense, so they had no time to care about that. The front was directly facing attacks from the three teams of God Wolf. They fought exceptionally fiercely, as though they were not afraid of death. The soldiers of God Wolf were gradually getting used to the volleys of the pagoda cannons and also the tricks of both the Sword of Lightning and Duanmu Huanghuan. They became more patient, from resisting the shots from the pagoda cannons to taking turns to lure them. The Sword of Lightning had almost fallen into their trap, and if not for Shi Zhiguang's quick reaction, they wouldn't have gotten out in time. Unexpectedly, it was Duanmu Huanghuan who had been giving God Wolf a lot of trouble. He was very nimble and his viridescent flowers covered a very wide range. Furthermore, he always struck at the perfect times, when they were defenseless while changing formation. To Helian Tianxiao, however, Duanmu Huanghuan was merely an irritating fly. The members of God Wolf never stopped suffering, and the number of casualties continued rising. Nevertheless, Helian Tianxiao knew very well that the odds were slanting towards their favor. An important piece of proof was that the pagoda cannon volleys were no longer producing as great a result as the previous few rounds of shots. A round of shots could only result in less than 100 deaths, and to Helian Tianxiao, this sacrifice was completely acceptable. The three teams took turns to shield one another, luring the alliance to fire. They were like three slippery loaches. Helian Tianxiao did not engage his whole army directly, since that could easily open up an opportunity for the enemy. The defense line formed by the pagoda cannon volleys, the Sword of Lightning, and Duanmu Huanghuan was something that even Helian Tianxiao wouldn't dare to underestimate. He was waiting for Silverfrost to outflank the enemy ever since the deciding moment. By now Silverfrost was already out of the pagoda cannon's firing range and the rumbling of the shots was left behind them. They made a detour and were obstructed by a mountain ridge. While it was a mountain ridge, it wasn't actually tall. It was more like a small mound. Upon crossing this ridge and advancing forward, they would be able to enter the enemy's disposition from the sides. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 633, Continuous Chatter. Chapter 633, Continuous Chatter. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Rest a little. Wan Xunwei was the one who spoke up. His body was covered in bloodstains, and the most jarring wound was on his left arm. There was nothing left from his elbow down, only a portion of his white bone jutting out from his flesh. It was a terrifying sight. He looked calm and his gaze was firm, as if he wasn't the one injured. It was a wound left by a bitter struggle between Shiyu and himself. It was this lose-lose situation that frightened Shiyu off, giving them the chance to catch a breath. His steel-like willpower infected his soldiers. No matter how tired everyone was, no one had a look of despair on their faces. They quickly tumbled onto the ground, and those military officers with leftover energy walked to the outer areas to stand guard without a word. But Wan Xunwei was very clear that Shiyu's escape was temporary and that she would quickly come for them once again. God's blood had an alarming recovering ability. The injuries he had given her would take only 1 or 2 days to subside. She would definitely hunt for them again. She'd been doing exactly that for the past few days, effectively inflicting enormous damage on Dread and Judgment. The generals of Dread and Judgment were called to gather. Without nonsense, Wan Xunwei got straight to the point. Let's plan our next operation. After the break, Dread and Judgment will split up and evacuate. Shiman Saijue cut in, I disagree. Wan Xunwei asked, don't you want to leave some seeds for Judgment? Shiman Saijue went mute as these were words she'd used on Yi Bai. She surveyed her troops with a grieved look. There were only about 100 people left in Judgment, and practically all of them had injuries. Ever since the establishment of Judgment, there had never been such a heavy loss, and they had never faced such a direct danger of annihilation.
Disconsolate, she stressed, "I'm staying."
Wan Shunwei shook his head.
"Your abilities have been affected, so it's pointless for you to stay."
If it had been any other day, his words would have triggered her to start a physical fight. Yet, today, these words only brought her despair and grief. She turned her face and looked at the unconscious Yi Bai. Yi Bai seemed to be in a deep, quiet sleep. If not for the occasional movements of his eyelashes and the faintly discernible heartbeat of the heart of God, people would have suspected that he was no longer alive.
Kidnapping the enemy's commander, what a glorious and out-of-this-world accomplishment! Yet Yi Bai had become a pressurizing force.
The power of the heart of God had far exceeded their imagination. It was their first time seeing somebody who, even when unconscious, could not be killed. It was already proven that Shi would always be able to lock down on their location, so everyone guessed that it was related to the heart of God. The only way for them to escape Shiyu's hunt was to throw Yi Bai away, but doing so meant that all their sacrifices would become meaningless. Shiyu's power brought not only shock but also fear to Dread in Judgment.
As the division leader of Dread, Wan Shunwei's abilities were already at an elementalist's peak. The only elementalists stronger than him were Dai Gang and Lu Buling.
Even then, he wasn't Shiyu's match.
An unkillable Yi Bai and a fatal Shiyu.
The force both the heart of God and God's blood contained subverted Wan Shunwei and Gang's knowledge. The blood catastrophe's eruption and the rise of blood elementalists had made elementalists realize that there was another kind of force in this world. Now they had to find out that the blood elementalists had started moving ahead of them, and their force system seemed to be superior to theirs. This was the real despairing realization.
Remarkable blood elementalists kept emerging, but powerful elementalists were dwindling.
In the times yet to come, the disparity between both sides would only widen. It was as if Wan Shunwei was standing alone on an isolated island, looking at the torrential and boundless waves rising up slowly and covering his feet and his surroundings. There was no escaping and no place to hide.
Sometimes an individual's strength was really as negligible as dust.
Wan Shunwei sighed inwardly before his train of thought pulled him back.
Now we're only afraid that we won't be able to shrug Shiyu off. Now our only plan is to survive. Dread and Judgment will split up and move toward different directions.
I will bring Yi Bai along with me and flee toward Jadeite Forest. If she doesn't want Yi Bai to fall into the hands of Dai Gang, Shiyu will spare no time to chase after you all.
Let me stay, sir. How can you take such risks so rashly? Yeah, how can Dread do without you, sir? I'm willing to be the bait.
Dread's soldiers were beyond emotional, offering themselves for service one after another. Wan Shunwei raised his working arm, which hushed them. When it became quiet, he smiled.
You guys can't outrun Shiyu.
I might not be able to it either, but at the very least I should be able to keep up with her. If I don't run far enough, she will have time to turn back to hunt for the others.
The audience kept silence as they knew he was right. But? No buts.
Wan Shunwei shook his head.
This is an order. Everyone quietened down.
Wan Shunwei swept his gaze across his people, the smile on his face gradually disappearing. With a stern expression, he spoke calmly, I'm most likely not going to be able to return this time.
Dying in a battlefield is our predestination. It's pretty nice.
All troubles are solved with death, and the living suffer more.
For that I'll have to say I'm sorry.
He got up suddenly and gave everyone a serious bow. At a loss, the soldiers stood up crying.
Sir! Sir! Sir, you!
This bunch of ironclad fellows grew red in the face as their voices choked. They were unable to speak and their eyes were bloodshot. The young soldiers bit their lips to prevent themselves from crying, but tears rolled down their cheeks uncontrollably. Wan Shunwei smiled for a second before speaking up with a solemn expression on his face.
Let's talk about the arrangements in the back.
Your mission is more difficult than mine, but... The valley was very quiet and only Wan Shunwei's voice could be heard. His voice was very calm and deep. There was no motivating or vehement words as usual, as if he was briefing them about the usual training content, patrolling arrangements, and upcoming missions.
My mission is to bring Yi Bai to Dai Gang.
Whether or not I can hand him over safely, there's no guarantee. It's best if I can, because it's better for him to be in Dai Gang's hands than to return to Blood of God. After all, Dai Gang is an elementalist, and it's still better than handling Blood of God.
There's no choice if I can't make it there. People like us should just do our best and that's enough. I'll leave Dread to you, Song Yen.
Now it seems that our combat and training methods require a lot of modifications.
We need to improve and alter every aspect.
Blood of God is progressing very significantly, be it within their combat divisions or within their powerful players. Shiyu alone is able to tackle all of us, and we're unable to kill Yibai's Heart of God. How are we going to fight if he wakes up? We would only get ripped apart. Blood of God is simply improving too quickly. We must catch up, or there really won't be any more hope. His unhurried tone carried the same familiarity, but the foreign part was his continuous chattering, as if he was talking about ordinary daily matters. Usually, his speech was concise and powerful, consisting of order after order. There must have been a lot of things that he wanted to say, things he couldn't bear to let go of. To die in battle wasn't scary at all, but why were tears falling down? The young soldiers wiped their tears away, their flushed faces filled with unswerving determination. They were going to remember all his words. Wan Shunwei sighed after a brief pause. Be it dread or judgment, don't get destroyed. Don't disperse either. You guys must unite, live on, and continue fighting. As for what course to follow, I don't know. I only have one request: do not start any internal strife. Any enemy of Blood of God is a friend. After some thought, he seemed to mutter to himself, I wonder if Madame Ye's master's glory has succeeded. Although I disagree with many of her views, I do hope it will succeed. If the elementalists don't come up with new battling methods, we are bound to lose. If not that, then there's Ai Hui. There are many strange things in the Central Pine faction. The pagoda cannons are really powerful, and sure Shueman and gang are even more insistent on taking the blood elementalists down. In a self-mocking manner, Wan Shunwei smiled a bitter smile. All of this feels like pointless talk. With his eyes red, Song Yen clenched his teeth. I'll remember all your words forever, sir. Wan Shunwei turned to Shiman Saijue. Shiman, you're fiery and jealous. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle Madame Yi. It's better if you go to the Central Pine faction. Shiman Saijue felt sorrowful but did not express it on her face. With a cold snort she said, think about how you're gonna survive in the hands of that witch first. You dying in the hands of a younger blood elementalist is a humiliation for the people of the 3 central divisions. Because he knew her character well, Wan Shunwei did not get angry. With a laugh, he stood up. He walked toward Yibai, kept his sword, and used his working hand to pick Yibai up before spreading his azure wings. They opened up like an evil dragon spreading its wings from within hell. Except that his wide, black wings were badly damaged and scarred. The sword on his waist was filled with cracks and its edges were chipped off. His broken arm had yet to recover and his white bone was eerily stained with blood. Wan Shunwei stood pencil straight and upright, without the least bit of hunch. His cool face, having been through hardships, was heroic and high-spirited at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh, his wings flapped slowly, stirring the air around them. Wan Shunwei's straight silhouette remained motionless. He scanned his eyes across everybody's faces. He was going to remember all of them. Emotions filled his chest as he shouted, it's been an honor working alongside all of you for over a decade. I will never forget it. Time has passed, but nothing changes. We will not turn our backs on the citizens in dread. If there's a chance, I will fight with you all again. We will fight to our heart's content. Some sobbed silently, some cried out in grief, some yelled agitatedly, while others started bellowing in agony. Wan Shunwei only smiled. Carrying Yibai, he rose into the sky. I'm going. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634, Sword Formation Gone Berserk. Chapter 634, Sword Formation Gone Berserk. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Engrossed in the bitingly cold refining process of his sword embryo, we had no idea how dangerous the situation outside was. The sword embryo was entirely different from how it had been before. The swords within spiraled in a tangle like 2 concentrated shoals of fishes. The odd thing was that each mini-sword was shaped differently. Some were like the vast autumn waters, magnificent and cold, some were slightly bent like hooks or a crescent moon, some were blunt, as if eroded by wind and frost, while others had only half a blade and their tips were like a reverse fishhook. We had never seen so many differently shaped swords before. When he placed his mind onto a certain mini-sword, its profound essence came naturally to him like a creek that flowed across his heart and mind. His sword embryo was like a kaleidoscope that contained a myriad of exceptional sword manuals. Hui had never felt this satisfied. For him, studying and researching swordplay was like groping in the darkness. With the decline in popularity of swordsmanship, swords manual left over from the cultivation era also lost their authentic tradition and might in the elemental era. Many times he could only hazard guesses and conduct tests. He had no one to ask for guidance and many of his theories couldn't be corroborated. Even the sword embryo that he had somehow produced was very damaged and incomplete, like a deformed plant. Yet, after absorbing the force of blood of God, this deformed plant grew wildly and irradiated an unprecedented vigor that somehow healed the damage.
The ancient demonic god's blood was simply unbelievable. With continuous strengthening and perfecting, what appeared before Aihui was an unprecedentedly rich and colorful world. He absorbed all the nutrients like a starved man. It was a chance that he'd never dared to dream about. Following the increase in understanding of swordsmanship, myriad of swordplays, and absorption, his sword embryo became increasingly mighty and wild. If Aihui were to raise his head to look at the blazing sun, he would realize that the aura of the domineering sun was now much weaker. Even its seemingly substantial golden light pillar and its pressurizing and destructive aura had dimmed significantly when placed in front of the whizzing and surging sword embryo. The amount of splashing golden rays increased. They were like golden mist, vast and obscure. Aihui separated himself from this bizarre state and quickly sensed something amiss. The speed of the golden mist was becoming slow. After a brief sensing, he found the cause. There wasn't any flesh in the sword formation. Without it, the divinity and impurity blended into the sword at a much slower pace. Aihui muttered to himself. According to the usual time schedule, Luland and gang should have replenished more flesh by now. Could it be, had something happened? They just had to go over the mountain ridge to attack the side of the enemy's troop disposition. There wasn't the least bit of hesitation in Silverfrost. The behind heavy cannons rumbled incessantly behind, and each time a shot landed on the ground, they could feel an intense quake. They had to make full use of time. Each second was extremely precious. The mountain ridge wasn't considered tall and its slopes weren't steep, so they had a smooth and easy journey. Song Xiaoqian felt relieved as this meant that the enemy hadn't thought that their camping ground would be invaded. If they had expected an attack, they would have arranged the necessary deterrence. The originally unrestrained night attack had become a to-and-fro tussle. The enemy's stubbornness and countless tricks had caused some doubts within God Wolf. They wondered if the enemy had already prepared themselves a long time ago. After crossing the ridge successfully, they could see the pagoda cannon formation glowing from far away. The glow of the volleys released by the beehive heavy cannons was even more jarring when witnessed from afar. They were neat like a light fence, and the undulations produced by the elemental energy resonance were like invisible ripples that appeared exceptionally striking in the night sky. After a brief moment of astonishment, Silverfrost sighed a breath of relief and loosened their tensed hearts. Just as Song Xiaoqian was preparing to order everybody to advance toward the pagoda cannon formation, someone cried out in alarm, "Quick, look, what's that?" Song Xiaoqian jolted. What she at least wanted to hear was a cry like that, because that usually signified an unforeseen change. The surprised cry attracted everybody's attention and they all looked up. The next moment, more alarmed cries and drawn-out breaths could be heard. "What's that? Oh my God! What's that?" As they had been solely focused on the faraway volleys let out by the pagoda cannon formation, they failed to notice the valley beneath their feet. The valley wasn't deep and its terrain was level. It was a typical small basin. However, the scene in the valley was extremely shocking. Long swords were invertedly inserted into the earth on the valley floor, their blades directly facing the sky. They were placed in a crisscrossed and disordered manner, but somehow there seemed to be a kind of pattern contained within the mess. The countless and densely packed swords filled the whole valley. It was like a sword forest. Despite Song Xiaoqian's usual calmness, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with shock, her scalp going numb. The sight before her was simply too majestic. Hundreds of thousands, or even millions of swords covered the valley, producing an incomparable visual. She even questioned if she had just entered a historical site of a swordsman's sect in the cultivation era. The swords pointed toward the sky without a sound, and Song Xiaoqian knew that these countless swords were part of a sword formation. The dense sword consciousness surged like an enormous dragon with spiky scales, hissing and spiraling within the forest. What exactly was this? All of a sudden, a premonition rose within her chest. Could this be the hidden but fatal move prepared by the enemy? The manpower and physical resources required to operate so many swords were most definitely unimaginable. What was Shi Shueman and gang plotting with such an alarming quantity of resources? Quick, look at the center of the valley. Actually, even without calling out, everybody already had their eyes on the center, since the swords there were entirely different from those outside. They were like sword embryos that had been freshly taken out of the oven, exceptionally eye-grabbing amid the night sky. The light rays released by the beehive heavy cannons occasionally lit up the night sky and concealed these light swords, which were at times bright and at times dim. Song Xiaoqian opened her eyes wide as a look of disbelief took over her stern face. The aura of light swords. The other soldiers also sensed the difference and gasped in surprise. Are they blood elementalists? Why do they feel like our own?
Yeah.
Could it be that they had started to train blood spiritual force? Seems a little different. It's different. The soldiers of Silverfrost weren't certain, because the aura emitted by the light sword seemed simultaneously familiar and foreign. Song Xiaoqian had heard their doubts but chose not to talk. They felt that way, but she did not since she had sensed similar aura. His Majesty. The number of times His Majesty had called for a gathering of officials could be counted with one hand, but she had been lucky enough to be involved. It was that particular meeting that she finally understood how powerful His Majesty was. He had merely revealed a wisp of aura, but he gained the acknowledgement of the whole world. That experience had left her an indestructible impression. The aura of light swords couldn't be compared to His Majesty's, since the latter's was like an ocean, extremely vast and immeasurable, rendering people resistanceless. Although the former was much dimmer, Song Xiaoqian was certain that both were similar. Could it be General Yi? This thought flashed across her mind but immediately got denied. No matter how powerful Dread was, it wasn't possible for them to transport General Yi to the back in such a short period of time and under such close pursuit. Another possibility came to mind. Holy Object. His Majesty's legendary force originated from blood of God's supreme holy object, ancient God's blood. Perhaps the elementalists had gotten hold of God's blood. There's someone in the sword formation. They could vaguely see someone lying in the center of the faintly discernible ring of light swords. Many subconsciously swallowed their saliva and their mouths became dry. The sight before them was simply too terrifying. There were so many swords making up the large-scale sword formation, and there was actually someone inside of it. Could it be that this unbelievably big sword formation was actually created single-handedly? Who could operate such a colossal amount of resources? And if such a great amount of power was being condensed into an individual? A word jumped into their heads almost simultaneously: Grandmaster. It could only be a Grandmaster. Song Xiaoqian made the same judgment. She was shaken up. Some areas of doubt had been cleared by this point. Could a large-scale sword formation produce a Grandmaster? Perhaps not, but what if there was God's blood? The Spear of God and so on were all pretenses meant to hinder the enemy's strategies. Their real killer move was this sword formation. The Grandmaster that was being bred within this sword formation. A hesitant look appeared on her face. According to their previous plan, they were supposed to attack the pagoda cannon formation from its sides, but now that she knew that a Grandmaster was possibly being born, her plan was swayed. A Grandmaster was supreme. The birth of a Grandmaster was sufficient to change the grand scheme of things. Song Xiaoqian clenched her teeth and made a decision on the spot. She then ordered coldly, "Destroy the sword formation." Compared to the possibility of a Grandmaster being born, the victory of this battle meant nothing. Even if God Wolf were to be destroyed, there wouldn't be any fundamental change in strength and power on both sides. However, if the elementalists were to produce another Grandmaster, their previous dominance would vanish in a puff of smoke. The blood elementalists' overwhelming superiority would no longer stand, and both parties would more or less have a balance of power, with the blood elementalists having a slight advantage perhaps. They had to destroy the sword formation no matter what. They mustn't let the elementalists produce another Grandmaster no matter what. Song Xiaoqian needn't say anything. The soldiers were aware of these facts too. Like an avalanche, Silverfrost descended from the mountain ridge. From the mountain peak, they dove toward the valley, borrowing the advantage of the terrain and momentum to charge forward with an unstoppable grandeur. Even the faraway rumbling of the beehive heavy cannons were temporarily being drowned by the clattering of wolves' hoofs. The valley shook, causing the swords to tremble. Song Xiaoqian remained as calm as ice. The moment she made her decision, there was no trace of hesitation left. The white light rays enveloped the soldiers of Silverfrost and wrapped around the hoofs of the wolves. They were like flowing blades that crashed into the sword formation. Wherever they passed, the swords broke off like dried branches and flew all over. In the blink of an eye, a scar of over 30 meters had been plowed out of the sword formation. Just then, a light sword beside AI we trembled slightly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635, Cruel Battlefield. Chapter 635, Cruel Battlefield. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. The light sword trembled and was swiftly removed from the earth. It then shot into the sky, leaving an exceptionally eye-grabbing arc of light trace in the night sky. Clang, clang, clang. A crisp sword chime sounded incessantly. The light swords came out of the ground in succession and transformed into sword lights that shot toward the Silverfrost Blood Division. In that moment, the light swords were like rain.
From the attack of the first light sword to the constant fall of raindrop-like swords, everything happened in the blink of an eye.
However, Song Xiaoqian's full attention was captured by the light swords that landed onto the sword formation. The momentum of the light sword was amazingly fast.
Not daring to underestimate them, she shouted, "Flying wall." The Silverfrost soldiers already had their arrows on their bows and released them upon her command.
Boom!
The bowstring shook as arrows shot out like dense rain, as if a gush of cold water had been poured out. As the silver arrows left their bows, their bodies rapidly developed a layer of white frost that thickened and expanded instantly to form ice beams. The ice beams grew at an alarming rate, resulting in an amazing scene on the battlefield. The arrow rain expanded like balloons, turning ice beams into ice blocks that eventually blended together to form a giant ice wall. This ice wall of over 30 meters in height, 120 meters in width, and 10 meters in thickness flew forward like a mountain peak with a low whistle. It was like an enormous dire beast, charging into the jungle, and the land it trampled on overturned. The swords weren't able to obstruct the wall at all, and broken sword pieces flew in all directions like raindrops. Flying Wall consumed much more energy than the simpler Ice Wall, but its effect pleased Song Xiaoqian nevertheless. The more important thing was that Flying Wall could protect them as they continued charging forward. Countless actual battles had proven that the moment they lose charging speed, death was the only result. Song Xiaoqian was convinced that the death of their enemy was inevitable if they could maintain their speed all the way to the front. Of course, this was true unless he had already been upgraded into a master. Just then, she heard a soft plop and immediately tensed up. The light swords had hit the ice wall. Her pupils shrank. A bright light speck had appeared on the ice wall before her eyes. The next moment, densely packed light specks surfaced on the ice wall like twinkling stars. "Be careful." Before Song Xiaoqiao could finish her words, the light rays of the specks brightened. Bitingly cold and sharp sword consciousness shot out from between the brows and landed onto the ice wall, causing it to explode into ice bits.
The scene of such a huge ice wall shattering into pieces was absolutely magnificent.
It was as if the snow mountain had produced an avalanche that raised a thick layer of dust off the ground. However, Song Xiaoqian had no time to bother with these. Like lightning, a sword light ripped across the sky and landed within the Silverfrost blood division in the blink of an eye. The white light rays that enveloped the whole army was fragile like paper and unable to obstruct the sword light at all. Like red-hot metal, the sword light blinded her vision and left a sharp light scar that seemed to slice open the night sky.
PFF, PFF, PFF.
Even without turning around to look, Song Xiaoqian knew that those were the sounds of the light swords effortlessly piercing through her soldiers' bodies. Clap. Her side vision had suddenly been occupied by a splashing lump of exploded flesh. A soldier's brain had just been struck by a light sword.
Song Xiaoqian remained indifferent, as if her heart was made of stone.
Perhaps she would feel sad after the war, but at this moment she was calm and almost cold.
Had there ever been a battle without casualties?
A wave of attacks resulted in the fall of over 100 soldiers.
It was Song Xiaoqian's first time witnessing such a horrifying attack.
Furthermore, this was the result even after they had employed their ice wall as defense. Yet she wasn't too surprised, since she knew that they were about to face a rival, or should she say monster, of a totally different level. The first wave of attack had proven a part of her conjecture right. God's blood. She was 100% certain that the other party had it. Otherwise, there was no way he could penetrate their defense this easily. The strict level system of blood elementalists was not only displayed through their power and status but also their ability to suppress force. This was also why Red Devil was able to rise to a prominent position immediately upon his blood refinement. Similarly, blood spiritual force of a higher level could completely suppress that of a lower level. Even though he had just completed his blood refinement, Red Devil was fated to become one of the strongest players within the God Nation. And the most powerful person in the God Nation was the Emperor, His Majesty. Originating from the holy object, the force of God's blood was the strongest force in the God Nation. Nothing was comparable. The soldiers believed that the enemy had to be extremely powerful to produce such colossal damage, but only Song Xiaoqian knew that apart from his immeasurable abilities, the force of God's blood's restraining effect on the blood spiritual force was the real cause of their heavy casualties. The holy object of the God Nation was the main culprit of Silverfrost's disastrous loss. It was rather humiliating. Song Xiaoqian had no idea how and where the enemy had gotten hold of God's blood, but there was no other choice than to continue charging with their injuries.
The crisp sword chimes mixed in with the rumbling of wolves' hoofs.
The light swords came out of the ground one by one and transformed into dazzling sword lights that dove for the Silverfrost blood division. Some soldiers would collapse with each step Silverfrost took. In spite of that, their momentum did not weaken. Soldiers that had fallen off the back of the wolves had no time to howl since they quickly got trampled by their companions behind. Their flesh mixed in with the earth, dyeing it red, No one noticed that their flesh had silently disappeared, as if they'd been swallowed. Within the Blood Eyes Fantasyland, the thick, golden mist was weakening in a speed visible to the naked eye. Ai Hui noticed the anomaly and muttered to himself. He understood what was going on. The golden mist was the portion within God's blood that he wasn't able to absorb, and he planned to expel it through the sword formation. However, ordinary swords weren't able to endure such an aggressive force, and so they broke one after another. Later on, with the nourishment of the flesh of blood fiends, these swords of ordinary quality could absorb the weak force of God's blood to become light swords. However, the flesh of blood fiends was obtained through frontline battles, so they were limited. As such, an increasing amount of God's blood couldn't be expelled. No one had thought about using the corpses of blood elementalists, since they were all humans after all. It was difficult to carry out such an act that challenged their morality. Ai Hui, who had been roused by his failure to expel the golden mist, could only guess that something had happened outside. But when the Silver Frost Blood Division charged into the sword formation, he immediately sensed it. Before he could react, his sword embryo had already started operating upon sensing threat. The next moment, Ai Hui witnessed the magnificent scene of light swords falling like rain. The sword formation swallowed the enemy's flesh, catching Ai Hui off guard. Again, before he could react, the golden mist that couldn't be drained abruptly weakened. Almost simultaneously, swords shot out seemingly substantial light rays from the corners of the sword formations. The surface of the sword bodies started to peel off, revealing the shimmering light swords underneath. The crisp sword chimes sounded again as the freshly born light swords rose into the sky and dove toward the enemies. The flesh of blood elementalists was much more effective than that of blood fiends. The flesh of broadback batfishes, the lowest of all blood fiends, had previously been used. Now, the fleshes within the sword formation were those of blood elementalists and silver frost wolves, which were of a much higher level compared to the batfishes. It was especially the case for blood elementalists since their flesh wasn't something blood fiends could match up to. Ai Hui's heart turned cold. God's blood really was a monster. The portion he had absorbed, which amounted to less than a drop, had been sufficient to strengthen his sword embryo and bring about entirely new changes. The remaining portion, on the other hand, couldn't be expelled out of his system if not for the blood flesh. It swallowed all of the blood flesh, be it those of humans or wild beasts. Ai Hui supposed that if God's blood had created the God Nation and founded the blood elementalist system, blood elementalists possessing God's blood would be able to swallow other blood elementalists to replenish their own bodies whenever needed. The unique properties displayed by God's blood were truly intimidating. Ai Hui was getting increasingly convinced that God's blood belonged to the demonic god in the dream sequence he had, because its force displayed an uninhibited, primitive, callous, deceitful, and beast-like predatory behavior. This was also why Ai Hui did not like it at all. Warmth was completely absent. Ai Hui had always believed himself to be a cool fellow who had no regard for the death of others. He had never placed value on morality and virtues. He was willing to try anything in order to become stronger. Even then, the traits displayed by God's blood irked him thoroughly. One example would be the blood elementalists sacrificing of their own comrades in order to save themselves. He would rather die than to do something like that. Luckily, those forces had been expelled and he wasn't going to turn into a blood elementalist. Ai Hui raised his head automatically to look at the giant blood eye on the top of his head. Thank you, blood bandage. Thinking about teacher and mistress again. Despite being in a dangerous situation, Ai Hui's thoughts ran wild, causing an indescribable grief. He only regained his senses upon realizing that the golden mist before his eyes had weakened significantly. Yet another batch of blood elementalists had become the light sword's nutrients. Up till now, he had been a bystander, watching his sword embryo orchestrating the whole battle. His entirely transformed sword embryo was exhibiting its power to Ai Hui. Song Xiaoqian felt as though they were charging into a group of hornets. They couldn't see anything in front as they were completely blinded by the crisscrossed light beams that enveloped them. It was actually a web that had been formed by countless dancing light swords. Song Xiaoqian raised the spear in her hands swiftly, coincidentally blocking off an amazingly fast sword light. Clang! A clear sound rang as the spear point exploded into a ball of fire. Song Xiaoqian's palm burned and she was almost unable to maintain her grip on the spear. The light sword shot away, but Song Xiaoqian noticed that it hadn't been damaged even the slightest. The force of God's blood contained within that light sword was extremely weak, but it was that very wisp of frail force that pressurized her greatly. The toll it had inflicted on her far exceeded what she usually had to face. If this went on, they were going to be destroyed. What scared her more was the fact that the number of light swords was increasing, and at an alarming rate. They were all around and uncountable. The striking light scars drawn by them were like light beams that wove into an impenetrable web. Her people had only managed to advance a few hundred meters, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Soldiers beside her fell one after another.
Song Xiaoqian was no longer able to maintain a calm state of mind.
She started to get anxious. She tried using all ideas that she could come up with, but to no avail. Only approximately half of her soldiers were alive.
A 300-meter advancement took a third of her people down.
Such a heavy and rapid loss had never been seen before. There was another 300 meters to go. She noticed the look of fear emerging on her soldiers' faces.
Only 300 meters more.
The last 300 meters. Her gaze was resolute. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 636, To Hell. Chapter 636, To Hell. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Helian Tianxiao was getting rather impatient.
Had the Silverfrost Blood Division gotten into their attacking positions? With his keen perception, he had sensed the changes occurring silently on the battlefield. Helian Tianxiao had climbed his way up from the bottom and possessed an exceptionally acute awareness toward battle situations. God Wolf was gradually getting used to the volleys of the Beehive heavy cannons, but their enemies too were getting used to their combat tactics. The Beehive heavy cannons' volleys were undergoing some changes, and the most direct result was the increase in the number of casualties. Even though the increase wasn't significant, Helian Tianxiao saw it as a very bad sign.
Duanmu Huanghan and the Sword of Lightning were as irritating as flies, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. These vile fleas were more crafty and sly than before, which also annoyed God Wolf increasingly.
What was worse was that Duanmu Huanghan seemed to have started cooperating with the Sword of Lightning. If not for the fact that Helian Tianxiao had maintained vigilance, a team of his would have almost been separated by their coalition. Much more than he had imagined, the enemy was extremely troublesome to deal with.
According to the time, the Silverfrost Blood Division should have arrived at the sides of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Yet there weren't any movements. Could there have been an accident? Or had the enemy prepared something? Helian Tianxiao forced himself to calm down.
Two of his generals, Xing Shan of the Ardent Flower Blood Division and Song Xiaoqian of the Silverfrost Blood Division, had completely opposing characters. Xing Shan was fiery and extremely invasive when it came to strategizing. Song Xiaoqian, on the other hand, was calm as ice and handled affairs orderly. Both had their unique traits, but when it came to trustworthiness, Helian Tianxiao had more confidence in the latter. From day one, he had never seen her doing any ridiculous things. At times, when he was feeling emotionally overwhelmed, she had been the one to pull him out of it. Song Xiaoqian was definitely aware of the urgency of the situation, so the fact that she hadn't made an attack meant that something must have happened. Helian Tianxiao couldn't think of what the enemy could have possibly prepared, but it wasn't the time to ponder over this. Before him were two choices: to continue waiting for Silverfrost to attack the enemy's camp from the side or to make a direct charge at the camp. Both choices had their pros and cons. The first plan meant that he would pin all hopes on Silverfrost, but what if they had not arrived at the sides of the campground? He wasn't too sure about the second plan either. Even if he gained victory, it would be in exchange for a heavy loss. According to his estimation, it would be lucky if a third of his people stayed alive. Facing these two difficult choices, Helian Tianxiao decided to wait for 20 breaths. If Silverfrost did not attack by then, he would lead his team to launch a determining attack. Having made a decision, Helian Tianxiao stopped hesitating. After composing himself, he kept track of the time silently. The camp of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Unstoppable. Actual battles weren't comparable to training. After experiencing the initial panic, the Pagoda cannoneers were now unafraid and steady. They had killed extensively and were in a wild state. The alarming heat waves emitted by the sturdy and boiling hot Beehive heavy cannon warped the air around it. Its temperature was even higher than that of the underground snow lava. Ist. Quite often the cannoneers would get scalded, but it was as if they couldn't feel anything. The rumbling of the Beehive heavy cannons had become their favorite melody. Even the huge impact caused by the firing of cannons delighted them. Every one of them was completely reveling in these sensations, and their faces even looked distorted and sinister. The members of the alliance were mostly elementalists from the front line who had been defeated but refused to leave. They wished to battle again. Their fighting spirit had never been lacking. They yearned for battle and many were happy to die an ambitious death. It was difficult for bystanders to imagine how much of an encouragement Senior Xiaoshan's breeze of surveillance was for them. Some muttered to themselves, waiting for Zuyan's orders, whereas others kept silent, pressing their cheeks against the boiling hot cannon body but remaining as motionless as ice. Fatty narrowed his pea-sized eyes, which had an ominous glint to them, as he constantly searched for the enemy's vulnerability like a crafty wild beast. He was immersed in the battling state of mind. He was no longer that weak and cowardly child that only knew how to flee. After becoming a master, he had completely transformed into another person. It must be said that fate was amazing. Even he himself hadn't imagined that one day he could calmly command so many troops for battle. To others, Fatty was very lazy. Only people who were familiar with him, like Ai Hui, knew that while he was indeed lazy, he was good at racking his brains, evident from how he used to apply his intelligence in order to skive. The Alliance's camp occupied the high ground, and Fatty had taken in the whole diversion of the Silverfrost Blood Division. Even Heli and Xiaoxiao's plan he had managed to predict almost accurately. But that direction... Heh, Fatty smiled coldly. Fatty had complete trust in Ai Hui, blind faith in fact. Even when the latter was injured or poisoned, Fatty never believed that anyone could get rid of him. If Ai Hui were today one day, Fatty was convinced that the area around his grave would have a ghost-subduing effect. If the opponent failed to receive any signal, he was sure to go all out. And that was when either the fish dies or the net splits. Bah! Grandpa Fatty was not ready to die. Fatty realized that the enemy was becoming craftier, obviously attempting to stall for time. With his quick thinking, he arranged the beehive heavy cannon volley while getting the cannoneers to start their duty roster in order to gain precious time for resting. Fatty's arrangement was so careful that even Heli and Tianxiao failed to notice that the number of pagoda cannon volleys had decreased significantly. Fatty narrowed his pea-sized eyes, waiting for the opportune time to start the decisive battle. Inside of the sword formation in the valley, the battle was extremely intense. The narrowly packed sword formation was now in a scattered mess. Countless light swords danced in the air at lightning speed. They were so quick that the light scars dragging across the sky were like dancing light ribbons. Because there were too many of those entangling around Silverfrost, there would occasionally be one that pierced through the blood division. PFF, PFF, PFF. The sound of blood flower bursting was like a symphonic movement from hell where each note brought the fall of some soldiers. Silverfrost had sunken into chaos. They had no time to care about their companions, as they were too busy preparing to block off the light swords that could approach from any direction. The defensive light rays that were able to block off the volleys of beehive heavy cannons were as frail as paper in front of these fine light swords. No defensive move was able to stop the light swords. They were like the Grim Reaper's sickle, ruthlessly slicing their throats. They had never felt so helpless. How did things turn out this way? Some quick-witted soldiers suddenly thought about how the aura they had sensed coming from the sword formation was somewhat similar to the blood spiritual force, and their faces immediately changed. They could vaguely guess what was going on, and the fear within them intensified. Song Xiaoqian shouted all of a sudden, "Frostfire!" The Silverfrost soldiers were stunned. Frostfire. Of course they knew what this command meant. Those soldiers with the ability of God, especially, who preserved the perfected force. When the whole defense system was unable to function, personal ability was the thing that could help them better survive. Frostfire. A soldier with the ability of God bellowed. Voom. His whole body rose in transparent flames. Following the intensifying and subsiding flames, an alarming coldness erupted and spread. The Silverfrost wolf beneath him howled as its snow-white fur started bursting into ice-cold flames. Just as danger was closing in, there was a light sword that stuck close to the ground without making a sound. Its target was the abdomen of the Silverfrost wolf. Another one came from the back, aiming at the soldier's brain. Yet another one approached from an extremely artful angle that brushed across another soldier's body before arriving. An evil grin emerged on the face of the soldier with the ability of God. Who? The cold flames waxed and waned, spreading the chilliness. Covered in a layer of frost, the light sword flying close to the ground dropped with a clang. It was like a struggling fish outside of water, squirming a little before becoming motionless. The other two light swords faced the same fate, getting covered in frost before losing their spirituality and dropping onto the ground. The other soldiers with the ability of God started to bellow, employing their Frostfire. Frostfire was Silverfrost Blood Division's killer move, and only those with the ability of God could employ it. The flames generated were extremely cold and could freeze all things. However, once engaged, the user would become their fuel. Yet, before their combustion, they were ultimately powerful. Covered in frost, a soldier with the ability of God roared before rising into the sky, struggling free from the light web woven by countless light swords. Behind him came 4 other soldiers with the ability of God who also had broken free from the light web. The 5 of them locked their gazes onto the figure in the heart of the sword formation. They made 5 arcs in the sky and, like blooming flowers, they dove toward the figure in the sword formation from different directions.
A loud sword chime broke the sky. The closely packed light swords swiftly split into 5 light sword flows that chased after the 5 of them. The other Silverfrost soldiers only felt a slight release of pressure as their surrounding field of vision returned to normal. They could finally see what was going on. The light swords moved fast as lightning, quickly catching up with the 5 soldiers with the ability of God. The swords wound around them tightly, their dazzling light scars circling and drowning their figures. They were like 5 light balls woven from light beams. Light swords fell down like rain, crackling and rattling. There was an endless launch of light swords that flew up from all around the sword formation, shooting toward the 5 light balls. Why are there more and more light swords? Song Xiaoqian was puzzled, blanking out upon catching a glimpse of the ground out of the corner of her eye. The bloody piles of corpses she had expected were absent. While the field was in a mess and there were broken swords everywhere, no bloodstains could be seen at all. Where had all the corpses gone? Her face turned white as sheet. Exactly what monster was breeding within the sword formation? No, it's a devil. A flesh-consuming devil. An unprecedented fear enveloped her heart and mind, as if there was an invisible palm squashing her heart and rendering her breathless. The faintly discernible figure within the densely packed sword formation appeared very young. There was only a highway before them. Was it leading to hell? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, Sword Chime. Chapter 637, Sword Chime. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Even if the path ahead led to hell, they could only continue charging forward now. It was too late for them to regret it. Song Xiaoqian suppressed the fear in her mind. She took the lead and charged towards the figure nearest to her. The light from the frost fire above her head shot towards the light ball that was surrounded by the light swords. The deafening sword chime became louder and clearer, and the distant booms from the beehive-heavy cannons were striking fear into everyone's hearts. The dazzling, flickering light shone on Song Xiaoqian's face. It's only a few hundred meters, I will reach there in a blink of an eye, she told herself in her mind. One by one, the sword formations in front of her lit up. The devil lying among the sword formations seemed to sense danger. So the devil could be scared too. A tinge of courage arose in Song Xiaoqian's heart all of a sudden. She nudged her saddle Silverfrost wolf to charge forward at its top speed. Pointing her spear towards her front, she roared, "Kill!" The soldiers following tightly behind her roared in unison, "Kill!" The sound of the wolf paws storming on the ground resembled a concentrated drumbeat. The bodies of the Silverfrost soldiers lit up with a silvery glow once more. Like streaks of silvery lightning bolts, they charged forward. A sword formation that had a beam of light swirling around it was blocking their path. However, Song Xiaoqian had no intention of reducing her speed or changing her direction. Without any hesitation, she charged towards the sword formation head-on. Bang! The glowing sword formation shattered to smithereens with a loud bang. Sword fragments shot towards all directions. Without the light swords, the sword formation on its own was useless against the Silverfrost division. The Silverfrost soldiers, who had yet to lose their momentum, continued to charge towards the second sword formation. The sword formation shattered once again. At this point of time, the 5 balls of frost fire bellowed in the air. The freezing glow emitted by the frost fire suddenly intensified and bound the surrounding light swords tightly. Live or die, success or failure, it all depended on this moment. Inside the fantasyland of the Blood Eye, the penetrative and omnipresent golden mist had disappeared without a trace. Using the flesh and corpses that were filled with an abundance of blood spiritual force as a medium, the god's blood, which previously could not be expelled, was entering the sword formations now. More and more swords were shattering because they couldn't endure the blood spiritual force. Even so, the number of light swords continued to increase rapidly. The scorching sun in the sky had dimmed significantly and the opaque golden pillar had become translucent now. The sword embryo was operating frantically like an enraged beast. The densely packed sword chimes sounded like beans being fried. Just their sound alone made one's blood boil and filled him or her with battle fervor. However, AI Huey's blood wasn't boiling. At this point in time, he was unusually calm. When the Silverfrost division broke into the Valley of Sword Formations, he could sense every single movement they made. He had been locked onto by the enemy and the murderous aura that engulfed him intensified. Danger was approaching him. What should he do? He was still stuck in the Fantasyland, unable to escape. Ever since the sword embryo became stronger, it could no longer be controlled by AI Hui, resembling a monster that was trying to break free from its chains. The sword embryo that AI Hui nurtured was inherently weak. Now that it had absorbed the god's blood, it transformed completely.
Many times, AI Hui felt that the sword embryo was a living entity that had its own consciousness. This wasn't his misperception. The word embryo signified life. It also referred to the sword embryo's unique ability to grow by itself. For the past few days, AI Hui had witnessed for himself how the sword embryo independently became stronger bit by bit. The number of swords within the sword embryo kept on increasing. Every sword exuded a new type of sword consciousness, and there were many that AI Hui never had seen before. As a spectator, AI Hui had benefited a lot and his horizons were broadened. However, he was feeling very puzzled as well. The sword embryo was no doubt powerful, and its ability to grow independently was astonishing as well. However, no matter how powerful it was, if it could not be controlled, what was the point of having it? Was it possible that the ancient swordsman did not realize this? AI Hui didn't think so. So how did the ancient swordsman solve this problem? AI Hui had pondered over this question for a very long time, but he still could not find the answer. The journal he had on the topic of sword embryos was a remnant record, and most of its contents had been lost. Even AI Hui was unsure whether or not the sword embryo that he nurtured was the same as the one mentioned in the journal. Previously, AI Hui wasn't anxious over solving this issue at all. He felt that he would come up with a solution sooner or later. However, he did not expect that danger would be approaching so soon. The enemy forces were less than 250 meters away from him, but the terrifying white-colored flood was powerful enough to crush him to a pulp. The worst thing was AI Hui discovered that many enemy soldiers were taking off the bows on their backs. AI Hui, who was usually calm and composed, could not help but shiver in fear now. Was his body going to be pierced with arrows first and then crushed into pulp? AI Hui could see the hatred and fear on the soldiers' faces. Bows were being drawn one by one. Damn it! AI Hui cursed loudly. He didn't expect himself to die in such a pathetic manner in the end. His motionless body was going to get countless holes from the piercing arrows and then crushed into pulp by the countless wolf paws. This might be the most pathetic way to die in the world. Before he could finish what he was thinking, darkness engulfed his vision. Was he dead? This thought arose subconsciously in AI Hui's mind. However, the next moment, he reacted strongly. Something wasn't right. Previously, AI Hui's attention was captured by the charging Silverfrost division in the outside world, so he did not notice that the frantically operating sword embryo had suddenly dispersed. The intertwining yin and yang sword masses had transformed into two powerful currents that surged towards him. The blood-colored light pillar that had engulfed AI Hui all this time did not stop the powerful currents. The sword embryo originated from AI Hui's cultivation of essence breath spirit, and it was part of AI Hui's body. AI Hui's essence breath spirit was the soil that the sword embryo grew on, and the god's blood was the nourishment. AI Hui and the sword embryo were simply inseparable. The sword masses came too fast and there were too many swords. In an instant, they covered AI Hui's vision completely, and this was why he saw nothing but darkness. The countless swords were a gigantic school of fishes that surrounded AI Hui, forming a perfect sphere. Amazingly, the line that divided the yin and yang on the sword-made sphere was extremely distinct. They were still twined around each other and revolving continuously. Inside the sword-made ball, AI Hui could sense a mysterious rhythm. Something was beating. It resembled a heartbeat. Was this the sword embryo? For some unknown reason, this beat felt unusually familiar to AI Hui, as though he was inseparably related to it. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon AI Hui. The unsolvable questions that he used to have suddenly cleared up at this moment. I see. He focused his concentration on the sword embryo. Thump, thump, thump. Almost effortlessly, his mind synchronized with the pulsating rhythm of the sword embryo, as though he was born with this ability. The sword-made sphere that surrounded him stopped moving all of a sudden. The next moment, the tens of thousands of swords chimed in unison. AI Hui's entire body trembled. The invisible barrier between him and the sword embryo disappeared. Countless thoughts engulfed his mind like a flash flood. He reached out his hand and a small sword appeared in his palm. The Silverfrost wolves charged forward at their top speeds. One by one, the sword formations were destroyed, smashed to smithereens. The soldiers on the Silverfrost wolves' backs drew their bows as their arrows flickered with a cold glint. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. This was the last volley of arrows that they were going to fire. One could tell how well trained the Silverfrost Blood Division was from their ability to release a volley of arrows while charging forward. Beside Song Xiaoqian was the Vice Division leader of the Silverfrost Blood Division, Hua Yunfeng. Other than Song Xiaoqian, he was the only expert that possessed the ability of God in the Combat Division now. He wasn't in the range of the Frostfire so that he could provide leadership for the Combat Division if the division leader died. Hua Yunfeng's handsome face exuded a bone-piercing hatred. Devastating. More than one-third of the Silverfrost soldiers had died, and almost all the blood elementalists that possessed the ability of God were killed. The Silverfrost Blood Division had never suffered such devastating losses before. Because of the losses, Hua Yunfeng was filled with anger and hatred. Even if the other party was the devil, he had to kill him. Die. With hatred in his heart, Hua Yunfeng roared, "Fire!" The bowstrings vibrated in perfect unison, producing exactly one sound. A rain of arrows that suddenly appeared whizzed towards the center of the Valley of Sword Formations. The arrows could cover the distance of 250 meters in a blink of an eye. The arrow gleams lit up the figure in the center of the sword formations as the rain of arrows approached it. It was a skinny young man. His eyes were tightly closed, appearing to be in a coma. Song Xiaoqian's pupils suddenly dilated. Ai Hui. No one in the Silverfrost Division would forget the humiliation that Ai Hui had given them when he led the Pinwheel Sword and pierced through the God Wolf Division's encampment in an invincible manner. It was actually Ai Hui. Song Xiaoqian was feeling vexed. She should have thought of it earlier. All this time, she never saw Ai Hui despite the ongoing battle being so intense. This wasn't normal at all. No wonder Shi Shueman and her counterparts were willing to spend so much manpower and resources in this valley. If they did so for Ai Hui, then everything made sense now. However, everything was going to end soon. Song Xiaoqian's sharp eyesight could clearly see Ai Hui. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Ai Hui did not show any signs of waking up. Song Xiaoqian's tightly pursed lips curled into an arc. Die. Suddenly, a sword chime resounded through the air. This sword chime was unlike the sword chimes in the past. It wasn't impassioned, but rather low and deep like a drumbeat. Song Xiaoqian's vision suddenly shook violently. The Silverfrost wolf beneath her swayed all of a sudden, causing her to almost fall off from it. What was going on? The entire valley was swaying. Every sword in every sword formation in the valley was trembling. The deep and low sword chime was produced by nearly 1,000,000 swords chiming together at the same time. The rain of arrows that almost reached Ai Hui suddenly turned into ashes. The arrow tips melted and reduced to ashes. The arrow shafts melted and reduced to ashes. Like mist, the shattered arrow gleams disappeared along with the wind. The whizzing, piercing rain of arrows disappeared without a trace just like this. Song Xiaoqian almost fell off her Silverfrost wolf. The rest of the Silverfrost soldiers could not believe what they had just seen. The blood in their bodies raced and they lost control of their blood spiritual force. Following which, an intense numbness engulfed all of their bodies. Beneath them, the limbs of the Silverfrost wolves turned soft. Those slightly weak Silverfrost wolves lost their balance and collapsed to the ground. Song Xiaoqian was overwhelmed with horror. What was this? The surging mist that swirled in the air above the valley was sword mist. It was produced by the sword formations in the valley. Compared to the silver mist at Silver Mist Sea, the sword mist was sharper and its corrosive effect was much more terrifying. The valley seemed to be covered with an enormous, transparent copper bell. The sword chime caused the mist to undulate, which caused the copper bell's interior to churn violently. On the other side of the mountain, Lu Lan, who couldn't rush to Ai Hui's rescue, had his eyes flickering with a bloody glow. At this point in time, he appeared to be in a daze. He muttered involuntarily, "Sword chime." That's right, it was sword chime. It was just that this sword chime was formed by nearly 1,000,000 swords. The confined and narrow terrain of the valley increased the might of sword chime by several times. In the past, when Ai Hui created sword chime, he did not think that this move could produce such earth-shaking might and dazzling brilliance. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638, Sword Embryo and Aveta Vesa. Chapter 638, Sword Embryo and Aveta Vesa. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. Helian Tianxiao failed to wait for the news of the Silverfrost Blood Division attacking the enemy force's flank to arrive. He knew he could not wait any longer. It was most likely that Silverfrost had encountered trouble. He did not know what trouble it was, and it did not matter at all at this point in time. He needed to launch an attack immediately without any hesitation. Just as Helian Tianxiao was about to pass down an order to launch an offensive, a deep and low sword chime suddenly rang across the air from the location of the Silverfrost Blood Division. His mind trembled and he almost lost control of the blood spiritual force in his body. Helian Tianxiao raised his head abruptly and looked in the direction of the valley. A gigantic transparent copper bell was placed over the valley and the mist inside it was surging ceaselessly. The deep and terrorizing sword chime was coming from the gigantic transparent copper bell. The facial expressions of every soldier beside him changed drastically. Those powerful blood elementalists with the ability of God felt their chests become stuffy, while the ordinary blood elementalists had their faces turned pale white and felt nauseous.
Helian Tianxiao's heart sank.
He knew that the Silverfrost Blood Division had encountered a huge problem. He threw this distracting thought to the back of his head and his facial expression returned to normal. With an ice-cold look in his eyes, he ordered with a deep voice, "Every unit, prepare to attack."
Until the last moment came, who knew what the outcome of the battle would be? Similarly, the low and trembling sword chime alerted the Pagoda Cannon Alliance.
Everyone looked at the valley with doubt.
Wasn't that place AI Huey's Valley of Sword Formations?
Fatty's fat cheeks wobbled and his pea-sized eyes widened abruptly. The undulations on his face resembled tidal waves, completely filled with joy. He cackled with laughter.
Ha, sword chime. It's a Huey's sword chime. Ah Hui is awake. Ah Hui is awake.
When the battle was at such a critical junction, any small increment in power would make the morale of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance was greatly boosted.
Fatty cleared his throat and yelled, "Wake up! Don't throw my face in front of that AI fellow. I will kick the ass of whoever screws up."
Laughter broke out among the members of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance and the tense atmosphere loosened up slightly. Everyone knew that Master Fatty feared AI Hui as though he was Tiger.
"Master Fatty, you better be careful of your own ass."
Why my ass?
I seem to think of something. Ha 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 ha.
Everyone burst out in laughter, but Fatty merely chuckled along with them, not feeling angry at all. Following which, he cast a glance at the valley. No one could tell that there was a tinge of worry deep within his pea-sized eyes. He definitely knew that was sword chime, but it was different from how it was in the past.
Its might far surpassed AI Huey's actual strength. If AI Hui wasn't becoming a grandmaster, that meant he was struggling for his life. After all, Fatty hadn't seen AI Hui yet.
In Fatty's heart, AI Hui was invincible. Even so, Fatty felt that the probability of AI Hui becoming a grandmaster was almost zero.
Was he struggling for his life then? Fatty's mind could not help but tremble in fear.
Out of the corner of Fatty's eyes, he saw a ray of light flash across the opposite side. His meaty face immediately turned solemn. He yelled with a low voice, "The enemy is going to fight with all its might.
Every Pagoda Cannon, get ready."
A burst of red glow lit up behind Fatty.
Without even turning his head, he knew it was Zhu Yan's Hellfire Spider Web.
Fatty picked up the weighty beehive heavy cannon with one hand and placed it on his shoulder. His gaze was deep and his body remained stationary. He had gotten rid of his distracting thoughts. In his eyes, he could only see the impending battle.
He was no longer the Fatty that acted on impulse and did not care about anything.
That was because his shoulder carried not only the Pagoda Cannon but more responsibilities as well. He squinted his eyes and looked at the enemy soldiers as they began to charge. Behind him, the red glow was getting brighter.
Without any hesitation, the beehive heavy cannon on his shoulder let off an angry boom. The scorching blaze that shot out from his beehive heavy cannon lit up the night sky.
It illuminated Fatty's solemn and focused face and his burly figure. Under the deep night sky, Duanmu Huanghan was standing in the wind.
He looked bewilderedly at the enormous transparent bell above the valley. He was too familiar with this aura. AI Hui. But, how come his aura was so powerful? Violent elemental energy undulations were being suppressed firmly within the transparent bell. Duanmu Huanghan could even see the formless energy waves surging continuously in the transparent bell. He did not even need to think too deeply to know that the Silverfrost Blood Division was suffering inside the transparent bell. He knew that the Silverfrost Blood Division held the desire to kill when they attacked the valley, but he could not think of any good solutions. The Elementalists' military strength was limited. If they faced the Silverfrost Blood Division head-on, they would need to put in all their manpower and resources to barely contend against them. He didn't expect.
Until now, he still did not know what was going on.
How powerful must one be to produce such terrifying might? Was it possible that AI Hui had become a grandmaster?
The pitiful Duanmu Huanghan felt like his whole world had been toppled after coming out from his seclusion. His understanding of the world had been overturned. Initially, he still felt proud of himself for creating viridescent flower, twining branches, and becoming the most powerful genius in the history of the Duanmu family.
However, breeze of surveillance had curbed his arrogance significantly.
However, since he had heard that it was a legendary killer move, he could still accept it.
But what about Fatty, that lazy bum? He actually had become a master? And why was that cannon-like thing so powerful? The Hellfire Spider Web could actually synchronize the attacks of beehive heavy cannons?
And now he saw a sword chime that looked as if it was executed by a grandmaster. To hell with it. Duanmu Huanghun, who usually possessed a cultivated demeanor due to his aristocratic family background, could not help but curse. Alright, he had never seen a grandmaster level attack before, this was a good chance for him to do so. Duanmu Huanghun consoled himself like this. When Duanmu Huanghun found out that Ai Hui was still full of life, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he realized what he had just done, he felt as though he had swallowed a fly. He actually felt happy for this fellow becoming stronger? How could it be? How could the genius from the Duanmu family lose to this bastard? A dangerous-looking glint flashed across Duanmu Huanghun's eyes. With killing intent surging through his eyes, he stared at the god wolf soldiers that were beginning to charge forward. He gave a faint snort of disdain. The viridescent flower on his palm began to light up. At this moment, Ai Hui, who was being wrapped up by the sword embryo, was immersed in a weird state. He had used many powerful artifacts and skills. The most powerful one was no doubt the demonic god armor. The absolute calmness and control it had given him were extremely formidable. Even so, all these powerful artifacts and skills could not be compared to the sword embryo. He felt that the sword embryo was like a part of his body. The sword embryo was indeed a part of his body. Ancient records from the cultivation era stated that human bodies and spiritual force had their limits, but a person's essence breath spirit had limitless potential. If one kept on strengthening his or her essence breath spirit, he or she would nurture a sword embryo. The so-called essence breath spirit was known as God consciousness. In the past, the sword embryo was incomplete. Now that it had absorbed the power of God's blood, it was reborn and finally became a real sword embryo. Ai Hui felt that if the swordsman that first created sword embryo saw his sword embryo now, he would be overwhelmed with shock. The cultivation era was the era of spiritual force, and not many people knew about the existence of the demonic god. The demonic god was formed by generations of offerings from tribes, and it had gathered countless men's god consciousness and Avedavesa. The most famous individual that practiced Avedavesa was Zhongru, who was a dhyana practitioner. The demonic god's blood contained the purest forms of god consciousness and Avedavesa. The concept of Avedavesa was much more complicated than essence breath spirits. It involved everlastingness and karma. After the sword embryo devoured the god consciousness from the god's blood, its Avedavesa was released. This was why it needed to use flesh and blood as a medium. Avedavesa naturally engendered blood and flesh. They fused with each other, entered the body of a sword, and transformed it into a light sword. However, the approaches of the demonic god and an ancient swordsman were completely different. The sword embryo nurtured by an ancient swordsman was pure in nature. Ai Hui's sword embryo wasn't that pure in nature, but rather wild and unruly. If the sword embryo of an ancient swordsman was an ice-cold killing machine, Ai Hui's sword embryo was a violent, bloodthirsty, and fearsome beast. Ai Hui could sense the fearsomeness of his sword embryo. His sensory perception was unusually sharp. Even though the sword embryo listened to his commands and it was like a part of his body, he knew that he would lose control of it if he exceeded certain boundaries. After absorbing the power from the god's blood, the sword embryo became much more powerful than he expected. He did not dare to be careless. The current situation did not allow him to be careless either. The might of sword chime far exceeded his expectations. The sword embryo was formed by his god consciousness and then it grew by itself. However, its growth still ultimately depended on Ai Hui's understanding towards swordsmanship. Therefore, the sword embryo was largely responsible for the sword moves that Ai Hui created. The sword chime that was improved by the sword embryo was close to perfect. Not only was its shape flexible, but its power was increased by several times as well. Seeing that his move was executed smoothly and flawlessly, Ai Hui proceeded to act without any hesitation. Taking advantage of others' plight had always been his motto. In the past battles, sword chime usually disrupted the enemy's offensive first and then killed them afterwards. Sword chime not only affected Song Xiaoqian and her counterparts on the ground, it also affected the 5 blood elementalists that were burning with frost fire in the sky. Their frost fires froze abruptly and their freezing power decreased sharply. Ai Hui seized the opportunity and used his light swords to get rid of the frost fires. His sword chime was so powerful because it was strengthened by the enormous number of swords, sword formations, and the beneficial terrain of the valley. However, the sword formations were built using ordinary swords and more than half of them were destroyed. Using such ordinary swords was not enough to deal with the Silver Frost blood division. The light swords contained the Avedavesa of the god's blood, making them extremely powerful. Furthermore, they were the bane of blood spiritual force. Ai Hui's facial expression was focused. Even though there were countless traces of sword consciousness in the sword embryo, Ai Hui was still more familiar with his own moves. Even after the sword embryo was enhanced, he could still wield it with ease. He chose one of the 5 blood elementalists with the ability of God. The Frostfire was extremely powerful. While Sword Chime disrupted the Frostfire, Aigui seized the opportunity and managed to snatch back only 7 light swords. Once a blood elementalist with the ability of God decided to fight till his death, his powers would become extremely formidable. 7 light swords were enough. After breaking free, the 7 light swords did not fly away. Instead, they appeared 30 meters away from a ball of Frostfire. The 7 light swords were positioned in the sky in an irregular manner, resembling the shape of a ladle. Those who had common sense could straightaway tell that it was Big Dipper. It was a more powerful version of the Big Dipper that he often used in the past. The 7 light swords suddenly transformed into 7 wisps of smoke and disappeared. It was Misty Strike. The next moment, 7 light spots shot towards the Frostfire. The longer they flew, the closer they drew to each other. Eventually, they merged together as one in the sky. The light spots were far more resplendent than the brightest star in the night sky. They carried an aura of death as they pierced through the ball of Frostfire and came out from its other end. PFFF. The sound was extremely soft, but it sounded like a thunderclap to the Silverfrost soldiers even though they were in a valley where a sword chime was resounding incessantly across the air. The Frostfire froze. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 639, Brand New Sword Moves. Chapter 639, Brand New Sword Moves. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ.
The massive Frostfire surrounded by the light swords suddenly exploded and an enormous burst of fireworks erupted in the sky. The light swords tangled up with streaks of ice-cold flames as they scattered in all directions in the sky. With a sound that resembled the pitter-patter of rain, the light swords pierced through the surging mist in the valley and plunged straight into the soil on the ground.
Song Xiaoqian's facial expression changed.
When a massive Frostfire exploded, it meant an expert with the ability of God had died.
Song Xiaoqian wasn't sad because of the death of that blood elementalist.
When a blood elementalist executed Frostfire, he or she was bound to die. However, before that happened, he or she could buy enough time for the combat division.
But now,
the sword chime continued to ring across the air, causing the Silverfrost soldiers' blood to race and their faces to turn pale white. The surging sword mist was like tidal waves that had the teeth of a saw, eating away at the combat division's defense ceaselessly. If one was accidentally drawn into the sword mist, his or her skin would corrode and melt like snow. The sword chime caused the mist in the entire valley to stir. Song Xiaoqian's ears were buzzing loudly. At this point in time, she wasn't feeling fearful anymore. Like a wolf that was driven to desperation, she was struggling for her life. Without saying a word, she bit her lips and gave the Silverfrost wolf beneath her a squeeze with her thighs.
The Silverfrost wolf beneath her was high-spirited and arrogant. Its body was white like snow, spotlessly clean. It possessed an extremely beautiful pair of ghostly blue pupils. It was the leader of the Silverfrost wolves in the Silverfrost blood division and it was telepathically connected to Song Xiaoqian. It bent its front limbs slightly and then dashed out from the Silverfrost's ranks with Song Xiaoqian on its back, charging towards Ai Hui, who was lying in the middle of the sword formations. A white-colored, lightning-like streak ripped through the mist. On the back of the Silverfrost wolf, Song Xiaoqian's spear lit up with a luster. At this point in time, Ai Hui was feeling splendid. Countless sword rings surrounded his body.
His eyes were tightly shut and every detail of the valley was under his control. The sword formation-filled valley became his best home field. His immersion in the sword embryo and his indescribable telepathic connection with the light swords made him forget that he was in a battlefield. All the shackles that bound him had disappeared.
He was finally free.
With a jolt of his mind, the light swords suddenly moved. The elemental energy circulation and the 5 residences and 8 palaces within his body had completely disappeared.
Was this the true might of the sword embryo? Ai Hui was amazed and happy at the same.
He looked a child that had just gotten a new toy, exploring this new and unknown world. The light swords that plunged deeply into the ground trembled lightly. Suddenly, they broke free from the ground and shot towards the sky.
Dazzling and fine light beams shot out from the ground.
They were unusually nimble and they drew magnificent traces of light in the sky. They were like alerted swifts that were filled with dangerous spikes, dazzling everyone. The traces of light intertwined with each other. They were so beautiful that one could not appreciate them all at once. Most of the light swords flew towards the other 4 balls of Frostfire. The remaining light swords submerged into the mist like sharks. Ai Hui noticed the incoming Song Xiaoqian and left the Frostfires in the sky to his sword embryo. Previously, the sword embryo had been fighting on its own. It only went back to AI Hui when it discovered that it could not handle the enemies. His sword embryo wasn't a harmless sheep, but rather a ferocious dire beast. If it weren't for the fact that the sword embryo was created from his god consciousness, he felt that he wouldn't be able to control it. Just now, he had already demonstrated how to destroy the Frostfire. All the sword embryo needed to do was to imitate him. The sword embryo was proficient in all of AI Hui's sword moves. It was even more proficient than AI Hui himself. If AI Hui's sword consciousness was the soil, then his sword moves would be the seeds. AI Hui did not expect the seemingly small and weak seeds to grow into such exuberant fruits with such a terrifying speed. The sword embryo was indeed a ferocious beast. However, now it was still in its adolescent stage. It was a small beast that possessed a terrifyingly gigantic arsenal which it did not know how to use. And AI Hui was an expert in combat tactics. AI Hui had demonstrated how to combine Big Dipper and Misty Strike to destroy the Frostfire, and the sword embryo could execute it better than him. Now AI Hui could place all his attention on the Song Xiaoqian, who was the biggest threat to him. He did not dare to underestimate the other party. Being the division leader and the strongest member of Silver Frost Blood Division, how could she be weak? A glint flashed across AI Hui's eyes. His palm was grasping nothing but air, looking as though he was holding an invisible sword. He was very excited. The joy of breaking free from his shackles and the contentment he felt afterwards was an experience that he never had before ever since he started out on the path of swordsmanship. The sword formations that filled the valley produced dense sword mist. In a place where the aura of sword was in abundance, he felt just like a fish in the water. Within the sword embryo, the figure moved like a wisp of smoke. On the back of the charging Silverfrost wolf, Song Xiaoqian's eyes flickered with a glint. Her body was motionless, but the tip of her spear suddenly lit up with a glow. The mist in front of her suddenly split open and everything became clear to her at once. A circular screen of swords suddenly appeared in front of her line of sight. On the sword screen, the light swords swam like fishes, forming perfect circles. An aura of yin and yang radiated from it, causing the surrounding space to turn fuzzy. The circular sword screen was like a door that led to another world. 3 yin 3 yang huge sword rings. This 3 yin 3 yang huge sword rings was several times more powerful and larger than the original version. The aura of yin and yang was cryptic and unfathomable. Song Xiaoqian, however, wasn't surprised by what she saw. Right now, she had already confirmed that AI Hui was trying to become a grandmaster. How would the approaches of an expert that was capable of becoming a grandmaster be seen through so easily? However, this fact did not waver her determination. She stooped down as the glow from her spear tip emitted a bone-piercing chilliness. Every time the paws of her Silverfrost wolf landed on the ground, snowflakes would fly in all directions. Along with her spear and Silverfrost wolf, she crashed heavily into the 3 yin 3 yang huge sword rings. Clink! A clear and crisp sound of ice breaking resounded through the air. Fragments of the sword rings and dim light swords flew in all directions. The light swords that flew out were covered with frost, exuding chilliness that made them seem as though they were taken out from an iceberg. Song Xiaoqian's field of view became clear once more, but her pupils dilated. Another 3 yin 3 yang huge sword rings, circular sword screen appeared in front of her mysteriously. She understood that there were many more sword screens behind this one waiting for her. Instead of feeling disappointed, she felt a sense of pride. She whipped her Silverfrost wolf to go faster and pointed her spear towards her front. Come on! A streak of white-colored, frosty lightning crashed through the sword screens one by one. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of ice breaking echoed across the air continuously, crisp and loud. Within a distance of 70 meters, there were 13 3 yin 3 yang huge sword rings. She no longer cared about the outcome of the battle and the matter of life and death. Without any distracting thoughts, she only cared about one thing, and that was to charge forward. She threw off the lingering sword chime and the surging mist behind her. The explosion of the frost fires above her head rang across her ears. The cold gleam from the explosions lit up her figure, the path in front of her, and AI Hui's figure in the center of the sword formations. When she crashed through the last sword screen, her eyes lit up. AI Hui was less than 60 meters away from her. Song Xiaoqian's body was drenched in blood and her haughty Silverfrost wolf was covered with cuts and bruises. Both of them were ice cold as frost. Greeting them were 6 silent crescent moons. AI Hui admired Song Xiaoqian's bravery and decisiveness. She was comparable to men in terms of courage and ability. However, AI Hui was not going to take it easy on her. The number of light swords he could use kept on increasing. The dim light swords that fell to the ground gave off a buzzing sound. The silvery frost on their surfaces were being corroded, revealing more and more dazzling light spots. The light swords contained the power of God's blood, which was several times more powerful than the Frost's blood spiritual forces. They were breaking free from the restraint of the Frost. 6 light swords formed a crescent moon, and there were 6 crescent moons drawing mysterious and unpredictable traces in the sky. They were moving silently with biting cold killing intent. Probably because Aiwi had been in a delicate and weak state for a very long time, he now disliked those flashy killing moves. He preferred his killing moves to be inconspicuous. 6 moons. Compared to the old version of 6 moons, the current version had undergone a complete transformation. The 6 crescent moons gave off a cold luster, resembling an illusion. Sitting with a haughty posture on the silver frost wolf's back, Song Xiaoqian suddenly laughed. Transparent flames then began to rise from her body. The silver frost wolf beneath her raised its head tall and proud. Similarly, transparent flames rose from its blood-covered, snow-white fur. Frost fire. The frost fires in the sky had been completely extinguished. Under the night sky, the only source of light in the sword formation-covered valley was this mass of cold flames. The frost fire extended along her spear. Eventually, the entire spear was burning. Song Xiaoqian raised her head and gave her silver frost wolf a squeeze with her legs. Following which, her silver frost wolf jumped towards the 6 crescent moons while Song Xiaoqian thrusted her spear forward. A melodious wolf howl resounded through the air. The silver frost soldiers, who had not broken free from the sword chime all this time, finally woke up. Then they saw a heart-wrenching scene. Song Xiaoqian and her silver frost wolf, along with the cold flames around them, leapt into the air and collided head-on with the 6 crescent moons. No! The heart-ripping screams of the silver frost soldiers echoed through the valley. Boom, dot. Frost fire flew in all directions and the cold crescent moons shattered. The figures of a woman and a wolf still stood upright in the sky. Her frost fire had dimmed significantly and her spear was half broken. Before the silver frost soldiers could heave a sigh of relief, a mysterious red muslin that covered the entire sky landed on Song Xiaoqian's shoulders. It was as though someone had placed a cascading red muslin over her shoulders, incredibly beautiful. That was... Boundless fear was displayed in the silver frost soldiers' widened eyes. A wisp of red flames rose into the sky. It was mixed with a trace of cold, transparent flames, forming a demonic yet enchanting sight. Soaring flames, cascading muslin. Unlike the old version of soaring flames, cascading muslin, this version wasn't filled with aggressiveness. It was gentle and effortless, revealing an unreal beauty. The light swords contained the power of God's blood and the flames they produced were of incredibly high temperature. The red flames engulfed the woman and the wolf, looking like a sea of flames that devoured an iceberg. The iceberg slowly melted and the figures of the woman and the wolf became increasingly faint until they disappeared completely. Muslin-like flames rained down from the sky. Indistinctly, one could hear a sorrowful sigh echo through the air. The silver frost soldiers' cheeks were streaming with tears. More and more light swords gathered in the sky above the valley. They were like a strictly disciplined army, arranging themselves silently and orderly. Aihui did not sigh. He would not pity his enemies, but rather respect them. Following which, the light swords rained down from the sky. A waterfall of fragmented light poured down from the sky, looking as though it was poured from highest of the heavens. The hiss it produced turned from sharp to deafening. Fragmented sword. Angry roars and curses gathered into a clamor that sounded as if it was going to topple the valley. The clamor softened. Sporadic sounds could be heard. Silence descended upon the valley. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640, The Charge. Chapter 640, The Charge. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ. The synchronized volley of pagoda cannon fire ripped through the black night sky, illuminating crowds of frantic-looking figures. They were densely packed, resembling flocks of bloodthirsty locusts that surged towards the pagoda cannon defensive line like a tidal wave. In front of the pagoda cannon defensive line, rivers of blood and corpses were strewn everywhere. The God Wolf Division could no longer maintain their formation. They were thoroughly broken up in several groups. Viridescent flowers and twining branches grew all over the place, trapping the silver frost soldiers every now and then. The pinwheel sword was like the scythe of death that left decapitated body parts and blood everywhere it flew by, creating bloody trails everywhere. Helian Tianxiao could no longer bother himself with the series of onslaughts from Duanmu Huanghun and the Sword of Lightning. The sword chime crushed Helian Tianxiao's last trace of hope. The Silver Frost Blood Division had little hope of surviving. If he hadn't been greedy for merits in the first place and had waited for reinforcements to arrive, he would not be in this despaired state. This thought flashed across his mind and a tinge of agony and distress arose in his heart. However, soon after, a proud and ruthless look flashed across his eyes. As long as they could break into the enemy encampment, yes, as long as they could break into the enemy encampment, those goddamn pagoda cannoneers would collapse and flee in panic. Charge! There was no other option for him. Ruthlessness arose in Helian Tianxiao. With a pair of bloodshot eyes and a sinister look on his face, he led the charge. 2 blood elementalists with the ability of God were guarding his flanks. The 3 of them formed a sharp arrowhead formation that was unstoppable. They warded off 3 rounds of the Beehive heavy cannon's attacks in a row, sharply raising the morale of the God Wolf soldiers. The booms from the synchronized shooting of the Beehive heavy cannons caused the blood elementalists' ears to buzz. They could not hear anything at all. A smoky smell and a choking blood smell pervaded the scorching air. There were soldiers falling into their own pools of blood constantly. Roars and groans were coming out of their mouths involuntarily. They were in a state of insanity, resembling wolves that were driven to the edge. They only had one thought in their minds: charge forward. Charge forward. Similarly, the pagoda cannoneers were fighting for their lives as well. Now that the enemy soldiers were scattered, their synchronized attacks did not work very well. Fatty made a prompt decision by stopping the synchronized offense and allowed the pagoda cannoneers to shoot freely. The enemy soldiers surged closer and closer to them like violent tidal waves. The elementalists could even clearly see the twisted faces of the enemy soldiers. They were like a mob of monsters. The pressure on the pagoda cannon alliance was increasing rapidly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The scorching red pagoda cannons kept on leaving burn marks on the pagoda cannoneers' hands, shoulders, and faces. They appeared as though they could not feel anything as they continued to shoot out torrents of pagoda fires. This was the only thing they could do as death approached them. They had to bombard the enemy soldiers frantically. Previously, Fatty allowed the pagoda cannoneers take turns to rest and conserve their precious energy. At this critical junction, this move had displayed its apt usefulness. If just now they were too aggressive with their offense to bait the enemy soldiers, at least half of the Beehive heavy cannons would be expended now. Fatty's target was Helian Tianxiao. He was very calm. The inner chamber of his Beehive heavy cannon revolved rapidly while the red glow at cannon muzzle turned bright swiftly. Boom! A deep and low explosion resounded through the air as a dazzling beam of red light shot out from the cannon muzzle. The weighty Beehive heavy cannon abruptly recoiled backward, but Fatty's body remained stationary. On the left side of Helian Tianxiao, Luo Wei raised the large shield on his left hand. When the attack from the Beehive heavy cannon landed on the shield, Luo Wei's body shook and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His thick, solid, and rhinoceros-like skin began to crack and traces of blood seeped out from those cracks. In a blink of an eye, his body turned completely bloody. After Luo Wei forcibly blocked the attack from the Beehive heavy cannon, his facial expression turned dazed. Eventually, his pupils regained their focus. All of a sudden, he raised his head and roared angrily at the sky, resembling an angered beast. He was indeed a beast. His veins were popping out and his muscles were tense. His legs were thick and muscular like pillars, while his skin was rock hard. His ability of God was Northern Desolate Elephant, which granted him boundless strength. He was one of Helian Tianxiao's most valiant generals. Using Luo Wei's cover, Helian Tianxiao and the other blood elementalist, Den Zishong, charged 30 meters forward. Boom, dot. The explosion from Fatty's Beehive heavy cannon was slightly different from the other Beehive heavy cannons. It lasted for a shorter period of time and it sounded deeper and lower. Its power was much higher as well. Deng Zishong was charging in front of Helian Tianxiao. He was holding a heavy axe that was taller than a man. He had an imposing look on his face and his eyes were exuding absolute confidence and arrogance. With a snort, his hand suddenly lit up with a dazzling red glow. Following which, he raised his heavy axe high in the air, exhaled, and swung it downward. A 10-meter-tall, red-colored axe gleam shot out from his axe. The next moment, Deng Zishong's facial expression changed drastically. Just as the axe gleam was about to collide with the pagoda shot, the latter suddenly exploded like a fireworks display. A burst of red light erupted in front of him like a red umbrella opening up. Traces of red light went round Deng Zishong, converged, and blasted towards Helian Tianxiao. Deng Zishong's forceful axe attack had missed its target. As the first ever pagoda cannon master that founded the brand new profession of pagoda cannoneer, Fatty's proficiency in using a pagoda cannon was no doubt number one in this world today. Even AI Hui was inferior to him in this aspect. A surprise look flashed across Helian Tianxiao's eyes. He had seen Fatty operate a pagoda cannon before, but he did not expect Fatty to be so formidable. However, as the division leader of the God Wolf division, how could his strength be underestimated? Without saying anything, he opened up his palm and extended his hand towards the converging traces of red light.
Boom! A muffled boom echoed through the air.
The converging traces of red light suddenly exploded and released a powerful shock wave.
Helian Tianxiao's palm turned numb.
A cold shiver went down his spine while his facial expression turned solemn.
Initially, he thought the pagoda cannon was a weapon that relied on brute force.
He did not expect it to perform such a versatile maneuver in Fatty's hands. Deng Zixiong, who had missed his target, felt his qi and blood churning. The worst thing was he felt angry that he was fooled by Fatty.
Damn it! Deng Zixiong's face turned bright red.
He did not know whether was it because his qi and blood were going in the reverse direction or because he was angry. He saw blaze shooting out from a pagoda cannon opposite him.
Deng Zixiong roared and squeezed the god wolf beneath him with his thighs. He raised the heavy axe in his hands and swung it down heavily.
A red-colored light screen appeared in front of him. Surging power gushed out from his heavy axe and formed transparent ripples on the light screen. The ripples were actually formed when the air was being compressed by the terrifying power from his axe.
Boom!
The attack from the beehive heavy cannon collided against the light screen.
Deng Zixiong and the god wolf beneath him looked as though they were struck heavily by a whip.
Their bodies trembled and blood seeped out from their noses and mouths. His facial expression was in a daze. Apparently, the power of this attack far exceeded his expectations. The immense power had somewhat stunned him. Before he could return to his senses, the image of a ball of flames was expanding rapidly in his pupils.
Helian Tianxiao's eyelid twitched and he quickly appeared beside Deng Zixiong.
He flipped his palm and directed it at the ball of blaze descending from the sky.
Boom!
The ball of blaze exploded in the air. Countless stones, along with streaks of flames, flew in all directions.
It wasn't a beehive heavy cannon. Helian Tianxiao's palm turned charred black. He squinted his eyes and stared at the sky.
Balls of blaze kept on rising into the air above the distant hovering peak named Fishbone.
Venerable volcano! An angry roar sounded behind Luo Wei. Helian Tianxiao's face changed slightly. Not good. His real target was Luo Wei. Green branches wrapped around Luo Wei and his god wolf.
Both of them struggled to break free, but though seemingly soft, green branches were unusually tough and durable. Luo Wei, whose body was drenched in blood, was a trapped beast, letting out despaired roars.
SS.
A sound of cloth ripping apart resounded through the air. 7 long and narrow, willow leaf-like daggers suddenly shot out from the ground.
7 dagger gleams interweaved and enveloped Luo Wei and his god wolf like a glowing cage.
Luo Wei and his god wolf looked as though a freezing spell had been cast on them. The next moment, blood spurted out from their bodies like a fountain.
In the distance, a girl was in the night sky silently.
The pagoda fires that streaked across the sky every now and then would illuminate her figure. Like birds that were returning to their nest, the daggers returned to her and entered her towering hair. In the dim light of the night, her slender and elegant figure looked cold and dangerous. She gently spread the azure wings on her back and disappeared into the night sky, searching for her next prey. A tall and sturdy figure was standing in front of Deng Zixiong. His copper mask lit up occasionally. Tong Kuei stared coldly at Deng Zixiong, completely fearless.
Fatty was commanding the pagoda cannoneers and Hansi and Eugene could charge into the enemy ranks.
As the only 2 masters in the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, their targets were blood elementalists that possessed the ability of God.
After returning to his senses, Deng Zixiong charged towards Tong Kuei without any hesitation. Helian Tianxiao seized the opportunity to push forward. He did not care about Tong Kuei at all.
At this point in time was very precious to him.
He did not want to waste his time on an ordinary elemental master now. Tong Kuei did not want to stop him either. He knew his own limitations, and he couldn't contend against someone like Helian Tianxiao. Fatty faced Helian Tianxiao directly.
Excitement arose within him as the beehive heavy cannon on his shoulder seemingly became light and easy to use.
Boom, boom, boom. 3 streaks of pagoda fires were shot out in a row and locked onto Helian Tianxiao's. Helian Tianxiao opened up his palm and struck it forward. Boom, boom, boom.
The 3 streaks of pagoda fires exploded.
Helian Tianxiao was unharmed.
Even though his speed had decreased drastically, every step he took was stable and left a footprint on the ground, unstoppable. Every now and then, Venerable Volcano would launch a sneak attack on him and the green flowers and branches on the ground would harass him, but his advance still couldn't be stopped.
Helian Tianxiao's face was as calm as still water.
He was sitting tall and mighty on the back of his god wolf. The distance between him and Fatty was closing up.
The attention of the entire battlefield was captured by this showdown.
Helian Tianxiao suddenly advanced by a great distance, appearing unusually eye-striking in the midst of flying pagoda fires.
Kuning's gaze was directed on Helian Tianxiao. He was slightly nervous, thinking whether or not should he help Master Fatty.
However, very soon, he did not need to think about this question anymore.
The flood-like enemy soldiers forced him to concentrate on the battle.
Whether it was Helian Tianxiao or the other blood elementalists that broke through the defensive, the result for the encampment would be the same. If it weren't for Duanmu Huanghuan's and the Sword of Lightning's reinforcement, Kuning felt that he would definitely not have been able to hold off the blood elementalists.
Phew. Zhu Yan was panting heavily and his pale white face was flushing right now.
His body was drenched in sweat, looking as though he had just come out from a pool of water.
He was utterly exhausted.
Using the Hellfire Spider Web to control so many pagoda cannons expended a terrifyingly huge amount of his elemental energy.
He clenched his teeth to last until now.
However, all his attention was placed on Fatty.
The explosions from the beehive heavy cannons continued to be rhythmic, exactly just like before.
However, Zhu Yan, who was very close to Fatty, knew that the latter was beginning to feel nervous. As the distance between Fatty and Helian Tianxiao closed up, the bombardment from the beehive heavy cannons still could not impede the latter.
The scale of victory was tipped in Helian Tianxiao's favor. Fatty's body began to tremble. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 641, Helian Tianxiao's Trump Card. Chapter 641, Helian Tianxiao's Trump Card. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lucas, TYZ.
Under the dark night sky, the valley appeared serene and hidden. Countless swords were inserted into the ground at the bottom of the valley, resembling a forest of swords. Mist was surging through the air silently. Every now and then, a burst of light would light up in the distance, illuminating the two sides of the valley and every single uneven damage in the sword formations. Even though explosions were resounding through the sky incessantly, the valley was dead silent. The faces of those dead blood elementalists were still sinister looking, but the flames in their eyes had been extinguished. The corpses of Silverfrost wolves emitted wisps of cold air while blood flowed out from their wounds endlessly, resembling red-colored streams. The sword formations were like an arid desert, greedily absorbing every trace of nutrients. Both the blood elementalists and Silverfrost wolves' flesh melted and their blood seeped through the ground's surface. Their pale white bones were revealed bit by bit, looking like a mountain ridge that revealed its original color after the snow on it had melted. Many swords in the sword formations were covered with cracks. The Silverfrost wolves' charge had a terrifyingly destructive impact on the sword formations. At this moment, the cracks on these swords were disappearing silently, looking like wounds that were healing.
Buzz. When the last crack disappeared, a buzz rang across the air as the sword formations vibrated.
The swords gave off a faint luster.
Buzz, buzz, buzz.
The volume of the sword chime undulated while the light swords lit up one by one. Beside a particular sword formation, the corpse of a Silverfrost wolf dried up and revealed its white bones.
Its empty eye sockets were dark and hidden in depth. Flesh could not be seen in the sword formation.
It was difficult for one to differentiate the human bones from the wolf bones, as they were all stacked upon each other, spreading over the entire sword formation. Currently, they were nourishing the fertile soil beneath the forest of swords. If one looked down from high above the sky seemed to have fallen into the deep valley, dazzling and magnificent. The valley was filled with countless star-like specks of light. Suddenly, a light sword broke free from the soil.
Sheeiring.
Like a treasure sword that had been unsheathed, a clear and melodious sound echoed across the valley. An ice-cold and sharp streak of sword gleam shot through the air as a deafening sonic boom shot through the horizon. The sword gleam was perfectly straight and slim, magnificent and dazzling, illuminating the entire valley. It resembled a bugle horn that was blown to tip off the start of a battle. At the same time, it also resembled the signal flares that marked the beginning of a decisive battle.
One by one, the rest of the light swords broke free from the ground.
The soil on the ground exploded, flying in all directions. Numerous slim, silk-like sword gleams soared into the air, lighting up the spacious, tranquil, and cold valley. The tone of the whizzing sound rapidly turned from sharp to vigorous and deep, resembling the rumbles of a war drum being beaten.
The valley looked as though daytime had descended upon it.
The explosions and flames from the distant beehive heavy cannons became insignificant at this point in time. The light swords continued to rise through the air. They flew through the mist, past the mountain ridge, and finally through the layer of clouds in the sky. The valley beneath them became serene, cold, and pitch black once again. If one was at their location right now, he or she could not even hear the explosions from the distant beehive heavy cannons anymore. The light swords continued to soar through the air, looking as though they wanted to pierce through the night sky and hug with the distant stars. The light swords entered the depths of the sky and flew through the violent metal winds. They drew beautiful and elegant arcs that impeded the metal winds. When the fearsome and violent metal winds rubbed against the sword gleams, scorching, bright red flames were released. An ordinary elementalist would not be able to set foot on such a high altitude at all. This was a zone ordinary elementalists were forbidden to enter, as the violent metal winds possessed a terrifyingly destructive power. Even so, the light swords began to increase their speed as they flew through the metal winds and scorching flames, but they split the metal winds apart, causing horrifying sonic booms to break out and drift along with the winds. Like a school of bloodthirsty sharks, the light swords swam around the sky above the battlefield. The battlefield had become their hunting ground. The tens of thousands of light swords suddenly swooped down. Fatty's body was trembling and his fatty flesh was undulating like waves. He initially thought that he had nothing to fear after becoming a master. However, now that he saw Hellion Tianxiao closing in on him with an unstoppable momentum, a wave of fear surged across his entire body. Hellion Tianxiao's face was as calm as still water. Every step he took left a footprint on the ground. Even though he wasn't advancing very fast, he looked as though nothing in this world could stop him. Fear and despair arose in Fatty's eyes. Now he really felt that he might not be able to stop Hellion Tianxiao. Every time the pagoda fire from his beehive heavy cannon was about to hit Hellion Tianxiao would swat and scatter it. Fatty had tried all the techniques he could come up with, but he still wasn't able to stop Hellion Tianxiao for even a second. Hellion Tianxiao was like the Grim Reaper who had just arrived from hell. The closer he got to Fatty, the nearer Fatty was to his death. Hellion Tianxiao's eyes were cold and unfathomable, exuding a sinister aura of death. Fatty's body trembled involuntarily and his face had turned pale white. The firing tempo of his beehive heavy cannon began to turn chaotic. He was like a panicking beast that was on the point of its demise. Was he going to die? Was he going to die? Fatty's head was buzzing loudly. Two of his attacks could not even hit the slow-moving Hellion Tianxiao. He had never committed such a low-level mistake before. He began to have difficulty breathing. Fatty felt as though there was an invisible hand choking his throat and suffocating him. Hellion Tianxiao's figure turned fuzzy in his eyes. Was he going to die soon? A murmur echoed in his mind. Hellion Tianxiao's lips curled into a cruel smile. In front of him, Chen Dai's attacks were becoming chaotic. Clearly, he was panicking now. Pagoda fires from the other beehive heavy cannons flew over from all directions. The other pagoda cannoneers knew that something was wrong, so they hurriedly came forward and provided reinforcement. It was a pity. Hellion Tianxiao shook his head. Even though the pagoda fires were coming at him in torrents, they were utterly messy. They were no longer as powerful as they were just now when they were synchronized. Chen Dai was the linchpin of the pagoda cannoneers. If the linchpin was panicky and fearful, how big of an impact could the rest of the pagoda cannoneers possibly have? After warding off another 3 rounds of pagoda fires, Hellion Tianxiao advanced another 20 meters. At this point in time, everyone on the battlefield had directed their gazes to Hellion Tianxiao. The pagoda fires and explosions that filled the sky had become his background music. The elementalists opposite him were filled with fear and despair, while the blood elementalists behind him were filled with ecstasy and adoration. All of them could not help but hold their breaths. However, one side was waiting for the judgment of death while the other was waiting to break out into cheers of victory. Suddenly, Hellion Tianxiao froze in his tracks. He raised his head abruptly and the red glow in his eyes intensified. Mysteriously, faint clusters of flames rose up from the body of Chen Dai, who was almost within his reach. The white-colored flames were very faint, looking as though they were weak and delicate. However, for some unknown reason, Hellion Tianxiao suddenly felt something grip his heart tightly. Wait! Hellion Tianxiao noticed Chen Dai's eyes. His eyes were hollow without any emotions, making him look like a soulless zombie. At this point in time, those emotionless, hollow eyes were staring at him. A tinge of chilliness suddenly arose in Hellion Tianxiao's heart. He looked blankly at Fatty. Suddenly, Fatty leaned forward with his left knee slightly bent. He muttered something to himself as he fixated his gaze on Hellion Tianxiao. Survive, survive. Hellion Tianxiao's hearing was extremely sharp. He was very close to Fatty and hence he could clearly hear what Fatty was saying. Survive? Hellion Tianxiao was stunned. The next moment, his pupils dilated abruptly. Suddenly, the beehive heavy cannon opposite him shot out a dazzling streak of blaze. An intense feeling of danger engulfed Hellion Tianxiao's body abruptly.
The blaze from Fatty's beehive heavy cannon wasn't bright red in color, but rather, deathly white.
Helian Tianxiao let out a sharp screech. His eyes emitted a demonic red glow and his body gave off a layer of black mist. The black mist on his right palm was the most dense. The black mist was extremely concentrated, making it darker than ink. It also had a revolting, fishy smell. Indistinctly, one could see a bloody glow surging within it.
The flesh on Helian Tianxiao's right palm began to melt, revealing pale white bones.
His facial expression looked very weird. It was a mixture of agony, pleasure, and insanity. This was his real trump card. The God Wolf soldiers widened their eyes with surprise. They could not believe what they were looking at right now. Blood Demon. God Shaman. Division leader Helian Tianxiao was actually a God Shaman. The God Wolf division was a God Guard type combat division, who would have expected its division leader to be a God Shaman.
Helian Tianxiao's black mist-covered palm collided heavily with the deathly white pagoda fire. Both of them contained a demonic aura.
The earth-shattering explosion that everyone anticipated did not happen. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Instead, the sizzling sound of a piece of bloody meat being placed on a burning red, metal grill rang across the air. The next moment, a mournful screech suddenly broke out. In the black mist, countless shadows were struggling and churning. If one took a closer look, he or she would realize that these shadows were actually distorted faces. They were like trapped souls that kept on giving off mournful wails. Even though the wails weren't deafening, when one heard them, he or she would feel that an awl was being hammered into his or her head. Everyone covered their ears subconsciously, but it was useless. In the sky, Duanmu Huanghuan's facial expression changed drastically. The green light beneath his feet ruptured and released countless green flowers and branches that formed a gigantic, green-colored vine ball around him, protecting him securely. The Sword of Lightning had slightly better luck. Previously, they were to land an attack successfully from afar. Even so, they nearly lost control of the pinwheel sword. The rest were in a worse condition. Almost all the beehive heavy cannons had stopped firing. The God Wolf soldiers behind Helian Tianxiao weren't any better off. Many of them had blood seeping out of their mouths, noses, and ears. When the brain-piercing, demonic sound disappeared, almost half of the black mist around Helian Tianxiao's body had disappeared. Helian Tianxiao was in a daze. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. Pop. The vine ball in the sky exploded into a rain of light. Duanmu Huanghuan's face turned pale white and his eyes revealed deep fear. However, at the same time, he was filled with anger as well. He roared, "How dare you use the blood tree's ghost-faced tree lumps to nurture a blood demon?" Those who had returned to their senses were overwhelmed with horror. When the blood catastrophe just broke out, numerous forests were infected with the blood poison. The trees in these forests transformed into blood trees. These blood trees fed on the blood and flesh of elementalists and transformed their souls into tree lumps. These tree lumps resembled human faces. They kept on distorting, looking like they were wailing in agony. Eventually, God Nation purposely sent a huge number of God shamans to various blood forests to carry out rituals to pacify the souls inside these ghost-faced tree lumps. Even the inner department of God Nation felt that the use of the ghost-faced tree lumps was overly cruel. God Nation's action was highly commended by many people. This was also seen as an act of God Nation's generosity. No one had expected Helian Tianxiao to use the ghost-faced tree lumps to nurture his blood demon. Boom! A deep and low boom blasted through the air, capturing everyone's attention. Fatty, who had lost his consciousness, collapsed onto the ground facing upward. His face was white like paper. His weighty beehive heavy cannon dropped on the ground, sending dust and dirt into the air. Helian Tianxiao gave a smirk. His smile was oddly terrifying. At this moment, his body looked utterly dehydrated and fine lines and wrinkles appeared on his face. The red glow in his eyes became increasingly demonic. The flesh and skin on his right arm had completely melted, leaving only pale white bones. He did not care about his body at all. At this point in time, the ghost-faced tree lumps were merely a minutiae. The most threatening enemy had fallen. Who else could stop them now? Kill. Helian Tianxiao's voice sounded dry and hoarse, but it was actually filled with insanity and bloodlust. The God Wolf soldiers looked as though that they had just woken up from a dream. They cheered loudly and charged towards the enemy encampment like a tidal wave. Victory! Helian Tianxiao's ears twitched and a look of doubt flashed across his face. What was that sound? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642, Chief's Instructions. Chapter 642, Chief's Instructions.
Translator, Irene. Editor, Lucas, TYZ.
The sound was tiny, almost inaudible amid the clamorous battlefield. Nevertheless, at this point, Helian Tianxiao possessed the sharpest senses, allowing him to detect an indescribably dangerous aura. He raised his head and looked toward the sky, a look of doubt appearing on his face.
Could it be that the enemy's reinforcements had arrived? Sure, Shuemon's spear of heavy cloud came to his mind first. Perhaps the beast battalion had already been taken down? Wrong direction. If that was the spear of cloud, they should have been coming from the direction of the wind curtain. Why are they approaching from overhead?
And this sound was so strange, as if it was separated by something. Helian Tianxiao, who had abruptly stopped in his tracks and looked toward the sky, confused the other soldiers.
They didn't know what their leader was doing. Was there something amiss in the sky? Some soldiers looked up with their eyes opened wide but couldn't see anything suspicious. High above the battlefield, limpid and lofty. In the daytime, this place was as clear as glass, and in the nighttime, the radiance of the stars overhead easily penetrate the sky. The violet metal wind filled every inch of this space, never stopping to rest. There were no clouds at all and hence no vapor. The violet metal wind would shred anything that invaded this region into pieces. Only powerful organisms living on top of the food chain like the humpback cloud whale and world-hating powerful elementalists like Lubuling could roam freely here. Today, a group of uninvited guests arrived. The violet metal wind hadn't hindered their journey. The countless light swords were like an enormous shoal of glowing fishes that whizzed over along with a loud rumbling and blazing fire flow. Beneath was the vast land and the faraway and curved horizon, wrapped up by the dark and star-filled sky. The field of vision from here was completely different. The intense battle became negligible.
It was merely a light speck smaller than the point of a needle, its brightness waxing and waning. The light swords pulled wisps of dazzling, pencil-straight light scars across the clean, gentle, and splendid star-filled sky, appearing like meteor showers. The light scars looked exceptionally fine, but they remained intact no matter how the metal wind blew. Amid the rumbling, the light swords began to accelerate. The friction generated intensified the blazing flames, and they looked like pieces of scarlet silk ribbons that were raised up into the air. Tens of thousands of light swords, tens of thousands of red fire flows, tens of thousands quakes produced by the rumbling brought on this lonely sky region an unprecedented impact.
PFF.
The light swords at the front penetrated the metal wind layer and above them the scarlet, satin-like fire flow was still surging amid the wind without dispersing.
The light swords pierced through the wind and appeared around it.
The heart-quivering rumble and dazzling flames remained amid the wind. They were like an invincible army toiling away for hours in silence, completing their final assembly. Layer upon layer, the densely packed light rays continued circulating as the coldness dispersed noiselessly.
Clang!
The swords chimed simultaneously, forcefully resonating throughout the earth.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The light swords transformed into light flows and shot downward. The sky overhead lit up. It was so blaring that Helian Tianxiao's pupils shrank and his heart skipped a beat. What was that?
The next moment, a deep and resounding sword chime sounded overhead. His face changed.
Be careful.
Before he could warn the others, the dense sword consciousness pressed in on his head, causing his whole body to sweat and his hair to stand on end instantly. Not daring to hesitate, he transformed into a ball of black mist and pounced forward. Helian Tianxiao was very clear that the only way to live was to go forward. As long as he entered the opponent's defensive line, he could blend in with the elementalists and dodge the descending attacks. He still wasn't sure who was above, but that trepidation he felt had informed him how dangerous the situation was. His intuition, carved by years of battling, was like his body instincts that often sensed something even before his brain did. Nevertheless, he halted after 2 steps. With a twitch of an eye, a doubtful expression emerged on his face. Over 10 swords had appeared before him unknowingly and yet he hadn't sensed their presence. The ordinary-shaped swords emitted a dim, red glow, as if they'd just been taken out of the oven. They started to whirl and spin like a group of nimble fishes, chasing one another and forming a round sword screen. The incomprehensible aura dispersed and the space around the sword screen became blurry.
3 yin 3 yang huge sword rings.
The sword screen with crisscrossing yin and yang was irregular. Compared to the 3 yin 3 yang huge sword rings used to deal with Song Xiaoqian, the 3 yin 3 yang huge sword rings before Helian Tianxiao was a few times bigger. If the former was a door, the latter would be a wall.
Helian Tianxiao wasn't actually shocked by the change in the sword screen.
Instead, he felt a wisp of familiar aura from these seemingly heated light swords. The aura of blood spiritual force.
Wrong.
A force of a higher level.
His Majesty. Helian Tianxiao quivered, the blood on his face draining away. He was white as sheet.
It was in blood elementalist's blood to fear the Holy Emperor. Even Hellion Tianxiao wouldn't be able to resist if His Majesty wanted his life. Other than craning his neck and waiting for death, he wouldn't be able to react any other way. But Hellion Tianxiao reacted very quickly. It couldn't be His Majesty, so there was only one possibility. Holy object. Who had God's blood? Why was God's blood in the hands of an elementalist? Countless thoughts flashed across his mind like lightning. He forced himself to calm down. It wasn't the time to think about all these things. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a few cold, flashing lights. Once again, a sense of danger rose within his chest. A few crescent moon-like sword rays shot across the sky in a crisscrossed manner. Their arcs were strangely complex and hard to grasp. It was AI Hui's 6 moons. Damn it! Hellion Tianxiao's gaze turned cold. With a clap of his palms, black mist enveloped them. Just as the 6 sword rays intertwined, a gush of powerful force surged up violently, causing the rays to break. Despite his successful attack, Hellion Tianxiao's heart sank. He knew that his earlier worry had come true. The enemy must have gotten hold of the holy object. That 6 sword rays clearly had an inhibiting effect on his blood spiritual force. Song Xiaoqian's Silverfrost Blood Division. He had finally come to realize why Silverfrost had been hesitant to attack from the sides. A grieved expression appeared on his face. Perhaps Silverfrost had already been wiped out. Separated by the sword screen, Chen Dai had already fallen face down and the remaining cannoneers were obviously panicking. The sudden assistance had caught them off guard and they had even forgotten to attack. So close yet so far, so close yet so far. Hellion Tianxiao calmed down. When he first sensed the aura of God's blood on the light swords, he knew that there was no chance of success. The most powerful person in the Central Pine faction was AI Hui. Was it AI Hui? It must be. Who else could it be? Hellion Tianxiao had no idea where AI Hui had gotten hold of God's blood, but he knew that with it, AI Hui was no longer someone the 6 god divisions could contend against. Only His Majesty or Shiyu, who had possession of the force of God's blood, could deal with AI Hui. Hellion Tianxiao felt regretful. Light rained down from overhead, illuminating the field. Hellion Tianxiao sighed inwardly, feeling that nature had made him a fool. He was this close to success. A pity the enemy was a group of impressive opponents. The sword rays descended like a waterfall, their sharp sword chimes piercing through souls. Like fragmented porcelain pieces, the irregular sword rays possessed a unique beauty. He wasn't aware that this was AI Hui's own invention, fragmented sword. But the fragmented sword, today, was substantially different. In the past, the sword rays were formed from the fragments, but today, it was a powerful, waterfall-like current that descended and engulfed a wide area. There was nowhere to hide and flee. Hellion Tianxiao watched helplessly as the sword rays pierced through his soldiers' bodies, turning them into blood pillars that shot out. Anguished wailings rang incessantly as familiar figures fell down one by one. The bloodshed turned into a river that dyed his field of vision red. All of a sudden, he raised his head and started laughing. Ah, AI Hui, isn't the force of God's blood great? You elementalists are at the end of the road. God elementalists are the future. Yes or no? Yes or no? With his last yes or no, his voice became hoarse and his face malevolent. Sword rays came down like rain. The black mist surged violently around Hellion Tianxiao, howling and screeching while attempting to resist the sword rays. However, the sword rays were like heated metal swords that effortlessly pierced through blocks of frozen butter. Pu. Blood flowers blossomed. He did not flee even though he could. Throwing everyone aside and running away like a coward, struggling to preserve his last breath? That was a pain worse than death. He felt thoroughly remorseful for being too eager to claim credit and hence advancing prematurely, causing an army to get wiped out. He felt somewhat relieved, however, since they had all tried their best and victory was really in sight, except that nature decided to play a trick on them. Invading the enemy's camp but dying under the force of God's blood. How ironic. Hellion Tianxiao laughed maniacally. God's blood. God's blood indeed. Such pure God's blood. He stood upright with bloody holes covering his whole body. Fresh blood gushed out unceasingly. Corpses were everywhere. In the blink of an eye, there was no longer anyone standing alongside him. The cries of agony gradually died down and the twitching bodies gradually stopped moving. Countless light swords were inserted into the ground beside their bodies. When he saw that the light swords were greedily absorbing fresh blood and flesh, Hellion Tianxiao was stunned. Shortly after, he burst into laughter. So you've already become a god elementalist, AI Hui.
You're the mediator. Great, great, great. God Nation will unify the world very soon. Absorbing flesh. Definitely a blood elementalist. Even in God Nation, only the rare portion of blood elementalists who practiced the cruel and evil skills were required to absorb flesh. So Ai Hui was a blood elementalist. Helian Tianxiao laughed so much that his tears and snot were all flowing out. He found it ridiculous and funny. Upon hearing Helian Tianxiao's manic laughter, Lu Lan, who had just rushed over, pitied him somehow. He felt a trace of compassion for this person who was about to perish. Clap. While Helian Tianxiao's consciousness was becoming blurry, he was roused by that sudden sound. He gathered his final pool of energy to open his eyes. Before him was a row of words written by sand. You guessed wrongly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643, Skyleaf Division. Chapter 643, Skyleaf Division. Translator, Cynthia Editor, X, TYZ. A group of people were walking through the wild jungle. They were clothed in rags, and their face were covered with dust, which made them look really shabby. Most of them had dark blood stains on their clothes. They found an opening among the trees and sat down to have a rest. Several days ago, they had been on edge all the time and kept a vigilant eye for Shiyu, who might attack them at any time. However, for the past 3 days, they didn't encounter any attacks at all. Yet, no one felt relieved since they knew that it was because Wan Xinwei drew Shiyu away. They were worried about Wan Xinwei. Shiyu's level was beyond Wan Xinwei now. The only thing that could hold her back from taking action was that Wan Xinwei had the unconscious Yi Bai with him. To be cautious, the Judgment and Dread divisions split into more than 10 groups and withdrew from different directions. This team consisted of only 15 people, but their strength was high because Shiman Saijue was in this team. Now they found grassy clearing and sat down in all directions. No one was in the mood to talk. They were exhausted after being vigilant for days. They needed time to recover both their physical and elemental energy. Even so, they still had 2 people on guard to prevent a possible attack. Time flew by silently. After a few hours, they woke up one by one. Those who had had enough rest replaced the teammates on guard. Now, the morale of the team was more or less boosted, and the silent group gradually became vigorous. They hadn't had a good rest like this in a long time. To accelerate the retreat, they didn't sleep at all for 3 days. After all, every member was in elites before. Thus, having recovered from exhaustion, they were no longer upset. They sat in a circle in groups of 3 to 5 and chatted in low voices while eating and drinking. We haven't seen the demonic girl for days. It seems we have totally gotten rid of her. What did she eat? How can she be so strong now? Yes, it's so weird. So many people together still could not withstand her. All she dares to do is sneak attack. If she was so capable, why not fight above board? Come on, someone sneered, she is alone, but made us flee like rats. It's already a shame for us even though it was a sneak attack. Stop finding excuses. The rest fell silent. The smoke-like red figure was their nightmare. More than half of the team members were wounded because of her. They didn't know how horrifying Shiyu was until they had fought with her hand to hand. Is it the god's blood? She must have absorbed the god's blood, or else how can she be so strong? Weird. This is weird. There are so many things that are weird about the blood of God. Fortunately, we have killed Nangong Wulian. They say that the Beast Venom Temple has more weird things, but I'm worried about Division Leader 1 now. The group became silent again. These days they were trying to avoid talking about this. They felt worried, ashamed, and upset, but there was nothing they could do. This complex feeling was cutting their hearts like a rusty blunt knife. They even didn't dare to think about it. Someone murmured, "It will be fine. Division Leader 1 is so strong." He stopped, as he remembered the injury inflicted on Wan Xinwei was caused by Shiyu, but what he said lit up the others' hopes. Even if he cannot defeat her, he has azure wings. At least he can run away. Yes, yes. Azure wings. He has azure wings. At least he flies faster than Shiyu. And if he flies to the Jadeite forest, Shiyu must observe decorum because Grandmaster Dai is there. However strong Shiyu is now, she is no match for Grandmaster Dai. Their discussion was heated. Feeling distracted, Shiman Saijue scolded, "Shut up." Everyone became silent at once. More wrinkles appeared on her face. Her complexion tarnished, she now looked like an old woman. She sealed Yi Bai at great cost, then got injured by Shiyu's sneak attack,
which made the situation much worse. As she glared at them, her stateliness as a division leader was revealed through her mental aura. She had a fiery temper and had never suffered such a defeat before. Now in such a physical state, she couldn't bear the anger and spit out a mouthful of blood. This scared the other team members, and they all rushed forward. "Lady!" She waved her hand to stop them from coming closer. Trying to calm down, she looked around at the team members and felt sad. Ever since their establishment, the Judgment and Dread divisions had been invincible, and their enemies would become terror-stricken even when hearing their names. Never once were they so miserable. Maybe the Judgment division would come to an end under her command. Suddenly, the soldiers on guard signaled an alert that someone were approaching.
Shiman Saijua tensed upon hearing the alert. Was it Shiyu?
Somehow she felt relaxed, and she smiled. If Shiyu was here, then that meant Wan Shunwei could survive. She knew she was a burned-out lamp and would die soon anyway. She didn't have the power to save the Judgment and Dread divisions, but Wan Shunwei was more powerful and more steadfast than her. It was better to leave this difficult task to him. Wan Shunwei's life was more valuable. Her smile froze when she saw the newcomers. Far away in the sky, a group of people were flying toward them at an incredibly fast speed. They arrived in almost an instant. A few seconds ago, they were just black spots in her eyes, but now they were standing in front of her. It was not Shiyu. Instead, it was a group of elementalists. The flow of elemental energy revealed their excellent strength. They were at least masters. Wait. So many masters. About 100 elemental masters appeared in front of her. More incredibly, the flow of elemental energy around them showed that they were all masters. She had never seen so many masters. She stiffened and could only think of one possibility. Master's glory. High above the clouds, some people were flying at a fast speed. Their azure wings left long traces of mist and passed across the sky like a comb. The group consisted of over 100 handsome men and pretty women, but they all looked cold. The woman leading the group had a gorgeous face, delicate eyebrows, and indifferent eyes, as if nothing in the world could raise her interest. If Ai Hui saw her, he would recognize her. She was Fu Sisi, whom he once had some interactions with before. The Fu family once suffered from a great calamity and was almost destroyed, but at the critical moment, they went to seek refuge with Madame Yi. Later, to protect Xiaobao and Madame Yi, they suffered great losses. Madame Yi remembered their help with gratitude and gave them a big reward. Now, the Fu family was one of the most prestigious families with great power in Skyheart City. To shoulder the main responsibility of the family, Fu Sisi decided to participate in the Master's Glory plan. When she became a master, she soon won recognition from Madame Yi, and was entrusted with important tasks. Her position in the Sky Leaf Division was inferior only to Xiaobao. There was no more immaturity on her face. She was confident because of her strong power and looked indifferent, but stately. Yi Bai is still alive? Wan Xinwen doesn't look like a soft-hearted man. It's hard to imagine that Yi Bai could survive for so long in his hands. Nian Tingfan's news should be trustable. How's Xiaobao's progress? Smooth. Palacefield City has surrendered as well. The massacre in New Light City worked well, otherwise, it wouldn't be so smooth later. Those guys are just Jacka***es. We need to show them our strength. I feel pity for Xiaochu. He was a talent. Pity? Why? Madame Yi will soon take down all the cities. Then, she can find whatever talents she wants. That makes sense. Hearing their discussion, Fu Sisi didn't speak at all, but in her heart, she also agreed that the reason why elementalists were weak was because Beyond Avalon was in chaos and the cities were separated by their personal armies. Only Madame Yi could unify the cities, unite Beyond Avalon again, and fight against the blood elementalists in a joint effort. Plus, the Skyleaf Division was the sharpest blade of Madame Yi. Suddenly, she noticed something and looked down on the ground below them. Someone's down there. It's the Judgment Division. A member beside her recognized them by their clothes. Fu Sisi said lightly, "Let's go down." Then, she descended like a goshawk that had found its prey. The others immediately followed her. Boom! Fu Sisi suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, she appeared 10 meters above the remnant team from the Judgment Division. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures constantly appeared beside her. Hundreds of masters appeared above the Judgment members all at once, creating great pressure to them. Next, when all these masters released their momentum, the pressure was so enormous that it felt like mountains pressing on their heads and almost stifled the generals and soldiers of Judgment. Everyone's faces were pale except for Shiman Saijue. After the shock at the beginning, she had calmed down.
Fu Sisi's eyes gradually swept across them and finally fixed on Shiman Saijue. Are you division leader, Shiman? Shiman Saijue snorted. Yes. You are the Fu family's girl? Fu Sisi gestured slightly and said, yes, I'm Fu Sisi. I'm honored to be the vice division leader of the Sky Leaf division. Shiman Saijue said neutrally, I don't remember such a division, but... Fu Sisi said casually, there wasn't such a division before, but then Madame Yi needed one, and now there is one. How did you run into such a miserable situation? Where's Yi Bai? Shiman Saijue suddenly understood their intention, you are here for Yi Bai. Fu Sisi admitted directly, yes. Now tell me your experience these days in details. Her face turning gloomy, Shiman Saijue said angrily, how can you be so rude in front of me? Puff. The head of a soldier from Judgment suddenly exploded without any warning. Shiman Saijue's pupils contracted. The intention to kill flashed across her eyes. Fu Sisi said lightly, a wise man submits to fate. Division leader Shiman, you'd better cooperate with me. Plus, giving Yi Bai to us is better than giving him to the blood of God or Dai Gang. Half an hour later. Fu Sisi murmured, Shiyu, God's blood, the heart of God. She seemed to have caught an invisible clue, but when she thought further, the clue led nowhere. She came back to her senses and left the questions behind. What she needed to do now was finish her tasks. She turned and left without looking at the bloody corpse on the ground. Shiman Saijue's eyes were still open. She died with a grievance. The other generals and soldiers were all killed too. Go to the Jadeite forest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644, Wine and Affection. Chapter 644, Wine and Affection. Translator, Cynthia Editor, X, TYZ. Winners took all. This was always true. The difficulties and despair in the process would only be buried in one's memory, but even after a long time, they were still vivid in the mind. Hardships and despair would always bestow charm and victory, in the way that wine would bestow a mellow taste in life, making it enchanting and unforgettable. It might be described later in historical records with only a few words. When future generations read it, they might simply ignore it or be carried far away by the fascinating experience. In the foggy sword formation valley, light swords were flickering like stars in the sky. The valley was still tranquil, but the annular ridge around the valley was totally different. Bonfires were lit all over the ridge to light up the night. People were singing, dancing, and crying out joyfully, and celebration could be seen everywhere, making the ridge very bustling. Except for those on guard duty, everyone else came to the celebration. Even the most solemn guys couldn't help smiling, not to mention those like Fatty who were always happy. Tonight, Fatty was laughing all the time, and others could scarcely see his eyes. This was the most critical battle they endured through, during which the majority of the members were on the verge of collapse. Any failure would have led to a total defeat. They were lucky indeed, but the victory was more due to their unity. If it were not for breeze of surveillance, or Duanmu Huanghuan's viridescent flower, or the sword of lightning, or the volleys of beehive heavy cannons, or without reservation, they made use of all the power they could think of, like a fully armed soldier using his teeth and nails in the end. Lu Lan's eyes were like crescent moons when smiling. He wore an apron and walked back and forth in the campsite with a pot in one hand and a soup ladle in the other hand. Wherever he went, people around would cheer for him. Good job, Lu Lan. Lu Lan's final hit was fantastic. I guess Heli and Tianxiao died of anger. Lu Lan shared the soup with everyone happily. I have to say that our boss is too horrifying. The swords have come out even before he does. I agree. I was scared to death and thought I would die there. It was all thanks to boss's swords. Was anyone like me and thought it was raining then? Me. I was totally dumbstruck. Hearing their admiration for Ai Hui, Lu Lan was even happier. Shi Shueman sat on a rock with a bottle of wine in her hand. She stared at the foggy sword formations and took a sip. She never drank before, but somehow she very much wanted to drink today. Unconsciously, her cold face turned red. The smile on her pretty face made her look like a different person. Sang Jijun also came with a bottle of wine and shouted at a distance, Shueman, Shueman. She just finished dancing with the others around the fire and still felt excited. Even her voice was much louder than usual. Shi Shueman turned her head and burst into laughter when she saw Sang Jijun bouncing about. She had never seen Sang Jijun like this before. Sang Jijun was apparently a little bit drunk. She jumped on the rock and sat down beside Shi Shueman casually. Why not come and dance with us? Then, she glanced at the valley and smiled.
As if she suddenly understood something, she asked, bad mood, huh? Because AI Hui hasn't come out? Yes, sure, Shueman replied and took another sip. Sang Jijun paused for a while, as she hadn't expected that Sure Shueman would admit it so readily. When she came back to her senses, she consoled Sure Shueman, relax. He will soon. When they mentioned AI Hui, Sang Jijun also became serious. Sure Shueman could see the veneration in her eyes. The scene earlier had greatly shocked and impacted her. Sure Shueman smiled. She raised the wine bottle in her hand and drank a gulp of wine. Sang Jijun also took a long swig of wine. Then, she wiped the drops left on the corner of her mouth and said directly, I know you are worried, Shueman, about others' opinions of him. The flowing light swords fell from the sky like a starry waterfall. It was extremely spectacular. They witnessed this awesome scene when they had just finished the frontline battle. What happened next was more horrible. The corpses melted into the earth at a fast speed. The tens of thousands of light swords suddenly shined with dazzling rays, and the chime of swords could be heard all over the valley and lingered for 6 hours. Even Hellion Tianxiao and his mount could not prevent being devoured by the light swords. Although they had seen the sword formation consume blood and flesh before, it was shocking to see the whole God-Wolf division being devoured. When they came back to the valley, they all gasped in astonishment after seeing the numerous bones of the dead in the sword formation. It turned out that the Silver Frost division also became nutrition for the sword formation. In terms of the amount of blood and flesh that had been devoured by the sword formation, maybe only the devils in the ancient legends could match him. In comparison, the blood refinement of the Beast Venom Temple was not worth mentioning. They were both grateful and frightened. It was so shocking. Sure Shueman fell into silence as if she was tasting the wine in her mouth. Sang Jijun's face blushed scarlet, but her eyes were clear. We are not afraid at all, even if AI Hui really becomes a blood elementalist. They had all witnessed AI Hui's hatred toward the blood of God. Even if he became a blood elementalist, they were not worried because they believed AI Hui would be the blood elementalist who would destroy the blood of God. In contrast, they were more concerned about whether AI Hui could accept his identity as a blood elementalist and if he would even want to kill himself. Sometimes, AI Hui was afraid of death, but sometimes, he was frighteningly at ease in the face of death. We've known each other ever since we were in Central Pine City and have been fighting side by side for years. No one remembers how many times he has saved us. Sang Jijun turned her head and looked Sure Shueman in her eyes, saying with excitement, we are not friends, but a family. If my family member becomes a blood elementalist, would I leave him? Why do we choose to celebrate here around the sword formation? It's because we want to celebrate with AI Hui and because we want him to know that we will not leave or abandon him. He will always be our leader. Sure Shueman looked at her blankly. A warm current surged in her heart, and her nose felt sore. She was concerned about AI Hui's safety as well as others' attitude toward him. Born in an aristocratic family, she had seen too much betrayal and the fickleness of human nature. Therefore, she cherished the purity and happiness of the moment more than anything else. Everything that had happened along the way passed through her mind. The embarrassing blind fight in the training hall, the 150 yuan he lent her in the noodle house, the firm eyes in a desperate situation, the warm lips in the wind and snow, and the curses and panic behind her. A warm smile appeared on her face, and her eyes once again became clear and firm. She suddenly stood up, threw away the wine bottle in her hand, and put her hands at her mouth, shouting with the loudest voice, AI Hui, I'll wait for you. The others fell into silence and looked at Sure Shueman. After a while, everyone smiled. Fatty was already drunk. He endured unprecedented pressure in this battle. Now that all the pressure was released, he was the most excited one in the revelry. Beside him, Zhu Yan was as drunk as a fiddler, his pale face flushed. He was smiling in his dreams. This guy was such a lightweight. He only drank 1 cup before he got drunk. Upon hearing Sure Shueman's yell, Fatty couldn't help but burst out laughing. AI Hui and Sure Shueman were deeply in love and yet both of them were ice-cold in nature. He thumped the ground and chuckled. Suddenly, he looked as though he was going to cry. He seemed to see the thin and lonely back view of AI Hui the day he left the wilderness. Fatty stood up and shouted himself hoarse at the valley, AI Hui, stay alive. Fatty's face was covered with tears. Sang Jijun suddenly stood up and threw away her wine bottle. She put her hands up at her mouth like a trumpet and shouted at the valley, AI Hui, can you hear us? Zhang Wei also stood up in excitement. His fate probably changed the second he met AI Hui. Before that, he was not born into an aristocratic family nor was he talented. Before he met AI Hui, he was average in all aspects. Yet, everything changed after he met AI Hui. He survived in the blood disaster, and his life was totally different, including his relationship with Sang Jijun. He glanced at Sang Jijun firmly and gently. Jiang Wei shouted into the valley, "Ai Hui, thank you." The rest stood up one by one and shouted into the valley loudly and noisily. No one could hear clearly what they were saying. Ai Hui is invincible. Boss! Boss! The loud voices almost turned the valley upside down. Lu Lan's eyes turned into two crescent moons in happiness. His head tilted, and his eyes lit up. Then, among all the noise, they heard a crack, and saw a ball-like clump of sand rise up into the sky and explode. Next, the scattered sand transformed into two words, Ai Hui. The crowd quieted down. After seeing it was Lu Lan, they understood what happened and all burst into laughter. They cheered out loudly, Ai Hui. Crack! The sand words in the sky above the valley transformed into invincible. The rest shouted with laughter, invincible. Crack, the sand word transformed again. Many of them saw the words and rolled on the ground while laughing out loud. Then, the sand words transformed into numbers and began to count back. 3, 2, 1. They didn't try to conceal the smiles on their face at all. Everyone shouted themselves hoarse with their loudest voices, Ai Hui like Shi Shueman. Shi Shueman, who used to be an iceberg, now blushed scarlet in shyness. She hid behind Sang Jijun hastily and covered her face with her hands. The swords in the valley suddenly began to chime as if it was a response from Ai Hui. Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter. The sand letters kept changing, and the crowd shouted in a loud voice rhythmically. The sword of lightning is despicable, but invincible. Ha 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 ha. This reminded them of the contemptible tactics of the sword of lightning. The spear of heavy cloud, practice until you're worn out. Ha 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 ha. The members of Spear of Heavy Cloud could help laughing first, as they were clearly aware of the heavy training load. Others were taking pleasure in their misfortune. In the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, we defeat our enemies by luck. Ha ha ha, dot. Fatty was the happiest, while other members of the Pagoda Cannon Alliance laughed until they gasped for breath. There were indeed too many new members in the Pagoda Cannon Alliance. Is Lu Lan handsome? Yes, they answered with one voice. Ha 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 ha. Laughter lingered in the dark night. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645, Chase. Chapter 645, Chase. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, X, TYZ. Wan Shunwei was hiding in a thicket and stared at the red figure hovering in the sky. He didn't even dare to blink until Shiyu finally flew away and disappeared. After that, he spitted out the mud in his mouth and flopped down on the ground. He let out his bated breath with a little gasp, and his eyes were firm. The new wound beside his neck was stained with mud, and the flesh was exposed to the air. As his chest moved up and down, his rock-like face was as cold as usual. Only half of the keels of his azure wings were left, resembling a broken spear. His azure wings had been destroyed by Shiyu with only one strike. Wan Shunwei hadn't expected that Shiyu could take a shortcut by traversing the metal winds from the upper atmosphere. This made him realize that the strength of the demonic girl was far beyond his imagination. As a result, Wan Shunwei made a sudden decision. He suddenly fell sharply and rushed into the jungle. From that moment, Wan Shunwei's rich experience began to play an important role. He got rid of Shiyu by making use of the complicated terrain. Although Shiyu would soon catch up afterward, Wan Shunwei had already spotted her weakness in this aspect and had escaped again and again in this manner. Later, he also realized that Shiyu could only detect the general location of Yibai's aura, so he set some traps, which worked well. The blood on his ragged armor and clothes was dry, his hair was messy with some stray stalks of withered grass, but his eyes were still bright. He smoothed his clothes and armor unhurriedly as usual. He knew it wouldn't take long before Shiyu found him again. Wan Shiwei had always been strict with others and himself in abiding by the conduct and discipline of the combat divisions, and he hated undisciplined people very much. However ragged his armor was, he would always take care of it. He glanced at the unconscious Yibai and smiled bitterly. No matter how they rolled around in the mud and among the forests these days, Yibai's clothes were still clean and as white as snow. Brother, we have been escaping for such a long time and went through many hardships together. Unfortunately, I cannot keep your company any longer. Well, maybe you don't need me at all. Ha, Wan Shunwei murmured to himself, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Then, he shut up and looked up at the sky in a trance. Shiyu had become more and more difficult to deal with. She was making progress every day. Plus, Wan Shunwei was not so naive that he believed that he could totally get rid of her only with these simple methods. After all, her qualification to be granted God's blood had already demonstrated her excellence. Wan Shunwei knew a lot about the blood of God. they regarded talent as key. They were far more cruel than elementalists in qualification trials. A black spot appeared in the sky. Wan Xunwei came back to his senses. He knew his trap would no longer work. However, he didn't want to surrender without putting up a fight. He took a long breath and grabbed Yi Bai in his hands. With a burst energy, he rushed out like a leopard. Hearing the shrill howls behind his back, Wan Xunwei turned his hand that held Yi Bai. Yi Bai was like a shield that Wan Xunwei used to cover his back. The red rays from the sky hit the unconscious Yi Bai. There seemed to be an invisible defense around Yi Bai, and the red rays were annihilated when they touched him. Roar! Growls were heard from inside Yi Bai like the roar of some kind of beast, which was extremely thrilling. Wan Xunwei felt the person on his back suddenly become heavy and push him hard, making him lose his balance while running. Fortunately, he was already prepared for this. He twisted his body and tapped the ground with the tips of his toes to adjust his direction and continue to rush forward. Seeing that Yi Bai was still unscathed, Shi Yu sighed with relief, but she also felt extremely enraged. Wan Xunwei had made Yi Bai his best shield. This had happened several times, and Shi Yu had to slow down her attacks out of fear of hurting General Yi. Shi Yu's eyes focused on Wan Xunwei, who kept moving in a zigzag route, and her expression was complicated. Previously, the three central divisions were just a joke in her eyes, but now she began to appreciate and respect this leader of the Dread Division. During their confrontations these days, Wan Xunwei was in a disadvantageous situation, but he managed to escape using any method at hand until today. Of course, part of the reason was his rich experience, but the essential thing that supported him all this time was the strong will within his heavily injured body. No matter how much she admired him, however, Shi Yu would not show any mercy. The Holy Emperor had granted the gods' blood to her for this task. How could she face him if she failed to complete it? Since she had been hunting down the Judgment and Dread divisions for days, but never saw Nangong Wulian, she was pretty sure the Beast Venom Temple would have to change its leader now. She could not save Nangong Wulian. As a result, Yi Bai would be her only life-saving straw. No matter what happened, she had to get Yi Bai back safe and sound. She looked around and knew it was time to end everything. The intent to kill flashed across her charming eyes. It was time to pull in her net. Shi Yu suddenly dived like a goshawk hunting its prey. Wan Xunwei was sprinting with Yi Bai on his shoulder. He didn't hear the sound of the wind at all. There was a steep ridge coming up. Wan Xunwei bent forward in an angle that was almost parallel with the angle of the ridge. His throat and chest were burning, and his legs felt like they were filled with lead. His face used to be cold like it was carved out of a rock, but now, the lines of his face were twisted like taut steel wires that were about to snap at any time. He kept changing his position and avoided Shi Yu's attacks with Yi Bai as his shield. The only thing he needed to be concerned about was preventing Shi Yu from snatching away Yi Bai. Wan Xunwei dashed along the ridge like an agile antelope. Light flickered in Shi Yu's eyes as she found that Wan Xunwei's speed had slowed down. It seemed as if he was exhausted like a spent arrow. She kept adjusting her position to attack him from different angles as if chasing her prey. Wan Xunwei was already worn out and only held on until now because of his strong will. He was dodging almost by instinct as Shi Yu came closer. In her heat, Shi Yu admired that even in such a predicament, he could still manage to dodge. He was an awesome fighter. Wan Xunwei's sight and mind became blurred, and the path became steeper. The jagged rocks along the way were like monsters that were about to devour him at any time. Still, there was no fear in his heart. An unknown amount of time passed before his blurred vision suddenly became open and clear, and the blue sky could be seen. Feeling the cool breeze, Wan Xunwei shivered and sobered up. He looked around. It was the mountain peak, and there was no way forward. It was an area about several meters across. The sunshine was glaring, and the breeze gently touched his face. Shi Yu gradually descended from the sky to Wan Xunwei's altitude. She didn't want to humiliate such a tenacious enemy. The isolated peak was towering and steep like a sword inserted into the earth. On the summit stood a desperate man, bruises covering every inch of his body. He carried Yi Bai on one shoulder, and his chest was moving up and down to the rhythm of his breath. His clothes and armor were covered with sweat, blood, and mud. Not a single area was clean. About several meters in front of him was a girl in red clothing. She looked graceful, but illusory like fog and mist. Under the sharp contrast, the scene became more dismal. After seconds of silence, Shi Yu said, "Surrender. You are competent and talented. His Majesty will entrust you with an important post. As you can see now, the God Nation is thriving while the Elders Guild is near its end." What was it all for? Wan Xunwei twitched. He wanted to laugh, but his lips were dry, and his throat was raw. Shi Yu couldn't help asking again, what was it all for? Wan Shunwei gradually recovered with heavy breaths. He simply smiled without saying a word. She knew her words were only nonsense to Wan Shunwei, whose will was as firm as iron. Instead, she restrained her pity on him and said lightly, "It's said that the Dread Division has a killing move to deal with Grandmasters. Why don't you use it?" Wan Shunwei chuckled and said, "You are strong, but still far from a Grandmaster." Shiyu could feel the scorn in his tone. What he meant was that he didn't think Shiyu was strong enough for the Dread Division to use this killing move. She wasn't angry, thinking deeply instead about the implications of his words. So this was not just a rumor. Wan Shunwei would rather die than use this move. That meant the move had many restrictions. Most likely, it could only be used once. Wan Shunwei would rather fight to the death. Shiyu felt more respect for him. Theoretically, Shiyu could be killed as long as they paid a high enough cost, but a Grandmaster couldn't. It was a wise choice to keep the killing move that could only be used once. However, he could still make such a choice when his life was in danger and when the Dread might be totally destroyed. Shiyu shook her head. Division Leader 1 really has a heart of nether stone. You can sacrifice your own life, but you are heartless to put the life of your comrades at stake too. Wan Shunwei said indifferently, "Since we joined the Dread Division, our personal safety has already been out of our consideration. Instead, you had better watch out for your Holy Emperor." Shiyu smiled. "You really have a big heart, Division Leader 1, to worry about His Majesty in such a disadvantageous situation. Now, our armies are bearing down in force, and you are making one retreat after another. It won't take long before we sweep through beyond Avalon. His Majesty doesn't even need to come in person. As for your division, I won't let a single member escape. You can rest in peace." She had resolved to kill all the remaining members of Dread after she saved Yibai. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from above their heads. "That sounds arrogant. You won't let a single member escape?" They couldn't tell whether the voice was just next to their ears or came from afar. Shiyu's expression changed while a light of hope flashed across Wan Shunwei's eyes. Both of them moved simultaneously. Shiyu moved like a streak of red fog and tried to grab Yibai from Wan Shunwei's shoulder, but Wan Shunwei was even faster. Almost just as they heard the voice, he stepped hard onto the ground with the last of his strength and rushed to the cliff edge. He immediately jumped down without hesitation. Shiyu knew things would not go well when her strike failed. She was about to chase them when she felt the movement from above her head, forcing her to stop. More than 100 people flew through the metal wind layer. They were surrounded by glaring rays and dived down accompanied by thundering roars. Even the sky was quivering. They were all masters. More than 100 masters. Shiyu was shocked. Meanwhile, 2 words appeared in her head. Master's glory. The whistling wind under the cliff conveyed Wan Shunwei's unscrupulous laughter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646, Girl in Red vs. Sky Leaf Division. Chapter 646, Girl in Red vs. Sky Leaf Division. Translator, Cynthia Editor, X, TYZ. The blood eye seemed tranquil. When the blazing sun overhead disappeared, the power of the god's blood was all absorbed. The vexing golden blood also disappeared. After the numerous blood and flesh were devoured, the non-absorbable parts of the god's blood were finally channeled into the light swords. The huge blood eye in the sky was still staring at the earth silently, but the red beams had disappeared. Under the blood eye, the sword embryo gave out an astonishing power. 18,000 swords of different shapes and auras constituted a huge ball. They were swimming slowly like a giant school of fish. Amazingly, no matter how they flowed, the dividing line between yin and yang didn't move a bit. Ai Hui was suspended in the center of the sword embryo. He stretched his arms and closed his eyes tightly. To the various swords flowing around him, he was like a magnet that attracted them, but none of the swords could touch him. He was modifying the swords. The sword embryo, having absorbed the power of God's blood, had become far more powerful than before. The sword embryo was internally connected with Ai Hui and was the origin of his essence, breath, and spirit. It was not difficult to control something that had the same root as him. What was troublesome now were the 18,000 swords that contained the power of God's blood and had absorbed countless blood and flesh. The light swords contained the power of God's blood that Ai Hui couldn't absorb, but after devouring the blood and flesh, the situation changed. They were like bloodthirsty cruel monsters. Even if they were just inserted in the ground, their frightening intent to kill could scare anyone who came close. Within 30 meters of the sword formation, the killing intent was almost stifling. A cracking sound came from the sword formation. The shape of a light sword was changing quietly. The flat blade was bent over like a willow leaf while the thickness became attenuated. At the very beginning, when the sword formation plan was made, to produce enough long swords within a limited period of time, the long swords were made in the most ordinary and common size. There seemed to be an invisible hand modifying its shape. When finished, the light of the sword slowly faded and finally disappeared, like a piece of red-hot iron cooling down after being taken out of the forge. A black sword was inserted into the mud. Its hilt was straight, and its cloud-shaped sword edge was covered with delicate patterns. Its blade was paper-thin and long with a subtle arc, exuding a dangerous aura. In contrast, the body of the sword was as white and silvery as snow. The light crimson along the edge of the blade seemed like blood left on the white teeth of beasts that had just torn apart their prey. Another light sword dimmed. It was a heavy and straight sword with only one sharp edge. The wavy maroon serrations looked extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. The sword embryo contained 18,000 streaks of sword consciousness, and light swords was also numbered 18,000. We didn't believe it was only a coincidence. All the consumable parts of the god's blood had been absorbed, and the non-absorbable part was channeled into the sword formation, but why was he still unable to break away from the blood? We had tried many times, but nothing happened until he realized the identical number of sword consciousnesses and light swords. As a result, we began to modify the swords. He modified them according to the shape of each sword consciousness. Then, he realized that he could change the shapes of light swords freely. The rays of the modified light swords were restraining, and the change was subtle and could hardly be described. We called the new black and red sword a god sword. Of course they were far inferior to the ancient god-grade swords, but the quality of the new black sword was extraordinary and had surpassed that of ordinary heaven-grade weapons. The new sword was more closely connected to the sword embryo. We could control them effortlessly through the embryo and execute extremely complicated moves. 18,000 was an intimidating number. To however, it was extremely exciting because he knew that once he finished, the weapon would be unprecedented. In the gorge at the foot of the mountain, Wan Xinwei looked up at the fierce fight in the sky and was struck dumb with amazement. He had been through many battles, but none were comparable to the one he was watching. He felt lucky that he drew Shiyu away, or else the remaining Judgment and Dread members would have been unable to escape. The red figure moved fast like an untraceable wisp of fog. Each strike was deadly. The sky kept changing, sometimes as dark as night, sometimes thundering and flashing lightning, sometimes sunny and tranquil, and sometimes crimson. It was reported before that Shiyu practiced the Star Divine Hallucination and the Phantom Smoke Dance. The Star Divine Hallucination technique could confuse one's mind with illusions, making enemies unable to tell falsehood from reality. It was one of the most obscure and profound spells from the blood of God. So far, only 2 people had mastered it. One was Shiyu, and the other was the Holy Emperor. This was why she was in the Holy Emperor's good graces. He believed she was talented. With the Star Divine Hallucination and the Phantom Smoke Dance, Shiyu could come and go freely among the masters. The strength of the masters shocked Wan Xinwei. Some of them were by no means inferior to him. After all, even during the heyday of the Avalon of 5 Elements, only a few elementalists were on par with him, and all of them were well-known heroes. Now, he encountered several at once. Moreover, the other masters were only slightly inferior to him and had already surpassed ordinary masters. Any of them could be the leader of a combat division. However, they were only ordinary members here. Master's glory. So this was the true Master's glory. Wan Xinwei somehow felt scared. Previously, he had not understood why Madame Yi bet all her hope and all she had on Master's glory. Currently, he understood as he witnessed the intimidating strength of the members. No one could stop Madame Yi. He couldn't help shivering. Madame Yi had shown her toughness from the very beginning. Wan Xinwei was clearly aware of her cruelty, and she possessed the sharpest blade now. Wan Xinwei could even imagine that all obstacles in front of her would be crushed. He could see that Madame Yi turn her head back and smile softly while standing on the blood-stained ground. A gloomy chill traversed his heart. Regardless, he was dying. Why did he have to think so much? Wan Xinwei laughed at himself and calmed down. Maybe this valley was where he would be buried. Why bother to worry about what would happen in the future? No matter what the world would become, it had nothing to do with a dead man. Having shrugged off the burdens, he began to enjoy watching the battle in the sky. Shiyu was not as calm as she appeared to be. The news that the Master's glory had succeeded greatly impacted her, and she was not prepared at all to fight against these masters. Initially, she had lost control over her mind and body, but after the first clash, she calmed down, and her heart began to sink. The masters trained by Master's glory were far stronger than ordinary masters. Their moves were astonishingly powerful. After several rounds, Shiyu noticed something different. It was their elemental energy.
Their elemental energy was different from ordinary elementalists. At first, she couldn't even tell what attribute their elemental energy belonged to. Only after more than 100 moves did she realize that their elemental energy consisted of all 5 attributes. This reminded Shiyu of the fusion elemental energy from the Assembly of Patriarchs, which was the mortal enemy of the blood of God. The hatred between the two sides could be traced back to hundreds of years ago. Shiyu clearly knew about fusion elemental energy. Initially, she didn't realize the elemental energy consisted of 5 attributes, so she didn't associate them with the Assembly of Patriarchs. Now, she knew this new kind of elemental energy had to be closely tied to fusion elemental energy. In the rumors, Madame Yi had close connections with the Assembly of Patriarchs, but they later fell out with each other. In an instant, many ideas occurred to Shiyu, but she soon left them behind because her absent-minded state caused her to incur another wound. Blood had woken up her intent to kill. Her pretty eyes looked cold. As one of the first batch of the Blood of God's top seeds, she survived countless life-or-death battles. No matter what the cost, she had to bring Yi Bai back. She moved like a wisp of red smoke, appearing in front of a master like a ghost before pointing at him with one finger powerlessly. It seemed like this move was not threatening at all, but in her enemy's eyes, this was not the case. His surroundings suddenly became pitch black. More frighteningly, all his perceptions were sealed. Suddenly, he caught sight of a spot of light that was swiftly approaching him, and immediately chopped toward it with all his elemental energy. He succeeded. He was relieved when he felt his sword hit something. As long as he could withstand this move, his companions would come to assist him. The spot of light suddenly exploded and released glaring rays. Without warning, he could not see anything because his vision was filled with endless whiteness. No! He didn't have time to react before his body froze. In the next instant, his throat was pierced, leaving a finger-sized bleeding hole. With this method, Shiyu killed 5 masters while only suffering 3 wounds. This shocked everyone present. They all looked gloomy. Fu Sisi's face was ghastly pale. Since the establishment of the Skyleaf Division, they had been invincible and had not even met a competent rival no matter where they went, let alone a loss of 5 masters. Moreover, the team was led by her. Xiaobao had conquered so many cities without a scratch so far. How could Shiyu be so strong? Shiyu looked composed with an easy gracefulness. A thin trickle of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth, making her pretty face even more seductively charming. She licked the wound with her tongue and smiled sweetly. Killing intent flashed across her gorgeous eyes. The blossom-like red clothes fluttered in the air and made flapping sounds. She breathed out and said in a voice that was as tender as water, "None of you will leave alive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 647, Wind Columns in Morning. Chapter 647, Wind Columns in Morning. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, X, TYZ. He Nanshan could hardly believe his eyes. In front of him stood the remnant soldiers of the Beast Battalion. Their morale was depressed and expressions panicky. He Nanshan had never seen anything like this in any of the God Nation's armies. They were extremely frightened. The camp was all quiet except for the sobs of the officers. Helian Tianxiao attracted the attention of the enemies with the Beast Battalions, but actually planned to pierce the wind curtain and sneak attack them from behind. Theoretically, there was no problem with the plan. Even He Nanshan would agree with him on this plan. Yet astonishingly, both the God Wolf and the Silver Frost divisions were destroyed with no survivors. The Beast Battalions waged a grueling attack, but couldn't break through, so they had to retreat back to their campsite. The infantry and the Sky Edge divisions took the opportunity to counterattack them, causing heavy casualties to the Beast Battalions. Under the pursuit of the infantry and the Sky Edge divisions, the officers and soldiers of the Beast Battalions retreated separately. As a result, only slightly more than 100 managed to escape. He Nanshan fell into silence, but in his heart, he was greatly shocked and could hardly calm down. How was this possible? Due to an ambush? Even so, with their capacity, the God Wolf and Silver Frost were unlikely to be totally destroyed. Did their enemies have a backup plan? That had to be it. However, what kind of backup plan could completely destroy the God Wolf and Silver Frost? The God Nation had been fighting against Beyond Avalon for such a long time that they were aware of the status quo. The Elementalists' continuous retreats had already revealed their weakness. He was surprised by the destruction of the Ardent Flower Blood Division, but could accept it. However, the God Wolf was one of the 6 God Divisions, and Helian Tianxia was not at all weaker than He Nanshan. Plus, they were not defeated, but destroyed. As strong and experienced as the God Wolf and Silver Frost were, even if they fell into a tough spot, they would find an opportunity to break through an encirclement.
They were likely to suffer great losses, but how could they be destroyed? He Nanshan felt both scared and angry. He had sent a messenger to inform Heli and Tianxiao to wait for the support of the God Spirit Division, but unexpectedly, Heli and Tianxiao directly initiated an attack instead of waiting for them. All the plans were disrupted by Heli and Tianxiao's decision. Their power was largely reduced. What could they do in the face of such a defeat? Ai Hui hadn't come out, but they noticed the change of the light swords, which they believed was a good signal. The battle at the defensive line achieved an unprecedented victory, during which the God Wolf, one of the 6 God divisions, was obliterated. This section of their armed forces had completely disappeared. This was undoubtedly the most glorious fight in the years of fighting between the God Nation and the Elders Guild. This unprecedented victory boosted the morale of the elementalists. All previous despair was gone. The legend that the 6 God divisions were invincible was broken. As they realized that blood elementalists from the God divisions were also mortal human beings, they gradually became confident and overcame their inner fear toward the God divisions. In their hearts, the God divisions might be stronger, but they, themselves, were not easy to deal with either. With boosted morale, they went back to reinforce their defenses more actively. They had discovered all the spots in the wind curtain that were previously pierced by the God Wolf division. To prevent the recurrence of similar situations, they decided to broaden the canyon under Shi Shueman's guidance so as to reinforce the wind curtain. This was not an easy task. The canyon had been eroded by the wind curtain for years. The more fragile rocks had already been weathered and broken, while the remaining stone had become very hard under the quenching of the metal wind curtain for years. Even though they had Wang Xiaoshan, it would still be an arduous task. Fortunately, they only needed to broaden some key positions. Wang Xiaoshan was now the busiest. Shi Shueman, Silver Soldier, Jiang Wei, and Sang Jijun discussed the arrangement of the defenses, while Karakoram Polaris never participated in such tasks because she was not interested. Wang Xiaoshan sat in front of a sand table where the layout of the defensive line and the surrounding terrain was clearly and vividly displayed. Wang Xiaoshan listened carefully to their discussion and adjusted the sand table accordingly. The sand table kept immediately changing according to their proposals, even before the sounds of their voices faded away. The 4 stood around the sand table, either contemplating or discussing heatedly. Wang Xiaoshan hardly joined their discussion. He would only change the sand table when they had a conclusion. Wang Xiaoshan had almost no fighting capacity, but his value was reflected in defense. In Silver Soldier's words, Wang Xiaoshan's defensive role was more significant than 10 warfare masters. They knew the blood of God would not let them go easily, and the battles in the future would only be more fierce and cruel. Still, they were confident. After a heated discussion, they finally came to a conclusion. Then, they left everything to Wang Xiaoshan, with Sang Jijun as the coordinator. Silver Soldier went back to the campsite of the infantry division in a good mood. Although it was a painstaking period, he felt fulfilled. Back then, he jumped out to take over the infantry division and became the division leader despite the questions from all the skeptics. On one hand, he wanted to combat the blood elementalists, and on the other hand, he could hardly bear to see the infantry division vanish. The infantry division existed in name only when he took over, as the members were all incompetent and inexperienced new recruits. Having endured through several battles, they had now become much resolute and steadfast, and their young faces became more mature. They were no longer panicky when going to the front line compared to before. Nowadays, they were well trained and mentally strong. After a few more battles, they would be a new batch of elites. Silver Soldier was delighted with a sense of accomplishment after seeing the improvement of his combat division. Although the main forces of the recent battles were either the Spear of Heavy Cloud or the Pagoda Cannon Alliance, with the infantry and Sky Edge providing support most of the time, Silver Soldier was sufficiently satisfied. He was confident that as the 2 divisions grew stronger, they would be able to play more important roles in the future. He asked the vice division leader, "Is Lady Karakoram back?" "Not yet." The deputy leader shook his head. Karakoram Polaris had been indulging in the sword formations in the valley these days. She had always wanted to compile a swordplay manual. Therefore, the changing light swords were of great attraction to her. She sat on the slope beside the valley every day and stared at every change of the light swords. She was fascinated with the birth of every new sword. Not only her, but all the sword elementalists of the Sky Edge division also came and stayed near the sword formations to explore the sword consciousnesses. It was like a constantly changing swordplay manual in front of them, and any understanding from it would be greatly beneficial to them. The Sword of Lightning, on the other hand, didn't have any feeling toward it. They took another path. Silver Soldier shook his head inside. He was clearly aware of his junior's indulgence in swordplay, but he didn't know her fellow sword elementalists were the same as her. The God-subduing peak where the Sky Edge Division should be stationed was empty, causing Silver Soldier to have to deploy soldiers of the Infantry Division to guard it. If the God-subduing peak crashed and hurt their companions due to unattended operation, it would be the worst joke. His junior was an outstanding swordsman, but not a qualified division leader. Silver Soldier knew that if it had not been for him, she wouldn't have come to the front line. All she thought about swordplay, and she had no interest in combat divisions at all. As a result, he didn't have the heart to scold her. Suddenly, he noticed that the vice division leader wanted to say something, but stopped after a second thought, so he asked, "Did anything happen?" The vice division leader looked around. Seeing that nobody was here, he said in a low voice, "A messenger from Skyheart City asked to see you." Skyheart City, Silver Soldier felt that something was weird, but he didn't show any emotional fluctuation except that his eyes became gloomy. The vice division leader looked worried and said in a low voice, "He came in secret, so I didn't dare to let others know." Why did they send a messenger at this time? Currently, the commander-in-chief here was Sir Shueman. Why did they come directly to him instead of visiting Sir Shueman first? Silver Soldier sensed something ominous. Where is he? Waiting in your tent. Duanmu Huanghun finished drinking the elemental soup with satisfaction and came to the spot where he would typically sit quietly. Actually, the elemental soup didn't have much effect on him now, but he insisted on drinking it during each meal and sometimes even competed with others to get another bowl. This was because the soup cooked by Lu Lan was the most delicious thing in the world. Not only Duanmu Huanghun, but Fatty was also addicted to it. Sometimes, they would even put up a fight for the leftovers. The others could only watch them enviously. That was a war between big shots. Duanmu Huanghun was in a good mood today because he won and received an extra half bowl of soup. Seeing Fatty's furious expression made him happy. Duanmu Huanghun had been out of sorts regarding the fact that Fatty had become a master. How can a genius be called a genius if he was no different from ordinary people? Thus, he decided to continue to improve the power of the viridescent flower green vines, to let fools like Fatty know what a real genius was. Theoretically, the viridescent flower green vines, he had just comprehended, was his apex. It would be incredibly hard to advance, but there was an excellent example for him to follow. People he met along the way kept saluting him. Sir Duanmu. Master Duanmu. He returned the salutes politely. After all, he was born in an aristocratic family, so his demeanor was perfect. Afterward, he frowned slightly when he realized that there were so many people here today. Previously, he would come across a few people when he came here, but never so many. Looking ahead, he could see an endless stream of people coming in. If Duanmu Huanghun was not familiar with this location, he would have thought that he had stepped into a scenic spot during a holiday. He also noticed that many of the people had a bamboo basket on their arm. Yet, none of the basket contained anything. There were more and more people as he continued to walk forward. The unhappiness in Duanmu Huanghun's heart had already gone. Instead, he was wondering what these people were doing here. There was a high slope in front of him, behind which was the place where he tried to gain further comprehension. Duanmu Huanghun had a keen ear. He heard human voices from behind the high slope. He couldn't resist his curiosity and walked past the high slope. When he saw what happened, he was stunned. The wind columns not far from him were shining with a hint of soft light. People there were either kowtowing or taking offerings out of their baskets and placing them in order before the wind columns. There were various offerings, such as wild beasts that had just been killed, fresh wild fruit, and grain rations of the combat divisions. Twigs and grass torches were ignited and inserted in front of the offerings. The whole place was wrapped by smog and fragrance. They looked small in front of the towering wind columns. They were mumbling some words while raising wine jars up and spattering the wine on the offerings and into the air. Today is the 7th day after your death. Predecessors, please come and feel free to eat and drink. We cannot find any food of better quality on the battlefield. Hopefully, you won't detest it. Do eat more, please. Please rest in peace. Leave the battle to us. The mumbling lingered in the wind among the former members of the surveillance division. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648, Changes. Chapter 648, Changes. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. When Silver Soldier first saw the messenger from Skyheart City, a feeling of danger arose in his heart instantly. The messenger was very young and had a very handsome appearance, one that Silver Soldier had never seen before. His luxurious robe was spotlessly clean, making him look as though he had just attended an aristocratic family banquet. Sir, nice to meet you. My name is He Yong, and I'm from the Skyleaf Division. He bowed slightly, but his face was indifferent. His completely emotionless tone sounded as though he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Silver Soldier noticed that the messenger's body was surrounded by a layer of faint aura that was scant and hazy. His heart skipped a beat, but his movements did not reveal anything. He sat down and asked casually, "Sky Leaf Division? I don't remember there being a Sky Leaf Division among the Skyheart divisions?" After the Master's glory succeeded, Madame gave the order to set up the Sky Leaf Division, He Yang replied. "Master's glory has succeeded?" Silver Soldier was stunned. Yes, He Yang's indifferent tone contained a tinge of pride. Silver Soldier could not maintain his composure. Raging waves seemed to rise in his heart. Master's glory had succeeded? It actually succeeded. Because of his junior, he was considered an important subordinate of Madame Yez. As such, he knew more about Master's glory than the outside world. When he was still a member of the internal department of Skyheart City, a lot of criticism and doubt were continuously directed toward Master's glory. Almost no one could understand why Madame Yi recklessly promoted Master's glory. At that time, Madame Yi was like an insane gambler who had lost her rationality and placed all her chips on Master's glory. It finally succeeded, huh? Silver Soldier tried his best to maintain his composure and shot a complicated look at He Yang. Silver Soldier had sharp eyesight and could tell that He Yang was a master produced by Master's glory. He was rather powerful. Even though Silver Soldier did not know He Yang's background, he instinctively knew that He Yang was not to be trifled with. "How are the others' strengths compared to yours?" Silver Soldier asked, trying to get more information from He Yang. "My strength is not worth mentioning in the Sky Leaf Division." He Yang knew Silver Soldier was sounding him out. He did not avoid the question because there was no need to do so. Very soon, everyone would know about the Sky Leaf Division's strength. If they were able to form a combat division, that meant the number of masters they produced had to be substantial. A combat division that was entirely made up of masters. Terrifying offensive capabilities. A cold shiver went down Silver Soldier's spine. In the history of the Avalon of Five Elements, there had never been a combat division that was entirely made up of masters. Even the three central divisions were not entirely made up of masters. Furthermore, these masters were much more powerful than ordinary masters. Silver Soldier wasn't an ignorant newbie. When such a powerful force was born, the geography of the entire Beyond Avalon would undergo huge changes. Perhaps even the geography of the entire world would change because of the birth of the Sky Leaf Division. Sky Leaf Division. One could sense how ambitious Madame Yi was from this name. The word for leaf in Chinese is yi. He Yang managed to catch a glimpse of the fear in Silver Soldier's eyes. This wasn't the first time he saw fear and reverence in other people's eyes when he mentioned the Sky Leaf Division. He was like an almighty god who showed no mercy to his subjects at all. His ice-cold tone contained a tinge of cruelty. A few days earlier, the Sky Leaf Division made an inspection tour to various cities in Beyond Avalon. New Light City refused to comply with our orders, so we took some necessary measures. Yuchi Ba and Chaochu were executed, while New Light City begged Madame Yi for mercy. Silver Soldier could no longer maintain his composure and cried out in alarm, "Elder Yuchi! Ugly idol! The new citizens' faction!" A mocking look flashed across He Yang's eyes. He replied coldly, "When we arrived at Palace Field City, the patriarch of the Gong residence personally welcomed us and pledged his allegiance to Madame. He sent his daughter, Gong Peiyao, to Skyheart City to serve Madame." Silver Soldier froze. He definitely knew that to serve Madame was merely an excuse on the surface. In reality, Gong Peiyao was being taken hostage. Whichever city the banner of the Sky Leaf Division arrives in, that city will pledge its allegiance to Madame. Quickly, the hostility between every city will disappear. He Yang glanced at the dumbstruck Silver Soldier and said purposefully, "An era is about to end, and a brand new era about to begin. Sir, you have to think clearly which path you are going to take." After a long while, the dazed Silver Soldier opened his mouth with difficulty. With a hoarse and dry voice, he asked, "What does Madame want me to do?" He Yang smiled. Wan Shenwei's mouth was agape with shock. He felt a hint of moisture on his face, appearing as though raindrops were hitting his face. Was it raining? No, it was blood. A master swayed in the air and fell from the sky, resembling a kite with a broken string. However, at this moment, no one had the time to save him. Bang, dot. That master's head collided heavily with a rock not far away from Wan Shenwei. His head exploded like a fragile watermelon, and he died on the spot. Deep down, Wan Shenwei felt relieved. Previously, when he fell from the mountain, he did not fall to his death because he used Yi Bai as a cushion. The battle in the sky had exceeded 2 hours. Wan Shenwei had been counting the number of masters who had fallen. More than 21 masters had been killed. Shi Yu had paid a heavy price as well. Her left arm was dangling by her side. Her left forearm was distorted at an awkward angle, and her body was covered with numerous bruises. Wan Xinwei had not expected the seemingly petite and cute Shi Yu to be so unyielding and brave. She was like a wild beast that had gone insane. Wan Xinwei, who had rich combat experience, had a clear grasp of the current situation. The scales of victory were tipped in the elemental master's favor. It might appear that Shi Yu was dealing heavy losses to the elemental masters, but in reality, the elemental masters were closing in around her. Currently, Shi Yu was like a trapped beast and did not have much time left. Fu Sisi wanted to capture Shi Yu regardless of the casualties they suffered, even if it meant that tens of their masters had to die. The second round of Masters' Glory had already begun, and their combat division would be replenished with new masters very soon. However, the chance to capture Shi Yu, who had absorbed God's blood, was extremely hard to come by. The value of God's blood was comparable to Yi Bai's. God's blood was the blood of God's supreme sacred artifact. Reportedly, the Holy Emperor became that powerful because he had absorbed the power of God's blood. The Holy Emperor had never bestowed the God's blood on anyone before, so Shi Yu was the first person to receive it. The invisible connection between the heart of God in Yi Bai's body and the God's blood in Shi Yu's body appeared clearly in Fu Sisi's mind. This meant that they might have a chance to decode the darkest secret of the blood of God. The only thing that surprised her was that Shi Yu's strength was much more powerful than she had expected. The number of casualties they suffered was much higher than she had expected as well. Everything would be worth it. This was the best chance. A chance like this, where Shi Yu was isolated, would most likely never come by again. After having 2 hours of rest, Wan Xinwei had regained some of his energy. The daily arduous training sessions displayed their worth now. Wan Xinwei's regenerative ability was extraordinary. After he fell to the ground, he became motionless. Initially, there were a few individuals observing him closely from the dark. At that time, he was completely exhausted, felt dizzy, and was unable to move at all. After he regained his strength gradually, he remained in his motionless state. Eventually, the eyes that were observing him disappeared. Everyone had placed their attention on Shi Yu. At this point in time, Shi Yu seemed to know that she was on the brink of death. She was going all out. No one noticed Wan Xinwei. Wan Xinwei, who had been waiting for the right opportunity, began to move. He picked up Yi Bai and slipped away silently. Just as he started moving, Fu Sisi, who was in the sky, noticed him right away. However, Shi Yu was now in her most dangerous state and another 3 of Fu Sisi's comrades were killed. She clenched her teeth and yelled, "Capture the demonic girl first." No one raised any objections. The withering Wan Xinwei posed zero threat to them. Even if they let him off now, how far could he possibly run? When Wan Xinwei saw that Fu Sisi did not care about him, he broke into a run after picking up Yi Bai, not caring about his cover at all. He laughed bitterly in his heart. He might be the most cowardly division leader in the history of the Dread Division. There had never been a Dread Division leader who pathetically ran for his or her life like he was doing now. Even when he ran, no one bothered to chase him. He knew he did not have much time left. He did not dare to conserve any energy and ran with all his might. A group of 7 or 8 people were flying through the untamed wilds. Are we going the right direction? So far we haven't discovered any traces. Sir flies, so how would he leave behind traces? This direction indeed leads to the jadeite forest. In order to avoid Shi Yu's tracking, the Dread Division broke up into many small units and escaped in different directions. Halfway through, someone in this unit suggested that they should find their division leader and help him. Everyone in this unit was young. The youngest was Wan Erden. He was the youngest warrior in the Dread Division, at the mere age of 16 years old. They also knew that the chances of finding Wan Xinwei and helping him were very slim, but they just wanted to do something. They knew what they were doing was futile and irrational, but none of them cared. Sir was going to die, so what was there to be rational about? After splitting up from the other units, they did not retreat, but rather, they headed in the direction of the jadeite forest at full speed. Being the youngest, Wang Erden was often teased by everyone. However, everyone knew that Sir liked Wang Erden very much. Wang Erden himself knew that as well. Not many people in the Dread Division could get training pointers from Sir personally. Wang Erden was one of the lucky few. Many people secretly discussed whether or not Sir wanted Wang Erden to take over his position. It was obvious that he was nurturing Wang Erden with great care. Actually, everyone liked Wang Erden a lot. He was honest, down-to-earth, and diligent. He was a nice fellow, but he did not seem like someone who could lead the Dread Division. He was the one who suggested to find Sir and help him.
Wang Erden never thought that their irrational action would allow them to avoid Fu Sisi and the Skyleaf Division.
While pursuing the Dread Division, Fu Sisi and her team from the Skyleaf Division barged through the metal windstratum, thereby missing Wang Erden and his counterparts.
Everyone had ugly looks on their faces.
After so many futile days, they were feeling extremely terrible.
Everyone's faces were gloomy.
They were on the verge of blowing up. Even though Wang Erden had an anxious look on his face, his eyes kept on scanning his surroundings, looking for traces of Wan Shenwei.
We still haven't found him yet. Are we on the right track?
Suddenly, Wang Erden raised his hand and stopped everyone.
Stop.
Upon hearing this word, everyone's minds jolted as a look of joy appeared on their faces. However, when they saw Wang Erden close his eyes as though he was sensing something, they quickly quieted down.
Wang Erden opened his eyes and pointed to their right side. There are people fighting there. There were people fighting there? Was Sir fighting with the demonic girl?
Everyone became excited and worried at the same time.
Without any hesitation, they hurriedly flew in the direction that Wang Erden was pointing.
Wan Shenwei was running forward mechanically.
Right now, he was dragging Yi Bai on the ground as he moved forward step by step.
His steadfast-looking face was covered with wounds, his widened eyes were cloudy, his lips were dry, and the wounds on his arms were turning into blood-stained scabs. His fingers had turned white from grasping Yi Bai's hair and dragging him. The pathetic-looking Yi Bai looked like a ragged sack that was being dragged on the ground. However, whether he passed through swamps, mud pools, or lands that were filled with sharp stones, his entire body still remained spotlessly clean and snow-white. Suddenly, Wan Shenwei heard familiar, pleasantly surprised cheers.
Sir! It's Sir! Ah, I'm having hallucinations now.
Wan Shenwei shook his head.
Following which, darkness engulfed his vision, and he collapsed to the ground.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 649, Holy Phoenix. Chapter 649, Holy Phoenix. Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. The afternoon sun shone fiercely.
The glaring sunlight shone on the spacious and empty encampment of the Surveillance Division. The encampment was desolate and silent.
Occasionally, a few people would walk across the encampment, giving it a bleak atmosphere.
Most of the soldiers were out gathering intelligence. Only 10% of the total number of surveillance soldiers stayed back to guard the encampment. Ever since Xiao Shan brought a few hundred men with him to the front line, the morale of the Surveillance Division dropped drastically.
The atmosphere of the encampment was downcast and tense.
As such, many people couldn't take it and requested the higher-ups to send them out on missions. The number of soldiers who stayed in the encampment became smaller and smaller. Those who stayed in the encampment were listless and downcast.
Even their daily training sessions had slackened significantly.
Being one of the 3 central divisions, which were known for their strict military discipline, such behavior was unimaginable. If the departure of Xiao Shan and his counterparts from the Surveillance Division caused internal strife for the Combat Division, then the establishment of the Skyleaf Division made the Surveillance Division's external situation more complicated. In the past, the Surveillance Division was Madame Ye's right-hand man that she relied heavily on.
Their position was irreplaceable back then. However, now everyone could tell that the Skyleaf Division was Madame Ye's legitimate son. This wasn't the worst aspect.
The Skyleaf Division shocked the world when it annexed New Light City and forced Palace Field City to surrender. Soon after, it swept across the whole of Beyond Avalon with thunderous momentum.
Wherever they went, outstanding heroes would bow down to them. This unprecedented powerful performance and the great undertaking of unifying Beyond Avalon were incredible. The Skyleaf Division's reputation skyrocketed instantly. In the depths of the encampment, there was an unremarkable brick house that was unguarded. The interior of the house was very dark, looking completely different from the dazzlingly bright world outside. Nian Tingfeng was staring at the memorial tablets in the house like a motionless statue.
He had been in this house for quite a long time. Ever since he stepped into this house, he had been silent. On the long black table, there were hundreds of memorial tablets with names inscribed on them. They were spotlessly clean and neatly placed. Clearly, someone had been cleaning and tidying them with great care. Trails of smoke rose from the censer, blurring the names on the memorial tablets. The memorial tablets seemingly transformed into an army of soldiers who were standing silently and solemnly. The Surveillance Division was the most well-informed organization in Beyond Avalon. It was the first to know of the victory at the front line and of the decision that Xiao Shan and his counterparts made. It was unknown who built this memorial hall. Every soldier who returned to the encampment after their missions would come here and pay their respects to those who had died. This was the first time Nian Tingfeng came here. His body moved, and his eyes regained their clarity. Following which, he picked up 3 joss sticks. He lit them up with the fire from the altar lamp, bowed to the memorial tablets, and inserted the joss sticks into the censer. After staring at the memorial tablets for a little while longer, he turned and left. All this time, he never said a single word. He took an unremarkable grey fleabane cart out of the encampment without alerting anyone. Inside the cart, Nien Tingfeng was expressionless. Every now and then, he would look out of the window at the pedestrians walking hurriedly on the street. Skyheart City was regaining its vitality, and the number of people on the streets had increased significantly. This could be seen from the slow-moving speed of the cart. The shops along the streets were open. Neatly dressed shop assistants were attracting customers to their stores. Occasionally, they would yell and promote their businesses with a loud and clear voice. The colors of their signboards seemed to have become brighter as they were wiped clean of dust, adding liveliness to the streets. Nien Tingfeng suddenly thought of the Avalon of 5 elements in the past. Every city was packed with people and brightly lit, illuminating the night sky. An indescribable, complicated look flashed across his eyes. Honestly speaking, he disliked Master's glory. He disliked it very much. If Masters could be produced so easily, wouldn't it be ridiculous for those who trained and worked their ******* off in order to become masters? Whether it was him or an ordinary soldier from one of the 3 central divisions, which one of them had not worked desperately and been through rounds of brutal competitions to achieve their current strength? However, whether or not he liked Master's glory, he had to admit that it was as if it was born to impact this world. Whether or not it succeeded, it would deeply influence the world. The mighty performance of the Skyleaf Division made everyone realize the rise of a powerful Skyheart City. Even those who were slow could tell that Skyheart City would become a legitimate behemoth of Beyond Avalon in the future. The strong confidence people had for Skyheart City had revived it, rendering it as good as new. The previously closed shops were opened once again. The economy became prosperous once more. Those who had foresight were already hastily heading for Skyheart City. Madame Yi picked up the scepter that the Elders Guild had dropped. Of course, not everyone had hope and confidence in her. Before Nien Tingfeng walked into the Great Hall, he heard an angry voice coming from within it. "Madam, there is trouble. It's too brutal. They are not our enemies, but our own people. New citizens might disagree with us on certain issues, but we still shouldn't forget their contributions to the Avalon of 5 elements. They are your subjects as well. How can you treat them like they are your enemies? Using brutal force, inciting bloodbaths, alarming and scaring the people, and causing the entire world to fear us." In response, Madame Yi's gentle voice rang across the air, "You're right. Xiaobao and the rest are too rash in their actions. I will reprimand when they return. They are just a bunch of youngsters who act impetuously and do not think about consequences. They need experienced and prudent seniors like all of you to guide them along." Nien Tingfeng did not enter the Great Hall. He merely waited at the door with his head lowered while calmly listening to their conversation, resembling an old monk who was mediating. After a while, a group of old men walked out from the Great Hall with satisfaction. When they saw Nien Tingfeng waiting at the entrance, some of them snorted and some looked at him with disdain and animosity. After the emergence of the Skyleaf Division, the status of the Surveillance Division had dropped sharply. In the past, Nien Tingfeng was Madame Yi's sharpest knife, and he had offended countless people. Now that he lost power and influence, many people silently gloated at him as a result. However, these people did not dare to go overboard. After all, Nien Tingfeng still possessed power. Nien Tingfeng turned a blind eye to them. After a while, Madame Yi summoned him. As Nien Tingfeng walked into the Great Hall, Madame Yi, who was lying on her chair, smiled with a lazy grin. With a tinge of derision in her voice, she said, "Take a look, this bunch of fussy old fogies always enjoy criticizing me when they're free. Previously, all of them hid in their homes like a bunch of cowards. Now, all of them suddenly became candid officials. They are worse than a bunch of fence-sitters. At least fence-sitters still have some capabilities. These people are extremely incompetent. So what if some blood was spilled? How much blood have we already bled? If we don't intimidate those people now, how long should we wait to do so?" "Madame is right," Nien Tingfeng answered. Madame Yi looked right at Nien Tingfeng and sat up straight with a solemn look on her face. Next, she spoke with a very serious tone, "I know recently you have heard a lot of rumors and slander that have wronged you. I'm well aware of your merits. Why would I forget about you? If the Skyleaf Division is my fists, then the Surveillance Division is my eyes. How can I punch accurately without having good eyesight? Once Beyond Avalon is pacified, you can place your focus on augmenting the Surveillance Division. I will give you the authority to recruit experts from various cities to replenish the strength of the surveillance division. I have high expectations for the surveillance division, so you have to work hard. A grateful look appeared on Nian Tingfeng's face. He bowed and answered, I am ready to risk my life and limbs to serve Madam. All right, don't get led astray by those bootlickers. Madame Yi chuckled and waved her hand. Shortly, the smile on her face disappeared. She then said plainly, from now onward, the work that we have to do will be very tough, especially your mission. Whether it's the new citizens or the aristocratic families, I want you to identify the defiant ones. Yes, Nian Tingfeng replied. Beyond Avalon can only defeat the blood of God if we are united. We have to get rid of those rebellious rotten apples, especially among the new citizens since they have been independent for too long. Yes, this subordinate will take note of them. It's definitely hard to avoid pain, but as long as we can endure through this stage, the road ahead will be smooth and level. At this point in time, we can't be too soft-hearted. Madame Yi sighed with sorrow. Yes, Nian Tingfeng agreed with Madame Yi. As long as we are united, we don't need to be afraid of the blood elementalists. Take a look, we have obtained another great victory at the front line again. This is the best proof. We can't depend on just one or two combat divisions. Can we solely depend on just them to defend the front line? Clearly no. Madam is right, and I will specifically remind all the news villages. I always feel relieved whenever you handle matters for me. A look of satisfaction appeared on Madame Yi's face. What do you think of the Central Pine faction? She suddenly asked with a change in her tone. After remaining silent for a while, Nian Tianfeng replied, by Great Elder's decree, Madam is the legitimate decision-maker for the Avalon of 5 elements. Every elementalist in the world should obey your commands. Those who defy you should be regarded as the blood elementalists' accomplices, and they are to be executed to serve as a warning to the rest of the world. You make me sound as though I am an executioner who indiscriminately kills people. Sigh, I really hope they can smarten up. Suddenly, Nian Tingfeng spoke with a clear and solemn voice, the Elders Guild is ancient, decadent, and unsuitable to handle the current perilous situation. Beyond Avalon isn't the same as the Avalon of 5 elements. The blood elementalists are closing in on us. If we want to defeat them, we have to raise our war banners and fight bravely against them. The blood of God has the Holy Emperor to command the blood elementalists, while we also have a leader who can unite every elementalist in the world. However, it's out of Madame's jurisdiction to do so. Therefore, I suggest we abolish the Elders Guild so that Madame can ascend the throne and command the world under the name of the Holy Phoenix. Holy Phoenix. Madame Yi's beautiful eyes lit up. In the darkness, Shiyu had suppressed her aura completely and resembled a statue. The rocks around her were cold, and the darkness was moist. She was in a crevice that was only a few meters wide, situated in the depths of a mountain. The path that connected the crevice to the outside world was extremely winding, preventing light from entering the crevice. To break out of the encirclement of the Skyleaf Division, Shiyu did not hesitate to use her secret art. Even though she had broken out of the siege, she was on the brink of dying. At that point in time, she couldn't even care where she was escaping to. Fortunately, she came across such a well-hidden crevice. Shiyu's current condition was extremely terrible. Her face was deathly pale and completely devoid of blood. Her body was covered with ghastly wounds that did not have any bloodstains. Her pale white bones were revealed in many areas. How many bones had she broken? Shiyu did not know. Her consciousness began to turn fuzzy. With her last tinge of consciousness and self-preservation, she was able to suppress her aura. The few faint auras outside had disappeared, but Shiyu had already fainted. Her condition had worsened significantly. Her body became boiling hot, and her life force was sapping rapidly. Fine lines and wrinkles appeared on her face as her skin began to dry up and crack. Her long black hair turned snow-white at a visible speed, and her heart gradually stopped beating. Over time, her body became transparent. Her dark red blood vessels could be seen clearly now. The fine blood vessels emitted a faint demonic red glow that undulated with a gurgle. Time silently passed in the darkness. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650, What kind of swordsmanship is this? Chapter 650, What kind of swordsmanship is this? Translator, TYZ Editor, X, TYZ. A group of people was sitting on the ground. The atmosphere was tense, and no one was talking. The fact that they ended up empty-handed after suffering such heavy losses dealt a huge blow to these prideful and arrogant new masters. Fu Sisi was sitting on a boulder that was of half a man's height. Similarly, her facial expression did not look too good. At this point in time, they were engulfed in an intense sense of failure. Their heads were hanging down dispiritedly. Only at this moment did they realize they were just a bunch of 10 to 20-year-old youngsters. Master's glory boosted their strength and allowed them to become masters, but it couldn't increase their maturity or wisdom. When they won, they easily became arrogant. Similarly, when they lost, they easily felt dejected. We will split into 2 groups now. Guihu, bring 20 men with you. Your mission is to search for Shiyu. The demonic girl is severely injured and definitely can't run far. Right now, she is most probably hiding somewhere. If you find her, try your best to capture her alive. If you can't capture her alive, kill her. We definitely can't let her survive. Fu Sisi raised her head as her tone became firm. After witnessing the sacrifice of her father and the great changes that happened to her family, she became much more mature than the others. Due to this intrinsic quality, Madame Yi appointed her as the vice division leader of the Sky Leaf Division. Fu Sisi knew that she had to raise everyone's morale now. Failure wasn't that scary at all. It wasn't too late for them to bounce back now. After realizing the mistakes that she had made, Fu Sisi reorganized her train of thought very soon. The rest will follow me. Humph, Wan Xunwei is just a spent force now, and he still dares to escape? Yi Bai is very important to us, so we can't afford to lose him. Everyone became re-energized and stood up one by one. Gong Peiyao looked at the distant Skyheart City as a tinge of sadness flashed across her eyes. Beside her, Han Lu was able to sense her gloominess. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He did not know how to console her. The image of indifferent faces and the spreading pool of blood beneath their feet appeared in his mind. Sky Leaf Division. A tinge of fear streaked across the depths of his pupils. His palm that grasped his sword hilt tightened subconsciously, causing his fingers to turn white. They were a group of cold-blooded killing machines. In their eyes, human lives were no different from weeds. Soon, Han Li regained his composure. After becoming a master, his mental state became more and more cultivated with each passing day. He was no longer as rash as he was in the past. Furthermore, he knew Peiyao would be safe in Skyheart City even though she was a hostage. From his understanding of Madame Yi, he knew she would take good care of Peiyao and try her best to win Peiyao over. Madame Yi was someone who was willing to pay any price to gain talents. If someone tried to harm Peiyao, they would have to step over his dead body first. Han Li was absorbed in swordsmanship. He had no interest in politics, and all he wanted was to live a simple life. As long as Peiyao was safe, he would be at ease. Peiyao probably wouldn't be happy though. Fortunately, Peiyao always understood the big picture and had extremely strong adaptability. With regards to this aspect, Han Li might even lose out to her. He smiled and shifted his gaze back to the distant Skyheart City. He did not know whether or not it was because he had not returned for a very long time, but he found the previously desolate and ruined Skyheart City to be prosperous now. Gong Peiyao thought of the news that she had just received, and her spirits rose significantly. The elementalists obtained a great victory at the front line. The God Wolf and Silver Frost divisions were slain to the last man, and Helian Tianxiao was executed. Such an unprecedented triumph. Ai Hui and Sister Xuemon are really formidable. That's really a great victory. Han Li was emotionally moved. With the destruction of the God Wolf division, the Silver Frost Blood division, and the Ardent Flower Blood division, this implied that 1/6 of the Blood of God's elites were annihilated. Even with the Blood of God's massive military strength, this was still considered a heavy loss for them. Their impressive performances, not something good in Madame Yi's eyes. Gong Peiyao looked slightly worried now. Han Li remained silent. Suddenly, Gong Peiyao asked curiously, "Let me ask you, between Ai Hui's group and the Skyleaf division, who do you think is more powerful?" After thinking for a while, Han Li replied, "Skyleaf division." Why the Skyleaf division? Gong Peiyao wasn't satisfied with Han Li's answer. In the history of the Avalon of 5 elements, there has never been a combat division that was entirely made up of masters. Any single member of the Skyleaf division is more powerful than an ordinary master. I can't think of anyone that can defeat the Skyleaf division, Han Li muttered. Gong Peiyao gave a childish snort and continued, "In any case, I believe in Ai Hui and Sister Xuemon." Ai Hui. When Han Li thought of Ai Hui, a trace of longing flashed across his eyes. For some reason, the battle fervor within his body began to stir. His loss to Ai Hui was precisely what allowed him to pry into the profundity of swordsmanship and become a master. He knew he would be extremely delighted if he had another chance to fight with that fellow again. Han Li could not help but grip the hilt of his sword tightly. After a while, he heaved a breath of air. This breath of white air was shaped like a sword and refused to dissipate.
His facial expression loosened up gradually. It was a pity there that were no swordsmanship experts in Skyheart City. After he became a master, a brand new world of swordsmanship appeared before him. There were countless unknowns waiting for him to explore. Right now, he hoped that he could encounter other master swordsmen and exchange pointers with them. Previously, he still hoped that his swordsmanship could improve with each passing day. Now, he no longer counted on it. The success of Master's Glory had paved a bright path for all young elementalists. This was a path allowed them to obtain power, strength, status, wealth, and glory rapidly. As a traditional elementalist, Han Li instinctively loathed Master's Glory. From his perspective, Master's Glory was no different from the Beast Venom Temple's blood refinement. Before they reached the city gate, there was already an elementalist waiting for them. Han Li did not know who this elementalist was and found him to be extremely unfamiliar. However, Han Li knew that he was from the Sky Leaf Division by the energy undulations around his body. The elementalist had an indifferent look on his face. He bowed slightly and spoke with a polite tone, "Miss Peiyao and Master Han, welcome to Skyheart City. Madam knew that both of you would arrive today, and she is very happy. She even personally involved herself in finding a residence for you. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. Madam has prepared a welcoming banquet for both of you, and various family heads are invited to it. Your luggage will be sent to your residence by the butler. Please follow me to the banquet now." A wide smile appeared on Gong Peiyao's face as she bowed and replied gently, "Sir, thank you for leading the way." "You're welcome." The elementalist's face was still indifferent as usual. He turned around and led the way. As they entered Skyheart City, Gong Peiyao and Han Li looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Both of them had come to Skyheart City before, so they knew what it looked like in the past. The current Skyheart City looked as though it had been reborn. There was a huge number of shops, and the streets were bustling with people and activity. Was this the economic climate of a free market nation? Gong Peiyao's feelings were complicated. The banquet was very grand. Those who attended it were all important figures. The seniority of many of them actually required the Gong residence's family head to receive them. By custom, a junior like Gong Peiyao was only fit to serve them. From the atmosphere of the banquet, one would definitely not be able to tell that this banquet was prepared for a hostage. Madame Yi was cordial and warm, making one felt as though he or she was at home. She drank and laughed with everyone. Both the host and the guests were enjoying their time at the banquet. Gong Peiyao knew this was Madame Yi's way of bragging about her accomplishments by displaying her benevolence and amiability. When Gong Peiyao returned to her residence, she was already worn out and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Han Li looked at Gong Peiyao's cherubic sleeping appearance and sighed in his heart. Sensing that someone was outside, he stood up and walked toward the door silently. When he opened the door, he saw the Sky Leaf Division elementalist who had received them earlier. "Madam wants to see you." The meeting place was at a desolate, unremarkable house. Madame Yi's appearance had not changed at all. It appeared that time did not leave any traces on her. Han Li could sense faint energy undulations coming from the shadow in a corner not far away. He remained calm and stayed at his position like a statue. "Han Li, have I ever mistreated you?" Madame Yi's voice was plain and calm. "No, never," Han Li replied. "Do you have anything to explain to me then?" Madame Yi snorted. "No." Han Li shook his head. Madame Yi did not seem to expect that Han Li would be so stubborn, and her face darkened. A faint killing intent extended from the shadow in the corner, and the temperature of the room kept on decreasing, appearing as though it could sense Madame Yi's anger. Han Li acted as if he couldn't sense this. Suddenly, Madame Yi chuckled softly. "You indeed have the air of a master now. Even your character has changed." Han Li sighed in his heart. He knew his relationship with Madame Yi was completely broken. Han Li's entry into the Karakoram Sword League was personally arranged by Madame Yi. From what she said just now, she was actually giving him a chance to redeem himself. As long as he was willing to lower his head and take orders from Madame Yi, she would let bygones be bygones. However, he still rejected her even though that path led to glory and magnificence. The faint killing intent that lingered in the room disappeared, appearing as though it was Han Li's hallucination. "You're already a master swordsman now, and you should have deep understanding of swordsmanship. It just so happens that I have a mirage clip here that I want to show you." Madame Yi smiled. Han Li felt slightly puzzled, but he did not say anything. A ball of light suddenly blossomed in the room. Han Li's attention was immediately captured by the image before him. It was a battlefield. He could tell that the person who recorded this clip used an extremely high-grade Mirage Beam pod.
The image was extremely clear with many details in high definition. Han Li's eyes looked as though they were about to pop out. His mouth subconsciously opened, and it did not close for a long period of time. When Madame Yi saw his facial expression, she did not ridicule him. She still remembered how appalled she was when she first saw this image. The sword gleams that descended from the sky were like a beautiful rain of light. Even the splendor of the synchronized pagoda cannon shots paled in comparison to it. In the face of the light swords, the powerful blood elementalists were weak and delicate like pieces of paper and were unable to withstand a single blow. Rivers of blood and corpses were everywhere. What is this sword? Why are the sword gleams so unique? How many swords are there? How come he can't keep track of the number of swords? Why is every sword shaped differently? How does one control such a terrifying number of light swords? Why are they so powerful? What kind of swordsmanship is this? Countless questions swirled in Han Li's head. He felt as though there were raging waves surging through his mind. His understanding of swordsmanship was overturned in an instant. The confidence he obtained from becoming a master collapsed with a loud rumble at this moment. He did not notice Madame Ye's pupils faintly dilate when Helian Tianxiao yelled in the clip, "Ai Hui, you're a blood elementalist." Han Li, who was immersed in the recording, suddenly realized what was going on. This clip depicted the entire process of the destruction of the God Wolf division. The dazzling and gorgeous rain of swords. All of a sudden, a name involuntarily appeared in Han Li's mind. Ai Hui. Han Li couldn't believe what he had just seen. When the clip ended, the room became silent once more. Han Li's heavy panting could be clearly heard. His eyes were in a daze, his face was pale white, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. Madame Yi stayed silent for a while before asking, "From your perspective, do you think swordsmanship alone can be so powerful? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 651, Gong Peiyao's Conjecture.